A parallel world. Jiang City No. 2 high school class, 10 of the 3rd year. 99 days remain until the college entrance examination. The class bell has just rung. Teacher once again the only one who hasn't handed in homework is Fang Qimai. Ding ding. Because the host is overly outstanding and often singled out by name, the system is activating. Ding. You have been called by name by the math class representative Li Hongzhe reward skill rapid calculation method. At the podium, the teacher with a balding crown like a Mediterranean sea lowers the thick stack of exercise books in his hands, his expression heavy. Fang Qimai, stand up for me. Ding. You have been called by name by the math teacher, Shweb Baogai reward skill Olympiad mastery. A system. What were those sounds just now? Why do strange mechanical prompts keep echoing in his mind? Fang Qimai feels dazed. At this moment, although many classmates are whispering waiting to watch a good show, he is certain that those sentences just now were not spoken by anyone among them. So where exactly did those voices come from? Perplexed and unable to make sense of it, Fang Qimai slowly rises to his feet, neither hurried nor flustered. He stands at 1.86 meters with a somewhat handsome face, his gaze composed, and even carrying a hint of roguishness. The math teacher and homeroom teacher Shweb Baogai has always been strict with his students. No one knows how Shweb Baogai is going to scold Fang Qimai this time. Fang Qimai, what is wrong with you? You are the only one in the whole class who didn't hand in your homework. Teacher, I have a reason for not handing in my homework. Oh, I'd like to hear what kind of reason you have. After holding his breath for a moment, Fang Qimai answers, for Chinese math and English on average, we have one set of exercises after class every day plus preview before class and review after class. Add to that the math blackboard workbook you assign. For Chinese, there is full text recitation, copying sentences and compositions. For English, vocabulary recitation, text recitation, 2 reading comprehensions, and a composition. On top of that, there is the punishment copying you assign, the frequent test papers, the monthly exams, and then the homework load of the other 3 subjects, which we can double, plus the endless study booklets like 5 years simulation, 3 years Gaokao, and those from Wang Hoxiong and Shui Jingxing. On average, I have to write 39681254 characters in a year. With a normal person's writing speed of about 0.42 characters per second, I would need 9447917 seconds to finish it all. That means I would need to write 91 hours a day on average, but there are only 24 hours. If I want to finish all of my homework, I would need to master the Armstrong spiral acceleration technique and use a space-time wormhole every 3 days to travel back to the previous 2 days. Or I would have to invent a warp engine, install it on my pen, and let it shuttle back and forth crazily across the paper, cutting 2/3 of the distance just to finish writing in time. Shweb Baogai. The whole class. Whoa, he can actually calculate all that. So this guy was a deeply hidden powerhouse all along. This is his excuse for not doing homework. It's actually logical and well argued. There's simply no way to refute it. Even Fang Qimai himself is astonished. So this is the power of the rapid calculation method. The entire process of rapid calculation unfolded in his mind with crystal clarity and absolute accuracy, making it feel unbelievable even to himself. Part of it is also the effect of Olympiad mastery. Ever since those voices finished speaking, Fang Qimai has felt his logical thinking grow sharper. Originally, his math grades had been far from impressive, but now that he has obtained Olympiad mastery, getting a full score in math on the college entrance exam will be no problem at all. Bewilderment value from Shweb Baogai 5. Right now, Shweb Baogai is completely dumbfounded. Shweb Baogai pushes up his glasses and clears his throat awkwardly. All right then, Fang Qimai, since you're so good at calculating, why don't you come up and solve the problem I left you last lesson for everyone? Shweb Baogai taps the blackboard and continues, if you skip homework and still can't answer, then you'll stand for the rest of the class. He's doomed. There's no way he knows it. All he can do is run his mouth. Oh man, that problem is so hard. I couldn't even do it. He's dead for sure. Yeah, that's an Olympiad problem. How could a bottom off the class student possibly solve it? The classmates begin whispering in hushed tones. At this moment, the class monitor and math class representative Li Hongzhe seizes his chance to perform. Imitating the teacher's tone, he raises his voice. Fang Qimai, hurry up. If everyone wasted a minute like you, this whole period would be over. Fang Qimai counters. Well, if each of us studied for 1 minute, wouldn't this entire period be over too? Bewilderment value from Li Hongzhe 2. Shweb Baogai knocks on the blackboard. Fang Qimai, hurry up. Stop playing with words. Fang Qimai glances at the problem on the blackboard. Attending math class feels to him just like playing a video game. The math teacher throws us some starter equipment, teaches us some beginner skills, then sends us off to fight the boss. When we can't beat it, he uses his max level gear to defeat the boss in front of us, and then asks if we understand. The key point is, we have actually been paying for this game environment for 12 years. Fortunately, Fang Qimai has already mastered Olympiad mastery. This problem is nothing but a trifle. Tap, tap, tap. Fang Qimai fills the blackboard with a long chain of complex formulas so intricate and lengthy that most of the class can only stare blankly. Seeing Fang Qimai's final answer, the top student Li Hongzhe laughs. I don't know what strange method he's using, but the result is definitely wrong. After finishing the solution, Fang Qimai does not immediately return to his seat. He turns around and begins to explain carefully and earnestly. Starting from reading the problem, he points out the little traps hidden within it. Then he moves on to finding an entry point and begins solving. He chooses the appropriate formulas and derives each step one by one. He lays out the complete line of reasoning and finally arrives at the answer. Not only that, he also branches out, drawing everyone's attention to additional related concepts. Shui Baogai is dumbstruck. Fang Qimai's solution is completely correct. Every knowledge point and every caution he highlighted is exactly what the teacher had planned to explain. Fang Qimai's explanation even surpasses the level expected of a teacher. Though Fang Qimai may be a bit cheeky, the fact that he solved the problem earns him praise. Very good. This is an Olympiad problem, and indeed quite difficult. I didn't necessarily expect you all to solve it. I only wanted to train your thinking. However, Fang Qimai solved it, and his answer is correct. Correct. The top student Li Hongzhe looks down at his own answer, which is different from Fang Qimai's. Since the teacher has acknowledged Fang Qimai as correct, that means he himself must be wrong. Li Hongzhe hadn't listened to Fang Qimai's explanation at all. Just now he had assumed Fang Qimai would definitely get it wrong, and that he only needed to wait and follow the teacher's method afterward. But the reality is, he himself got it wrong. He scans through his work, and sure enough, from the second step onward it is all incorrect. He has fallen right into the trap Fang Qimai mentioned. Ciao. Bewilderment value from Li Hongzhe 3. Shui Baogai pushes up his glasses and says, "All right then, students who solved it correctly, please raise your hands." As class representative, Li Hongzhe hastily changes his final answer to match Fang Qimai's. At the same time, he quietly raises his hand. "All right, hands down. This problem isn't easy, so it's normal that not many of you got it right. But for those who didn't, I hope you can at least understand the solution path and apply it cleverly in the exam." Fang Qimai asks, "Teacher, do you need me to solve it using a second method?" Li Hongzhe is stunned. Such a difficult problem, and Fang Qimai even has a second method. After a brief pause, Shui Baogai says, "That won't be necessary. The other method would be hard for most students to understand. Just remember the approach we just went through." "All right, teacher, then I'll go back to my seat." Well, Fang Qimai, try your best to make Okay, teacher. I'll see how I feel." Shui Baogai. Just as Fang Qimai sat back in his seat, his deskmate Lu Mimi passed him a folded note. During homeroom teacher Shui Baogai's class, no one dared whisper, let alone play with their phones. Passing notes was the best way for classmates to murmur in secret. On the slip of paper were 3 words: "You're amazing." Fang Qimai glanced at it and thought him. He quietly added an exclamation mark, turning it into "You're amazing." Lu Mimi was speechless. The topic seemed about to die there, but Lu Mimi was not willing to let it end so easily. She continued writing on the note. "The selfie I posted on my moments this morning, was it pretty?" Fang Qimai took one look and wrote beneath it, "Today's looks quite good." "Ugh, are you implying there are days when I don't look good?" "Last Saturday, at 12:05 p.m. In your moments 9 image collage, second row, first picture." Lu Mimi froze for a moment, then wrote again, "Every single photo is carefully chosen by me. I think they all look good. Tell me what exactly didn't look good about it." "The spot where the corner of your right eye meets the eyeshadow. Honestly, you examine people that closely. Don't tell me you have improper thoughts about me." Fang Qimai wrote, "Only 3 words, I gunk there." Lu Mimi stared dumbfounded. "Fang Qimai, you're talking." Just then a crisp chime rang out in his mind. "You have been called by your deskmate, Lu Mimi, reward charming tear mole." What on earth was that supposed to be? No sooner had the thought flashed by than a translucent panel appeared in Fang Qimai's mind. "Charming tear mole, effective only on the opposite sex. After you blink, the target will be drawn in by your charm, and their favor toward you will rise by 1 tier." Fang Qimai was startled, thinking something bizarre had invaded his brain. He picked up Lu Mimi's mirror and took a look. Under the corner of his right eye, less than a centimeter below, a tiny new mole had appeared out of nowhere. A so-called tear mole. Fang Qimai touched it lightly. "It's actually real. Wait a second. What was this reward about? And what exactly was this system?" This system is the name-calling system. As long as someone calls your name, you will obtain a corresponding reward from that person, including, but not limited to, skills, items, treasures, and special physiques. Note the target must actively and personally call your name in front of you for it to take effect, and it works only once per person. Fang Qimai was stunned. Things that belonged in novels had actually fallen onto him in real life. Could it be that he had become the protagonist, with countless unseen spectators watching his life unfold? Thinking back carefully on what had happened first, when the math class representative called his name, he had received rapid calculation method. Then when the math teacher called his name, he had obtained mastery of Olympiad Mathematics. Just now called by this secretly smitten deskmate of his, he had been granted this so-called charming tier mole. Awesome. This system was downright miraculous. The goal of this system is to make the host's name resound across rivers north and south within and beyond the Great Wall throughout heaven and earth. Alright, then let me test the effect of this tier mole. Since it was useless on males, his only option was to try it on the nearest target, Lu Mimi. Fang Qimai gazed at Lu Mimi with tender, soulful eyes. Feeling his stare, Lu Mimi looked back in confusion, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Fang Qimai gave a solitary blink of his right eye, the one bearing the tier mole, so-called sending out sparks. In that instant, a shiver ran through Lu Mimi's whole body. A strange, indescribable feeling welled up inside her. At last the bell rang for the end of class, bringing the morning's lessons to a close. After lunch, when Lu Mimi returned from the cafeteria, she looked at Fang Qimai with gentle, tender eyes. My, in this whole world besides my dad, you're the man who treats me the best. Fang Qimai was baffled. Had this girl eaten something weird at lunch? No. This had to be the effect of the charming tier mole finally kicking in. This was a bit too fierce. Can you consider being my boyfriend? I can consider it. Then from now on you'll be my. Fang Qimai cut her off. Second dad. Lu Mimi fell silent, utterly speechless. Just now at lunch a fishbone got stuck in my throat. Drinking vinegar and swallowing rice didn't help at all. Was it really that serious? Fang Qimai asked nervously. My throat still hurts so much, it feels awful. Is the fishbone okay? Damn it. Lu Mimi paused, then said with sudden depth of feeling, there are only 99 days left before the college entrance exam. If some things aren't said now, there won't be time. I want to tell you that I like you. Actually, I already have someone I like. Oh, is that so? That really hurts. Silly girl, why don't you ask whether the person I like is you? Then, is the one you like me? No. Lu Mimi was once again struck speechless. Why don't you ask whether I'm lying to you? Then, are you lying to me? No. Lu Mimi was left wordless. Why don't you ask whether I'm testing you? Then are you testing me? No. Damn it. System, this tier mole is terrifying. Good thing I managed to deal with it cleverly. By the way, can I get rid of it? Apologies, host rewards do not currently support a 7-day Norisen return policy. However, please rest assured Lu Mimi is an exception. The charm displayed by charming tier mole is an upgrade based on the target's original level of favor. For example, someone who initially has no good impression of you might develop a slight fondness. Someone who already has a favorable impression will feel even warmer toward you. If the person originally likes you, then, on that foundation, their feelings will deepen further, even to the point of frenzied fanatical love. Damn. Looked like Lu Mimi's baseline affection for him had been very high. Just then the school beauty Xiao Bishue walked over with a notebook in hand. Her snow-white skin, beautiful features, and long slender legs had already made her the dream goddess of many boys in the school. She was a school beauty in every sense of the word. If one were to score them, Lu Mimi would at most get 70 points, while Xiao Bishue would be a solid 96. Xiao Bishue said, Fang Qimai, could I ask you about that problem from this morning? I still don't fully understand the first solution. Also, I heard you say there was a second way to solve it. It might be hard to grasp, but I still want to try asking you about it. A chime sounded. You have been called by school beauty Xiao Bishue. Status unlocked. Fresh and handsome. Fresh and handsome. The host is graceful and dashing like jade and pine with extraordinary bearing. As the saying goes, a handsome man pairs well with a beautiful woman. Being called by a beauty, Fang Qimai felt even more handsome. Even without the charming tier mole, ordinary girls would already find him irresistible. Now the school beauty had come to ask him for help. This was the sort of thing countless people would envy and resent. No problem, Fang Qimai agreed cheerfully. The moment Fang Qimai lifted his head, Xiao Bishue was stunned by his looks. Although he had always come across as low-key, carrying a faintly roguish air, she had to admit, he was quite handsome. Seeing him up close today, his bright, well-defined features gave off an easy, pleasant feeling. The word handsome felt too crude for him. It was a refined beauty and unparalleled allure. Looking at him like this, those male celebrities suddenly didn't seem all that special. At that moment, Fang Qimai glanced at his deskmate Lu Mimi. Lu Mimi was in the middle of a jealous sulk. There was no way she would give up her seat now. Fang Qimai turned his gaze to Xiao Bishue's side. Her deskmate was Li Hongzhe, the class monitor and math representative. Li Hongzhe had not yet returned to the classroom. So Fang Qimai said to Xiao Bishue, let's go to your seat, and I'll explain it there. All right. And so Fang Qimai sat down in Li Hongzhe's chair and began his explanation. For this solution, the key is the line of thought. There's a bit of cleverness to it. You have to integrate several previous concepts and through derivation arrive at this final result. I'll walk you through it again now. Watching the two of them sitting so close, Lu Mimi was about to explode with anger. Equally furious was Li Hongzhe, who had just returned from the cafeteria. Hey, Fang Qimai, what are you doing in my seat? Get up now. Xiao Bishue said, class monitor, I asked Fang Qimai to explain a question to me. I still don't understand that problem from this morning very well, and I'm really curious about the second solution. Li Hongzhi stepped forward and gave Fang Qimai a shove. Get up. Did I give you permission to sit in my seat? Fang Qimai remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Class monitor, why don't you sit down and listen to me? You want me, the math representative, to listen to you explain a math problem? Fang Qimai, you've really lost touch with reality. You, a bottom-tier student. This morning you only got it right by sheer luck. Then Li Hongzhi turned to Xiao Bishue. Bishue, that problem's second solution. I know it too. I can explain it to you. This quarrel drew the attention of many classmates. The air was thick with jealousy. In class, everyone coveted school beauty Xiao Bishue's looks. Many boys in the class were little more than simpering admirers of hers. But Li Hongzhi was no ordinary student. He was the only son of Li Ying, the vice principal of Jiangxing No. 2 High School, and he shared a desk with Xiao Bishue. Everyone had tacitly agreed that Xiao Bishue was his, and almost no one dared compete. Fang Qimai was the first to openly challenge Li Hongzhi Heaton. Fang Qimai shook his head and stood up. Li Hongzhi snorted coldly. As expected, no one dared cross him, flirting with the girl he liked right under his nose. Not a chance. Once on his feet, Fang Qimai said solemnly to Xiao Bishue, "It looks like there's no helping it. I can only sit in your seat now." "Ah, then, where do I sit?" Xiao Bishue asked, puzzled. Fang Qimai blinked his right eye. "You can sit on my—" Hearing this, Li Hongzhi was taken aback. "Let Bishue sit on your lap." "On your lap? Damn." From Li Hongzhi's confusion level 6. From Lu Mimi's confusion level 6. Once he came to his senses, he jumped up. Xiao Bishue's face instantly turned red. Her long eyelashes fluttered as her big eyes dared not meet Fang Qimai's gaze. Just now, when Fang Qimai had shocked her, she tightly clenched her hands, never feeling so nervous before. This isn't good, right?" Xiao Bishue replied shyly. Li Hongzhi said, "I oppose." I also oppose." Not far away, Lu Mimi shouted along. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "Haha, don't worry, I was just joking, you don't have to get up." Li Hongzhi and Lu Mimi breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, in broad daylight, in a bright classroom, what kind of propriety was there for a man and a woman? "Then, where will you sit?" Xiao Bishue timidly asked. Fang Qimai casually replied, "It's fine if I sit on your lap." Li Hongzhi, Lu Mimi. From Li Hongzhi's confusion level 7. From Lu Mimi's confusion level 7. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Li Hongzhi cursed angrily. Fang Qimai brushed his hair. It's so noisy, it seems this question won't be discussed anymore. All this. Xiao Bishue looked a bit disappointed. Li Hongzhi snorted coldly, yes. Fang Qimai, you'd better give up on this idea. However, Fang Qimai said, after the evening's self-study session, I'll stay behind to explain it to you. What the hell? Why after the evening's self-study session? Li Hongzhi pointed angrily at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai said, because by then the classroom will only have me and her, and we can sit wherever we want. I oppose. I also oppose. You two can't be alone in the classroom, right? Absolutely. Fang Qimai frowned. All right then, Xiao Bishue, after the evening self-study session, I'll go to your house to explain the questions. Li Hongzhi was about to go crazy. What the hell? You're going to Bixue's house? No way. Fang Qimai, you're getting more and more outrageous. I oppose. I oppose too. Xiao Bishue shyly said, Fang Qimai, I'll wait for you in the classroom after the evening self-study. Thank you so much. No worries, for someone like me who doesn't like studying, I have plenty of time, so let's just say it like this. Fang Qimai referred to himself as someone who doesn't like studying, yet Xiao Bishue felt he was truly Damn, Li Hongzhi was already furious. What was going on with Fang Qimai today? Just because he told the teacher he hadn't submitted his homework, he was now opposing him at every turn. At a critical moment, Li Hongzhi thought of a way. Bishue, let me explain that question to you. You don't need to stay late tonight, it's too late to go home, it's not safe. Fang Qimai said, sure, then let me hear your second method. Let's see if it's the same as my second method. If it's different, who knows, we might develop a third method together. From Li Hongzhi's confusion level 5, Li Hongzhi was at a loss for words. I need to take a nap, I'll explain it in the afternoon. I bet you don't even know the second method, do you? You'll use your lunchtime to try and solve it. If you still can't do it, you'll sneakily ask old Shui, and then come back pretending you figured out the answer yourself. Li Hongzhi was just about to say something. Fang Qimai continued, too bad, I remember that the 4 classes in the afternoon are physics and biology tests. Normally, you wouldn't have time to ask old Shui, so you'd better not waste your effort. Saying this, Fang Qimai turned to Xiao Bishue, so I'll explain this question to you after the evening self-study. As for going home late and your personal safety, don't worry, I'll escort you home. Fang Qimai not only exposed Li Hongzhi's little thoughts, but also cut off his retreat. And because he mentioned that it's unsafe for Xiao Bishue to go home late, Fang Qimai further developed it to the point of offering to escort Xiao Bishue home. Li Hongzhi exploded on the spot. Damn. From Li Hongzhi's confusion level 5, before Li Hongzhi could say anything, Fang Qimai looked at the time and continued, all right, class monitor, you have 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 18 seconds left. Whether you can solve it depends on your so-called genius brain, which is known as the top student. Alright, at this time old Shui is on break, so it's better not to disturb him. Of course, if you want to pressure him using your father's identity, that's fine too. Now wish you good luck. Bye, I'm going to play ball. You? Li Hongzhe was so angry he couldn't speak. Fang Qimai was right, he really didn't know the second method. And he truly didn't have time. If he couldn't solve it, Xiao Bishui would end up alone with Fang Qimai tonight. Moreover, he would face the awkward situation of being recognized as the top student while not being able to solve that math problem was normal. But the problem was Fang Qimai managed to solve it. At this moment, Li Hongzhe had 1,000 words all condensed into one word. Damn. Time waits for no one. Li Hongzhe took out that morning's problem and started to struggle. Meanwhile, on the other side, despite having 2 tests in the afternoon, Fang Qimai still went to play basketball with ease. There was no choice. The PE teacher had something to do every class. Lunchtime was the best opportunity to dominate the basketball court. As he went downstairs, Fang Qimai asked, "By the way, system, what is confusion level?" Confusion level arises from you when others are shocked by your actions and are at a loss for words. Confusion levels will appear. The specific value will be determined by the other party's confusion level. Current confusion level 66. So what's the use of confusion level? Used to activate absolute command when you call another person's name if the content attached contains a command the other party will absolutely obey. Tip 1. Each use consumes 1,000 points of confusion level. The host currently has 1 free usage opportunity. Tip 2. Silent recitation also works. Tip 3. The command content must be something that the other party can do within their ability, and the command content is irreversible. Tip 4. Commands that go against human ethics, violate laws, or forcefully seize significant property from others are prohibited. Specifics depend on the actual situation. This is really the confusion fruit on the confusion tree. Under the confusion tree, you and I. One person has a confusion grave, and in the next life, will still be confused people. In the future, who dares to provoke me? I'll just make them confused. Whoever I don't like, I'll order. Let him eat shit. No rebuttals allowed. Speaking of which, this system is a bit cheeky. When someone points to their own name, they can receive rewards. And when I point to someone else's name, that person will absolutely obey. Overall, this system is about being pointed out. The more you point, the stronger you get. Several basketball courts at the school are undergoing renovations, temporarily closing off some areas. There are not many courts left. Fortunately, Fang Qimai arrived early and secured one. Quick, pass it to Qimai. Ding. You have been named by your teammate Xiong Peng. Reward skill, ball control. Well done, Qimai. Another goal. Ding. You have been named by your teammate Luo Tongyi. Reward skill, fake stop jump shot. Damn. Stop Fang Qimai. This guy is strong at breaking through. 3 people from class 10 need to guard Fang Qimai. Don't let him drive in. Ah crap. I got dunked on by Fang Qimai. Impressive, I'm impressed. Ding. You have been named by opponent Zhang Shueping. Unlocking attribute bicep enhancement permanent. Ding. You have been named by opponent Li Shihua. Reward skill, leap dunk. After a few games, due to his outstanding performance, Fang Qimai was named by both teammates and opponents, growing stronger with each game. He acquired 6 skills related to basketball. Additionally, his biceps were permanently enhanced. This system is quite impressive. Hey, the school team is clearing the court. You guys play somewhere else. At that moment, a group of people suddenly arrived. They were dressed in basketball uniforms, all tall and robust. The leader of the group was someone Fang Qimai recognized. He was his classmate Jiang Zijian. In middle school, he was a bully, arrogant, and domineering with no one daring. He still is acting haughty and stirring trouble every day. At the same time, he is one of the few art students in the class and possesses some artistic talent. Although he is academically underperforming, as long as he meets the standards in his cultural subjects, the teachers don't pay much attention to him. Moreover, he is also a member of the school basketball team. Behind him follows a group of first-year students also from the school team. Seeing this, the few people playing with Fang Qimai started to panic. Let's go, the school team is here. Brother Jian is here. Should we leave? I'm going back to take a nap. Fang Qimai knew that Jiang Zijian was showing off again. The few people who had just played together were preparing to leave. Fang Qimai remained unbothered and continued shooting. Hey, did you hear? We are the school team. Jiang Zijian said again. Fang Qimai replied, so what? So you better get lost. We want this court. Why should I give up a court I secured by my own skill? You? Jiang Zijian was taken aback. Usually what he said was effective. When it comes to clearing the court, who in the school does not obediently comply? Especially in front of these younger students, he had to maintain his image. Why is this Fang Qimai so arrogant today? From Jiang Zijian, confusion points 2. On the sidelines, some of Fang Qimai's classmates and some from the neighboring class were present. They were all stunned by what Fang Qimai said. Fang Qimai is so fierce, actually daring to confront Jiang Zijian, who in the second high school doesn't know what kind of person Jiang Zijian is. Fang Qimai might be in trouble. Damn it. Fang Qimai, don't ask for trouble. Ding. You have been named by art student Zhang Zijian Reward Master of Art Appreciation Painting. Art Appreciation and Painting. I thought I could learn some basketball skills from Zhang Zijian, but it turned out to be related. It seems that because Zhang Zijian is an art examination candidate, the system's rewards are quite comprehensive. It randomly selects one reward from among various associations related to the namer. Although this seems useless, having more skills never hurts. Moreover, after that game, the basketball skills he learned were already quite abundant. Zhang Zijian crossed his arms, saying, "You bunch of losers think you deserve to occupy our school team's court. Hurry up and roll out." People from the basketball team also chimed in. "Seniors with your level, it's better not to embarrass yourselves. Go practice dribbling on the side. Your dribbling posture is not standard at all, ha." Ha. Faced with the basketball team's ridicule, the few from the neighboring class quietly slipped away. A few classmates stepped forward and whispered, "Qimai, let's leave. We don't want to provoke Brother Jian." "Yeah, they are the school team and we can't afford to mess with them." Fang Qimai replied, "So just because you're on the school team, you can run rampant and clear others' courts." You? From Zhang Zijian Confusion Points 3. Just because we are on the school team, we are good at basketball. Fang Qimai laughed. "If you're so good, why weren't you recommended and ended up as an art student?" Damn. Fang Qimai's words infuriated Zhang Zijian. Other classmates were also stunned. No one has dared to speak to Zhang Zijian like this before. Zhang Zijian felt deeply humiliated. With so many people and the younger students watching, if this gets out, where would Zhang Zijian's face be? "All right, Fang Qimai, I see you have some guts." Zhang Zijian pointed at Fang Qimai, saying, "Come on, let's have a game. We'll send 5 people, and you send. The loser has to give the ball to the other side and roll off the basketball court." Note roll. Fang Qimai just wanted to try out the system rewards for those basketball skills. He hadn't been able to perform well earlier. Now with the school team as opponents, he should be able to enjoy the game a little more. "All right." At this moment, a classmate said, "But we only have 4 people left. Moreover, the opponent is Brother Jian. Whether we win or lose will offend him, so I won't participate." "I won't either. Besides, playing against the school team is like asking for death, right?" "Yeah, it's a definite loss." Zhang Zijian said, "Now don't say I'm bullying you. You can still play, and I won't hold you accountable. You only have 4 people who I won't take advantage of you. We'll also send 4. Mainly, I want you to roll out of this basketball court with your hearts convinced." After agreeing on the rules half-court, whichever team scores 8 points first wins. Zhang Zijian picked 3 members from the school team, and the 4 of them gathered to discuss tactics. However, Fang Qimai's team had no foundation at all. The opposing team averaged about 1.9 meters in height. On his side, they were just messing around. Fang Qimai was 1.86 meters, 2 were over 1.7 meters, and 1 was still under 1.7 meters. There was no strategy at all. This was completely asking for a beating. However, Fang Qimai was unfazed. With various basketball skills, he was completely calm. It was no problem for him to take on 4 opponents. Oh, what was there to be afraid of? Soon the game began. Zhang Zijian started the ball, and a few people passed it around the perimeter. To them, the opponent's flaws were quite apparent. The defense was thin, and there were numerous breakthrough points. The ball fell into Zhang Zijian's hands. He dribbled, while showing a confident smile. Suddenly, he began to break through. At that moment, all of Fang Qimai's teammates panicked. Psychologically, they had already lost half the battle. How could they possibly defend against the school team's offense? Just as everyone thought Zhang Zijian was about to score, a swift figure rushed forward. With a sharp sound, Zhang Zijian's ball was lost. By the time he realized, the ball had already reached Fang Qimai's hands. Zhang Zijian. From Zhang Zijian's Confusion Value 4. From Du Xiahai's Confusion Value 3. From Beautiful. The steal was impressive, and Fang Qimai's teammates were in awe. Zhang Zijian shot him a glove. Fang Qimai crossed half the court and began his breakthrough. With a feint and a change of direction, he easily shook off 2 members of the school team. "Guard him!" Zhang Zijian shouted loudly. Fang Qimai feigned again, dodging the defender, then abruptly stopped for a jump shot. Whoosh! The ball went in. This move was the newly learned feint and stop jump shot impressive. From Zhang Zijian's Confusion Value 6. From Du Xiahai's Confusion Value 5. From Damn! Zhang Zijian cursed immediately. "What are you doing? I told you to guard him, can't you understand?" One of them said, "His movements are too fast, we can't guard him. His feints are too realistic, I was careless." Another murmured, "Fools, play properly." Not only did they let the school team lose the ball, but they also allowed the first point to be scored right in front of them. Fang Qimai's teammates were overjoyed, but after Zhang Zijian glared at them, no one dared to show it. The losing side initiated the ball, and it was Zhang Zijian's turn to attack. 2 players tightly guarded Fang Qimai, while Zhang Zijian coordinated with another. Additionally, Fang Qimai's teammates were too timid to make a move. Soon Zhang Zijian scored as well. Zhang Zijian immediately raised 2 middle fingers, indicating a score of 1-1, which also meant provocation. When it was Fang Qimai's turn to serve, 3 opponents came up to block him, completely sealing off his path. Under Zhang Zijian's threat, his own teammates dared not exert themselves. This match seemed fair on the surface, but in reality, it was 1 against 4. Yet what could 1 against 4 accomplish? Fang Qimai had already anticipated this situation. 3 people guarding 1, is this all your school team can do? With a swift ball control stop, he left the 3 opponents spinning. Breakthrough. With another between-the-legs dribble, even Zhang Zijian was shaken off. Jump shot. The ball went in. 2-1. Fang Qimai disdainfully remarked, no wonder your school team is so weak. Damn. From Zhang Zijian's confusion value 8, from Du Xiaohai's confusion value 7 from. What are you all doing? 3 people can't guard him. He moves too fast to guard at all. Jiange, weren't you also shaken off by him? Damn. Zhang Zijian couldn't help but sweat. When did this guy become so strong? And so the scores gradually increased for both sides. Fang Qimai was practically 1 against 4, having strengthened his biceps, and his strength was undeniable. He played with effortless grace, leaving no one able to defend against him. Soon Fang Qimai scored 7 points and needed just 1 more to win, while Zhang Zijian only had 5 points. At this moment, the 4 of them gathered together to discuss tactics. This ball, no matter what, whether it's a foul or anything else, we can't let him score. Wait until he jumps, then push him and make him fall. Be a bit rougher. The best outcome would be to break his leg. Understood, Jiange. Subsequently, the 4 of them spread out, deliberately waiting for Fang Qimai to make a move. Then they charged at him hard. Seeing them standing so far away, Fang Qimai felt amused. No one guarding. Then he'll try my 3-point jump shot master. Outside the 3-point line, he jumped in place. The ball was thrown high with a precise arc, and it fell into the basket. Whoosh. The ball was in. School team. Damn. Who would have guessed this guy would go for a 3-pointer directly? And he was so accurate. We lost. From Zhang Zijian's confusion value 11, from Du Xiaohai's confusion value. But we're the school team. How could we? I feel like I'm not suited for basketball. I want to quit the school team. You bunch of useless trash. Zhang Zijian cursed loudly. Fang Qimai's teammates were bewildered the entire time. All 8 points were scored solely by Fang Qimai, and they were merely there as fillers. How could they win against 4 members of the school team? No wonder each of those school team players was doubting themselves. From Xiong Ping's confusion value 7, from Luo Tongjia's confusion value 8. Fang Qimai was, having acquired such impressive basketball skills, he had hoped for a thrilling match. The school team, not so much. You should practice more. With this level, it's really not enough to dominate. Zhang Zijian. Fang Qimai picked up the basketball belonging to the other team and said, its leaning's not bad, just a bit old. All right, now it's mine. With prior agreement, Zhang Zijian and the others dared not say a word. One member of the school team quietly said, Jiange, that ball cost me 289 yuan. Damn, he'll give it to you later. Damn, how much it cost was one thing, but it concerned face. Zhang Zijian was embarrassed this time. Fang Qimai started to dribble the basketball. All right, everyone, it's time for your performance. School team. Fang Qimai asked, are you doing front rolls or back rolls? The members of the school team looked at each other. What? The prestigious school team can't even handle losing this much. Zhang Zijian angrily said, I'm not satisfied. Fang Qimai, let's settle this on your own. The loser shouts, Grandpa. Fang Qimai dug in his ear. What does the loser shout? Grandpa. Hey, you little brat. Damn. Zhang Zijian was enraged. No one had dared to provoke him like this before. He pointed at Fang Qimai. Just say if you dare to face me on your own. Fang Qimai shrugged, I dare, but you have to tell me, what do I gain from winning? The loser calls Grandpa, and the winner gets an extra grandson. Fang Qimai laughed. But you already called me Grandpa. I've accepted you as my grandson, so why should I you? From Zhang Zijian's confusion value 13, hearing this, Xiong Peng and the others nearby almost burst into laughter. Fang Qimai, do you believe I will beat you? Everyone look, the grandson is beating the grandpa. You. How did Fang Qimai become so strong? And his mouth was so sharp. Zhang Zijian regretted provoking Fang Qimai today. You wait for me. Zhang Zijian left with a parting shot. Fang Qimai said, you just want to leave like this. What else? I, the mighty Jiange, shouldn't be rolling on the basketball court. Fang Qimai laughed, of course. Zhang Zijian, get off the basketball court. Ding. Absolute command activated. This use is free and does not consume confusion value. In the next moment, an invisible force pressed down on Zhang Zijian. Zhang Zijian felt a heaviness in his heart. I lost. I suddenly feel so shameless. Get lost. He'll leave right now. Then Zhang Zijian lay on the ground. He didn't roll forward or backward, as those positions would be painful. Instead, he rolled sideways, circling out. As he rolled, he silently murmured, damn. Why am I doing this? Everyone present was left bewildered. Although there was an agreement, Zhang Zijian would never yield. But did Zhang Zijian actually roll away when ordered by Fang Qimai? It was utterly absurd. The members of the school team couldn't hold their ground. If Brother Jin rolled, could they not roll too? Thus the school team members began to roll one after another, rolling together towards the edge of the basketball court. Just like that, on a sunny afternoon, a group of school team members rolled on the ground. Passers-by were dumbfounded. What special training is the basketball team doing? Hey, isn't that Brother Jian? Leading the way, is he cleaning the basketball court? You guys really know how to have fun in the school team. Seeing the bewilderment of the passers-by, Fang Qimai laughed. He had long known this group would play dirty. Under absolute orders, no rebuttals were accepted. The class bell rang, and others gradually returned to the classroom. Fang Qimai, however, was unperturbed and continued shooting hoops. Suddenly, a stern voice came from upstairs. Fang Qimai, what are you doing? The exam is about to start. You're still playing basketball. If you fail again this time, I'll call your parents. Ding. You have been called out by the science genius Lei Jiaming. Reward: skill mastery of high school science. Mastery of high school science. This reward is a bit explosive. It seems that the more outstanding a person is, the better the reward when their name is called. If that's the case, won't math, physics, chemistry, and biology be completely pressure-free? At that time, I won't even be able to keep a low profile during the college entrance examination. Fang Qimai, did you hear me? What's the use of playing basketball every day? Hurry back to the classroom. Fang Qimai replied. Teacher Lei, if I remember correctly, the first and second periods this afternoon are physical education classes. Is there anything wrong with me playing basketball? By the way, didn't you say the PE teacher couldn't come today? I just chatted with him for a while. Lei Jiaming. One bewilderment from Lei Jiaming. You talk too much. Call your parents after school. The second bell rang. Fang Qimai, holding two basketballs, calmly returned. At the same time, the test papers had already begun to be distributed. Fang Qimai glanced at them. It seemed as if the answers to the questions were already appearing before his eyes. The entire solving process for the calculation problems had also emerged. Even for the two most difficult Olympiad questions, Fang Qimai had already grasped the solving methods. So difficult. Lu Mimi sighed to herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Fang Qimai. Seeing the smile on his face, she suddenly felt pity. Seeing that Mai is struggling too, I feel relieved. But under these circumstances, he actually smiled. He has already started to give up on himself. Otherwise, I should find a chance later to secretly let him see my answers. Although I don't know either. After a pause, she saw Fang Qimai writing swiftly on the answer sheet. One question after another, he seemed to need no thought at all. Has he already started to scribble? My goodness, don't do this, Mai. Your self-abandonment makes my heart ache. Bang bang. Lei Jiaming noticed that Lu Mimi kept glancing at Fang Qimai and specifically tapped on Lu Mimi's desk. Receiving the warning, Lu Mimi hurriedly buried her head in her own work. However, Fang Qimai wrote faster and faster, his pen dancing wildly across the paper. Lu Mimi could only hear the continuous scratching sound of Fang Qimai's pen on the paper. She thought to herself, it's over, my has really gone mad starting to scribble on the test paper. In just 20 minutes, Fang Qimai had completed all the questions. The match at noon had consumed quite a bit of his energy. Thus, Fang Qimai lay down to sleep. Seeing this, Lei Jiaming rushed over immediately. It's over. Mai, wake up. Lu Mimi was extremely anxious. Lei Jiaming knocked on Fang Qimai's desk and asked, Fang Qimai, are you kidding me? The college entrance examination is right around the corner, and you're sleeping here during the test. If you don't let me sleep here, then should I go home to sleep? Fang Qimai bleary-eyed looked at Lei Jiaming. Nonsense. Fang Qimai replied. I only slept after finishing my writing. You finished? Yeah, I submitted the paper. Lei Jiaming hurriedly took Fang Qimai's paper. The whole class looked over. Subtracting the time taken to distribute the papers, are you saying he finished in less than 20 minutes? But the question is, did he really finish? Even if he finished at this speed, it must have been random scribbling. Daring to be so high profile with random scribbling, he's really a reckless guy. Just wait, Lei, he has a terrible temper, and we'll crush him. The whole class began to whisper among themselves, and a few people took the opportunity to compare answers. Li Hongzhou was also dumbfounded, having just finished the multiple-choice questions and carefully reviewed them, and he had only written a few fill-in-the-blank questions. He thought his speed was already fast enough in class. Fang Qimai finished. He coldly said to himself, Fang Qimai, you're going to regret your foolish actions. I was expecting Lei Jiaming to scold Fang Qimai harshly after reading his paper. Who would have thought that Lei Jiaming's eyes seemed to be shining? As if discovering a treasure, he looked at Fang Qimai incredulously. This kid actually got everything right. How is that possible? In just 20 minutes, he wrote it all down. Lei Jiaming couldn't figure it out. He suddenly realized that this situation looked more like he was copying the answers. But no, even if he were copying the answers, there wouldn't be enough time to write that much. Also, the physics teachers from several grades agreed to each come up with one exam paper. These problems are from a secret exam paper I selected and adapted based on the college entrance exam physics questions from recent years. For now, only I have prepared the answers. Even the other physics teachers in the same grade haven't had the chance to look at the exam paper I have. Where did Fang Qimai get the answers? The more I look at this, the more mysterious it becomes. 10 Bewilderment. from Lei Jiaming. Lei Jiaming flipped through the exam paper back and forth. After several hesitations, he finally said, "Well, if you've submitted your paper, just read your book. Don't sleep and don't disrupt other students' exams." Saying this, Lei Jiaming took Fang Qimai's paper and turned to leave. Fang Qimai stood up and said, "By the way, teacher, do I still need to call my parents after school?" Lei Jiaming cleared his throat. "I suddenly remembered I have to attend my daughter's parent-teacher meeting this afternoon. Let your parents come another day." "Okay, teacher." Fang Qimai's mouth curled up as he sat down and continued to sleep. At this moment, the whole class looked bewildered. Because of his explosive temper, everyone privately nicknamed Lei Jiaming Master Lei, and his deterrent effect on the whole class was no less than that of the homeroom teacher Shui Baogai. However, after Lei Jiaming looked at Fang Qimai's paper, he surprisingly didn't explode. What on earth is going on? The few students who were originally waiting to watch the fun disappointedly lowered their heads to continue the exam. 1 bewilderment from Guozilei, 2 bewilderment from Zhang Ruijia. TSK, this guy. Li Hongzhe was very unhappy, but could only give up. Lei Jiaming sat down at the podium and looking up saw Fang Qimai sleeping again. He was about to scold him again, but since Fang Qimai's paper was indeed completed well, he didn't say much. But what exactly is going on with this guy? He'll check it carefully again. Soon Lei Jiaming went through the questions one by one. He nodded. "This kid, I didn't expect it, always goofing off in the first and second year, and now that the college entrance exam is approaching, he starts to take it seriously. Or is it that he has always been very smart and has been hiding his strength? Wait, what did he write for this question?" 12 bewilderment from Lei Jiaming. Lei Jiaming focused all his attention on the last question. The basketball performs vertical reciprocating motion within a height h10. 9m from the ground is illustrated. At the highest point, the athlete begins to strike the basketball, which rebounds from the ground. Given the basketball's mass m0, 5 kilograms, a radius r. Finally, we need to calculate the speed of the ball's rebound, the reaction force from the ground, and the work done by the hand on the ball each time it is bounced. Fang Qimai answered all 3 of these minor questions, but what is this last one? Conclusion: playing basketball involves the hand doing work on the ball, but does not do work on one's flatulence, so it is indeed of no use for that. However, playing basketball has significant benefits for physical health. If one does not exercise for an extended period, it is easy to become bald. Lei Jiaming instinctively touched his bald head. From Lei Jiaming, confusion points 12. He knew that Fang Qimai was countering his earlier remark that playing basketball is of no use. Moreover, he sarcastically criticized him for taking up their physical education class. This Fang Qimai. No choice, it seems I still need to call his parents. The class bell rang. After Lei Jiaming collected the papers, everyone began discussing the questions. However, more people were discussing Fang Qimai. Ding. You have been called by classmate Zhang Ruijia. Reward skill reciting the high school chemistry periodic table backwards. Ding. You have been called by English class representative Kai Shaley. Reward skill English essay writing techniques. Ding. In no time, Fang Qimai received various rewards. Class monitor Li Hongzhe also wanted to find out what was going on, but he had other matters to attend to at the moment. At this moment, he was immersed in the challenging mathematics Olympiad problem posed by math teacher Shui Baogai in the morning. If he couldn't solve it, not only would he lose face, but also the status of being the math class representative would be shaken. More importantly, the school beauty Xiao Bishue agreed to stay after evening study to have Fang Qimai explain the second solution to that problem. This was absolutely intolerable for Li Hongzhe. Therefore, he racked his brains and had to find a way to derive the second solution to present it to Xiao Bishue. At this moment, Fang Qimai was still asleep when someone poked his shoulder with a pen. Fang Qimai. Ding. You have been called by biology class representative Ruan Ming. Reward skill health knowledge master. What's the matter? Ruan Ming, true to her name, was a soft and cute girl. She was very shy and dared not look directly at Fang Qimai's face. Tightly clutching a stack of test papers, she looked very nervous. Everyone has turned in their biology practice papers, and you are the only one left. Teacher Luo said. She wants to collect them before class. The next class is hers. Fang Qimai shrugged. I didn't write it. You didn't write it again. Teacher Luo will scold you. It's fine, at worst I can just submit it when I'm in a good mood later. Then. When will you be in a good mood? Fang Qimai thought for a moment. Depends on my mood. Ruan Ming. From Ruan Ming, confusion points 1. Alright, just be careful then. Fang Qimai. Ruan Ming lowered her head and turned around when suddenly a boy rushed by and he directly knocked Ruan Ming aside. Fortunately, she just stumbled and did not fall. However, the practice papers in her hands scattered all over the ground. It turned out to be Jiang Zijin, who immediately cursed, "Damn. Ruan Ming, what's wrong with you? Did you dare to bump into me?" I didn't do it on purpose. Not on purpose. Hurry up and apologize. But Ruan Ming wanted to say that Jiang Zijin bumped into her, but she didn't dare to say it. At this moment, Xiao Bishue came over and helped Wan Meng pick up those practice papers. Jiang Zijian hurriedly held up a drawing he had in his hand in front of Xiao Bishue. I have copied the Mona Lisa, I have copied Madame Kozakov, I have copied the Marquise de Pompadour, yet I cannot sketch your fairy-like visage. Your beauty astonishes. Jiang Zijian forgot his lines, hastily glanced at his cheat sheet. Your beauty astonishes the flowers, amazes the entire era, and shocks my soul. This painting is dedicated to our school beauty. Xiao Bishue Jiang Zijian was also a slacker. Through various connections, he eventually became a student enrolled in a selective school. In his first year of high school, he was carefree, specifically bullying male classmates and flirting with female classmates. He was no different from a thug. Afterward, for unknown reasons, he decided to learn painting. He thought he had mastered it and liked to show off his painting skills in class. For instance, during class, he would draw things, presenting himself with an air of profound artistry, elevating his own status. The teachers were also somewhat indifferent to this. As long as Jiang Zijian's academic scores met the standards, he could still attend a good art school. Xiao Bishue frowned, clearly disapproving of Jiang Zijian. This was not the first or second time such a thing had. Although Li Hongzhe heard Jiang Zijian's words, he still buried his head in his work. Even though his father's status was remarkable, if Jiang Zijian openly pursued Xiao Bishue at school, Li Hongzhe wouldn't dare to say a word. Whenever such moments occurred, Li Hongzhe pretended he hadn't heard. After all, he truly could not afford to provoke a little punk like Jiang Zijian. I don't want your painting. Don't bully Wan Meng. Xiao Bishue said, pulling Wan Meng's hand. Hey, I'm bullying Wan Meng, let's go. Wait. Jiang Zijian stepped forward. Don't go, get out of the way. Jiang Zijian spread his arms. I won't let you go, hehe, immature. Jiang Zijian made a face mimicking Xiao Bishue saying immature. Then he turned his gaze to Wan Meng. Hey, what are you looking at? Didn't you hear me tell you to apologize just now? Do you think you can bump into me and get away with it? Wan Meng clutched her practice papers, looking wronged. Nearby, Fang Qimai, who had been sleeping soundly, stretched lazily, feeling a bit noisy. Just when Wan Meng didn't know what to do, a hand patted her shoulder. Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai said, aren't you going to find Teacher Luo? Go handle your business. Jiang Zijian glared coldly at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai, are you blind? Can't you see I'm making her apologize? Fang Qimai dug in his ear. If someone is blind here, isn't it you? You dare say I'm blind? From Jiang Zijian, confusion. 8. He admitted defeat in basketball earlier at noon. Unexpectedly in the classroom, he was also confronted by Fang Qimai. He felt that his dominant position in the class was being shaken and his prestige had significantly declined. Fang Qimai said, I'm here sleeping, and you're shouting loudly beside me, blabbering endlessly. Isn't the blind? Damn. You. From Jiang Zijian, confusion. 8. Jiang Zijian looked at Fang Qimai in disbelief, momentarily unsure of what to say. Fang Qimai seemed to have transformed into a different person. Are you sure you want to talk to me like this? Fang Qimai replied, not really, I didn't intend to talk to you. Fang Qimai had always been unremarkable. His academic performance remained consistently average. Among the class of 42 students, he typically ranked 41st, third from the bottom. Aside from his striking appearance and exceptional athletic ability, he displayed few other distinguishing qualities. He rarely engaged in conversation, maintaining a quiet, low-profile presence among his peers. Reserved in speech, he gave the impression of profound depth and inscrutability. When Xiao Bishue approached him voluntarily to seek help with a problem, it stirred resentment among several sycophantic classmates. The entire class eagerly awaited Fang Qimai's downfall. Who dares defy Brother Jian? He escaped criticism on the physics quiz, but surely he'll get beaten this time. Humph. Does he even realize who he's crossed? Brother Jian could crush him in an instant. Perfect. Let the spectators sit back and enjoy the show. Jiang Zijian glared fiercely at Fang Qimai. Unfazed, Fang Qimai pointed to the sketch in Jiang Zijian's hand and said, this drawing. What's wrong with my drawing? Do you even know how to appreciate art? Don't think flattery will spare you. I'm not letting this go. Jiang Zijian tried desperately to reclaim his dignity. Though he'd been outplayed on the basketball court at noon, when it came to drawing, Fang Qimai knew absolutely nothing. He was the class's sole fine arts student. No one understood painting better than he did. Let me see it, Fang Qimai said. Jiang Zijian paused, and a confident smile flickered across his face. Here, handle it carefully, don't damage it. Take your time appreciating this masterpiece. This is art. This is genius. Fang Qimai glanced at the sketch, a rough side-profile likeness of Xiao Bishue bearing only a faint resemblance. I'm afraid I simply cannot appreciate this work. Of course not. With my innate talent and technical mastery, how could someone like you possibly comprehend it? Fang Qimai nodded. Precisely. Such rubbish is beyond appreciation. Jiang Zijian froze. Rubbish. Rubbish. A wave of stunned disbelief washed over the classroom. Silence fell, jaws dropped. Did Fang Qimai just call Brother Jian's artwork rubbish? No way. I must have misheard. Not only was he defiant, he mocked him outright. 666. Does Fang Qimai even know what death looks like? Fang Qimai once again accumulated a surge of collective stupefaction from his classmates. Jiang Zijian felt his prestige utterly shattered. Accustomed to dominance at school, he stood momentarily speechless, flustered by the audacity of the rebuke. Did you all hear that? He called my drawing rubbish. Kid, you know nothing. Who gave you the nerve to lecture a fine arts student like me? To Fang Qimai, an expert connoisseur of artistic aesthetics, the so-called fine art student's work was nothing short of absurd. Pointing to various elements of the sketch, Fang Qimai remarked proportions are inaccurate, perspective handling is inadequate, chiaroscuro relationships are flawed, lines lack clarity and definition. In sum, it possesses no redeeming quality. If forced to assign a score, I'd give it 9.5. 9.5. That's actually quite good, Jiang Zijian murmured, smugly self-assured. Fang Qimai added calmly, incidentally, the full mark is 100. A fresh wave of bewilderment crashed over Jiang Zijian. Damn it, shut your mouth and stop spouting nonsense. With a sharp rip, Fang Qimai tore Jiang Zijian's sketch cleanly in two. The entire class gasped in shock. He actually tore Brother Jin's drawing. No way, no way. Jiang Zijian was utterly undone. Had Fang Qimai truly forgotten what death looked like? Yet Fang Qimai folded the torn sketch once more. Jiang Zijian's eyes widened in disbelief. Another sharp rip, Wan Meng and Xiao Bishue stared stunned as the sketch was torn yet again before their very eyes. Fang Qimai handed the 4 fragmented pieces back to Jiang Zijian and said coolly, go practice more. You're still far from qualified to boast about your art. You. The stupefied silence left every classmate dumbfounded. Was that really a drawing he tore? No, it was Brother Jin's face he shredded. Brother Jin's dignity, ripped apart on the spot. Now that's a cow giving birth to a calf. Truly, Jiang Zijian's eyes burned crimson, his face flushed deep red. First he'd been openly challenged, then ridiculed, and now his own artwork had been destroyed. Since when had this kid grown so arrogant? Had that basketball match this afternoon inflated his head? His pride demanded action. How much longer could he afford to hold back? How else could he preserve authority in class? Enraged, he seized Fang Qimai's collar with one hand and jabbed a finger violently toward his nose. Do you even remember who I am? You dare tear my drawing? Think I won't kill you? Let me make this clear. You'd better watch your back the moment you step outside school today. It was over. Fang Qimai was going to be beaten. Every girl in class trembled with fear. Lu Mimi's heart leapt into her throat. Qimai, why did you have to provoke him? Of all people, why him? Hurry, ring the bell. Send a teacher here, please. Hey, dude, it's senior year. Still playing the thug, the gangster. By the way, didn't Xiao Bishue just call you immature? Fair enough, we're both adults now. Couldn't you mature, just a little? A hush fell over the classroom. Students swallowed hard in unison. No one had imagined the quietly unassuming Fang Qimai was such a force. Had anyone ever publicly humiliated Jiang Zijian so thoroughly? Was Jiang Zijian truly being schooled, right here in front of everyone? Another wave of stupefaction surged through Jiang Zijian. If he backed down now, his dignity would vanish. How could he ever lift his head again in front of the class? The basketball incident had already been humiliating enough. If word spread further, how would the entire school perceive him? Fang Qimai added matter-of-factly, mainly because your drawing is rubbish. You. Another surge of stupefaction, 15 points, overwhelmed Jiang Zijian. He could endure no longer. Today he would beat Fang Qimai into submission. Fang Qimai checked his internal data, current stupefaction points 1002. It was enough. He'd deliberately provoked Jiang Zijian all along to accumulate precisely this amount. Every 1,000 stupefaction points granted one use of the absolute command ability. The real fun was about to begin. What command should he issue? Ding. Consumed 1,000 confusion points, absolute command activated. Current remaining confusion points 2. In a moment, Jiang Zijian shivered all over. Just when everyone thought he was going to hit Fang Qimai, his fist suddenly lowered, and he said, "You are right to reprimand me. My painting is indeed trash, well torn. Well torn. I will definitely work hard in the future. I promise I won't paint such trash again, polluting everyone's eyes." Xiao Bishue. Li Hongzhe. The whole class. What is going on? All the students were taken aback utterly. In the school, Jiang Zijian, who could call the wind and summon the rain, had his painting torn. Not only did he not retaliate, but he also took the initiative to admit that his painting was trash. This is truly like a cow entering a slaughterhouse. So impressive. Only Jiang Zijian silently thought, damn. Why am I clearly angry yet can't get angry? Class. Stand up. Hello, teacher. The biology teacher Luo Xinrui had quite a dominant presence, ranking among the top 10 in terms of figure among the teachers at school. It's a pity that we don't know if it's an early onset of menopause, but her bad temper erupts irregularly every month. Isn't it because she used a volcanic mud mask too much, turning into a living volcano? The key point is that besides being a biology teacher, she is also the deputy director of the school. Her class must not be taken lightly. Glancing at the entire class, Luo Xinrui coldly said, "Sit down. Ruanming, have you collected the practice papers?" Ruanming was still thinking about what had just happened. She knew that Fang Qimai had offended Jiang Zijian to help her. Ruanming came to her senses and hurriedly stood up. "Teacher, I've collected them." "Have you all submitted?" That. Ruanming didn't want to give Fang Qimai away after all he had just helped. She was in a dilemma. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai stood up on his own. "Teacher, I haven't submitted." The class erupted in an uproar. "Haven't submitted? How could you still stand up?" "Then I will sit down." Fang Qimai plopped back down. Luo Xinrui. From Luo Xinrui, confusion points 10. Fang Qimai, why didn't you submit? Ding. You have been called out by the biology teacher Luo Xinrui, unlocking the ability, disease, immunity, internal respiration. Immunity to all respiratory diseases. Wow. I will never catch a cold or fever again. Including pneumonia, altitude sickness, bronchitis. This is a great thing. Did you hear that, Fang Qimai? I'm talking to you. Fang Qimai replied. I'm just alleviating your workload, teacher. Oh, then thank you very much. You're welcome, teacher. The one who should be thanking is me. From Luo Xinrui, confusion points 5. Luo Xinrui sighed heavily. I will settle your matter with you. Next, let me inform everyone of something. The physical education class on Friday afternoon will be changed to biology class. Off. Sure enough, all the teachers had their eyes on the physical education class. Even the biology teacher wanted to get in on it. Counting carefully, there have hardly been any physical education classes this semester. Although the whole class complained, they could only mutter softly. All right, prepare for the exam. At this moment, Fang Qimai stood up again. Teacher, I object. You object? Luo Xinrui repeated in disbelief. From Luo Xinrui, confusion point 7, everyone was stunned. Objections are what everyone has, but who dares to speak out? This guy really dares to speak up. I respect him as a man. If he doesn't die today, I will call him brother. If he does die, I will burn incense for him every year on this day. The confusion points of the entire class kept rising. Luo Xinrui had been a teacher for over 10 years, and no one had ever dared to oppose her taking away the physical education class. Now unexpectedly, she sneered. Fang Qimai, say it again. Fang Qimai seriously said once. Luo Xinrui. The whole class. Li Hongzhe pushed up his glasses, feeling that opposing the teacher's use of physical education class was absurd. However, he knew his chance to perform had come. Fang Qimai, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think teacher Luo is easy? She is working overtime to teach us, and you dare to oppose her. Fang Qimai replied. I do not deny teacher Luo's responsible attitude towards her work, but I have already arranged to play onion basketball with teacher Wang, and if I lose, I will be a little dog. If I don't go, I will also be a little dog. Everyone. Nonsense. Luo Xinrui slammed the desk and said, I, teacher Luo, am not unreasonable. I thought you could give me a reasonable reason, but unexpectedly this is simply nonsense. This matter is not up to you to oppose. Listen up, the physical education class on Friday, I want to take it for biology class. Fang Qimai said, a reasonable reason. I have one. Luo Xinrui put her hands behind her back, staring intently at Fang Qimai. But I will give you 1 minute. If you cannot explain clearly, I will call your parents tonight. The whole class watched with great interest, all waiting to see how Fang Qimai would be doomed. Originally, Fang Qimai could have resolved this matter using absolute command. However, he did not have enough confusion points to activate it. Moreover, Fang Qimai wanted to persuade the biology teacher with virtue, hoping she would voluntarily not change the class. Thus, Fang Qimai seriously said, when we exercise, our bodies produce dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. These 3 neurotransmitters help with our learning. The students were a bit confused. What is this? Where is this going? Dopamine is a positive emotional substance. The receptors for dopamine are all in the nucleus accumbens, our center of happiness. Haven't you noticed that when we exercise, our mood becomes pleasant, our spirits are invigorated, and our tempers improve? Serotonin is also a good thing, but has a direct relationship with our emotions and memory. With the increase of serotonin, memory improves, and the effectiveness of learning also increases. Then there is norepinephrine, which has a direct relationship with attention, enhancing our focus. This, after listening to Fang Qimai's words, the whole class felt as if it really is like that. Li Hongzhe saw that Luo Xinrui's expression was not right and hurriedly said, what does this have to do with anything? I haven't exercised all day and my grades have always been good. Don't find excuses for your poor grades. Isn't it better to use that time for studying instead of physical education? Fang Qimai ignored him. He continued, research shows that doing an hour of exercise every day is very helpful for learning. Exercise can inhibit the activation of the amygdala in the brain, preventing negative emotions from arising, which is more beneficial for our physical and mental health. Maintaining a pleasant mood after exercise helps us to focus on our studies, and it increases blood flow to the brain, promoting the expression of neurotrophic factor genes in the hippocampus, aiding memory and greatly improving each of our learning efficiencies. Exercise is not only not a waste of time, but is also beneficial for learning. Monitor if you insist on exercising every day and trim that little belly, your grades will be even better than now. You? Li Hongzhe was so angry he had nothing to say. From Li Hongzhe, confusion points 4. Mainly because Fang Qimai spoke too professionally, high school biology didn't teach that much. He had no idea how to refute. This kid just knows how to talk nonsense. Let's see how teacher Luo uses her professional knowledge to point out your ridiculous mistakes. However, at this moment Luo Xinrui was already stunned. All the knowledge points that Fang Qimai just mentioned were absolutely correct. This wealth of health knowledge is certainly not something that one encounters in high school. He actually understands so much. This Fang Qimai, who usually doesn't like studying and doesn't submit assignments, possesses quite a bit of knowledge. I never expected that as a biology teacher I would be persuaded by my own student using biological knowledge. It seems this person is far from ordinary. From Luo Xinrui's confusion value 12. Then Fang Qimai glanced at Luo Xinrui and blinked. Teacher Luo, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Under the effect of the charisma tear mole, Luo Xinrui's heart suddenly trembled. Fang Qimai had no other intentions. He believed that a charismatic person's words would surely carry more weight. It could serve as an auxiliary effect. Luo Xinrui was taken aback and felt that Fang Qimai looked unusually pleasing today. What you said is all correct. She gently nodded, acknowledging the knowledge Fang Qimai had shared. The students began to whisper among themselves, expressing their astonishment at Fang Qimai. Xiao Bishue also looked at Fang Qimai with incredulous eyes, completely impressed. Fang Qimai continued, our class only has physical education on Tuesday and Friday afternoons, but it is often occupied. Even when it isn't, the time for exercise does not maximize our learning efficiency. For the sake of the school's excellence rate and admission rate, as well as the health of the students, Vice Director Luo, that we have at least 1 hour of exercise every morning before class. Clap. Lu Mimi couldn't help but applaud. It was a heartfelt, instinctive reaction. Seeing that the situation was going awry, she quickly withdrew her hands. However, several classmates began to cheer and clap along. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. So amazing. Fang Qimai is truly talented. I have a newfound respect for him. Brother Mai, I bow down to you. This is as ridiculous as a cow taking a sauna, steaming, so impressive. Quiet. Luo Xinrui had to admit that Fang Qimai was indeed correct. She had indeed seen relevant research. To some extent, students who exercise before class perform better than those who lack exercise. It was just that under work pressure she had to work hard to try to supplement more knowledge content for everyone. Thus, she neglected the health and efficiency issue that Fang Qimai had mentioned. After being pointed out by Fang Qimai today, she began to take it a bit more seriously. This was the first time she had been persuaded by someone, and it was a well-founded persuasion. Well, Fang Qimai, the reasoning is valid, but you know time is limited, especially with the imminent college entrance examination, which is quite pressing. By the way, I checked your schedule. Wasn't the last class physical education? Several classmates borrowed Fang Qimai's courage to complain in unison. We were just tested by the physics teacher in the last class. Luo Xinrui pondered for a moment. After a while she said, how about this? I won't take Friday's physical education class, and regarding your suggestion of exercising for an hour every day, I will try to apply to the school leaders. While the whole class was genuinely impressed this time, they could hardly believe that they could still have physical education class as usual. Fang Qimai, you are amazing. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Fang Qimai calmly sat down. The Master of Health Knowledge is truly not a false title. Lu Mimi secretly gave him a thumbs up. My, this is for you. At this moment, the most awkward one was Li Hongzhe, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to criticize Fang Qimai's behavior, but unexpectedly, even the teacher was persuaded. Luo Xinrui said, Fang Qimai, a rule is a rule. You must make up the homework you owe me, otherwise I'll call your teacher. Since you are so dedicated and care about our learning, wanting to give us extra classes, I have a good idea that can allow us to exercise without affecting our studies and also enable you to teach us more. Oh, what method is that? The whole class looked over curiously. Fang Qimai said, that is to occupy our math class. Luo Xinrui. Li Hongzhe. From Luo Xinrui's confusion value 8. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 7. 666. This method is great. I agree with this class adjustment. I predict old Shui will explode with anger. This is as ridiculous as a cow taking a sauna, steaming, so f***ing impressive. The classmates were all quietly chattering. Fang Qimai. Tomorrow I want your parents to come to my office. Ding ding ding. The exam ended, and everyone began to hand in their papers one after another. Then they went to have dinner, and in the evening, they still had evening self-study. However, after all the students had left, a diligent figure remained in the classroom. class monitor Li Hongzhe was racking his brain trying to think of the second solution to the math Olympiad problem from the morning. Why can't I figure it out? Does this problem really have a second method? From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 3. No way, I must figure it out, otherwise tonight my Bishue will be taken advantage of by that little brat Fang Qimai. After dinner, Fang Qimai leisurely returned to the classroom. That brat is back and I still haven't figured it out. Li Hongzhe was getting a bit frantic. How could a class monitor, an excellent cadre, a top student, the math representative ranked in the top 10 of the grade, who had participated in multiple math Olympiads, not be able to solve a single math Olympiad problem? What went wrong? Li Hongzhe couldn't help but shout, Fang Qimai, are you messing with me? This problem doesn't have a second solution, right? Fang Qimai glanced at Li Hongzhe. Class monitor, women will abandon you, brothers will betray you, but math will not. If it doesn't exist, it just doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, don't shout so loudly. You. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 4. At that moment, Wan Ming arrived. Fang Qimai, teacher Luo said to have you see her. Sure. After saying that, Fang Qimai swaggered out. Li Hongzhe sneered, this guy is going to get scolded. He deserves it. At 8:30 in the evening's self-study ended. All the students were packing their things to go home, but Fang Qimai had not yet returned. Li Hongzhe saw that Xiao Bishue was still so earnestly reading, so he asked, Bishue, aren't you leaving? No, I promised Fang Qimai that after evening self-study, he would help me with the problems. Li Hongzhe was extremely frustrated. In the end, he still hadn't figured out that problem. The math teacher Shui Baogai had other matters tonight, so another teacher came to supervise the evening self-study, and he didn't even get a chance to ask. Li Hongzhe said that brat has been called to the office for so long, he must have been scolded. I don't know when he will be back, you should go home early. No, since we already made a promise, I'll wait a bit longer. Seeing Xiao Bishue so determined to wait for Fang Qimai, Li Hongzhe felt particularly displeased. Well, okay, you wait for 2 more minutes. If he hasn't come back, you can leave. I'll wait for myself. After a while, Xiao Bishue was the only one left in the classroom. She kept looking at the door, waiting for Fang Qimai to return. This was her first time looking forward to seeing Fang Qimai's figure. A few minutes later, finally someone arrived. However, the person who arrived was not Fang Qimai, whom Xiao Bishue was expecting, but Li Hongzhe. Didn't you leave, class leader? I forgot to take my extracurricular practice paper. By the way, that guy still hasn't come back, right? You might as well stop waiting for him, Li Hongzhe said, while pretending. At that moment, Fang Qimai returned. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Xiao Bishue hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Fang Qimai, you. Fang Qimai asked, why are you still here? Didn't we agree that you would explain the problems to me? If I can't solve that question, I won't be able to sleep. I almost forgot about this. By the way, didn't the class leader know how to do it? The class leader doesn't know. Li Hongzhe hesitated, even feeling a bit embarrassed and angry. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 4, Fang Qimai was right. Not knowing math meant not knowing it. Now his image in Xiao Bish's mind had completely collapsed while Fang Qimai had become the top student. Fang Qimai smiled slightly and said, all right, I'll explain it to you. By the way, class leader, if you don't know how to do it, would you like to listen too? Although it is quite embarrassing for a top student to listen to a poor student's lecture, there was no one else now, and Li Hongzhe was curious to see if Fang Qimai was just bragging. If he was just bragging, he could still turn the tables. So Li Hongzhe sat down. Fang Qimai said, class leader, you really have the nerve to stay here. Li Hongzhe was silent. The first method we already know, now we will use the second method. We need to first assume that a be 0. Let's set C a superscript 2 b superscript 2, one of treating a as a variable and constructing a function. Then let a be the first root, and let a1 be its other root, so a1 bc, 1 b superscript 2c. By continuously constructing functions and repeating the previous process, we can conclude that a1 is greater than a2, while the non-negative numbers less than are finite. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Qimai wrote rapidly on the paper, filling an entire page with formulas. Therefore, we have obtained the final answer, which is the same as the result from the first method. He put down the pen, clapped his hands, and then gave himself a thumbs up, saying, perfect. Li Hongzhe and Xiao Bishue were left dumbfounded. The second method was far more complex than the first. Most people would struggle to solve the first method, let alone the second, which was beyond imagination. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 10. So great. Xiao Bishue hurriedly clapped her hands, although I didn't understand it. No wonder teacher Shui said we don't need to know this, Xiao Bishue murmured. It was too difficult, as she simply couldn't keep up with Fang Qimai's thinking. Class leader, did you understand? Fang Qimai looked at Li Hongzhe. Li Hongzhe was taken aback, unsure of what, boring him leaving. Fang Qimai laughed, this guy just wouldn't admit he was inferior. Li Hongzhe stood up and asked, Bishue, are you leaving? Xiao Bishue replied, I still have a few questions I want to ask Fang Qimai if he has time. Fang Qimai replied, yes, I have plenty of time. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 4, Li Hongzhe added, Bishue, how about I let my driver wait for you, and I'll take a taxi back myself. Xiao Bishue replied. No need, class leader, we don't even know when we'll leave. Damn. But what? I think it's better for you to go back earlier. It's dangerous if you return late. That incident has been on the news lately. Li Hongzhe tried every means to prevent Xiao Bishue from being alone with Fang Qimai. Even studying together wasn't acceptable. However, Xiao Bishue said, no, I already told my mom. Fang Qimai said, don't worry, class leader, I will safely escort Xiao Bishue home. Li Hongzhe. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 8. Li Hongzhe reluctantly left. Thinking about the two alone together, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At the school gate, a luxurious car waited quietly for Li Hongzhe. Young master, you are off school now. Wait a minute. Li Hongzhe did not get in the car, but went to a nearby milk. Jiang Zijian and several classmates along with some outsiders were sitting at the door, drinking milk tea. Li Hongzhe approached and pulled Jiang Zijian aside. Speak quickly, spit it out. Jiang Zijian said impatiently. In fact, Li Hongzhe was quite afraid of Jiang Zijian. Was a small bully dominating the class, and no one dared to provoke him. Usually Jiang Zijian would show off to Xiao Bishue, and Li Hongzhe was angry but didn't dare to say anything. Li Hongzhe came up with a plan and said, Jiang Zijian, as they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since our common enemy is Fang Qimai, why not join forces against him? Jiang Zijian coldly replied, are you telling me how to do things? Don't try to impose your class leader's authority on me. No, that's not it. I just want you to help me deal with that Fang Qimai, whether it's to beat him up or find a way to diminish his prestige. For example, how about an onion-owned basketball match? Doesn't that guy love to play basketball? Since you're on the school basketball team, it should be easy to beat him, right? Jiang Zijian. Remembering how he was beaten by Fang Qimai at noon, Jiang Zijian fell silent. You're driving me crazy. I know you like Bishue too. Let's compete fairly, relying on our own abilities. But that Fang Qimai is too despicable. He likes to play dirty. He's been trying to get at Bishue all this time. In a way, you and I are comrades. Enough with the comradeship. Why don't you step up? Isn't it because I can't play basketball? You're pretty good at it. Let's invite Bishue to watch. You can show him up and make him lose face in front of her. Although this could temper Fang Qimai's arrogance, it would also allow Jiang Zijian to show off in front of Xiao Bishue. Li Hongzhe felt like he was harming himself while trying to harm the enemy. But right now he had no other way. To say that he would beat Fang Qimai, Jiang Zijian wouldn't even dare to think about it. And he definitely wouldn't voluntarily mention what happened during the basketball game at noon. After a pause, he said, Just now I saw him play basketball. He was quite impressive. I can't guarantee I can beat him. Just now, Jiang Zijian exclaimed excitedly. Exactly. Just now during evening study, he was playing basketball. That guy used to be just above average, but suddenly he became really strong. Li Hongzhe didn't think much, but suddenly realized. It turned out Fang Qimai hadn't gone to find teacher Luo for criticism, but went to play basketball instead. No wonder he was sweating profusely just now. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 4, Fang Qimai, Li Hongzhe asked unwillingly, so we can't deal with him. We need to find a way to make him lose face in front of Bishue. Of course we will. Jiang Zijian said coldly, then looked at someone sitting at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment in the classroom of class 10 of the senior year, applause rang out again. It turned out that Xiao Bishue was applauding Fang Qimai. He helped Xiao Bishue resolve many of her questions in one breath. Xiao Bishue couldn't help but exaggerate, saying, Fang Qimai, you're really amazing. After a pause, Xiao Bishue added, Thank you for answering so many of my questions. No need for thanks, let's get down to something practical. Let's make it clear, although I appreciate you helping me with the questions, you can't ask for too much. Xiao Bishue suddenly became shy. My mom said, only after going to university can you date. Treat me to lunch tomorrow. The two spoke almost simultaneously. What were you just talking about? Fang Qimai asked. Nothing. Just about eating. Sure. Of course. Huh. The usually reserved Xiao Bishue laughed heartily to cover her embarrassment. What was she just thinking? She almost said the words dating. If she had said it, how would she face him later? Xiao Bishue's confusion points 5 Fang Qimai. But to be fair, ever since middle school, it's always been a group of admirers buying milk tea and various snacks for Xiao Bishue. She never thought she would need to treat someone. I'm leaving. Fang Qimai slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to leave. Xiao Bishue glanced at the time. It was already past 10. When studying seriously, time really flies. She had never stayed out so late. Remembering the recent sensational news, the Jiangxing serial killer case still hadn't been solved. Xiao Bixue's parents had already divorced, and she lived with her mother. If she returned home too late, her mother would come. Coincidentally, Xiao Bixue's mother had sprained her ankle recently. Upon learning that Xiao Bishue was staying out late for her studies, her mother didn't object, but repeatedly told her to be careful. Thinking of the vicious face of that murderer exposed in the news, she began to feel uneasy. Fang Qimai. It's so late. Xiao Bishue hesitated before continuing, I'm a bit scared to go home. Fang Qimai stopped. So you plan to not go home and spend the night here? Xiao Bishua. Xiao Bishua's confusion points 2. Just kidding, I'll take you home. Huh. Downstairs. After the two went downstairs, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Fang Qimai, it's you again, what's going on? Why are you still out so late? Recently, due to that serial killer, the school has been ending evening classes an hour early, and yet you stayed until after 10. And you're in the same class as Fang Qimai, right? It's most dangerous for girls. Get home early. Ding. You were called out by the head of the security department, Gua, who rewards skill 36 techniques of capturing. Gua, who is a retired soldier, strong and capable. He serves as the head of the security department and is also the captain of the security team. Fang Qimai had often been late before or had been caught playing basketball by the security, so Gua, who became familiar with him. Today, encountering Fang Qimai and Xiao Bishua, he had to reprimand them due to his duties. Xiao Bishua hurriedly said, we're going back right now. Fang Qimai looked at Gua, who seriously, old Gua. What's up? Fang Qimai was thankful that because of him the system rewarded him with 36 techniques of capturing. If he really encountered that murderer, he wouldn't be afraid. Unsure how to express his gratitude, Fang Qimai thought for a moment and said, take care of yourself. While I'm not around, drink more hot water, don't stay up late, and go to bed early. Gua, who immediately got angry, screw you, school ends when it ends. What do you mean while you're not around I should take care of myself? Stunned for a moment, Gua, who added, I'm on night duty tonight. Don't stay up late and go to bed early. You little brat, if you don't go home, don't blame me for being rude. Gua, whose confusion points 3, saying this, Gua, who pretended to raise the electric baton in his hand. Fang Qimai hurriedly took Xiao Bishua and ran away. Arriving at the bicycle parking area, Fang Qimai unlocked his mountain bike. He usually rides it to school. I can't carry anyone on this bike. There are shared bikes outside. You can skin one. Xiao Bishua whispered, but I can't ride a bike. Then why are you speaking so loudly? Because this is quite normal, isn't it? My mom just wants me to study well. I don't need to do chores, and I've never ridden a bike since childhood, so I just can't. Fang Qimai sighed, what a waste of those long legs you have. Xiao Bishua's confusion points 2, it was already late, and the last bus Xiao Bishua usually takes had passed. Taking a taxi wasn't very safe either, and since Xiao Bishua's family situation wasn't good, she was reluctant to take a taxi. Suddenly, Fang Qimai had a bright idea. Got it. Saying this, Fang Qimai locked his bike again. Taking Xiao Bishua with him, Fang Qimai headed towards the security room. At this time, Gua, who had already returned from patrol. Hey, you little brat, why aren't you leaving? Do you really want to experience my power? Old Gua, don't get worked up. I want to negotiate something with you. Gua, who was taken aback after hearing this. What? You want my bicycle? When did you set your sights on my beloved bike? The way you ride that bike is so cool, anyone would take a second look. Stop flattering, that's my antique beloved bike. I can't possibly lend it to you. Just let me borrow it for one night. I'll return it tomorrow morning, and you can go home after school. It won't delay your use of the bike. I said I'm not lending it. Gua, whose attitude was very firm, directly kicking the two out of the security room. Xiao Bishua tugged at Fang Qimai's sleeve, saying, how about we just get a shared bike? I'll try to see if I can ride it. That won't work with your clumsiness. What if you break your leg? Wouldn't I have to carry you home every day? That would be a hassle. Xiao Bishua. Fang Qimai thought to himself, looks like I have to use my ultimate move. Wait here for me. Xiao Bishua watched as Fang Qimai went inside. In less than a minute, Gua, who personally came out and unlocked the bike. The bike is yours, just be careful when you ride it. Gua, who patted the bike, don't be fooled by its shabby and old appearance, the quality is excellent. Fang Qimai smiled confidently, okay, thanks old Gua. Gua, who walked back to the security room in a daze, thinking how strange, I clearly didn't want to part with my bike, why? But the feeling of doing a good deed is really nice. Xiao Bishua asked, hey, how did you convince him? Fang Qimai looked at his confusion points balance. The hard-earned points were down to just 2. I naturally have my ways. Fang Qimai got on the bike and patted the back seat, saying to Xiao Bishua, get on this. Xiao Bishua felt a bit shy. She had never had a boy give her a ride before. Hold on tight. Xiao Bishua sat sideways on the back seat and softly replied. Old Gua, we're leaving you sleep early. Gua, who rushed out of the security room, watching Fang Qimai, who had already ridden far away, he could only curse and walk back. Gua, whose confusion points 3, Gua, whose confusion points 5. On the way there were not many pedestrians, and it was very quiet. Only the creaking sound of the bike could be heard. Fang Qimai pedaled quickly, while Xiao Bishua tightly held onto the hem of Fang Qimai's shirt, not daring to let go. She could faintly smell his scent. Strangely, even though he was covered in sweat from basketball, there was a pleasant fragrance. In March, Jiangxing's weather was gradually getting warmer, and the wind blew, gently, feeling very comfortable. The scene before her temporarily relieved some of Xiao Bixu's study pressure. As they rode, Fang Qimai suddenly, wait, where do you live? I forgot to ask earlier, and I instinctively rode in the direction of my home as soon as I got in the car. Huh. Zhongting Street is in the other direction. Is that so? I didn't notice much earlier. Troublesome woman, you really got me into trouble. Thus Fang Qimai turned around and took Xiao Bishua back on the road. Old Guo, are you still not asleep? As they passed the school gate, Fang Qimai shouted. Fang Qimai, I won't let this go tomorrow. 4 for Guo Hus confusion value. 6 for Guo Hus confusion value. Fang Qimai stopped in front of a crepe stall. Are you hungry? Xiao Bishua swallowed and shook her head, not hungry. Fang Qimai got out of the car and said to the stall owner, Boss, 1 crepe please. Sure. Because she came from a single-parent family, Xiao Bishua's mother's salary wasn't high and their family situation was quite tight. Xiao Bishua was also quite sensible, understanding her mother's difficulties. Whenever she received pocket money, she would mostly save it secretly, trying not to spend more. Although she couldn't earn money to relieve her mother's pressure, she knew her task was to study hard and get into a good school in the future, which would allow her and her mother to live a good life. Now she also wanted to save the money for a crepe. At that moment, the boss finished wrapping up the crepe, and as he cut it in half, Fang Qimai said, Pack it separately. Sure, no problem. Fang Qimai took the crepe and handed 1 portion to Xiao Bishua, saying, Finish eating before we leave. Xiao Bishua nodded gently. The two of them quietly ate together. After a while, Xiao Bishua asked, Fang Qimai, I think you're quite smart. Why didn't you like studying before? Fang Qimai swallowed a bite of the crepe, saying, What are you talking about? I don't like studying even now. But you're so smart, isn't it a waste not to study hard? Being smart is innate. I had no choice, but I can choose not to study. Xiao Bishua. 5 for Xiao Bishua's confusion value. Can we have a proper conversation? You make it hard for us who aren't naturally smart, but still work hard to study. Let's go. If we don't head home soon, your mother will be worried. Just then Xiao Bishua's phone rang. She suddenly felt nervous. She hurriedly said to Fang Qimai, My mom is calling. Don't make any noise. Fang Qimai raised his hand, indicating for her to go ahead. Hello, Mom, I'm on my way back. Ruan Ming gave me a ride. Okay, I'll be careful. On the other side, Li Hongzhe had just arrived home. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and contemplated for a long time. Should I send it or not? This is a good opportunity to take Fang Qimai down, but it will sacrifice Bishua. After thinking for a moment, his expression suddenly turned fierce. Forget it, a brief sacrifice is for a better future for Bishua and me. Saying this, he clicked on a contact in WeChat and sent over a few photos. Bishua is mine. No one can snatch her from me. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai rode past the park. They rode through streets, alleys, and across pedestrian crossings. Xiao Bishua held onto the edge of the bicycle's base with one hand and gently tugged at Fang Qimai's shirt with the other. Zheng. 20 minutes later, the long screech of the bicycle brake rang out. Fang Qimai stopped at the corner of a village in the city. It's better to stop here lest my mom sees us. All right. I promise to treat you to lunch tomorrow. What do you want to eat? Anything as long as it's on you. How about Huang Min chicken? The school cafeteria will be fine. Although Fang Qimai wasn't very familiar with Xiao Bishua, he knew her family situation was quite average. The school cafeteria's meals are cheaper than outside, so he didn't want her to spend too much money. Fang Qimai turned the bicycle around, saying, Let's go. Fang Qimai. Thank you for helping me with so many problems today and for sending me back. Be careful. Stop nagging. With a push, Fang Qimai rode off. Today, Xiao Bishua's impression of Fang Qimai changed greatly. By the time Fang Qimai returned home, it was already 11:30. This room, only 10 square meters, is where Fang Qimai lived. He tossed his backpack aside, took a shower, and directly laid down on the bed. His parents died in a car accident when he was young, and he lived with his grandfather. Unfortunately, his grandfather also passed away when Fang Qimai had just entered high school. Before he left, he mentioned he had something to tell Fang Qimai, but he didn't get the chance to say it. Other relatives were unreliable, so Fang Qimai could only rely on himself. His grandfather left behind a small amount of money, just enough to cover Fang Qimai's 3 years of high school tuition and living expenses. As for college, Fang Qimai never planned on attending. If it weren't for his grandfather's wish for him to study hard, he might not even want to finish high school. It's not that Fang Qimai isn't smart, on the contrary, he loves reading and has already achieved some small accomplishments in certain areas. For instance, his articles have been published multiple times in literary magazines, earning him some fees. Tall and handsome, he also uses his winter and summer vacations to work and earn living expenses. He has worked as a waiter in KTV and bars, a cashier in a convenience store, and even as a sales assistant in a supermarket. Because of his varied experiences, he understands much more than his peers, and his life experience is richer. Overall, he simply feels that studying isn't the only way out. Now with the system's visit, Fang Qimai's life is about to change. As long as someone calls his name, he will receive rewards. It seems that Fang Qimai's life is destined to be extraordinary. By the way, system, what did you say your goal is? The goal of this system is to make your name echo throughout the land, from the Great River to the Great Wall, across heaven and earth. Fang Qimai couldn't help but smile. This amazing system found me, but seems I won't be able to keep a low profile in the future. The next day, As soon as Fang Qimai arrived at school, he returned the bicycle on time. On the way, he ran into his best buddy Niu Jichao. Niu Jichao, who was 165 meters tall and slightly chubby, had always ranked among the top 10 in class. Niu Jichao happily said, "I won't be going home for lunch today, or we can eat together." Fang Qimai replied, "What a coincidence, someone is treating me to lunch, so it'll have to pass." Who? A guy or a girl? If it's a girl, feel free. If it's a guy, I'll be jealous. It was rare for Fang Qimai to enter the classroom without the bell ringing. However, as soon as he stepped into the classroom, the class teacher, Schweb Baogai, glared at him with a gloomy face. He slammed the desk angrily and shouted, "Fang Qimai, stop right there." As soon as the classmates heard that tone, they knew something was amiss. Normally, Schweb Baogai would first return to the office to drop off his briefcase before coming to the classroom. Today, it was clear that he had rushed over due to something infuriating. Fang Qimai's deskmate Lu Mimi was already sweating for him. Fang Qimai, however, leisurely set down his backpack. He had experienced such scenes countless times before and was unfazed. Schweb Baogai angrily said, "I've made it clear multiple times that you are not allowed to date. It will affect your studies. Look at the time. There are only 98 days until the college entrance examination. In these last crucial 3 months, you want to waste time on romance." Once these words were spoken, the sleepy classmates instantly perked up. Wow, such explosive news this early. Oh my, who is my good dating? Is it someone from our class? Who could it be? I'm so curious. This is like a little cow ringing the doorbell. So impressive. Lu Mimi suddenly felt a surge of joy and then became shy. Could it be that Mai has publicly acknowledged our relationship? She gazed affectionately at Fang Qimai and whispered, "Without the mountains or the earth, I would dare to sever ties with you. For you, I am willing to accept the condemnation and judgment of others." What are you talking about? Fang Qimai was speechless. He hadn't done anything, so how could he be in a relationship? Moreover, old Shui must have received the news immediately, which meant someone was plotting against him. However, he never liked to explain. Being accused of dating didn't really affect him. "Fang Qimai, is it true? Are you out of words now?" "Teacher, I never admitted it, but if you insist on believing in slander, I really have nothing to say." "Believe in slander. I have evidence." Saying this, Shui Baogai walked up to Fang Qimai and took. There were 7 or 8 photos on the phone depicting Fang Qimai riding with Xiao Bishue on his bicycle. He didn't know who had taken the photos. Could it be old Gu from the security department? No, Fang Qimai knew him well. He was straightforward and would not secretly take photos of him or report him to Shui Baogai. Moreover, these photos seemed to have been taken at the school gate. When he passed the security room several times last night, old Gu had been inside. Thus, Fang Qimai looked at the class monitor. Li Hongxia. Was that guy really so bored that he stayed until late just to take a few photos to frame him? Li Hongxia's eyes widened. The classmates all squeezed closer. They had discovered who the female lead was. Fang Qimai is actually dating the school beauty Xiao Bishue. No way, really. Don't say. That bicycle looks pretty cool. This is like a little cow on the power line. So impressive. Lu Mimi was furious. My actually gave Xiao Bishue a ride. Xiao Bishue was even holding on to my Mei's shirt. "Oh, I'm going crazy." Shui Baogai shouted, "Everyone go back to your seats now." Then he scolded, "Xiao Bishue, is this how you behave as a model student? Every year there are active members in learning from Lei Feng, and you are part of it, yet you pull this stunt." Xiao Bishue was startled. She had been curious about who Fang Qimai was dating. For some reason, she felt a bit regretful. She didn't expect to be the female lead in this incident. Receiving 10 confusion points from Xiao Bishue. Teacher, it's not like that. Stop talking. You want to attend class today? Oh, immediately call your parents to. Teacher, we aren't dating. Xiao Bixue's pride was strong. Being wronged suddenly, especially about such a matter, made her eyes turn red. Meanwhile, several infatuated boys and some female classmates pointed fingers at her. "Tisk, this woman told me she only wants to study, not date. It's all an excuse. She looks so aloof normally, but turns out to be this kind of person. If you dare to do it, then why not own up to it? Such a person who knows how to be fickle in the future." Between the class monitor and Jian Gu, who is greener on the grassy hilltop. The whole class buzzed in disbelief, having encountered such juicy gossip so early in the morning. They were truly insatiable. "All right, let's start the morning reading." Shui Baogai turned back to the podium and grabbed his belongings. Li Hongxia suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Bishue, but he had no regrets. Indeed, he was the one who had squatted at the school gate last night until after 10, secretly taking photos with his phone and sending them to Shui Baogai. To teach Fang Qimai a lesson and make him step away from Xiao Bishue, he had to do it. Xiao Bishue buried her face on the desk and began to cry softly. Her persona as a good student had collapsed today. Throughout her life, she had never been scolded by a teacher for doing, nor had she ever been called in for her parents to come because of it. Coming to school today, her pride couldn't withstand it. Fang Qimai ruffled his hair and sighed. Women are really troublesome. He could not bear to see a woman cry. Being falsely accused didn't matter much to him, but knowing the truth, he wouldn't let others continue to slander Xiao Bishua. At this moment, Shui Baogai was preparing to leave the classroom. Fang Qimai asked, "Indeed, Xiao Bishua did sit on the back of my bicycle home last night, but does riding a bike together mean we're dating? By that logic, kissing could indeed lead to pregnancy. But that raises the question, who doesn't know how to kiss? How come there are so many infertile people in this world?" Oh, it seems this gossip can continue. Fang Qimai's words were quite sharp. Shui Baogai stopped and glared. "Fang Qimai, what are you trying to cause trouble for?" Fang Qimai replied, "I'm not trying to cause trouble. I just want to ask, is the back seat of a bicycle only designed for couples?" Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to sense a twist in the situation. Confusion points surged in waves. Fang Qimai continued, "Certain paparazzi with dark hearts are sinister and devious, love to take things out of context and use a few photos to make accusations. Teacher, I believe your wisdom will not easily trust such people, right? Additionally, everyone knows who that paparazzo is, right?" Xiao Bishua wiped her tears and lifted her head. The situation was indeed as Fang Qimai had said. Shui Baogai adjusted his glasses. He contemplated calmly. Indeed, a few photos alone did not prove anything. They were not particularly intimate. This information was provided to me by Li Hongzhe. Not to mention that Li Hongzhe is the son of Vice Principal Li. He usually likes to show off and has always been a capable assistant to me. His feedback on the class situation is generally accurate, but regarding this matter, did I handle it too rashly? Perhaps I had trusted him too much. Under normal circumstances, I would listen to more opinions from the class representatives before making a decision. But it's no wonder the school rules are such that dating is absolutely forbidden. Although third-year students are generally adults, this is a critical moment, the last push before the college entrance examination, and studies must come first. No matter what feelings arise, they should be set free only after the college entrance examination. At the same time, he was also afraid of punishment from the principal once he learned of this. So when Li Hongzhe sent me the message last night, I was immediately furious. And Xiao Bishua, she is usually so well-behaved, she shouldn't be doing such things. Could it be that I truly misunderstood them? Fang Qimai, who is the person you mentioned? You don't need to worry about it, but someone has informed me that you have been in a relationship for a while and evidence was only captured last night. What do you have to say for yourself? I have nothing to say, but everyone else does, Fang Qimai replied. Moi. Shui Baogai was taken aback. At that moment, a slightly plump male student stood up. It was Niu Jichao. Niu Jichao adjusted his glasses and said, I can attest that Qimai is a single. Fang Qimai smiled. In a critical moment, it was this loyal friend who came to his support. Niu Jichao loved the spacewalk during his free time, but unfortunately, despite his efforts, his feet were quite uncoordinated. Unexpectedly, he directly helped Fang Qimai by mastering a new skill. Fang Qimai gave him a thumbs up. However, this testimony felt somewhat uncomfortable. Niu Jichao had excellent grades, and to some extent Shui Baogai, but he knew that Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao had a close relationship which raised suspicions of favoritism. He could not become a witness. Unexpectedly, the biology class representative Wan Meng timidly stood up. Teacher, I can also testify. Fang Qimai's lips curled into a smile. Not bad. Even this usually delicate, introverted, and shy girl was speaking up for him. Lu Mimi breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't serious. Then Lu Mimi also raised her hand. Teacher, I can also prove my deskmate's innocence. He truly is a single dog. Fang Qimai. As these few people defended Fang Qimai and Xiao Bishua, the truth of the matter gradually emerged. Xiao Bishua felt a little more at ease. Shui Baogai couldn't help but glance at Li Hongzhe. Li Hongzhe was sweating profusely. If this matter turned out to be baseless, it would prove he had deceived the teacher. But at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Fang Qimai noticed this. This time Shui Baogai was fooled by Li Hongzhe. Hongzhe, come to my office after class. After saying this, Shui Baogai intended to leave. Fang Qimai was not willing to let this go. He knew Shui Baogai's character. He could never bring himself to admit his own rashness and shortcomings. Wait, teacher. Shui Baogai halted. Fang Qimai continued. By the way, who is keeping an eye on your son here to prevent him from smoking, drinking, or getting into brawls? It's his girlfriend, who reminds your daughter daily to dress warmly, study hard, and not to interact too much with other boys. It's her boyfriend. So in reality, being in a relationship isn't a bad thing. The entire class. Oh, my brother my truly lives up to being a talent in our class, a model for us all. He always speaks astonishingly. 666. This logical reasoning is unmatched. Brother my simply perfect, ooh, I bow down to you. This is truly a little cow riding a motorcycle. So impressive. From Shui Baogai's confused value 13. Just then the class bell rang. Shui Baogai was furious and shouted, everyone pay attention in class. Fang Qimai, bring your parents in after school. Fang Qimai shrugged, not caring at all. He didn't. On the contrary, the instigator Li Hongzhe was in a state of collapse. Yesterday, he tried to team up with Jiang Zijin to deal with Fang Qimai, but failed. Now he came up with this plan to teach Fang Qimai a lesson, unexpectedly dragging Xue Baogai into trouble. The most critical part was that after class, he didn't know how to face Xue Baogai. It felt hopeless. Lunchtime after school, Fang Qimai swaggered while performing the space walk, humming the catchy song, Buttercup. Let go, the marinated egg will harm the liver, hold my pillow, damn, drinking bean oil harms the liver, I'm your dad. The entire style was indeed flashy and the steps were incredibly smooth, making it quite a sight to behold. This is the charm of the spacewalk master. Many people's eyes lit up. Niu Jichao was very excited. Awesome, Qimai, you can do this. I've learned for so long and still can't master it. When will you teach me? Fang Qimai glided right next to Li Hongzhe. Li Hongzhe was startled, feeling guilty. He did not dare to look Fang Qimai in the eye. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Qimai knocked on the table 3 times. Although he didn't speak, Li Hongzhe understood that Fang Qimai already knew he had slandered him. It also represented a warning. Then Fang Qimai said to Xiao Bixue, let's go, Xiao Campus Flower, let's grab a bite. Eat. Li Hongzhe was taken aback. Fang Qimai replied, yes, the campus flower Xiao wants to treat me to a meal. Bixue, you're treating him to a meal. Xiao Bixue gently nodded. Even though she was currently in a precarious situation, she wanted to avoid Fang Qimai to prevent further misunderstandings. However, since she had already agreed with Fang Qimai, she felt she had to treat him to this meal as a gesture of gratitude. Niu Jichao beside them was amused. This is truly a herd of little cows crossing a narrow bridge, one impressive feat after another. He suddenly realized and patted Fang Qimai's shoulder. So the one treating you to a meal is Xiao Bixue. Haha. Go on, oh, I won't accuse you of being more devoted to your partner than your friends. Good luck. Li Hongzhe was very displeased. He had been sitting next to Bixue for so long, without ever having a meal together, let alone being treated to a meal by her. What qualifications did Fang Qimai have to be treated to a meal by Xiao Bixue? Yet he felt guilty about what happened in the morning and didn't dare to speak a word. From Li Hongzhe's confused value 6, Fang Qimai deliberately asked, class monitor, are you joining us this time? Aye. Fang Qimai continued, class monitor, are you embarrassed to join us? Damn. On the way, Xiao Bixue suddenly said, there are too many classmates in the cafeteria, let's eat outside instead. What's wrong with having many classmates? About this morning. Xiao Bixue said softly, everyone thinks we are dating. Fang Qimai suddenly stopped. Why should we care about other people's opinion? Xiao Bixue was stunned. Fang Qimai added, let's go, we'll eat spicy hot pot. Okay. Xiao Bixue quickly followed. Arriving at the spicy hot pot restaurant, the two ordered their dishes. Finally, Xiao Bixue scanned the code to pay. Boss, the money has been transferred. All right. Just then someone suddenly said, oh, isn't that the beautiful Xiao? Xiao Bixue shot him a glance. Then the person looked at Fang Qimai. You little pretty boy eating soft rice. Are you so poor that Xiao Bixue has to treat you? Hep. With a cold sneer he continued, how do you even think you deserve that? Fang Qimai turned his head to look and 3 people stood before him. The leading tall boy with a buzz cut was someone Fang Qimai recognized. His name was Lin Haojie, a senior in class 2. He is the current captain of the school's basketball team, and Fang Qimai had seen him on the court and heard about him. However, they had never played together. At the same time, he had heard that Lin Haojie was a rich second generation with a wealthy family. Fang Qimai didn't care to learn what his family did specifically. In reality, Lin Haojie's father founded Lin's winery, which has a considerable scale in Jiangxing. Typically, Lin Haojie likes to hang out with people like Jiang Zijin, and he was also someone no one dared to provoke in school. Next to him stood 2 followers, one tall and one short. Lin Haojie questioned Bixue, why did you invite this person to dinner? I've asked you so many times to have dinner, yet you've never agreed. Xiao Bixue didn't want to respond, as this was a matter between her and Fang Qimai that others didn't need to know. The short boy remarked, let our lady Lin treat you to dinner, feeling all high and mighty now, huh? Xiao Bixue was exceptionally beautiful with fair skin and long legs. Many boys in the school coveted her beauty. Who is Lady Lin? Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Bixue, Lin Haojie, chuckled, though the temper of the beautiful Xiao is quite fierce. He changed his tone and scolded Fang Qimai, which class are you from? What does it matter to you? Damn. From Lin Haojie's confusion value 2. Are you tired of living? No one dares to speak to our young master like that. Then he'll be the first. You. What about you? Fang Qimai interrupted, first tell me, have you finished eating? Yes, we have. Did you eat a lot? Not really. No, you all must be stuffed. You. From Lin Haojie's confusion value 4. From Su Rong's confusion value 3. Lin Haojie angrily said, kid, do you dare to tell me your name? Listen carefully. Fang Qimai cleared his throat. I, your grandpa, am called Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai, is it? Good. I guarantee you won't be able to survive in the second high school. Ding. You have been named by the rich second-generation Lin Haojie, unlocking character Wealthy Father. Wealthy Father? What kind of reward is this? My poor old dad has been dead for so many years. Where's this wealthy father coming from? At that moment, Fang Qimai felt a chill run down his back. From Fang Qimai's own confusion value 10. System, you must be mistaken. This system is very rigorous and will not make mistakes. Then tell me what this is about. The rewards you receive are determined by the circumstances of the person who named you. Although there are many unexpected elements, there will absolutely be no errors. This is quite the oddity. Could it be that the system can resurrect the dead? At this moment, Fang Qimai felt a gust of cold wind. The short boy said, "You loser, our young master's dad is the CEO of Lin's winery, picked up by luxury cars every day. Not to mention, just the watch Lin wears is worth more than your parents' annual combined salary." Another boy added, "Even the small change of our young master's pocket money isn't enough." Instantly, Lin Haoji's sense of superiority surged. "Bishue, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? We can have steak or Japanese cuisine, whatever you like, I'm all for it." Lin Haojia was furious. "I just heard this morning that you were entangled with a guy. Must be this fellow, right?" He looked at Fang Qimai and continued, "What makes me worse than him? You know how rich my family is, right? I'm also the captain of the basketball team. What's this kid even worth? You invite him to dinner and refuse me. You're really hurting my feelings. No matter how rich your family is, it has nothing to do with me. Who I invite to dinner is none of your business. Leave, I don't want to see you." Lin Haojia shouted angrily, "All right. Xiao Bishue, you'll regret this." He turned to Fang Qimai and said, "And you, Fang Qimai, I remember you. I will find an opportunity to take you down." If it weren't for the school's rules against fighting, Fang Qimai, who mastered the 36 techniques of seizing, could easily take down these three. Now the biggest point of retaliation lay with Xiao Bishue. Fang Qimai pulled Xiao Bixu's hand and said, "Let's go eat." "Damn." Lin Haojia and his two companions stormed out. At this moment, Xiao Bixu's fair face had turned completely red. Fang Qimai released her hand and asked, "Are you okay?" "I am fine." She quickly changed the subject, saying, "I'll go see if our food is ready." From Xiao Bixu's confusion value 15. After the meal, the two of them didn't say a word. Xiao Bishue was still lingering on the scene from earlier. She had never held a boy's hand from childhood to adolescence. Being suddenly pulled by Fang Qimai like that, she was still feeling nervous. His hand was large and robust, giving a sense of security. Fang Qimai remained silent as he was pondering what this wealthy father reward was all about. After lunch, Xiao Bishue returned to the classroom for a nap. Once separated from Fang Qimai, she finally relaxed her tense emotions. While Fang Qimai went to the small shop at the door to buy a bottle of water, a sudden roar of supercars echoed. Moreover, it was not just one. There were at least more than 10. The next moment, a line of supercars parked neatly by the side. Aston Martin, Maserati, Lamborghini, Koenigsegg. Even Ferrari and Rolls-Royce were present. They were all strikingly handsome and eye-catching. Just picking one out would be a street-dominating machine. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many passers-by and shopkeepers who rushed to take pictures. Fang Qimai took a sip of water and was stunned before he could even swallow. Men are inherently unable to resist supercars. To some extent, they all fantasize about owning a car like that. The first one was the most expensive Rolls-Royce, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The Phantom was produced for the royal family of the empire on which the sun never sets, making it a symbol of nobility. Its history spans over 100 years and has long ceased production. The existing Phantoms are priced at over 1.55 billion renminbi. Its value can no longer be measured in terms of money. Rather than calling it a car, it's more fitting to describe it as a work of art. Upon closer inspection, the license plate of the first Phantom was Zhang A88880. The license plate of the second Koenigsegg Agera was Zhang A88881. And so on. There was also another series starting with 66,660. My goodness, can they even have consecutive numbers? Today has truly broadened my horizons. At this moment, the drivers of the 9 cars behind got out. What was astonishing was that these 9 men dressed in suits, tall and robust, wearing sunglasses, were all bald. These 9 men surrounded the Phantom, forming a circle. The driver of the Phantom also got out, an elderly man in his 50s. He looked quite composed and seemed to be a butler and driver. He opened the car door and a middle-aged couple stepped out. The woman was quite beautiful, and with her good dressing, she looked very youthful. The man, although tall and handsome, was also bald. The onlookers were curious about what this group of important people was up to. The butler led the middle-aged couple in front of Fang Qimai. "Young master." The butler bowed directly. "Young master." The remaining 9 bodyguards also bent down to salute, showing their respect. Fang Qimai. The middle-aged couple immediately stepped forward. "This height is excellent. It must be inherited from me. This face is from my genes. The more I look at it, the handsomer it gets. These eyelashes are long, just like mine. The fingers are slender, almost identical to mine. The skin is very fair, though it's still a bit inferior to mine. Cough, cough. This hair quality is amazing, just like when I was young." What the hell? Fang Qimai's hair was... The onlookers were also astonished, wondering what was going on. The butler respectfully said, "Young Master Fang Qimai, please accompany us back to the car for a moment." Ding. You have been named by the butler by Lisho Unlocking Ability Comprehensive Data Analysis. Comprehensive data analysis description can perform big data analysis and information retrieval on targets, consuming 200 points of confusion value per use. Accompanied by special effect self-protection, the host can analyze others with big data, but the host is protected and no one can access the host's big data. Seems like a very powerful thing. But why does this person know my name? Young Master. Wait, why should I go with you? I don't know you. Bai Li's host said, "Young Master, this matter is of great importance and concerns your origins." Fang Qimai was invited onto the silver charm. The surrounding bodyguards kept everyone at bay. "What's going on?" Fang Qimai responded. The eyes of the middle-aged couple sparkled with excitement. "Old Bai Yu explained the situation." "All right, sir." Bai Li's host said to Fang Qimai, "Young Master, I am the butler Bai Li's host. We are here to tell you a truth. The late Fang Zheng and Tian Chuanju are not your biological parents." "What?" "The couple in front of you, Fang Zhongtian and Li Haomei, are your true biological parents." Fang Qimai looked at the three individuals in disbelief. How is this possible? Bai Li's host was prepared. He smiled slightly and took out 2 paternity test reports. "Young Master, we have already extracted your DNA and conducted tests. Here are the results for your review." Fang Qimai was dumbfounded upon seeing the report. "I really am the biological son of these 2 people. From a technical standpoint, paternity tests cannot be forged. Moreover, they require official approval to conduct. Each test sample and result must be ensured to be accurate before a report can be issued, and the test report can withstand third-party verification. Speaking of which, my eyes' expression and eyelashes are indeed identical to Li Haomei's eyes. My high nose bridge is like Fang Zhongshan's. With the enhancement of fresh and handsome, my features are even more exquisite than those of the couple. Additionally, here is a photo of you as a child." Fang Qimai took a look and saw himself wearing a yellow dress holding hands with a little girl in a pink dress. Why a dress? What a dark history. I can't believe. But Fang Qimai could tell at a glance that this photo was genuine. That was indeed me as a child. In the business world, your father's and mother's names are already well known, but considering you are a student, you may not be aware, so let me introduce them to you. Clearing his throat, Bai Li's host continued, "Fang Zhongtian Li Haomei, Asia's richest man and the most outstanding entrepreneur in Asia. In Asia, Tianhao Group has become synonymous with wealth and success, penetrating into every corner of the world. Tianhao derives from Fangdong's Tian and the homophone of the chairman's wife's Hao. Under their leadership, Tianhao Group has developed into a vast commercial empire. The business operations are also extremely diversified, ranging from oils, flour feed, sugarcane planting, sugar manufacturing, mining, to trade finance, hotels, shipping, real estate, and various industries." The couple was ranked 16th on this year's Forbes Global Billionaires list with a wealth of $63.1 billion, the equivalent to 414.9 billion yuan. Ranked first on the Forbes Asia Rich list. Bai Lisho's lengthy introduction left Fang Qimai completely bewildered. His jaw almost dropped in shock. This is what the system meant. Wealthy dad. The usually calm Fang Qimai couldn't contain himself. Suddenly, he had become a super rich second generation. This is truly like a cow smoking. Impressively amazing. Lin Haojia, I owe your whole family a thank you. But even if my biological parents are wealthy, Fang Qimai couldn't accept this fact all at once. Although my parents passed away early, the gratitude and ties of nurturing will not vanish. Who can suddenly accept the appearance of biological parents? Fang Qimai recalled that before his grandfather passed away, he had mentioned an important matter to discuss with him, but he hadn't had the chance to say it before leaving. Could it be that this was the matter? Bai Liso continued, "Young Master, this document is the record from the police station when your father and mother reported you missing. Please take a look." As Fang Qimai read, Bai Liso explained, 16 years ago your mother accidentally lost you and only remembered half a month later. They went to report it, but they couldn't find you. Huh? How can one get lost like that? I mean, they forgot for half a month before remembering. Fang Zhongtian said, "Son, I wasn't home at that time, and your mother is a bit forgetful. Son, don't blame me." Li Haomei followed. "Yes, son, to be honest, we only remembered recently that we had a son like you." "Only recently remembered? I'm fainting. Am I really your son?" "After we remembered you, we made inquiries in many ways and hired 1,008 of the top private detectives domestically and abroad to investigate your situation, and when we got clues, we immediately found you. In short, don't blame your father and mother too much." Huh. Fang Zhongtian laughed. Fang Qimai was puzzled. Are these two really Asia's richest? They feel so unreliable. Fang Qimai silently raised his hand. "I have a question." "Son, go ahead." Fang Qimai pointed at Fang Zongshan's shiny bald head and asked, "Are you really my dad?" Fang Qimai thought his hair quality was great and that he probably wouldn't go bald in the future. Fang Zhongtian rubbed his bald head and replied, "Of course it's true. Can paternity tests be fake? Fang Qimai nearly cried. It's over. Looking at this situation, I'm also very likely to be bald in the future. Fang Zhongtian laughed loudly. Ha! Son, your father had better hair quality than you when he was young and was handsomer than you. Suddenly going bald overnight and then becoming wealthy, there must be a trade-off. I lost my hair but gained a fortune. Of being bald is a good thing. Fang Qimai. Yes, it's indeed quite bald. Li Haomei said, son, since it's so coincidental that your adoptive father is also surnamed Fang, if you like your current name you can continue using it, it's not a problem. Fang Qimai couldn't help but curiously ask, then what was my original name? If the original name was better sounding, he could consider changing back. Li Haomei thought for a long time. Instant noodles. Fang Qimai. I'll just continue being called Fang. Fang Zhongtian said, see, I told you son wouldn't like this name. The name I gave steering wheel was much better. Fang Qimai. Originally, recognizing one's biological parents should be a touching matter worth tears, but now Fang Qimai just felt. These biological parents are two goofballs. Li Haomei said, oh, but that's not the point. Now that we are family, there are some family secrets you should know. What secrets? Fang Qimai became curious. Fang Zhongtian solemnly took out an iron box. Reflecting on the tumultuous years we have experienced, numerous ups and downs, enduring all sorts of hardships and sorrows. My wife and I started with nothing, and now we have 1 million, 10 million. 1 billion, all of which are hidden in this iron box. Wait, Fang Qimai interrupted. I've heard this joke before. It's all I use, right? It turns out this group of people are fraudsters. Damn those rich dads. Right, it's all IOUs. What a However, back then your grandfather and grandmother opened a gambling stone business in Myanmar, hitting the jackpot every time. In the end, they turned the tide, not only helping us pay off all our debts, but also lending us some startup capital, which is how we became who we are today. We specifically kept copies of these IOUs to remind us that even if we become wealthy, we must not forget our original intentions. Upon hearing this, Fang Qimai thought that although these two seemed unreliable, they still held some principles and beliefs. Unexpectedly, Li Haomei took out a black and gold card. Son, this is the Fang family's specially customized international black gold card. No limit, feel free to use it. Fang Qimai. Weren't they just saying not to forget their original intentions? Fang Zhongtian added, you're about to take the college entrance examination, and we won't transfer you to another school. Ooh, just study hard here. I've already assessed the situation. Your school's outer wall is a bit old, and I plan to build a few new teaching buildings. Your playground is also a bit outdated. I'm considering buying the land next to your school to build a stadium. I've also looked into your cafeteria. The environment is lacking. Ill-arranged for people to renovate it according to Michelin standards. Fang Qimai. I've only got 3 months left at this school, and by the time the stadium is built, it'll have already... Li Haomei waved her hand, and Bai Liso came forward with a bag. Young master, for your convenience in attending school, I have already purchased the nearest villa complex to your school. The property deed is in your name, and here are the access cards, a total of 18 sets. Wow. Fang Qimai was completely stunned. This is truly extravagant. Then Bai Liso continued, as for the special vehicles to pick you up and drop you off from school, including a Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, a Lamborghini Veneno, a Ferrari LaFerrari, and a Maserati Ghibli, among others, a total of 28 high-end cars and supercars are ready, and you can choose according to your preference. What? Even these cars? Fang Qimai looked at the Silver Shadow in disbelief. Yes, Bai Liso nodded. Now all 10 of these cars are under your name, and there are 18 more cars that your father parked in the villa to avoid drawing attention. I can't believe it. Isn't this already too flashy? Bai Liso continued, considering that you won't be driving for a while, we have arranged a dedicated driver for each of your vehicles. A total of 28 drivers. By the way, each driver is skilled in martial arts, capable of ensuring your safety, young master. This system is really impressive. It has actually brought my wealthy biological parents to me. A series of changes left Fang Qimai astonished. Son, are you satisfied with what we've done for you? Yes, son, we have owed you so much over the years. Let us make it up to you. Don't worry about this money. It all comes from legitimate business that your mother and I worked hard to earn. Wow, darling, did you hear that? Our son called us. I'm so happy. The couple rejoiced, and Bai Liso was also very pleased. Fang Qimai continued, since it has been confirmed that you are my biological parents, calling you mom and dad is only natural, but I need some time to accept these facts. We understand. By the way, dad, at what age did you start going bald? Just so I can mentally prepare myself. Fang Zhongtian thought for a moment. I think I started going bald before I turned 30. Oh no. Fang Qimai touched his own hair, feeling a chill down his spine. Li Haomei said, by the way, son, we need to discuss the matter of inheriting the family estate. Inheriting the family estate. Fang Qimai was stunned. They were already talking about inheritance. Indeed, a person's success depends on the virtue accumulated by their ancestors. Being born into a good family truly matters. Since you went missing your mother, and I didn't have any more children. We agreed that when you graduate from university, the entire family estate will be inherited by you alone. Yes, mainly because we have so much to do every day. We travel all over the world flying here and there with endless meetings, and we are very tired. Handing it over to you would make us feel relieved that we can do whatever we want, ha. Mainly we have lost interest in money. Fang Qimai. Damn, they really have no interest in money. After thinking for a while, Fang Qimai replied, Dad, Mom, I refuse. Huh? What? You don't want to inherit the family estate? Fang Qimai said, I want to rely on my own efforts. Saying this, Fang Qimai pushed the black gold card back to his mother Li Haomei. The original Fang Qimai just wanted to be a corporate slave in the future, earning a little money. Then marry a woman he could converse with. Have 2 children, a boy or a girl would be fine. Once both kids are settled down, he would retire. He envisioned living a leisurely life, playing games and sports until he could no longer do so. Now that he had the system, he no longer considered himself an ordinary person. However, Fang Qimai still leaned towards being a slacker. Unfortunately, he was so outstanding and talented in many aspects. If he were to casually inherit hundreds of billions in wealth, it would be too lacking in challenge. Moreover, the system would bring him endless excitement and infinite possibilities. Compared to inheriting the family estate, Fang Qimai wanted to earn recognition from others through his own efforts. Fang Zhongtian and Li Haomei exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other. Truly, my son. So you want to rely on yourself to become the richest person in the world? Fang Qimai, I never said that. Fang Zhongtian thought for a moment. All right, son, I'll invest $1 billion for your startup capital. No, $1 billion isn't enough. 100 billion. I will arrange for someone to transfer 100 billion to your account right now, Li Haomei said. Son, we respect your choice. Make the most of this 100 billion and hurry back to inherit the family estate. Experiencing the hardships of society is necessary, son. No matter what, we will always be your strongest support. Saying this, Li Haomei pushed the black gold card back to Fang Qimai once again. Fang Zhongtian added seriously, what your mother means is that you need to experience the harsh reality of society when you can no longer manage come back to inherit the family estate. Fang Qimai found himself speechless, carrying an unlimited black gold card along with an additional 10 billion only to face the harsh realities of society. Is this what they call a harsh lesson? This is what they call the experience of a wealthy individual. In the next moment, Fang Qimai suddenly grew serious. But Mom and Dad, I haven't even graduated from high school yet. And I don't plan to attend university either. Fang Zhongtian and Li Haomei exchanged glances. Speaking of which, your parents have a request for you, the only one they have. What is it? You may not want to inherit the family fortune for now, but you must finish your university education. Yes, son, your mother is right. In the past, both your mother and I didn't take our studies seriously. Our lack of education has left us regretting not attending university. In the early stages of our entrepreneurship, we were looked down upon due to our limited education, faced many obstacles, and ended up achieving a mere 16th place. If we had studied back, then we surely wouldn't have settled for just 16th place. Thus, we hope you can study hard so that one day you can surpass us. Yes, son, that's our only request. If you don't study hard and attend a good university, then you'll have to come home immediately to inherit the family fortune. Fang Qimai sighed and had no choice but to agree. The next goal is to get into university. As for studying hard, not a chance. With Fang Qimai's intelligence plus the system, if he takes it seriously, he can easily get into a good university in the future. Li Haomei suddenly exclaimed, today is indeed a great day for our Fang family. Old Bai, bring me my favorite wine, we need to celebrate properly. Bai Liso said, Madam, the young master is still in school, so it is not advisable for him to drink. Haha, I almost forgot. I'll drink by myself then. Wife, drink a little less. We have a board meeting this afternoon. Just a sip. Thud, thud, thud. Bai Liso then got out of the car. Inside the car, the family of 3 reminisced about the past, discussing Fang Qimai's childhood anecdotes and his embarrassing history. Their feelings gradually warmed. Suddenly, the class bell rang at school. Unknowingly, they had chatted for so long. Son, it's time for you to go to class. Your father and I have a flight to Cambodia this afternoon. If you have any requests, just let us know. We will definitely fulfill them. By the way, our class teacher has been asking to meet you, and our vice principal and physics teacher also want to meet you. Meeting teachers. Sure, I have met many business tycoons, dignitaries, and noble aristocrats, but it's my first time meeting teachers, and I'm a bit nervous. Aren't you all saying you have a meeting this afternoon? There's still time, son. We have a private jet. It only takes 2 to 3 hours to fly there. Plus, Cambodia is an hour behind us, so the actual flight will take less than 2 hours. The airline and airport belong to our family, so we can take off and land at will. Fang Qimai. This is a pair of wealthy and unconstrained parents. Suddenly, the sound of a propeller came from afar. Bai Liso said, Sir, Madam, the plane is ready and currently parked on the school playground. All right, son, study hard. We will go meet your class teacher. Old Bai, prepare a small gift. Yes. At the school gate, Principal Su Hongrong of the second middle school, along with Fang Qimai's class teacher, Shui Baogai Vice, Principal Luo Xinrui, and several other school leaders and teachers had been waiting for a long time. They had received notice that the chairman of Tianhao Group and his wife were coming. Although they did not know the reason, it was definitely an honor for them. While waiting at the school gate, they only saw a row of luxury cars, but did not see the chairman and his wife. They did not dare to approach and could only wait at the gate. Chairman Fang, Director Li, please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. Su Hongrong's voice trembled slightly as he quickly introduced himself. Bai Liso immediately presented a small gift. Our Qimai has caused you trouble, Principal Su. This is a small token of our appreciation. Ding. You have been named by your father Fang Zhongtian, unlocking ability photographic memory. Su Hongrong and Shui Baogai looked at each other, realizing this was no ordinary small gift. Angostura Bitters Winston Cocktails Romeo No. 1 Cuban Cigars Omega Watches. All world-class luxury items, each priced from several thousand to tens of thousands. From Su Hongrong's confusion value 13. From Shui Baogai's confusion value 10. From Luo's Xinrui's confusion value 11. The school has a rule against accepting gifts, let alone one so valuable. Su Hongrong quickly declined this small gift. Fang Zhongtian immediately put his arm around Su Hongrong's shoulders, saying, since Principal Su doesn't want to accept it, I won't insist. Let's discuss the sports stadium issue, and by the way, your teaching building. Fang Qimai looked at Shui Baogai. Shui Baogai looked back at Fang Qimai, his heart filled with confusion. What on earth was going on? Fang Qimai said, Mom, he's our class teacher. Mom. Shui Baogai suddenly shivered. The chairman and his wife of Tianhao Group are Fang Qimai's parents. From Shui Baogai's confusion value 15. From Shui Baogai's confusion value 17, Shui Baogai almost knelt down. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly said, Chairman's wife. Hello. I am Qimai's class teacher Shui Baogai. Li Haomei said, thank you for your hard work, Teacher Shui. Our Qimai has always been quite mischievous. He must have caused quite a bit of trouble in class, right? Ding. You have been named by your mother, Li Haomei, unlocking physique alcohol tolerance of 3,000. With this physique, one can drink 3,000 cups without getting drunk. Impressive. I could tell just now that my mom can really drink. Shui Baogai was taken aback and quickly smiled. You just chairman's wife. Qimai studies very diligently. All of us teachers appreciate him. Is that so? That's good. After a pause, Li Haomei asked, what was your surname again? Shui. Fang Qimai. My mom is indeed quite forgetful. Oh, Teacher Shui, I heard my Qimai say you wanted to meet us. What was it about? Well, hee. Shui Baogai laughed awkwardly again. Actually, there's nothing much to discuss, just to chat. Fang Qimai smiled and said, Mom, I'll head back to class now. Go ahead, son. Then Li Haomei called out to Fang Qimai again. By the way, son, think carefully about inheriting the family fortune. Fang Qimai waved his hand. It depends. Shui Baogai. From Shui Baogai's confusion value 18. Returning to the classroom, Fang Qimai was already nearly 20 minutes late. Chemistry teacher Liang Yin harbored an intense aversion to students arriving tardy for her class. Fang Qimai. You. A chime rang out. Ding. You have been called out by the chemistry teacher. Reward, unlocked skill, exceptional motor vehicle driving technique. Additional reward, 1 official motor vehicle driver's license, now placed in your system inventory. Note this license is issued by a legitimate authority and fully valid. Impressive. Everyone in class knew that although Liang Yin was a woman, she was deeply passionate about motorsports and had even married a professional race car driver. Being singled out by her had granted Fang Qimai the exceptional motor vehicle driving technique, a gift perfectly aligned with his immediate needs. Instantly, without ever having taken a driving test, he found himself endowed with profound knowledge and instinctive mastery behind the wheel. Rapid acceleration, high-speed corner overtaking, extended drifting maneuvers. Every nuance lay firmly within his grasp. Just as Liang Yin prepared to unleash a torrent of reprimand, homeroom teacher Shui Baogai appeared unexpectedly. He quietly approached Liang Yin and explained the situation was exceptional. In the end, he instructed Fang Qimai to return to his seat. His classmates were baffled. Hadn't teacher Shui scolded Fang Qimai harshly just that morning? What had changed? Witnessing Shui Baogai's sudden shift in attitude, Li Hongzhe bristled with resentment. Worse still, his own false accusation had backfired, embarrassing Shui Baogai and earning him the teacher's quiet disapproval. Were it not for his father's influence, he might well have received a blistering tongue lashing. That accursed Fang Qimai. Ever since this morning, Bai Shui hasn't spoken to me much at all. I'm utterly miserable. No, I must devise another plan and strike Fang Qimai hard. After school, Fang Qimai decided not to attend evening self-study. Changing into different clothes, he walked out of the school gate, only for Bai Liso to materialize seemingly from nowhere. Uncle Bai, why are you still here? Master and Madam specifically instructed me to remain. From now on, I am wholly at your service. You may command me as you wish. Excellent. Young master, please follow me. Bai Liso led Fang Qimai along a narrow lane adjacent to the school. Young master, to ensure convenient parking, every single space along this lane, 28 in total, has been purchased outright and registered under your name. Well, do we really need that many? Master instructed that parking fees collected from the remaining spaces will be automatically deposited into your account as startup capital. Fang Qimai, unapologetically opulent. Young master, this is the peak dismissal hour. To avoid unnecessary traffic congestion, I've already dispatched the other vehicles back to your villa. Only one remains reserved exclusively for your transport. Fang Qimai wiped a bead of sweat. This was absurdly extravagant. So where's the car? Bai Liso pointed ahead, an Aston Martin DB11. Pausing briefly, he added, I was originally to serve as your personal driver, but given your early departure, I hadn't yet brought it to the school gate. No matter, we'll walk over. From afar they saw the car, already surrounded by a crowd. What an unbelievably stunning vehicle. Never imagined someone at our school would drive a supercar like this. I heard many teachers are actually second-generation heirs. Their teaching is merely a passion, likely one of them. Or perhaps it belongs to a student's parent. I'm envious beyond words. When will my own father ever own such a car? Junior students and passers-by alike buzzed with admiration and speculation. Fang Qimai stepped forward and appraised the car. Indeed, the sapphire blue supercar was breathtaking. A chime rang out, ding, consuming 200 confusion points to activate comprehensive analytical scan. Remaining confusion points, 735. This ability functions on physical objects as well. Instantly, the vehicle's full specifications appeared. Aston Martin DB11. Latest Volante Convertible Special Edition. Color sapphire blue. The first collaborative product between Aston Martin and Mercedes-Benz. Powered by a 4.0L twin-turbocharged V8 engine, mated to an 8-speed automatic manual transmission delivering peak power. Its design philosophy. Reference price 4.988 million renminbi. One glance after another left him awestruck. Yet the most staggering element remained that final figure. 4.988 million renminbi. Uncle, by this price. Please forgive me, young master. To prevent traffic disruption during peak dismissal hours, this is the least expensive among the 28 supercars arranged for you. If it displeases you, I can arrange another immediately. Fang Qimai. No need. Fang Qimai wiped another bead of sweat. Just as he eagerly reached out to try it, a voice suddenly called out, well, if it isn't Fang Qimai. What rotten luck, running into you here. Fang Qimai turned. It was Lin Haojia, also skipping evening self-study. Come to think of it, he owed the man genuine gratitude. Lin Haojia declared, this is the latest Aston Martin, worth 5 million. Have you, a penniless nobody, ever seen anything so luxurious? The crowd erupted instantly. 5 million. Holy, whose car is this? Such extravagance. I've never laid eyes on such a magnificent automobile. Its owner must be extraordinarily handsome. I'd give anything to meet him in person. What if she's a stunning heiress? I'd gladly cling to her fortune. Lin Haojia sneered, Fang Qimai. You lowly nobody, can only gawk at luxury cars from afar. You'll never in this lifetime sit behind the wheel of one like this. He patted the roof of his BMW 730 and added, though truth be told, I'm hardly better off. I'm stuck with this 900 sedan. I'm poor too. His words instantly ignited collective outrage. Though feigning hardship, he was unmistakably showing off. Yet no one could deny it, 900 was no trivial sum. Lin Haojia continued proudly, my father promised, once I graduate and obtain my license, this BMW is mine. Envy and jealousy flared even more intensely among the onlookers. Having a wealthy father truly is a blessing. Come on, Lin Haojia, captain of the basketball team, is heir to Linshire Distillery. Comparing oneself to others truly drives one mad. Lin Haojia asked coldly, do you, of all people, deserve Bai Shui's invitation to dinner? You? Fang Qimai cut and finished venting. I won't stoop to argue with a penniless nobody like you. Watch your step from now on. Driver, let's go. Fang Qimai replied calmly, old Bai keys. Bai Liso lowered his tablet and promptly presented. The moment the car unlocked, the Aston Martin's headlights flared to life, sending the crowd into stunned silence. Lin Haojia froze, eyes wide. This car is 10 confusion points acquired from Lin Haojia. Fang Qimai was about to get into the car, eager to test this luxury vehicle and try out his exceptional driving. Bai Liso said, young master, I didn't expect you to be able to drive at such a young age, but truly impressed. Pausing for a moment, Bai Liso continued, then young master, forgive my curiosity, but are you really not going to evening classes? I don't feel like it today. Young master, you truly are carefree. All right, young master, I will follow your wishes. Fang Qimai opened the car door, immediately drawing a cheer. Evening classes. This 5 million yuan sports car actually belongs to our senior. Wow. Senior brother is so handsome. He can drive. Which class is the senior from? Can we add each other on WeChat? How come I never noticed that our school has such a handsome senior? He must have been too low-key. Lin Haojia was left dumbfounded, frozen at the moment he opened the car door. Bai Liso said, "Young master, we are arranging to acquire Lin's winery, and we expect to complete it today." The lady also said that this acquisition would be registered under your name, and you would serve as CEO. Hearing this, Lin Haojia was even more bewildered. Acquisition? Even Fang Qimai was taken aback. Lin Haojia immediately asked, "Do you know my father's company?" "No, my father's company can just be acquired by saying so." Bai Liso took out a tablet again. "To ensure our young master has a comfortable school environment, we have gathered big data on every student and teacher in this school, mastering all aspects of information. According to the big data, Lin Haojia over the past year has had an average exam score of no more than 63, fought 3 times, received 1 warning and 2 serious warnings from the school, and frequently browsed unhealthy websites on his phone. He had often visited 8 online stores selling inflatable dolls, but never placed an order. We do not recommend the young master associate with him." From Lin Haojia's bewilderment, value 20, Lin Haojia was deeply embarrassed. You're talking. Big data shows that your father Lin Songmin founded Lin's winery 12 years ago, but it has been declining for the past 4 years, with revenue decreasing year by year, initially analyzed as being due to significant competition and poor management. Calculations indicate that if the current situation persists, Lin's winery could face bankruptcy within 2 years and 9 months. Our latest acquisition of Lin's winery is intended on one hand to change the business model of Lin's enterprise and save it, and on the other hand to let Lin Haojia understand his situation better. Damn. So this is what Senior Lin is like. Really? I thought he was quite handsome. The world is going downhill. Today's young people can recognize faces, but not hearts. Everyone present was dumbstruck. This analysis was truly impressive. In the face of big data, everyone's privacy is laid bare. From Lin Haojia's bewilderment, value 12. From Lin Haojia's bewilderment, value 12. Fang Qimai was also astonished by the big data provided by Bai Liso. After launching a comprehensive data analysis on Lin Haojia, the presented data closely matched what Bai Liso had said. Impressive. However, Fang Qimai was even more exceptional. He didn't need any tools or machines. He could directly utilize big data technology. This way, the other party had almost no privacy left. It was called better understanding someone. In reality, it was spying on the other party, uncovering more of their secrets. On the contrary, oneself would not be subjected to big data analysis. I can see you, but you cannot see me or analyze me. How cool. Old man, do you believe I will beat you up? Lin Haojia raised his fist. His driver hurriedly said, "Young master, don't be impulsive. The boss asked me to keep an eye on you and prevent you from fighting." Bai Liso smiled, slightly unfazed. He nodded his fists and said, "Wing Chun, Bai Liso, always at your service." "You?" Fang Qimai said, "Stop making a fool of yourself. You can't beat Uncle Bai." Fang Qimai had already seen Bai Liso's impressive big data, which was remarkable. He has been practicing Wing Chun for over 30 years. Now, even though Fang Qimai is young and strong and has mastered some grappling techniques, he is by no means a match for Bai Liso. Seeing Bai Liso's stance, Lin Haojia did not dare to act rashly. He angrily said, "Nonsense. How could my father possibly go bankrupt? Who do you think you are to say an acquisition can just happen? That is the result of my father's hard work over the years. It cannot be sold." Bai Liso replied, "Our master has said that as long as he wants it and the price is right, there is no deal that cannot be made." "You?" Lin Haojia, being too naive, could not argue against the seasoned Bai Liso. The onlookers looked at Bai Liso with skepticism. Can it really be done? Don't make big claims. Lin's winery is quite famous in our Jiang city. Could it really be acquired? Didn't you hear? It's been on a downhill slope. Acquiring it is saving it, or just don't know if it's true or not. At that moment, Bai Liso's phone rang. "Hello, yes, all right, thank you for your hard work." After hanging up, he immediately said to Fang Qimai, "Young master, the acquisition of Lin's winery is complete. You are its sole shareholder. What instructions do you have?" Everyone present felt their heads buzzing. This is possible. Damn, saying an acquisition and it happens. Surely they were given an offer that required no contemplation. With such high efficiency, it can only be described in one way. Money can make the devil push a mill. From Lin Haojia's bewilderment, value 20, Lin Haojia, who was 189 meters tall, felt his legs go weak. The driver quickly supported him. After a moment, Lin Haojia immediately called his home. Fang Qimai said, "No special arrangements. Let Lin Songmin continue in his management role and have my mother send someone to guide them, teaching them a more reasonable business model. Since we've acquired it, let's do a good job." "All right, young master." Fang Qimai added, "By the way, help me tell Lin Songmin to keep his son low-key." Understood. The onlookers, including the vegetable vendors, all paused to watch the spectacle. The crowd grew larger. The bewilderment value among the crowd continued to rise. After hanging up, Lin Haoji's phone fell directly to the ground. His family's Lin's winery has really been acquired. Moreover, Father Lin Songmin learned about the conflict between Lin Haojia and Fang Qimai and immediately scolded Lin Haojia fiercely. From Lin Haoji's bewilderment value 20, he stammered, "Fang. Director Fang, I apologize for my previous offenses, but please forgive me." "Forgiveness is unnecessary." Fang Qimai's gaze turned cold. "Get as far away as you can." Yes. Director Fang, I will leave. I will leave." Lin Haojia pushed his driver. "Hurry up." The two quickly got into the car. Lin Haojia didn't even bother to pick up his phone and hurriedly left. The onlookers were dumbstruck. A 9,000 yuan car boasting in front of a 5 million yuan car, and in the end their family business got acquired. I have lived for decades and today I have truly opened my eyes. Fang Qimai gripped the steering wheel and instantly found his rhythm. He had always enjoyed playing racing games, and now he could genuinely experience it. Many people dedicate their first driving experience to the driving school car. Afterward, they practice with some beaten-up second-hand vehicles. However, Fang Qimai was different. His first car was surprisingly worth 500,000. At that moment, a girl approached eagerly and asked, "Senior, can you give me a ride home?" She was flaunting her long leg. Fang Qimai countered, "How tall are you?" "Senior, I'm 176 centimeters tall with really long legs." Fang Qimai replied, "Sorry, your legs are too long. You want fit in the passenger seat." From Zhang Lei's confusion value 5. Another girl chimed in cutely asking, "Senior, will you take me home?" "Where do you live?" "Shermao Mall." "Can you give me a ride?" The girl asked eagerly, her fingers tapping in it. "Shermao Mall. It's just a 5-minute walk. Why would you need a ride? Spoiled and pampered, just walk like a normal person." From Li Shui's confusion value 6. ZM. Vroom. Vroom. After Bai Liso got into the car, Fang Qimai pressed down on the accelerator. Vroom. This truly felt like flying. A group of little fans went wild on the spot. If you asked Fang Qimai what it felt like to drive a 500,000 luxury car, he couldn't quite describe it. There was only one word for it: exhilarating. Bai Liso observed Fang Qimai's driving skills, feeling reassured. Suddenly, Bai Liso spoke up, "Young master, please forgive my earlier presumption. Madam instructed that you should never be bullied, belittled, or looked down upon. Acquiring the other party's company and taking the lead is one of the madam's methods of counterattack." This tactic was rather sharp, not something just anyone could accomplish. Fang Qimai nodded, "Well done." Fang Qimai curiously asked, "Uncle, by how is your efficiency so high? The speed at which you acquire other companies is astonishing." "Young master, you flatter me. This is all arranged by the master. Tianhao Group has a powerful and excellent team of elite lawyers worldwide who can handle various issues. Furthermore, Tianhao Group has strong connections in various industries. Over the years, the master and madam have emphasized efficiency, which is one of the reasons for their success. Normally, acquiring a company is a complex matter, but with substantial financial resources and an efficient legal team, time is not an issue." Fang Qimai couldn't help but exclaim, "A little cow on hormones. Super impressive." "Young master, what does that mean?" "Nothing, I got infected by a silly classmate who loves to say phrases about little cows." From Bai Li's house, confusion value 1. In just a few minutes before Fang Qimai could fully relish driving the sports car, they arrived at the Fengwang Garden Villa area. This area was one of the wealthy districts in Jiangxing. Coincidentally, not far away was the urban village where Xiao Bishua lived. The architectural styles on both sides differed greatly in age and design. It wouldn't be long before this urban village would be demolished. Each building in this villa complex had a unique style with no duplicates. The average land area of each villa reached 5 acres, with individual building areas ranging from 1,300 to 1,400 square meters. Currently, the average price for first-hand properties was 1.9 billion, and they were all sold out. When his parents made their move, they directly bought 18 units. That was over 3 billion gone in an instant. Fang Qimai paused in front of the villa area, almost unable to move. "Young master, please select one villa to move in temporarily. If you plan to switch daily, that's fine too. Each villa is fully furnished and you can move in without bringing anything. Each villa has dedicated staff for cleaning every day. This is truly extravagant." Bai Liso added, "Although the other villas in this complex have been sold, madam said that if you feel it's not enough, we can buy others." Fang Qimai, "That's enough. No need to buy more." He even planned to rent out the remaining ones, yet Bai Liso was thinking of buying more. He glanced around and casually chose a European-style villa, saying, "Let's stay in this one tonight." "Yes, young master. He'll arrange dinner now." Uncle Bai, don't prepare too much. We advocate saving food now. Your spirit of not being wasteful truly impresses me. I will arrange it reasonably." Fang Qimai began to tour the large villa alone. However, everywhere he went, security and service. He didn't expect to become the owner here so easily. All of this was thanks to this impressive system his wealthy father said he would provide. Now he had become the envy of many. Arriving in the dining room, it was in a Central European style, exuding a unique grandeur. The lighting was warm and elegant, creating a perfect dining atmosphere. Bai Li Ho and the servants were already prepared. The table was filled with 10 dishes. Young master, there are many dishes, but they are crafted with finesse and the portions are small, so there is no waste. Then a maid pulled out a chair for Fang Qimai. Young master, please have a seat. Bai Li Ho said, young master, let me introduce these dishes to you one by one, starting with the appetizer. A maid lifted the lid off a dish. Top-grade Janajuo oysters, gold leaf, purple sweet potato meatballs, kyogai fish sashimi, and bamboo wheat fish sashimi. The Janajuo oysters truly lived up to their reputation as top-tier oysters, large and plump. One bite, and it slid right into his stomach. However, Fang Qimai still couldn't accept eating it raw. The purple sweet potato meatballs were rich in flavor, leaving a lingering taste. But the gold leaf garnish, while visually appealing, served no purpose as it couldn't be absorbed. In and out, and tomorrow Fang Qimai would see them again. As for the fish sashimi, while the fish slices were crystal clear and beautifully arranged like the oysters, Fang Qimai wasn't particularly fond of raw food. The second dish, matsutake seafood soup. After squeezing a bit of lime and taking a sip, Fang Qimai couldn't help but exclaim, so fresh. Inside there was a large shrimp and a big abalone, making it very delightful to eat. Following that there was beef, sea urchin roll, charcoal grilled golden mackerel, and roasted king crab leg meat, among others. Among them, the king crab leg meat was already shelled, and taking a bite was pure enjoyment. After tasting 10 dishes aside from the sashimi, which he wasn't quite used to, he was overall very satisfied. Not bad, Lao Bai. You must have put a lot of thought into these dishes, right? Good work. Bai Li Ho replied respectfully, young master, this is what I should do. After dinner, Bai Li Ho brought out a total of 16 thick albums. Young master, this is a catalog of companies owned by the master and madam globally, including some investments, shareholdings, and collaborations. Madam hopes you can take some time to understand them. Fang Qimai was astonished. Tianhao Group's strength was truly formidable. Understanding their circumstances wouldn't hurt. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have been able to remember so many catalogs. But now Fang Qimai was different, and after being specifically named by his father, the system unlocked the ability of photographic memory for him. He could remember everything as soon as he flipped through. He had a comfortable sleep. Before stepping out the next day, Fang Qimai pondered in front of the garage. With so many cars, which one should he drive today? Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. A Pagani Zonda worth 15 million parked in. With its silver texture and roaring engine, it attracted the attention of many. Whose car is this? So cool. Oh my, it's too handsome. How much does this car cost? Beside it, Lin Haojie had just gotten out of the car, unable to resist being captivated by the Zonda. Another rich kid with a supercar. As the door of the Zonda opened, a long leg stepped out. Upon seeing the owner, Lin Haojie was dumbfounded. What the hell? It's him again, eh? How is that possible? Lin Haojie could hardly believe his eyes. From Lin Haojie's confusion value 10. Taking advantage of the moment when Fang Qimai hadn't noticed him, Lin Haojie hurriedly walked away. It's terrifying. That guy actually has 2 supercars. Fang Qimai took off his sunglasses and muttered to himself, too fast, I came too early. Looks like I can sleep a few more minutes next time. And all the parking spots here are mine. I even reserved one for myself in advance, so I don't have to worry about where to park. He took out his bag and closed the car door. Nearby, several girls were already going crazy. Isn't that the senior from yesterday? Wasn't he driving a blue sports car yesterday? And now he has switched to another one. How much money does this student have? Senior, you are so handsome. Fang Qimai, wearing a messenger bag, strode into the campus. A junior girl finally mustered the courage to approach and said, Senior, can you give me your WeChat ID? Fang Qimai stopped and looked at the junior girl. The junior girl was so close to Fang Qimai that her heart was about to leap out. Not only was the senior handsome, but his skin was also flawless. Fang Qimai replied, why would I give you my WeChat ID that I've used for so many years? Can't you just register one with your phone number? Junior girl. From Lu Weiwei's confusion value 4. In the classroom, Li Hongzhi sneered when he saw Fang Qimai enter. The biology grades are out, Fang Qimai. Let's see how you die. Stand up. Hello, teacher. Luo Xinrui glanced at everyone, confirming they were all present, and said, sit down, the results of the biology exam are out, but before that I need to tell you something. He cleared his throat, building anticipation among the students. Last time, the proposal made by Fang Qimai for everyone to exercise for an hour every morning has been submitted. Not only has it been approved by the school, but the leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau also find it very meaningful, and they are considering implementing it citywide. Starting next week, our school will be the first batch of demonstration schools, and if we do well, other schools in the city will gradually adopt our model. The entire class was shocked. Wow, Fang Qimai really nailed it. Fang Qimai is amazing. Just a few words changed the morning activities of students citywide. Wow, that's impressive. Even the Education Bureau knows about it. This move is commendable. Health is the most important. A daily exercise is essential. This is like putting a dime on a cow's, but extremely impressive. Xiao Bishue couldn't help but glance at Fang Qimai. Li Hongzhe was almost furious. How could the nonsensical Fang Qimai, with his absurd talk, garner such attention from the Education Bureau? Damn it, Luo Xinrui said. As for the specifics, wait for your class teacher's notice. Everyone should learn from Fang Qimai. Oh, it's rare to have someone who not only possesses rich knowledge, but can also apply it to real life, proposing logical and feasible viewpoints. Clap, clap. Niu Jichao led the applause. The class erupted in continuous applause. Li Hongzhe cast a disdainful glance at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai was unfazed. He said so much just to avoid Luo Xinrui taking over his PE class. All right, everyone quiet down. Now let's announce the exam results. First place. Li Hongzhe finally smiled. This was the moment he felt most confident. Fang Qimai 98 points. The entire class was taken aback. Confusion values surged towards Fang Qimai. Every time Luo Xinrui read the scores, she would read out the top 10 to encourage and praise them. She would also read out the bottom 3 scores for a good criticism. Li Hongzhe was always first while Fang Qimai was among those being criticized. This time Fang Qimai directly rose to first place, surpassing him. Moreover, it was certain that Fang Qimai couldn't have copied someone else's answers as he had the highest score. Wow, so cool, what the hell? He's even better than the class monitor. Is this hidden strength, or has he awakened? Some began to cheer. This result was simply astonishing. Lu Mimi looked at Fang Qimai in surprise. Where did the previous underperforming desk mate go? Is this really the Fang Qimai I know? All the classmates looked at Fang Qimai. Could it be that he is finally revealing his true potential? He used to score so poorly, was it all an act? Watching Xiao Bishue gaze at Fang Qimai with admiration, Li Hongzhe was so angry, he almost ripped his book apart. Second place, Li Hongzhe 94 points. For a top student like Li Hongzhe, this score was nothing surprising. But this time Li Hongzhe scored a full 4 points lower than Fang Qimai. Li Hongzhe was completely bewildered. I actually lost to an underperformer. And all the attention was on the first place, leaving Li Hongzhe, who had never been second, with a massive blow to his self-esteem. Qimai is too impressive. Brother Mai is on fire. This is truly like putting a dime on a cow's, but 100% impressive. Ruan Ming and Niu Jichao tied for third place, 92 points. Fourth place, Xiao Bishue. Let's give a round of applause to the top 10 students. Take them as examples and learn from them. Lu Mimi looked at her paper with a score of 61, nearly crying. We agreed to be underperformers together. How did you change so suddenly? Sob, sob, sob. Desk mate, how did you score 98 points? Can you teach me? It's simple, nothing to teach, just don't answer one multiple choice question. Lu Mimi. From Lu Mimi's confusion value 10. And Li Hongzhe, who had always enjoyed the halo of a top student, instantly dimmed. He remained silent throughout. What gives that guy the right? Damn. He stole the spotlight in front of Bishue again, but don't get too smug, it'll make you embarrassed soon. After school that evening, Li Hongzhe called out Jiang Zijian, who was sitting in the last row, casually drawing sketches with his feet up. So have you arranged your people yet? It's been set for several days. The basketball team captain will join us for PE class tomorrow, and then let him take down that guy. Very good. I'm going to draw now. Don't disturb me. Wait. Li Hongzhe secretly took out a small bag of something. Upon opening it, it contained some white powder. This stuff will make that guy have a terrible time. The effect is very Jiang Zijian asked in surprise. What's going on? Are you going for something underhanded? What underhanded? This is called strategy. Jiang Zijian disdainfully replied. I don't play those games, if you want to go ahead. Wait. Have you forgotten how that guy tore apart the painting you worked so hard on? Can you tolerate that? Even so, Jiang Zijian prefer to win in an open and fair manner. Oh, you're so stubborn. What matters is making that guy look foolish in front of Bishue. Everything else is secondary. Jiang Zijian coldly responded. Are you teaching me how to do things again? How dare I? Jiang Zijian always had that arrogant demeanor, which Li Hongzhe feared the most. What is this thing? Will it kill someone if eaten? Li Hongzhe pushed up his glasses. This is magnesium sulfate, brought by my cousin who majored in chemistry. It has a bit of toxicity. Too much will cause diarrhea, and it can be quite severe. When the whole class watches Fang Qimai in that situation, TSK. Are you crazy? You're going to bring something toxic to harm others. So you want to die, huh? Shoo. Li Hongzhe leaned closer to Jiang Zijian, saying, keep your voice down. This stuff won't kill anyone, you can rest assured. Jiang Zijian looked Li Hongzhe up and down. Small eyes, wearing glasses with a pair of buck teeth, and slightly chubby. Li Hongzhe, I never expected you to look so gentle on the outside, but be such a schemer to pull off something like this. So if you take down Fang Qimai, am I next? Come on, brother Jian, you're joking. We're comrades. How could I scheme against you? What if we get caught? You hide behind me, and I take the blame. Li Hongzhi, your plan is truly ambitious. After saying that, Jiang Zijin walked away without looking back. Li Hongzhi clenched his fists in anger. It seems he must take matters into his own hands. Fang Qimai, let's show by Shui your most embarrassing side. Today, Fang Qimai routinely skipped evening self-study. He was going back to his former residence to retrieve some items and to return the place. His landlord, Yang Huming, was an elderly man from Jiangqing. Yang Huming was an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner running a small clinic to make a living. At the same time, he was a friend of Fang Qimai's grandfather. After learning about Fang Qimai's situation, he allowed him to stay in a small room on the top floor of the clinic. In a place like Jiangqing, it's hard to find a place to stay. Although the room was only 10 square meters, it was enough for Fang Qimai to live alone. Moreover, Yang Huming didn't charge Fang Qimai any rent, allowing him to live there for free. However, Fang Qimai still wanted to give him 200 yuan a month as rent. But Yang Huming was very stubborn and refused to accept the money no matter what. His wife passed away early, and his only son rarely came home, only returning to ask for money, which left him quite lonely. Over time, Yang Huming came to treat Fang Qimai like his own grandson, and their relationship grew very close. Fang Qimai first went upstairs to pack his things and tidy up the house, as he wouldn't be living there anymore. When he got downstairs, several elderly people were waiting to see the doctor. Fang Qimai didn't disturb them and quietly sat down. After a while, Yang Huming noticed Fang Qimai. Oh, Xiaomai is here. Don't you have evening self-study tonight? Ding. You have been called out by the old doctor. Yang Huming rewards skill herb recognition. Herb recognition, mastery of knowledge regarding all traditional Chinese herbs. This skill is not bad. I've gained some knowledge. Grandpa Yang, I'm here to say goodbye today. Child, what is this? Fang Qimai explained his situation to Yang Huming, but he didn't say too much. So that's how it is. Are your biological parents treating you well? Pretty well. That's good, but it's good to be. You should go back and spend time with your family. Grandpa Yang, I will come to visit you often in the future. You're a good child. Ooh, I'm content with just your thoughtfulness. Just then a chubby middle-aged man walked in. Fang Qimai recognized him as Yang Huming's son Yang Quan. Dad, when are you going to close this broken clinic? I've told you that my friends and I want to start a popular delivery service. You are dragging this out, affecting my ability to make money. Yang Huming looked very angry and immediately replied, this clinic is not going to close. If you want to open a shop, go find a storefront. Why rent someone else's place when we have our own? Besides, the current storefronts are ridiculously expensive. A small shop can easily cost thousands or even tens of thousands a month. Isn't that all cost? Anyway, this broken clinic isn't making any money. Why keep it open? It would be better to use it for my business, Yang Huming scoffed. You dare say that? You're in your 30s without any skills. You don't deliver food, you don't do deliveries, and the longest job you've had lasted just 3 months. If I don't run this clinic, do you expect to support me in my old age? Look at you. One day you want to start a delivery service, the next you're changing your mind again. Oh, Dad, I'm serious this time. Fast food delivery is very popular now. The shop doesn't need to be large. Oh, we buy pre-packaged food heated up when someone orders and send it out. Just think how quickly the money comes in. Hey, Uncle Quan, isn't that just ill-gotten gains? The delivery industry has been ruined by people like you. Hey, Fang Qimai, you've been living in our house for so many years. Do you think you have the right to speak here? Yang Quan gestured with his fists. Ding. You have been called out by the dazed Yang Quan, receiving a consolation prize 10 yuan. Fang Qimai, system, shouldn't you explain this to me? Sorry, host, this system really cannot find any merit in this person. 10 yuan is all it can be, if it really can't be more. Fang Qimai was also convinced, how bad could this guy be, that even the system couldn't stand him. Anyway, a 10 yuan consolation prize is better than nothing. But if Grandpa Yang's clinic were truly taken over by him to run a shady delivery business, then Grandpa Yang would have no basic livelihood security. Because someone like Yang Quan, even if he made money, would surely squander it and never use it to support his family. Moreover, his shady dealings couldn't last long. In the end, he would just leave a mess for Grandpa Yang. Thinking of this, Fang Qimai said, Grandpa Yang, sell this shop to me. Sell it to you. Yang Quan was even more excited than Yang Huming. He mocked, do you have money? You're just a high school student, are you dreaming? I'm not listening to you. I'll offer 2 million. The place is mine, and the sign of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic will remain. I will renovate the clinic, and you, Grandpa Yang, will continue to practice here while I handle the salaries. 2 million. Yang Huming's old standalone house, along with the small room on the top floor, totals less than 50 square meters. The average price in this area is around 2,400 per square meter. At a total price, just over 1 million, Fang Qimai bought it for the high price of 2 million. At the same time, it not only allowed Yang Huming's clinic to continue operating, but also provided a steady income. This is definitely a blood profit. This clinic is in a remote location with few patients. With the money from selling herbs, the monthly income only amounts to several hundred to a few thousand yuan. Now, suddenly being taken over with a fixed salary in the future is simply fantastic. Both Yang Huming and his son were stunned. Is this something a high school student would say? From Yang Quan's confusion value 5, Fang Qimai continued, Grandpa Yang, I hope you can consider it. Of course, if you plan to retire and don't want to see patients anymore, that's fine too. By the way, if the price doesn't satisfy you, we can negotiate further. You brat, are you trying to fool me? Is this a joke? 2 million. Do you think it's 200 yuan? Have you gone foolish from studying? Yang Quan continued to curse. Sorry for Fang Qimai, now 2 million is no different from 200 yuan. Fang Qimai didn't waste time and picked up his phone to make a call. Uncle Bai, come over here. Bai Liso had been waiting by Fang Qimai's car, and upon receiving the order, he hurried over with a large suitcase. Comrade Yang Huming, thank you for taking care of our young master all these years. As long as you agree to sell, we can pay you the 2 million immediately. Yang Quan was stunned by this guy in a suit. 2 million for such a shabby storefront of his family. Has he lost his mind? This rundown place has waited for so many years for demolition, but never came. Now with this 2 million, buying a new house wouldn't be great. But could these two guys be scammers? Bai Liso opened the suitcase. Here is 2 million in cash. If you agree, we can proceed with the next steps. The sight of the crisp bills made Yang Quan's eyes go wide. He had never seen so much money in his life. Yang Huming said seriously to Fang Qimai, Child, you may be very wealthy now, but this is definitely a losing deal, not worth it. This shabby storefront has very few patients. You are mistaken if you think of investing in me. Fang Qimai replied, Grandpa Yang, when you took me in and insisted not to charge me rent, wasn't that also a losing deal? Back then you made the resolute decision without any hesitation or regret. Now is the time for me to repay you. Grandpa Yang agreed to it. Yang Huming was suddenly very touched. Stubborn as he was, he insisted on selling the house for its current market price, not charging Fang Qimai any extra. Yang Quan interjected, Dad, if they want 2 million, just sell it for 2 million. Hurry up, where else can you find such a good deal in the world? At this moment, Yang Quan completely forgot his own plans to open a shop here. What could be better than having 2 million? How many orders would one have to deliver to make that much money? Fang Qimai said, The homeowner is Grandpa Yang. This is between me and Grandpa Yang. I warn you, Uncle Quan, do not get any ideas about this money. What? You? From Yang Quan's confusion value 7, Yang Quan shouted, Then what the hell are we selling for? I oppose. I want sell. Bai Liso added, Based on the information we have, the owner of this house is Mr. Yang Huming, who holds full ownership. Although you are his son, without Mr. Yang Huming's authorization, you cannot interfere. Damn. Fang Qimai said, Grandpa Yang, please agree the Yang Traditional Medicine Clinic must not be buried. Yang Huming thought for a moment and finally nodded, saying, All right, child, this time I will listen to you. Dad, you. Bai Liso said, The contract has been prepared by the legal team. The drone is about to take off, expected to arrive in 30 minutes. We will sign the contract tonight, and I will be fully responsible for the subsequent work. For Qimai, this is also an investment. The 1 billion startup fund given by his parents makes 2 million insignificant. Whether it's a loss or not is unknown, but he has repaid Yang Huming for his kindness over the years. At the same time, it is a powerful counterattack against Yang Quan. Once the house is sold, the money won't reach Yang Quan's hands. Furthermore, he won't be able to set his sights on this storefront in the future. Dad, how can you do this? I disagree. Yang Quan was furious, pointing at Fang Qimai and Bai Liso. You little brat, and you old man, do you believe I can find someone to kill you? Fang Qimai replied, I don't know if you can kill us, but I can clearly tell you that I have decided on this clinic. You jerk. Yang Quan threw a punch. Bai Liso immediately stepped in front of Fang Qimai, grabbing Yang Quan's wrist. How could he break free? This old man is quite strong. Bai Liso smiled. Young man, are you trying to sneak attack? That's really unchivalrous. Damn it. Yang Quan's fist couldn't break free, and he kicked instead. Bai Liso raised his foot, pivoting, and kicked Yang Quan's foot away. At this point, Yang Quan lost his balance. Bai Liso pulled him and landed a quick punch on his shoulder. This punch held considerable power, directly sending Yang Quan out of the clinic. Ouch. That hurts so much. Yang Quan sat on the ground, holding his shoulder with a truly unpleasant. Yang Huming shook his head helplessly. His son had been spoiled since childhood, always getting into fights, and it was only a matter of time before he was taught a lesson. He stepped forward to help Yang Quan up. Checking the injury, his shoulder was already bruised. Fang Qimai was greatly shocked. Bai Liso's skills were truly impressive. Yang Huming had no choice but to bring over some medicinal liquor to massage Yang Quan. Yang Quan wailed like a ghost. It was a tragic sight. Old man, if you have the guts, don't run away. I'll call someone to kill you. Yang Huming angrily replied, Do you still dare to speak? You were the one who struck first. They were merciful. Otherwise your arm would have been ruined. Fang Qimai said, Uncle Quan, you can still see patients here tonight. After tonight, I will be charging fees. You? From Yang Quan's confusion value 7, ouch, that hurts so much. At 10 p.m., the contract was officially signed. Fang Qimai worried that Yang Quan would get any ideas about the 2 million, so he didn't give cash, but instead helped Yang Huming deposit it into his bank account. The subsequent series of tasks will be arranged by Li Shou. Now Fang Qimai has an additional investment project. Whether it is a loss or a gain is unknown, but Fang Qimai has repaid Yang Huming for his kindness. A new day Friday. This is the most enjoyable day of the week. Once today is over, there will be 2 days of rest ahead. Moreover, this day also has 2 physical education classes for Class 10 of the senior year. This is what Fang Qimai looks forward to the most, as he had previously arranged to have an unknown match with the PE teacher. Similarly, Li Hongzhe was also looking forward to this day. Isn't Fang Qimai the one who loves to show off? Then today let him embarrass himself. As Fang Qimai entered the classroom, a distracted girl suddenly barreled into him. With a swift, graceful sidestep, he avoided her, and she toppled to the floor. "Good thing I dodged quickly," he said indifferently as he moved inside. The girl clutched her knee and murmured, "Ah, senior. Be sure to read the letter I gave you." "A letter?" The girl stood up, flushed with embarrassment, and ran off. She was not from his class after all. Fang Qimai felt puzzled. Returning to his seat, he found it surrounded by onlookers. On his desk lay several ornate gift boxes. "What's going on?" Niu Jichao said. "Qimai, several junior girls just came together to give these to you. How did you manage that?" "They came to your seat, left the gifts, and ran. I just checked the signatures. They're first-year high schoolers. There are even second years. Some are from the neighboring class. You must be covering the whole school." Niu Jichao lowered his voice. "The gifts are still here, but those love letters." He nodded toward Lu Mimi. "Someone threw them away." Laughter broke out. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Lu Mimi snapped angrily and hurried out. Fang Qimai remembered that the girl who had fallen earlier was the one who asked for his WeChat yesterday morning. Could those little fans have followed him to class and noted his seat? Had they even prepared gifts for him today? In any case, they had made every boy in the class green with envy. Fang Qimai said, "Take these and divide them among yourselves." "Really, Qimai? Aren't you at all curious what's inside? The junior girls' boxes are so pretty. Won't you? If you want, take them. Well, gladly take them. Gifts from junior girls are irresistible." Fang Qimai replied coldly enough. Several classmates surged forward, eager to see what had been given. Li Hongzhe took the chance to jab at Xiao Bishue from beside her. "Fang Qimai is such a cad. Flirting everywhere. Better to stay away from someone like him." Xiao Bishue remained unconcerned. Since middle school, she had often received gifts and a pile of love letters, but she had accepted none of them. By Li Hongzhe's logic, wasn't she just as guilty? Xiao Bishue could be bothered to argue. By contrast, Li Hongzhe had hardly ever received any love letters. Seeing no reaction, Li Hongzhe changed the subject. "Bishue, let's go to the library this weekend. I have a VIP card for the quiet reading area. The service is excellent, and we won't be disturbed. We can study and discuss together." Xiao Bishue replied, "No thanks. My mother's foot is still injured, and she has difficulty with stairs. I invited Wan Meng to my house this weekend to study and do practice tests, and I can look after my mother then." "I see. Very well then." Li Hongzhe answered, a little disappointed. Finally, the morning classes ended. Part of the basketball court had been refurbished and reopened. After lunch and a short rest, Fang Qimai and the others could play without restraint until the afternoon P.E. class began. Uncharacteristically, Li Hongzhe joined the basketball game today. Normally, aside from what the gym teacher required, he hardly exercised at all. On the court, his awkward limbs made him look like a kindergartner bouncing a ball. It was not that he missed shots. The ball was snatched from him as soon as he received it, and he never even got a chance to shoot. No one wanted such a liability on their team. Fang Qimai did not care what game Li was playing. With his skill, he could handle 5 players alone, so one extra dud made no difference. After all, nobody passed him the ball. After playing for a while, Li Hongzhe bought a big sack of drinks and handed a bottle to each player. From what they remembered, he came from a wealthy family, but was stingy. Generous only to girls, they had never seen him treat the boys before. "Oh, class president. First time we get a drink bought by you. Class president, have you come into money? How generous. Mizone energy drink. And Assam milk tea. Big family class president. Well, with graduation coming, he thought he'd treat everyone to a drink. Here, this one's for you." Li Hongzhe distributed the drinks one by one, and everyone accepted gladly. When it reached Fang Qimai, Li handed him a bottle of green tea. "Qimai, you're." Fang Qimai, still playing, replied casually, "I don't like drinking soft. This was my gesture. Please drink it." Niu Jichao said, "I like green tea. Give it to me if you want." Li Hongzhe quickly pulled back and then shoved the bottle toward Fang Qimai. "What are you doing? I bought this for Qimai. I only said it in passing. You're so worked up." Niu Jichao sulked to one side. Fang Qimai found Li Hongzhe oddly insistent today. It seemed Li was determined that he drink that bottle of green tea. The moment Fang Qimai took the bottle, he activated a comprehensive data analysis on it. The readout displayed the green tea's listed ingredients. The results showed two items. First, the product had been opened 5 minutes earlier. Second, an extra ingredient Fang Qimai senna leaf had been added. Fang Qimai. That is not an ingredient one would expect in green tea. Having learned Bai Chao Renji herbal cognition, Fang Qimai understood the properties of each medicinal herb. It is a potent stimulant laxative that acts on the colon, provoking peristalsis through the intestinal mucosa and nerves, and usually taking effect within a short time. In traditional Chinese medicine, Fang Qimai is a strong remedy prescribed sparingly. Clearly, this bottle of green tea had been tampered with by Li Hongzhi. Come to think of it, Li Hongzhi's grandfather was a TCM physician. Raised in that environment, Li had some knowledge of herbs and easy access to Fang Qimai. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen Fang Qimai as his target. Fang would not let him succeed. He intended to turn Li's own tactics back upon him and make him pay for his scheme. After handing out the bottle, Li Hongzhi sat down as if nothing had happened and chatted with the others, acting perfect. A straight A student, he had calculated the timing precisely. Less than 10 minutes remained before class. If Fang began to drink now, the drug would gradually take effect during class, and an incident would surely occur. At first, he had planned to use the chemical magnesium sulfate heptahydrate, but after Jiang Zijian's warning, he had felt a surge of apprehension. Although he had worked out the dose, he still feared that if things escalated and an investigation followed, his name would be ruined and his life ruined along with it. After weighing the risks, he decided Fang Qimai was safer ground into powder and mixed into the tea. It would be barely detectable. At worst, it would be blamed on a spoiled drink and a stomach upset. Now he needed to watch Fang Qimai drink it with his own eyes to feel secure. Li Hongzhi, drink it. What nonsense are you talking? I'd never drink. Ding. 1000 bewilderment points consumed. I absolute command activated. Remaining bewilderment points 1680. Li Hongzhi took the bottle of green tea. For no discernible reason. Suddenly, I found myself intensely curious. What on earth does green tea laced with senna leaves taste like? Glug glug glug. 10 bewilderment points acquired from Li Hongzhi. It's over. I'm going to have diarrhea. Class starts in minutes. What do I do now? Should I dash to the restroom immediately? At this, Fang Qimai smiled faintly, then silently issued his second command. Ding. 1000 bewilderment points consumed. I absolute command activated. Remaining bewilderment points 680. The pre-class bell rang. Physical education teacher Wang Shixing gathered the students. I have two announcements, one good, one bad. Which would you like first? The good news. They chorused in unison. Ahem. Good news, the principal has announced that the vacant lot beside our school will be transformed into a new gymnasium. Upon hearing this, everyone broke into cheers. Finally, someone's doing something human. This crumbling playground has long been an embarrassment. Building a gym is brilliant. We'll play badminton, rain or shine. This is truly a heifer perched atop a neon sign, radiantly, dazzlingly, absurdly impressive. Someone asked, then teacher, what's the bad news? The bad news is you'll graduate in 3 months, and whether the gym gets built or not has absolutely nothing to do with you. Damn, we walked right into that. What kind of good news is that? Both are disasters. Whoa. Students erupted into furious complaints. Every blessing arrives only after graduation. But Li Hongzhi had no time for such thoughts. A strange unease began stirring deep in his abdomen. Yet he couldn't bring himself to raise his hand and announce, teacher, I need to use the restroom. 2 bewilderment points acquired from Li Hongzhi. Then came roll call. Fang Qimai. Here. Ding. You've been called by PE teacher Wang Shixing. Reward granted, skill manual, mastering high school English grammar. Huh. Wait, did I read that right? A PE teacher awards an English grammar skill. Though teacher Wang is tall, handsome, and impeccably groomed, he's 30 and still single. Rumors from the neighboring class claimed he'd recently begun dating a foreign woman, so he'd rekindled his passion for English, secretly enrolling in intensive courses and studying relentlessly. Still unsatisfied, he even sought private tutoring from a senior English teacher in grade 1. Alas, the foreign woman proved utterly unreliable. Their relationship collapsed after just 1 month. Now teacher Wang has unexpectedly begun courting that very English teacher. Fate. Sublime, inscrutable, and wondrously ironic. Some things unfold with perfect logic, and yet utterly unforeseen. Even now teacher Wang persists in mastering English. So, that's how I ended up receiving an English reward. Instantly a flood of grammatical knowledge surged into Fang Qimai's mind. My English was taught by a PE instructor. Who'd ever believe that? Bewildered. As tradition dictates, the first PE class begins with warm-up exercises, followed by physical assessments, after which students may freely choose their activities. Today's test: triple jump, then 2 laps. Regroup at my position once you finish. The entire class began jogging lazily. After a few strides, Li Hongzhi's stomach seized with pain. A primordial force surged within him, urgent, unstoppable. He desperately needed relief. Yet everyone was jogging slowly, stepping forward to confess, "Teacher, I must relieve myself," would be mortifying. Senna is traditional Chinese medicine. The effect surely can't be so extreme. Just hold on a little longer, it'll pass. I'll slip away discreetly during the testing phase. Better resolve it before the triple jump. Otherwise that primordial surge will erupt uncontrollably mid-leap. Gritting his teeth, Li Hongzhi kept running. But his steps grew heavier, until he lagged behind even the girls. No, he couldn't endure it any longer. His abdomen screamed. Seeing no one behind him, he boldly released the pressure. Uffed. Relief, sweet, profound, absolute. Blissful. Though the odor was unmistakable. Fortunately no one stood nearby. How humiliating it would have been if someone caught wind of it. His next priority vanished swiftly from the scene, leaving no trace, arousing no suspicion. He quickened his pace. Yet the moment that valve opened it refused to close. No matter how he tried it remained stubbornly loose. Ftwil. Ftwil. The rhythm oddly possessed a certain cadence. Shhhhhhrrr. Finally silence. Though the valve itself throbbed with discomfort. Is Senna really this potent? 5 bewilderment points acquired from Li Hongzhi. At that instant the second lap runners approached. Li Hongzhi was about to be lapped, but clutching his stomach his legs refused to lift. Fang Qimai led the pack. Li Hongzhi ran the inner lane. Fang Qimai overtook him from the outer. Class rep, why did you deploy hidden weapons against me? Who deployed any weapons? All along my path. Your ambushes were everywhere. I ambushed you. Where? 6 bewilderment points acquired from Li Hongzhi. Behind them students began covering their noses, murmuring in dismay. That stench. Overpowering. Who cut loose up ahead? That's no ordinary flatulence. That's a biochemical weapon. It's killing me. Ugh. Then, a piercing cry rang out. Oh my God. Class rep, why is your pants yellow? 12 bewilderment points acquired from Li Hongzhi. Instantly, every student's gaze locked onto Li Hongzhi's trousers. Class rep, your pants. Li Hongzhi instinctively clutched at them. Dampness. And between his buttocks, a sticky clinging sensation. Without hesitation he whirled and yanked down his white school trousers. Yellow. Undeniably, unmistakably yellow. Damn it. 20 bewilderment points acquired from Li Hongzhi. 20 bewilderment points acquired from Li Hongzhi. Everyone run. The class rep has lost control. No wonder the path smelled like sewage just now. And it's got a hint of cilantro. This is truly a heifer giving birth to no calf. Absurdly catastrophically impressive. Students scattered instantly, some veering sideways, others sprinting clear. Those arriving later apprised of the situation halted on the spot. The girls looked on cringing in empathetic mortification. By now Fang Qimai had completed both laps. PE teacher Wang Shixing demanded, "What's happening? Why has everyone stopped?" Fang Qimai shrugged. "No idea, but frankly I think this track is irredeemable." 1 bewilderment point acquired from Wang Shixing. Beep, beep. Wang Shixing blew his whistle sharply. "What's going on? Keep running." From afar someone shouted, "Ugh, teacher." The class reps exploded. "We can't get past." Wang Shixing. 2 bewilderment points acquired from Wang Shixing. Damn it, how could I suddenly crave that green tea? From Li Hongzhi's confusion value 20, Li Hongzhi covered his backside making a ruckus as he dashed towards the restroom without looking back. It's over. How will Bishua look at me? How will my classmates see me? I can't face them anymore. I should have gone to the restroom sooner. Now I've made it even more embarrassing. Damn. Please don't come out yet. Wait for me to arrive. Please. From a distance other classmates from different classes were also gossiping. Isn't that the class monitor from class 10? Running so fast. He said he soiled his pants. Huh. In high school still soiling his pants. Among them there was one person who was just as confused. That was Jiang Zijian. He was the only one who knew that Li Hongzhi would be the one to receive the laxative from Fang Qimai. But now he couldn't understand why it was Li Hongzhi himself who ended up in such an embarrassing situation. From Jiang Zijian's confusion value 4. However, seeing Li Hongzhi humiliate himself in front of the entire class, he surprisingly felt quite pleased. He thought to himself, "Comrade, I can't help you now." For a time the incident of Li Hongzhi soiling his pants became the hot topic of discussion in the class. "Want to mess with me? No way." Fang Qimai chuckled wickedly. Not soiling his pants and not being able to go to the restroom was Fang Qimai's second command to Li Hongzhi. And thus this tragedy unfolded. Fang Qimai was the first to complete the triple jump, then he went off to play. Everyone analyzed how he would deal with his yellow-stained pants. I guess he might use toilet cleaner to wash them. Toilet cleaner could work, but it would make them. What do I think? He could just apply some white chalk directly on them. No, you are all wrong. My suggestion is to wear them inside out. At first glance it looks like he cleaned them, but the yellow is still at the front mainly because everyone will focus on his back and easily overlook the front. By the way, don't ask me how I know. How do you know? Is this about the pants? If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to return to class. Including Class 2 of the third year, several classes also had physical education at the same time. Lin Haojie was also playing basketball, and his ball accidentally rolled into the court where Fang Qimai was playing. Fang Qimai casually picked it up and threw it back to Lin Haojie. Lin Haojie had already noticed Fang Qimai, but had been avoiding him, not wanting to greet him, and unexpectedly ran into him like this. "Hello, Director Fang." "Thank you, Director Fang." After saying that, Lin Haojie quickly slipped away. At that moment, Jiang Zijian arrived at the basketball court. "Ajay, wait a minute." Jiang Zijian pulled Lin Haojie aside. "It's this guy, he's too arrogant. Help me deal with him." Lin Haojie was taken aback. "What? The one you told me about who you wanted to deal with was him?" "That's right. This guy has been flaunting in our class, claiming that no one can beat him in basketball, and saying the basketball team captain is trash. You are our captain, you must show him who's boss." Lin Haojie shivered in fear. "No, I'd rather not find someone else." "Why not? Aren't you the king of Onion? You can't stand guys like him. Help me take him down, and he'll treat you to karaoke tonight." Lin Haojie hesitated. Jiang Zijian continued. "You saw that ball he made, gets the one that made me lose. Help me win it back." "No way. Why not? It's not just about one ball, it's about our school's reputation, our team's face." Lin Haojie waved his hand. "He's my dad's superior. My dad told me to be cautious. I can't go against him." "Superior?" Jiang Zijian's confusion level increased by 10. Jiang Zijian was taken aback. "What the heck? What are you talking about? Ajay, are we not brothers? If we are brothers, help me deal with him. He'll call the girls from our class to cheer for you." "No way, even if we were real brothers, I can't help you this time." Lin Haojie shoved the basketball into Jiang Zijian's hands and turned to leave. Jiang Zijian was furious. Damn. He had waited so long for Lin Haojie to take down Fang Qimai and get back that basketball, but unexpectedly Lin Haojie chickened out. Why did he look so scared of Fang Qimai? This isn't his style? Fang Qimai is his dad's superior. How does that even add up? At that moment, a tall figure approached. Jiang Zijian's eyes brightened upon seeing him. "Captain." This person was Wei Hui, the former captain of the basketball team from Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Standing at 193 meters tall with excellent athleticism, he was nearly unstoppable in a drive and made powerful dunks, earning the nickname Jiangxing James. He led the basketball team to provincial and municipal medals. Last year, he was directly admitted to Jiangxing Sports College. He was the most outstanding basketball player of the past few years at Jiangxing No. 2 High School. In Jiang Zijian's eyes, he was like a god descending from the heavens. "Captain, what brings you here?" Wei Hui crossed his arms. "Just handling some matters at school." "How come I just heard you say who's so arrogant to look down on our basketball team?" Jiang Zijian quickly replied. "Captain, it's that guy over there. He says our basketball team is trash. He also claims no one from our team can beat him. He's so cocky." Wei Hui looked at Jiang Zijian. "And what about you? Did you win or lose?" "I lost as well." "Then you really are a noob." Jiang Zijian was quite cocky at school, but in front of someone like Wei Hui, he could only back down. Being called a noob, he could only endure it. "Captain, what do you think we should do about this?" Wei Hui asked. "What's this guy's background?" "Fang Qimai, he's from my class, nothing major." "From your class? How come I never noticed this character before?" Wei Hui pondered. "If even you lost, this is interesting. All right, let me teach him a lesson." "Captain, can you help me win back the ball?" Wei Hui coldly replied. "Not only will I win back the ball, but I'll also make him kneel and hand it to me." As he spoke, Wei Hui walked toward the basketball court where Fang Qimai was playing. At this moment, the basketball that had missed its shot bounced back up. The people below were still waiting to grab the rebound when suddenly a gust of wind swept in. A black figure rushed up and intercepted the ball midair. Then with a single step, he executed a powerful dunk. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Many recognized that this tall figure was Wei Hui, the former captain of the basketball team and a senior from the last cohort. This person was naturally competitive, direct, and harsh in speech, and rather arrogant. Why was he back at school today? And judging by his demeanor, was he here to clear the court? Students quickly dispersed. With such a basketball master present, continuing to play would be embarrassing. Fang Qimai, however, was unfazed, receiving the ball and continuing his game. "Noob, your name is Fang Qimai, right?" "Ding. You have been named by former basketball team captain Wei Hui. Rewards skill Super Basketball Steal." "Wow. Sounds like a powerful skill. This guy truly lives up to being the basketball captain. The rewards given for naming him are better than anyone else's." "I've heard you're quite cocky. How about we practice?" Wei Hui smiled, and then added, "Let's get straight to the point. I want to crush you, you noob." Upon hearing those words, the others retreated even further. The former captain of the basketball team took the initiative to issue a challenge, asking who would dare to respond. For the onlookers, the show was about to begin. "Later, perhaps," Fang Qimai casually replied. "Later? Why? My classmates and I haven't finished yet." Fang Qimai's eyes grew cold. "What the hell are you doing here?" "You?" Wei Hui was left speechless. Kid, no one has dared to speak to me like that. Actually, what? It's just that your ears are deaf and you can't hear them. Damn. From Wei Hui's confusion 5, the other classmates looked at Fang Qimai in disbelief. Seeing Wei Hui being confronted felt oddly satisfying. But whether Fang Qimai could survive this was another. Jiang Zijian was left dumbfounded. Wei Hui had once been a tyrant at No. 2 high school, and only after he left did others have the chance to dominate. Just days ago, Fang Qimai had been challenged by him. Now he was challenging Wei Hui. Fang Qimai, let's see how you die this time. The tougher you talk, the worse it will be for you. How long will it take you to finish, weakling? Wei Hui asked, arms crossed. Ever since obtaining the system, Fang Qimai had played many basketball games and gained various skills recognized by teammates and opponents. But he had never found anyone to truly test his level. The school team's Jiang Zijin was simply not enough to challenge him. Captain Lin Haojiet didn't dare to face him either. Now an impressive opponent had arrived, which would be an interesting test. However, this guy was quite rude, constantly calling others weaklings. If you could speak politely and respect your opponent, we could start right now. Wei Hui lowered his arms and said, Fang Qimai, I'd like to ask you for a match. Oh, would that be all right? Hurry up, don't be wishy-washy. Sure, how do you want to play? Half court, 5 shots to decide the winner. What about the stakes? Wei Hui thought for a moment. The winner gets to say what the loser has to do. All right, it's a deal. At that moment, the class bell rang. The crowd began to grow larger. Wow, is this a unknown match? Isn't that Wei Hui the former captain of the basketball team? Who dares to be so reckless? Come on, senior. You got this. That guy over there is from class 10, looks really handsome, both sides support him. Come on, this is just Wei Hui's personal show. I bet a bottle of cola that senior Wei Hui wins. Everyone present except for the first-year students knew or had heard of Wei Hui's strength. Wei Hui snorted and said, You're a junior, I'll let you attack first. Fang Qimai waved his hand. No, you attack first. Why, oi? Fang Qimai smiled confidently, mimicking Wei Hui's tone. Let's not beat around the bush. I want to steal the ball from you. Damn. Wei Hui's breakthrough ability is extremely strong. No one can defend against him. This guy is foolish. Instead of avoiding the danger, he wants to target his opponent's strengths. Laughing, isn't that guy across the way a bit foolish? Such good looks wasted. Niu Jichao and a few classmates were sweating for Fang Qimai. Qimai, you play really well, but you can't just go wild like this. This is really a little cow. Forget it, I can't think of more, just take it easy, Qimai. Wei Hui felt humiliated. If that's the case, then you might as well die. However, at this moment, Fang Qimai had already activated comprehensive data analysis. Before his eyes was a wealth of data analysis that others could not see. This included Wei Hui's various athletic metrics and strengths and weaknesses in basketball. The data showed that Wei Hui's physical strength was far above that of the average adult. He was skilled with both hands, had quick footwork, and was adept at feints. No wonder his breakthrough ability was so strong. However, he also had many flaws. He excelled at breaking through, but his defense was average, and his shooting was a weakness, especially with a particularly low three-point shooting rate. None of this was important. The big data even predicted that in 6 seconds Wei Hui would feign an attack on the left, but was actually intending to attack from the right. Moreover, the trajectory of the basketball had already been captured in advance. Coupled with the super basketball steal, Fang Qimai confidently smirked. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Wei Hui began his breakthrough. Sure enough, he feigned left, and then immediately changed direction to attack from the right. Fang Qimai stood firm like a mountain, fixated solely on the trajectory of the ball. With his super stealing ability, he made his move, and with a sharp sound, Wei Hui's ball was lost in an instant. In a quick step, Fang Qimai smoothly caught the ball in his hands. What? Wei Hui was completely stunned. From Wei Hui's confusion 10, the crowd was astonished. This kid must be cheating. He just stole the ball from senior Wei Hui right at the beginning. Many rubbed their eyes. Oh my, that was so fast I didn't even see it clearly. A girl nearby declared proudly, I got it on camera, I got it. Fang Qimai began to dribble the basketball. Senior, thank you for your kindness. Jiang Zijian looked at Fang Qimai in disbelief of what had just happened. He had rarely seen anyone steal the ball from Wei Hui before. Wei Hui frowned, shoutingly displeased. Come on. They'll steal it back from you, you weakling. Fang Qimai smiled confidently again. Sorry, senior, but you missed your chance. Instead of breaking through, he jumped straight up. A beautiful arc traced through the air. Wow. Fang Qimai is going for a three-point jump shot. Whoosh. The basketball went straight through the hoop, brushing lightly against the net with a pleasing sound. All the onlookers were stunned. Qimai just won a point. And it was a three-pointer. Impressive. Our class 10 has so much face. Woohoo, go my go. From Wei Hui's confusion 11. From Jiang Zijian's confusion 8. Wei Hui shouted, consider yourself lucky. Fang Qimai knew it was more than just luck. First, he conducted a data analysis on the basketball hoop. Taking into account factors like angle, wind direction, and distance, he precisely calculated the force needed to make the shot, and from which angle to release the ball. This data even accounted for the slight tilt of the basketball hoop due to years of disrepair. With unparalleled precision coupled with the three-point jump shot master he had acquired earlier, it was undoubtedly, since Wei Hu's weakness was his three-point shooting, Fang Qimai would use three-pointers as the best counterattack. He passed the ball to Wei Hui. All right, senior, it's your turn to attack now. Wei Hui, irritated, slapped the ball a few times. He reminded himself to stay calm. He couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. While dribbling, he started looking for opportunities to break through. Feigning, dribbling between his legs, spinning, changing direction, then dribbling between his legs again, feigning again, and changing direction once more. The series of movements was quite spectacular. Many of these points were worth learning for anyone who played basketball. However, in Fang Qimai's eyes, Wei Hu's current attack had already been analyzed thoroughly. He merely followed along without making a move. Wei Hui intended to use his physical advantage to withstand Fang Qimai's steal. He charged towards the hoop, planning to deliver a powerful dunk that would be impossible for Fang Qimai to block. Soon he found his opportunity. He was going to force his way through. Now's the time. However, with a sharp sound, the crowd was still trying to figure out what happened when the ball was intercepted by Fang Qimai again. From Wei Hu's confusion, 15. Senior, thank you for your kindness. He snatched it in the blink of an eye. Astonishingly handsome. That steal was intoxicating to watch. What is his name? So handsome and so skilled on the court. My heart skipped a beat. My go. The crowd applauded one after another. Niu Jichao stood dumbfounded. Could this really be Fang Qimai? Amazing. Jiang Zijian drew a sharp breath. He muttered. He tugged the ball away in a single motion, sharper than a pro basketball player. A chill ran through him. Perhaps when they played that day, Fang Qimai had not shown his full strength and was merely toying with him. This guy is terrifying. The crowd swelled. Basketball fans watched with rapt attention, while those less interested were still captivated by Fang Qimai's handsome poise. All the boys from Class 10 had come except Li Hongxia. The girls trickled in to watch. Lu Mimi had been cheering for Fang Qimai from early on. Xiao Bishue and the others were among them. Ruan Meng whispered, Fang Qimai is incredible. Niu Jichao boasted, he's my buddy. Of course he's amazing. Fang Qimai smiled and warned, Senior, I'm going to attack. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Wei Hui steeled himself to defend. It was not only about keeping the ball, but about saving face. He pressured Fang Qimai, closely terrified of another three. Some players can shoot well, but cannot penetrate defenses. Wei Hui thought he had figured out Fang Qimai's tricks. Fang feinted, shifted direction, pumped, and changed direction. The speed and realism of the feints bewildered Wei Hui. He lost him in an instant. He strained with all his might to catch up. With a deft fake, Fang Qimai came to a sudden stop and rose for a jump shot. Swish, the ball went in. Fang had already won 2 rounds. Wei still had 0. Wei Hu's bewilderment 14. Jiang Zijian's bewilderment 10. Lin Haoji's bewilderment. At that moment, the whole court was chanting Fang Qimai's name. Fang asked, Senior, are you nervous? Wei, red with shame and anger, spat back, I'm not. Fang Qimai smiled. The angrier his opponent grew, the more it betrayed his inner hurt. Now Fang's intention was to make him feel utter despair. With a snap, he stole the ball from Wei again. Past the three-point line with no run-up, he took a stride and leapt. Fang soared. A soaring, thunderous dunk. The ball thundered through the hoop. On landing, Fang Qimai blew the crowd a suave flying kiss. He moonwalked with flamboyant swagger and even began to sing teasingly. Let go. Salted egg will harm your liver. Hold my pillow. Wei Hu's bewilderment 17. Jiang Zijian's bewilderment 14. Lin Haoji's bewilderment. The spectators roared. The girls especially went wild after receiving the flying kiss. Each one positively ecstatic. The former school team captain was being humiliated. Heartthrob, you're so handsome. You can play and you can dance. Which class is that handsome guy in? I want to add him on WeChat. I recorded the whole thing. They'll treasure my Heartthrobs video. They're not even on the same level. The gap is TSK tisk. This is like a little calf standing on its head. Absolutely awe-inspiring. Jiang Zijian, who had planned to wait for Wei to defeat Fang and scold him, quietly slipped away into the crowd. Lin Haojia watched in secret, patted his chest, and exhaled, shaken. Luckily, he had not dared challenge. Wei stood rooted, bewildered. Lost. Just like that. There had been no room to resist. The other had won in an instant. He had once been accustomed to adoration, a renowned athlete guaranteed into a team. Now he was an underclassman's defeated disciple and the butt of everyone's jokes. Many knew he had provoked Fang Qimai and called him a loser. Some had even said this duel would be his own show. He wished he could bury himself. Fang slid before Wei and said, Senior, are you in despair? Wei clenched his fists. Fang asked again, best of 5. I already have 3. Will you concede? Wei Hu's bewilderment 18. He said nothing, snorted, grabbed his bag, and tried to leave. Fang Qimai said, Senior Wei, you wouldn't be such a poor sport, would you? The crowd chimed in. Yes, it's just wins and losses are normal. Refusing to accept loss. Can't take defeat. If you bet, accept it, senior. Senior, you owe me a soda, though I bet on your win. Under the pointing fingers, Wei said, speak. What do you want? But don't go too far. Relax, it won't be accepted. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Fang said, call me Godfather. Let me hear it. You. The onlookers burst into laughter. Impressive, huh? Wei, mortified, snapped, no, change it. Didn't you just call me a loser? I want you to be the godson of my loser clan. Damn. Fang shrugged, another option is fine. If you'd rather call me your real dad, I wouldn't mind. Whoa. Wei Hu's bewilderment 18. Veins bulged in his hands. Fang said, senior, so many juniors are watching, hitting people is not becoming. Wei flung his hand and said, I won't admit defeat. If you dare, let's do 5 more. The crowd began to boo, denouncing Wei's shamelessness. Fang said, you don't accept it. I Fang Qimai deal with all kinds of dissent. With that, Fang cradled the ball and walked to mid-court. What is he up to? He turned, heightening everyone's. Suddenly he lofted the ball. Swish. From mid-court he launched a shot under all eyes, and it went in. At that moment the class bell rang. But no one cared about the bell. Mouths formed perfect OS, then the crowd erupted in cheers. Blinding brilliance. Now that's a performance. I can't believe it. This actually works. Qimai, you're incredible. Maimai is so handsome. Maimai is the coolest. Wan Ming excitedly tugged at Xiao Bishua. Did you see? Did you see? Fang Qimai is amazing. I saw it. I heard he was good, but not this good. Xiao Bishua observed everything and cast an approving look. For a moment, innumerable bewilderment points floated through the air. This round yielded plentiful spoils. Before Fang could say anything, with a flop, Wei Hui dropped to one knee. Godfather, I yield. I kneel before you. Fang smiled. Good boy, son. Henceforth you are a member of my loser clan. Immediately several girls pressed close to Fang. Hello, I'm He Xiaomei from Senior 2 Class 3. May I get to know you? Senior M and Senior 1 Class 8. I've sipped from this bottle, so it's yours now. M Wang Lan Lan from Senior 1 Class 1. Could you sign an autograph for me? Fang said, whether it's troublesome, I don't know, but the bell has rung. If you don't return to class, you'll be in trouble. After herding the little fans back to class, Fang sprinted off. Sheng, where are you going? Wang Zixing's bewilderment 10. At that moment, Wang Xixing was preparing to slip away. I suddenly remembered I have something in this class. Didn't we agree to a onion-owned basketball match? You said you'd be a puppy if you didn't show up. I don't need to play it. I concede right away. Already conceding. Wang Xixing sighed helplessly. Kid, I watched your last match too. I won't seek masochism. No way, Sheng, it ended before it began. Men shouldn't say they can't do it. Wang pushed Fang and said, you brat, you've been holding back your strength, haven't you? Fang shrugged, all thanks to the opponent's contrast. Wang Xixing. But seriously, with your talent, it's no problem to be recommended into a better university than Wei Hu's. To be safe, enter some competitions and win a few awards. Wang continued, they'll talk to teacher Zhang and see about getting you into the school team. Fang replied, no need, teacher. I have no interest. Then what are you interested in? I'm more interested in you, Sheng. Come on, let's have a match. Wang Zixing's bewilderment 12. They'll go ask the principal for leave to go home. Next period, you guys are free to do as you wish. Lei Jiaming walked into the classroom, where everyone was still fervently discussing Fang Qimai's recent basketball performance. However, they did not hear the call to stand up. What's going on? Where is the class monitor? Lei Jiaming inquired. The class monitor is probably still in the restroom. No, I guess he should be washing his pants. He might still be. You know. I see. Let's start the class. The results of the last test are out, and one student surprised me. After distributing the papers, Lei Jiaming couldn't help but praise Fang Qimai, 145 points, ranking first in the class. He finished in just over 10 minutes and scored 145. Is he even human? Fang Qimai is really fierce. Has the hidden power of the academic genius finally been revealed? He plays basketball so well too. Fang Qimai is a true all-rounder. Lu Mimi looked at her test paper filled with red crosses, feeling quite sad. Maimai, how did you score 145 points again? Did you miss a question? Not really, Fang Qimai replied. I answered everything this time. But I wrote my name too quickly and forgot it, so Lei Good deducted 5 points. Lu Mimi. From Lu Mimi's confusion, value 6. On the other side, Li Hongzhe, who was in the restroom, was already starting to question his life. Fortunately, his dad Li Ying worked at the school. With a call, Li Ying arranged for a pair of jeans for Li Hongzhe. After struggling in the restroom for a long time, Li Hongzhe finally cleaned up and changed into the jeans. As for his school pants, he quickly discarded them. That was his shame. Now he wouldn't return to the classroom, no matter what. It was utterly embarrassing. It was one thing to have diarrhea, but to have an accident in his pants was just humiliating. Fortunately, the next 2 days were the weekend. He hoped everyone would forget about this after the weekend. With so many people in the school watching, he was truly disgraced. After suffering from dehydration, Li Hongzhe prepared to buy a bottle of glucose from the convenience store. After drinking only a couple of sips, he suddenly clutched his stomach. No, it's coming again. When the class bell rang, Li Hongzhe quietly returned to the classroom from the other side of the stairs. He planned to sneak in and grab his backpack while everyone else was out to lunch. He decided not to attend the evening study session and just go home discussing it next week. At this moment, he didn't want to run into anyone, keeping his head down as he walked. However, at the stairway, Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao were standing there. Fang Qimai said, "See, I told you the class monitor would sneak out this way. Hey, call me brother, and you're treating for this meal." Niu Jichao gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. Let's go, my gu. I'll treat." From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 8. At this moment, a campus cleaner passed by with a broom. Li Hongzhe glanced at the cleaner's pants. An awkward scene unfolded. The two were wearing the same style of. He suddenly realized. At school, who would carry an extra pair of pants? In this case, he could only borrow pants from the cleaner living on campus. Damn. Fang Qimai took a couple of steps, turned around, and said, "Monitor your new pants." Really, man? From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 12. After having a meal treated by Niu Jichao, Fang Qimai decided not to attend the evening study session. After changing clothes, he grabbed his bag and left directly. Tonight, he planned to take a drive and enjoy the breeze. At the entrance, Li Hongzhe's driver arrived in a big Mercedes to pick him up. Li Hongzhe had a hard time convincing his dad to let him skip the evening study session just this once with a promise not to do it again. He just wanted to get home quickly. The driver parked at the school gate to pick him up. He got in the car immediately, wanting to escape this embarrassing place. Just then, Fang Qimai happened to walk out of the school. That guy wanted to humiliate me just now. I must take the initiative and humiliate him back. Li Hongzhe was furious and had nowhere to vent his anger. He rolled down the car window and shouted at Fang Qimai, "Hey Fang Qimai, come here. Yo, monitor, as a model student, you're skipping class too. I ask you, do you know what it feels like to sit in a $1 million Mercedes?" Fang Qimai thought for a moment. "I really don't know that." Li Hongzhe laughed. "I don't think you will ever find out. Let's go." Saying that, Li Hongzhe rolled up the window. He believed he had turned the tables. Fang Qimai, however, said, "But I know what it feels like to drive a $20 million sports car." What? The window suddenly stopped halfway up. Behind the Mercedes, a purple convertible Maserati drove. Li Hongzhe's driver looked in the rearview mirror and swallowed hard. "Is that Maserati his? I was so careful parking just now. I was afraid I'd scrape it." Li Hongzhe quickly rolled down the window and leaned out. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 10. "Uncle Bai, let me drive." Bai Liso got out of the Maserati and sat in the passenger seat. Fang Qimai got in the car and stepped on the monitor. "I'm leaving first. By the way, monitor, eat less cilantro next time, it has a strong taste." Virum. With a stomp on the accelerator, even the taillights disappeared. Li Hongzhe's head felt hot all of a sudden. What just happened? This guy can actually afford a $20 million sports car. From Li Hongzhe's confusion value 18. Fang Qimai, damn you. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Far away in Singapore, Fang Zhongtian suddenly sneezed 3 times. What's going on? Does someone miss me? Hubby, are you secretly seeing another woman behind my back? Fang Zhongtian held a significant position, but in front of his wife Li Haomei, he was scared and hurried to explain. "Wife, how could I dare? Even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't dare. Please don't wrong me. Hubby, speaking of it, our son's spending ability is too poor. Up to now, he's only received a Lin's liquor business, a few dozen parking spaces, and a Chinese medicine clinic. This won't do. Giving him 10 billion isn't enough. In my opinion, we need to set a monthly spending target for him." That makes sense. Our son is meant to become the world's richest person. He needs to learn how to spend money to understand how to make money. Even though he hasn't graduated high school, yet we as parents must start training him early. How about 10 million a month? 10 million? How can that be? Li Haomei immediately waved her hand. Then how about 1 million? We can gradually increase it later. 1 million? Hubby, are you joking? It must be 1 billion a month. Only more, not less. No problem, wife, I'll follow your lead. Son, the future world's richest person belongs to you. Achoo. Fang Qimai sniffed. "Young master, have you caught a chill?" "I don't know." Fang Qimai felt puzzled. He had supposedly been made immune to all respiratory ailments. By all rights, he should not be coming down with a cold. Driving his Maserati along the road, Fang Qimai had yet to decide where to dine that evening. Though his household kept a star chef, he preferred to go out for a spin. As he passed a bustling street stall, the engine's roar drew many glances. Fang Qimai glanced over and began to slow the car. "Young master, what's wrong?" Fang Qimai replied, "I think I saw someone I know. I'll go say hello." He edged the car to the curb, but could not find a parking space. He had no choice but to hand the car over to Bai Liso. The car had been moving too fast. By the time he reacted and slowed it, had already gone 60 or 70 meters. Fang Qimai walked back to the stall. At the sight of them, his face brightened. "It's really them." He strode forward. "Hey, gentlemen, I hope all is well." At the table sat 4 men, around 30 each, in a tank top, robust and muscular. Muscles carved every contour of their bodies. Their arms were nearly as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. The four fixed their gazes on him. Hey, it's Qimai. My goodness. Fang Qimai. It's been a year, hasn't it? Huh. What a surprise meeting you here. Come Qimai, sit and eat with us. Fang Qimai, you just keep getting more handsome. Here, have a drink. One of them hurriedly fetched a chair. A bright chime sounded. You have been singled out by fitness coach Zhang Shuo. Physique unlocked, abdominal reinforcement permanent. Another chime followed. You have been singled out by fitness coach Zhang Shi. Physique unlocked, pectoral reinforcement permanent. Then, you have been singled out by fitness coach Sun Shuxing. Physique unlocked, strength reinforcement permanent. A final chime announced. You have been singled out by fitness coach Ma Jian. Physique unlocked, triceps reinforcement permanent. For crisp, pleasant voices rang in Fang Qimai's mind. In an instant, he felt his abs, chest, and triceps firming. A surge of strength reinforced his body. All the enhancements were permanent. Fang Qimai was stunned. He had met these four during the summer of his second year of high school, while working part-time at Haoyu Gym. He had never imagined that knowing them would yield such benefits. Fang Qimai smiled. Although I only worked that month, I'm grateful for your care. This one's for you. Kid, you're generous. I like that. The four raised their glasses and drained them. At the time, the gym manager had been unfriendly toward Fang Qimai. Yet the four trainers treated him well, especially the brothers Zhang Shuo and Zhang Shi. Fang Qimai worked the front desk, a post that demanded some polish of tongue and patience to introduce things to customers. Though inexperienced, he made up for it with striking looks and a willingness to learn. In their spare time, Zhang Shuo and the others taught him how to train free of charge. They helped him solve problems and treated Fang Qimai as a younger brother. Sun Shuxing said, "What a coincidence. The four of us came out to eat and ran into you." Fang Qimai smiled faintly. "I was just passing by." Sun asked, "Qimai, you're still studying, right? This year, your final year?" "Yes. Study hard and get into a good university. Don't be like me. If you don't study, you end up with nothing." Sun sighed and continued, "I've handed in my resignation, but the manager won't accept it." "I'm not planning to keep working either," Ma Jian added. Fang Qimai asked, "What's the matter?" "Business is slow and old Zheng keeps cutting our commissions." "Who would work for him?" Old Zheng was the manager of Haoyu Gym. Zheng Tao. When Fang Qimai had been a part-timer, Zheng Tao had often made things difficult for him. He piled trivial chores on Fang Qimai and schemed to withhold his wages. Zhang Shuo and the others guessed it was jealousy born of Fang Qimai's looks. Fang Qimai felt helpless. In the end, he only stayed a month before leaving. It was easy to imagine that with such a petty manager, life was hard for Sun and the others as well. But every adult has their struggles, and most simply grit their teeth and endure. If one truly cannot persist, one must change jobs. Zhang Shuo raised his glass. "Forget it, don't mention it. Drink." The five drank and traded anecdotes about life at the gym. Through the whole evening, Fang Qimai drank a great deal, yet felt nothing. Was this the effect of the special physique, Sanxian Haoyin 3000's great capacity for drinking? The liquor was potent. Sun Shuxing had a little too much. He stood and said, "Order more dishes. Since we bumped into Qimai tonight, this one's on me." He called over the waiter. "One fishhead tofu soup, a plate of black pepper beef, some stir-fried greens, and a case of beer. Anything else you want?" Seeing them nearly drunk, Fang Qimai said, "You all have work tomorrow. Let's leave it at that. No need to order." "No worries. Today your brother Sun is treating. Order whatever." Sun staggered, and Fang Qimai quickly steadied him. After seating him, Fang Qimai asked, "How much for the table?" 548 in total. Fang Qimai produced 6 large bills. "Keep the change." "All right, thank you." Sun and the others were moved. "Hey, Qimai, how can you do this? How can this meal be on you?" "Exactly. You're still a student. How can we let you pay?" Fang Qimai sent a location pin to Bai Liso. He smiled softly. "Don't mention it. This meal is on me as thanks for taking care of me." Zhang Shuo hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's not proper. Let me transfer to you on WeChat. They'll give you cash." Ma Jian said, reaching for his wallet. Just then the Maserati that had passed roared up again, its engine sounding like a small bombardment. Many craned their necks to look. The car stopped at the stall's entrance, drawing every eye. "What a handsome car. Has some wealthy patron come to this stall? My goodness, that Maserati's color is so—" Ma Jian and the others still tried to press money on Fang Qimai. The sleek car door opened, and Bai Liso descended, calling with reverence, "Young master." The crowd fell silent. "Young master." Fang Qimai stepped forward to Zhang Shuo and the others. "Gentlemen, let's meet another day." With that, he climbed into the Maserati. The 4 individuals instantly regained their composure, standing there in a daze. "My goodness. I didn't know Qimai's family was so wealthy. Then why did he work part-time at our gym back then? We don't understand the world of the rich. Just now we had a meal with a tycoon, and he insisted on paying the bill." Ma Jian awkwardly retracted the cash he had just taken out, saying, "What? What just happened?" From Zhang Shuo's bewilderment, value 8. From Sun Shuxing's bewilderment, value 10. Liso was driving and asked, "Young master, where shall we go next?" "Just take a turn and then head home." "All right." Fang Qimai, feeling through his clothes, touched his abdominal muscles. He was very satisfied with the. Meanwhile, in the office of the provincial basketball team, an emergency meeting was being held. A middle-aged man said, "It's so late today, and we urgently called everyone here for an important matter." He sent a document to their work group. I don't know if you've seen this video. If not, please watch it carefully again. In the video, it showed the entire process of Fang Qimai and Wei Hu's unknown basketball duel. Many people secretly recorded it from the sidelines and posted it on their social media and Douyin. The view count and likes skyrocketed. Fang Qimai's steals were particularly spectacular, and all the professionals present praised his interceptions. Especially the shot he made from half-court, effortlessly tossing the ball into the hoop, was truly astonishing. Even basketball stars couldn't achieve it with such ease as Fang Qimai did. This young man has very stable footwork and effective fakes. His stealing and breaking ability are strong, and his shooting accuracy is very high. The title indicates that his opponent is a player from Jiangxing Sports Academy. If that's the case, then that's indeed impressive. If it's not fake, his level would definitely qualify him for our provincial team. Half-court shooting, and there are no cuts in the footage. How could it be fake? Although it was just a short few minutes of play, the professionals had already recognized its significance. Yet that half-court shot could have just been luck, a random throw. No, if it were someone else, it might just be luck, but I believe he relies on skill. Exactly, even without that last shot, his earlier ones were already outstanding. This is a unknown, our games are team battles. I wonder what his level is really like. The team leader immediately made a decision, saying, "No matter what, he is definitely a good prospect and will surely achieve great things in the future. If possible, I want to invite him to join the provincial team. Make sure to find out who the high school student in the video is as quickly as possible. If we delay, he might get poached by someone else." At this moment, someone said, "Wait, I don't know this person, but I know his opponent." On the other side, not far from home, Fang Qimai got out of the car. Anyone who hasn't driven a sports car thinks it's exhilarating. But in reality, after a long time in a sports car, it becomes quite uncomfortable. The design of a sports car doesn't take practicality into account. To increase speed, aerodynamic resistance must be minimized. Thus, sports cars are often lower and more compact, making long sits quite unbearable. Some sports cars, although they have 4 seats, usually provide very limited legroom in the back. Comparatively, coupes are a bit more comfortable. It turns out having too many cars isn't a good thing either. It seems I need to choose the car based on the situation in the future. Unfortunately, today's Maserati is not something Fang Qimai is accustomed to. For the remaining distance, he chose to walk back, treating it as a post-drink stroll. "Young master, it's almost 11 o'clock. Oh, let me accompany you." The recent series of murders has shocked the nation. That murderer is extremely dangerous, and Madam said you must take a bodyguard when going out. Although Fang Qimai isn't as strong as Liso right now, he has already strengthened the muscles all over his. With his current level plus the 36 techniques of capture, it seems nothing could pose a threat to him. "No need, Uncle Bai, you should go back first." "But young master, I must ensure your safety." Fang Qimai replied, "I want to take a walk alone. You wouldn't want to disturb me, would you?" Well, Liso didn't dare to argue too much with his master and could only say, "All right then, please contact me immediately if anything happens." Fang Qimai took out his earphones, listening to music while walking. He marveled at the series of changes the system had brought him. With a fortune at hand and no worries about food and drink, enjoying the breeze, listening to music, and strolling without a care. Such is the beauty of life. When passing through Zhongting Street, Fang Qimai saw a familiar figure walking into an urban village. At first he paid it no mind, but the school uniform worn by that female student caught his attention. Upon taking a closer look, Xiao Bishua, why is this woman out so late? Initially, Fang Qimai didn't think much of it, but then he suddenly noticed. A man wearing a baseball cap was stealthily following Xiao Bishua. This foolish woman, is she going to run? Fang Qimai had no choice but to follow and see. Ding. Consumed 200 points of bewilderment value, activating comprehensive data analysis. Current remaining bewilderment value 2948. At this moment, all the data about the man appeared before Fang Qimai. Huang Liangcai, 46 years old, height 174 centimeters, weight 76 kilograms. On January 3rd, he committed robbery and murdered an elderly person living alone, stealing cash and valuable jewelry totaling more than 9,000 yuan. On January 21st, he committed robbery, rape, and murder of a solitary woman. On January 30th, he had completely run out of money and had not eaten for more than 19 hours, carrying a controlled knife. The probability of committing robbery again today is 79. 81. The probability of killing the robbery target after succeeding is 98. 26. After reviewing the series of data, it was utterly shocking. He was the infamous serial killer Huang Liangcai, causing a huge uproar in Jiangxing. Since the beginning of this year, he has committed 8 crimes resulting in 7 deaths. Clearly his target this time is Xiao Bishua. With multiple murder cases on his back causing chaos in the city and still daring to go out and commit crimes, this guy is truly ruthless. It's hard to imagine that if he secretly followed Xiao Bishua home, how could she and her mother possibly defend against him? Or if he decided to attack her halfway, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fang Qimai sighed, troublesome woman. He took off his earphones and quietly followed behind. Originally, Zhongting Street was bustling with activity, with various barbecue stalls operating until the early hours. However, recently, in the effort to create a civilized city, all the stalls have been removed. Moreover, in urban villages like Zhongting Street, most of the residents are workers who return home early to rest. As a result, the alleys of Zhongting Street have become a bit desolate. Following closely behind, Fang Qimai concealed himself well, and Huang Liangcai, constantly looking back, did not notice that someone was tailing him. However, Xiao Bishua sensed that something was amiss. When she turned to look at Huang Liangcai, he lowered his hat and pretended to be on a phone call. Xiao Bishua quickened her pace. Arriving at a narrow alley, Huang Liangcai finally revealed his sinister intentions. He stepped forward quickly and called out to Xiao Bishua, "Beautiful lady, don't rush to leave. Why not come to my house and hang out?" Xiao Bishua was immediately startled, unable to utter a word. What? What do you want?" "Nothing much, studying is hard, right? Come to my place, I'll help you relax." Huang Liangcai grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Then he brandished a sharp knife. "If you dare make a sound or run, I'll stab you to death." That face had already been publicized, and as soon as Xiao Bishua saw it, she realized she had encountered a murderer. News reports said that this person had committed numerous crimes, killing mercilessly and without hesitation. She covered her mouth, retreating in fear of making a sound. But it was late, and there were hardly any people on the street. With a murderer targeting her, it was a dead end. "Didn't expect this, did you, eh? I saw the news. The police are after me nationwide. But as they say, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. It's only a few miles from the police station. They never expected me to still be here, causing trouble. Tomorrow I'll make the headlines again." "Huh? Come on, little sister, come play at Uncle's house." Xiao Bishua was already terrified, completely at a loss for what to do. At this moment, someone said, "How about I come to your house to play instead, eh?" "Who?" Huang Liangcai suddenly turned around. Fang Qimai shouted, "Your grandfather, it's me." From Huang Liangcai's confusion, level 10. Fang Qimai charged forward in a swift motion, protecting Xiao Bishua behind him. Xiao Bishua was taken aback. Fang Qimai, having held back her tears upon seeing him, she burst in. She thought she was really going to die. "Hey, can you stop crying?" Xiao Bishua quickly composed herself. Fang Qimai yanked Xiao Bishua backwards. He protected Xiao Bishua in front of him. "You take the child and go first." "Xiao Bishua, what is this supposed to mean? It feels so embarrassing." In such a moment, Fang Qimai still took the chance to tease the beautiful schoolgirl, Xiao Bishua. From Xiao Bishua's confusion, level 9. Huang Liangcai was furious. "Oh, so you're a hero saving the beauty. Killing one is murder, killing two is also murder. You two will die together today." Xiao Bishua nervously said, "He has a knife." "Then why aren't you running?" "What about you if I run? If you keep talking, no one will escape." Huang Liangcai shouted, "Looks like you don't know my power. Today I'll make you regret it." In the urgent situation earlier, Fang Qimai hadn't contacted by Li So. Now he had to face this murderous demon alone. With even a slight misstep, both he and Xiao Bishua would be doomed. If he used absolute command, he could subdue him instantly. But with Xiao Bishua present, having a notorious murderer voluntarily confess seemed somewhat unrealistic. On the other hand, Fang Qimai wanted to try the 36 techniques of capture. He activated data analysis, predicting Huang Liangcai's next move. Huang Liangcai shouted loudly as the sharp knife lunged toward him. It seemed extremely dangerous, but Fang Qimai had analyzed it clearly. Fang Qimai calmly dodged, then extended his right hand, firmly gripping Huang Liangcai's wrist. He felt a surge of strength in his fingers, and once locked, Huang Liangcai couldn't break free. This was the combined result of the capture technique and strength enhancement. Huang Liangcai immediately swung a punch, but Fang Qimai grabbed his left hand from behind and twisted. With a howl, Huang Liangcai was twisted around. Then Fang Qimai forcefully slammed Huang Liangcai's knife-wielding hand against the wall. With each impact against the wall, it hurt intensely, layers of skin scraping away, blood droplets emerging. Ouch! In the end, Huang Liangcai had no choice but to let go of the sharp knife. Fang Qimai kicked it away. Then he directly took down Huang Liangcai. Before Huang Liangcai could react, Fang Qimai suddenly unleashed the 36 techniques of capture, using the 7th technique, the Death Cross Lock, to firmly pin Huang Liangcai to the ground. Moreover, Fang Qimai's body had already been enhanced, giving him tremendous strength. Huang Liangcai's head and hands were tightly locked by Fang Qimai, unable to move at all. "Ah!" Huang Liangcai cried out in pain. From Huang Liangcai's confusion level 14, Xiao Bishue was stunned amazed at Fang Qimai's prowess. What are you still dawdling for? Call the police. Huang Liangcai panicked. Don't call the police. Let me go, I'll give you anything you want. He was choked, making it difficult to speak. Let you go so you can kill more people, eh? I beg you. Really, I don't want to die here, money. I'll give you money. Just let me go first. Fang Qimai replied. You give that money to the police? Seeing that the soft approach wasn't working, Huang Liangcai shouted, Good kid, tell me your name. Is this some kind of good fortune? Originally, Fang Qimai wanted this guy to shout his name since he was already a dead man. He might as well make use of his last value. However, one of the requirements for calling out his name was that the other party had to voluntarily say it. If he made the person say it, it wouldn't take effect. Now it's better this guy actively wanted to know his name. Listen well, you old man, my name is Fang Qimai. Xiao Bishue was shocked. This was clearly a revenge plot. Why would Fang Qimai be so foolish to say it out loud? Huang Liangcai said, Good kid Fang Qimai, huh? I'll remember you. As soon as I get in, my second brother will definitely not let you go. Ding. You have been named by the serial killer Huang Liangcai. Unlocking ability, beautiful handwriting. Beautiful handwriting, now you can write beautifully. This reward surprised Fang Qimai. Who would have thought that the ugly and cruel Huang Liangcai would have good handwriting? But this isn't surprising. Murderers often hide their true selves. Their relatives and friends, upon discovering the truth, often express disbelief towards the murderer. Beautiful, I accept it. Fang Qimai replied. Great, when your second brother comes, I'll deal with him too. You arrogant fool. After all, this was a serial killer, prompting nationwide attention from public security organs. The moment the alarm was raised, the news sent shockwaves through the entire police station. Every officer felt an electrifying surge of anticipation. Unbelievable. The killer dares strike again. His crimes are unforgivable. An aging officer barked orders. This time we will bring Huang Liangcai to justice. Numerous patrol cars surged forth, accompanied by a large contingent of heavily armed special tactical officers, fully equipped, weapons drawn. Though the distance took only 3 or 5 minutes, it felt agonizingly long. They feared even a single second's delay might let the murderer escape. Upon arriving at the scene, however, the officers were utterly stunned. Expecting a fierce confrontation, they instead found the killer already subdued. Every officer stared in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment, then rushed forward as one, pinning Huang Liangcai's head and all 4 limbs to the ground. Fang Qimai finally released his grip. What's your name? Officer, we were just play fighting. I asked, what is your name? Liangcai. Produce your ID card. The middle-aged officer glanced at the document. Huang Liangcai. Yes, that's you. You're under arrest. Click. Handcuffs snapped shut around Huang Liangcai's wrists. This time, there would be no escape. Excellent. The serial killer has finally been brought to justice. Young man, you're truly extraordinary. Everyone take note, this restraint technique is exceptionally difficult to master. Huang Liangcai, you've committed countless atrocities. Today your reckoning has come. Come with us to face the full weight of the law. A delighted officer turned to Fang Qimai and Xiao Bishue. You two have rendered an extraordinary service. A reward of 5,000 yuan has been posted for this suspect. That sum belongs entirely to you. True heroes without question. Please accompany us back to complete the official statement. Xiao Bishue asked hesitantly, right now. What is it? Could I go home first, to fetch my mother's medicine? I'd originally gone to the hospital to collect it for her. I'd like to tell her I'm safe. I'm afraid she'll worry if I don't return before nightfall. Of course. Shouting, please go explain the situation. Yes, Captain Yi. A female officer responded. It was past 1 a.m. before Fang Qimai and Xiao Bishue stepped out of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, having completed their formal statements. The reward would be dispersed once the case review concluded. Yet those 50,000 yuan meant little to Fang Qimai. Nearby, a Jianbingguozi cart still stood open, a fortunate arrival as the vendor was nearly ready to pack up. Boss, 1 order 2 servings with all the toppings. Coming right up. Xiao Bishue gazed down the empty street and murmured, so late. How shall we get home? It was less than 2 kilometers, hardly worth summoning his sports car. Not far. We'll walk. I'll see you home first. Xiao Bishue paused, words trembling on her lips, then softly replied, all right. Fang Qimai walked ahead, she followed cautiously behind. Xiao Bishue found the moment strangely enchanting. The air grew warmer, a gentle breeze stirred. Not chilling, but refreshingly cool. She had never stayed out past midnight before. This was her first time wandering the streets so late, deserted, silent, as if the whole avenue belonged solely to them. Neither spoke. The silence soon grew awkward, and tentatively she whispered, why did you skip evening self-study again today? Fang Qimai looked at her. It doesn't hinder me from ranking first. A wave of bewildered disbelief washed over Xiao Bishue. Exceptional academic prowess truly granted him unassailable freedom, leaving diligent students both awestruck and crestfallen. She sniffed the air then asked, "Have you been drinking?" "Just a little." "Try to drink less. It's not good for your— Are you concerned about me?" I'm not. It was just offhand." Silence bred discomfort, yet speaking only deepened it. Another ripple of bafflement passed over Xiao Bishua, and so they walked, arriving at Zhongning Street. For the first time she realized how astonishingly short 2 kilometers could feel. At the street's entrance, Xiao Bishua insisted on paying Fang Qimai for the jianbingguozi. He lifted his hand, reaching gently toward her head. Xiao Bishua instinctively flinched, but dared not pull away. No boy had ever touched her before, let alone brushed her hair with such familiarity. For some inexplicable reason her body froze, utterly still. The lamplight softened, casting amber warmth. A breeze carried something tender, almost sacred, through the air. Xiao Bishua's mind flashed with scenes from romantic dramas. What would Fang Qimai do next? Her heart hammered wildly. She was breathless with nervous anticipation. Gently Fang Qimai plucked a tiny leaf from her hair, a delicate slender frond fallen from a fiend. Another wave of disorientation rippled across Xiao Bishua's expression. Hastily changing the subject, she stammered, "That money." Overly talkative woman. With that Fang Qimai turned to leave, only for Xiao Bishua to call after, "Fang Qimai, have you moved? I remember your old place was in that direction." "Yes, I've relocated. Would you like to see my new home?" "That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?" "Then why aren't you heading home yet?" Another tide of utter bewilderment rose within her, twice. "Fang Qimai, thank you for saving me." Xiao Bishua spoke with quiet solemnity. He turned, waved dismissively, and walked away. The following morning headlines exploded across every major news platform. Serial killer strikes again after months on the run, subdued by a teenage boy. Jiangqing's 7-victim serial killer Huang Liangcai apprehended. The serial murder case solved. Suspect Huang Liangcai identifies crime scene's photo. Across Jiangqing, and indeed the entire nation, people breathed a collective sigh of relief. Xiao Bishua's mother sat in her chair scrolling through related reports on her phone. Authorities had taken stringent protective measures, refusing to disclose the teenage hero's identity to the press. Yet her own daughter had been present at the scene. Jiao Meiyue couldn't help asking, "Xiao Shui, tell me, who is that young man who subdued the killer and saved you? Do you know him?" Xiao Bishua faltered. "He's my classmate." "Your classmate?" "Yes. He happened to pass by yesterday and saw the perpetrator." "Ah, I see. What an extraordinary student you have. He managed to subdue such a vicious killer." Jiao Meiyue paused thoughtfully, then added, "Did you thank him properly? When you have the chance, invite him over for dinner. I must express my gratitude in person." "I did, but he's rather aloof. He didn't even acknowledge my thanks. As for dinner, perhaps best to— No, that won't do. We owe him a profound debt. Had he not intervened, you'd have been in grave danger last night." Jiao Meiyue remained resolute. Xiao Bishua waved her hand dismissively. He wouldn't dwell on such things. Jiao Meiyue stared blankly, until Xiao Bishua hastily corrected herself. "I mean, he's just very carefree by nature." Then swiftly shifting focus, "Mom, let's leave it at that. I'll study with Wan Meng now." Dragging Wan Meng into her room, Xiao Bishua exhaled deeply, suddenly gripped by a strange, guilty conscience. Wan Meng leaned in curiously. "Bishua, who is this guy? Is he in our class?" "Fang Qimai." "Wow." Wan Meng's eyes lit up with instant admiration. "He took down the killer, alone, eh?" "Yes." Wan Meng was utterly astonished. Come to think of it, Fang Qimai is truly an extraordinary person. Before he seemed disinterested in studying and rarely submitted assignments. But now with the National College entrance exam just around the corner, he's suddenly become remarkably capable. We've never seen him fight anyone before, yet in one swift move he subdued a violent criminal and emerged as a bona fide hero. Xiao Bishua shared the same impression. More precisely, Fang Qimai wasn't merely strange. He was singular, radiating an aura unlike anyone else. By the way, Wan Meng, please keep this incident to yourself. The police assured us they'd maintain confidentiality, fearing the assailant might have accomplices who could seek revenge. Don't worry, I'll keep it sealed tight. As she wrote, Wan Meng suddenly asked, "Do you think Fang Qimai has feelings for you?" Xiao Bishua's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. What? No, don't make things up. Wan Meng chuckled. You're acting strangely. So many boys admire you, yet you've never reacted like this before. He seems as cold as ice, indifferent to everything around him. Is that so? After a moment's thought, Wan Meng added, "Oh right, I asked you earlier about that night when you rode on Fang Qimai's bicycle. What exactly happened? You said you'd tell me later, so spill it now." "Shoo, lower your voice." Meanwhile, Fang Qimai was still indulging in a lazy morning slumber. Liso softly knocked on the door. Still half asleep, Fang Qimai groggily pressed the remote to unlock it. "Anything urgent, Uncle Bai?" "Young master, I'm here to remind you today is March 8th. The monthly spending target set by your father and mother remains unfulfilled. Please begin promptly." How much is left? Madam stipulated that only expenditures initiated by you count toward the target. So far you've spent 2 million yuan acquiring the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Renovation costs will run another 200,000. Add your daily living expenses, and you must spend 97 million yuan this month to meet the quota. Also, Madam mentioned, if you fall short you'll be summoned home immediately to assume control of the family inheritance. Fang Qimai nearly collapsed back onto the bed. The life of the ultra-wealthy was indeed tumultuous, unhinged. Now Fang Qimai needed to craft his new persona. He'd read countless divine-rich novels where protagonists upon sudden wealth embarked on extravagant shopping sprees. The most common acquisitions included Patek Philippe or Jaeger-LeCoultre watches, Cartier bracelets, Hermes, shoes, Prada handbags, and Versace menswear, among others. Such purchases inevitably triggered waves of public awe and flattery. Yet Fang Qimai loathed shopping. Trying on clothes and accessories felt tedious and exhausting. He also despised crowds of sycophants feigning reverence. What he desired was bespoke craftsmanship, truly unique, meticulously tailored exclusively for him, that he believed would be his true possession. Uncle Bai, I want everything custom-made, from head to toe. Bai Liso responded instantly. Understood, young master. I'll contact the world's premier luxury brands at once and arrange for their top tailors and designers to visit you personally for measurements and exclusive design. 10 watches, 10 pairs of sunglasses, 10 pairs of footwear, countless ensembles of haute couture menswear, all from globally acclaimed luxury houses. A full ensemble like this would easily cost several million yuan. Ostentatious perhaps, but necessary. To hit the target, such measures were standard procedure. Additionally, Fang Qimai planned to commission a custom basketball from Spalding, the official game ball for NBA. Renowned for its superior quality and tactile precision, it was the pinnacle of professional basketball equipment. Fang Qimai turned to Bai Lixiu. Oh, Uncle Bai, I just recalled something important today. There's a task I need you to handle. It may be urgent, but I trust you'll deliver. Young master, please instruct me. Later, Fang Qimai prepared to visit the library. Though he disliked formal study, he cherished reading. Classics from across time and continents, fiction biographies. He had devoured them all. Before obtaining the system, his sole academic strength was Chinese language. Every other subject ranked near the bottom. Even then, he rarely completed his Chinese assignments. For someone who had read so widely, the school's Chinese curriculum felt narrow and limiting. Today's trip was to return previously borrowed books. Afterward, he'd no longer need the library. His own villa housed a spacious study brimming with rich literature, and he'd enjoy it in perfect solitude, with tea and pastries served at leisure. Quiet reading at home was simply unparalleled. Fang Qimai dialed Niu Jichao. Hey Super Niu, let's hit the library. Oh, I haven't finished 3 math tests yet. Not to mention English, chemistry, and physics exams, and both the Chinese and English essays are still pending. Skip them. Hey, you're not me, brother Mai. You fear nothing yet still ace every exam without doing. I'm doomed. If I skip assignments, I'll get scolded, and my parents will be called in. Fang Qimai replied calmly. You're welcome to miss a feast fit for emperors. A soft schlick echoed. Niu Jichao's mouth watered instantly. Born with zero resistance to fine cuisine, the mere mention of food left him defenseless. Brother Mai, you can't do this to me. I'm leaving now. I'll be at your place in 10 minutes. Decide for yourself. From kindergarten through elementary school, Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao had been classmates. In middle school, they parted ways. Unexpectedly, they reunited in high school, again in the same class. Their families had been close friends for generations. After Fang Qimai's adoptive parents passed away, Niu Jichao's family persistently sought ways to support him financially. Yet Niu Jichao's parents were both disabled, and Fang Qimai, aware of their immense burdens, refused their Despite hardship, years of relentless effort enabled them to purchase a modest 2-bedroom apartment in an older residential complex, finally establishing a home in Jiangxing. To provide for the family, they worked tirelessly. Niu Jichao witnessed their sacrifice, and thus studied diligently, driven entirely by self-discipline. His grades consistently ranked among the top 10 in class. Now that Fang Qimai had transformed into a scion of unimaginable wealth, he would never forget his dearest friend. Today he intended to surprise him. Upon receiving Fang Qimai's call, Niu Jichao hurriedly changed clothes. In under 10 minutes, the roar of a supercar engine tore through the air. Descending the stairs, Niu Jichao froze in stunned silence. Brother Mai, what the hell is this car? It looks incredible. Niu Jichao was electrified. Though unfamiliar with high-performance vehicles, the primal allure of speed and power ignited his excitement. Fang Qimai stepped out and casually patted the gleaming white hood of his 30 million yuan Koenigsegg Agera. Just a new 2-seater commuter model. My heavens, what on earth is going on? Were it anyone else, Fang Qimai wouldn't bother explaining. But Niu Jichao was his closest friend, so he recounted the full story of his reunion with his biological parents. Niu Jichao gasped. The chairman and CEO of the legendary Tianhao Group, They're your biological parents. Do you know them? Of course. They're fixtures in business headlines. I follow them closely. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Niu Jichao exclaimed, "My best friend is a supernova-level heir. This is truly beyond extraordinary." Fang Qimai stepped forward, studying Niu Jichao with focused attention. Niu Jichao looked puzzled. Fang reached out his hand toward him, and Niu Jichao instinctively flinched. "Don't move. What are you doing?" Niu Jichao was too frightened to move. Fang Qimai continued to regard him with grave seriousness. With both hands, Fang straightened Niu Jichao's collar and then examined him. Niu Jichao was taken aback. He had left in such a hurry that his collar was turned up. Fang smoothed the collar, brushed back his hair, and kept appraising him. Two grown men. This is so embarrassing. Niu Jichao's bewilderment surged. Hey, why is he staring at me? Could this kid? Damn, I treat him like a brother, and he might be trying to hit on me. A chill of alarm ran through. After staring for a long moment, Fang said, "This won't do, right?" "Definitely not." Niu Jichao immediately agreed. Fang said, "Your clothes don't work. You want me to wear women's clothes? Don't even think about it." Huh? Fang paused, puzzled. What women's clothes? What else do you mean? Fang said, "I mean your clothes don't suit you. Come on, come with me to the library. I'll later buy you some new clothes." "Buy clothes? Why would you suddenly want to buy me clothes? Have you forgotten your own birthday?" Niu Jichao exclaimed in surprise. "You actually remembered my birthday?" "Of course I remember." Niu Jichao was deeply moved. "My parents are working late tonight. I was planning to buy a single candle and blow it out. An 18th birthday quietly passing. I never expected you'd remember." Fang shrugged and said, "Honestly, remembering other people's birthdays is a hassle. Well, I wouldn't bother if it were. But your birthday is on March 8th, International Women's Day. It's too memorable. Impossible not to remember." Niu Jichao fell silent. True. In short, you're a good friend." "I'm so touched, I don't know what to say to him, just very moved." "All right, enough of the sappiness. Get in the car. First we'll go return the books." On the way, Niu Jichao was positively exhilarated. It was his first time riding in such a flashy car. Countless passers-by cast envious glances. At a red light, passengers on a nearby bus crowded the windows to look. Thanks to his outstanding driving skill, Fang handled the car with remarkable steadiness. Coupled with the Koenigsegg A-Drass formidable power, they swept past other vehicles along the route. Niu was ecstatic. "Whoa, it's like a calf riding on a hood. Utterly badass. This is so..." Then Niu asked, "By the way, Mage, did you see the news?" "No. Huang Liangkai was arrested last night, and they say he was subdued by a young boy. Justice served." The serial killer Huang Liangkai had become the hottest topic. All of Jiangxing and even the whole country buzzed with discussion. Fang, driving, replied softly, "When I saw the news this morning, I breathed a sigh of relief. Such monsters deserve to die." Fang interrupted, "Yes, I was the one who subdued him." Niu suddenly froze. "What did you say? Mage, don't joke." Fang looked into the rearview mirror with calm intensity and completed another overtake. "Do I look like I'm joking? Is that for real? Unbelievable. All right, Mage, I believe you. This is only the beginning. There's more badassery to come." Niu marveled. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If Huang Liangkai's associates came for revenge, you'd be in danger." Fang replied, "I told him my name. He said he'd call his second brother to come and cut me." "Oh geez." Niu fell silent. "All right, that's so like you. But aren't you afraid? If I subdued him by my own skill, I can subdue his second brother the same way." "Amazing. But be careful." Niu urged, "Tell me what happened. What was the situation?" Half an hour later, they arrived at the library. In Jiangxing, apart from the municipal library, the private Shangwen Library was the largest. The municipal library was not a profit-driven institution and was supported by government funding. Apart from a borrowing deposit and late fees, there were no other charges. Therefore, from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening, it was always full. The Shangwen Library leaned toward a commercial model, dividing patrons into non-members, members, and VIPs with different privileges. Non-members paid an entrance fee, and borrowing required annual dues, which limited some of the traffic. At the municipal library, popular books were often unavailable. Fang had paid to come here to read. He would no longer need to borrow from here afterwards. After operating the machine to return their books automatically, they prepared to leave. By coincidence, class monitor Li Hongzhe was here as well. With him were classmates Guizile and Zheng Ruijia. The two had mediocre grades and habitually ingratiated themselves with Li. Li was wealthy. For instance, if he was in a good mood, he might treat those bootlickers to lunch. Moreover, Li was a VIP at the Shangwen Library, so they could study in the VIP area with him. He also carried a kind of influence as class monitor and the deputy principal's only son. Many sought to curry favor. Flattering him might not yield benefits, but it certainly avoided trouble. Guizile and Zheng Ruijia each had their petty schemes. The three went to the lounge for coffee and unexpectedly ran into Fang Qimai and Niu Jichao in the hall. Seeing Fang, Li immediately recalled the embarrassing pants incident from yesterday and decided to strike first. Oh Niu Jichao, you're actually here with a dunce. Seriously, do dunces even come to the library? Don't you know the library is crowded and seats are scarce? A dunce who doesn't do homework hogs a seat, and does at least remark. The other two joined in the jeers. Niu protested indignantly. Qimai just got first in biology and first in physics recently. How is he a dunce? Guo replied that was just luck. Niu found that absurd. Luck? Come on. Not everything is multiple choice. Show me you can guess a physics problem correctly by luck. The three fell silent. Niu continued, lose when you lose. Can't you admit someone is better than you? That left Guo and Zheng utterly speechless. Li sneered after a moment. So what? I've been in the top 3 of the class for 3 years and top 10 in the grade. He gets 2 first places, and suddenly he's arrogant. Fang patted Niu on the shoulder. A real man doesn't fight with dogs. Let's go. Who are you calling a dog? Hey, don't walk away. Explain yourself. At that moment, a staff member called out, you there, please do not make noise in the library. Fang and the others looked over. The speaker was a young woman about 1.62 meters tall, pleasant-featured with wheat-colored skin. She looked like a university student or a recent graduate. She carried an air of cultivated propriety. Overall, easily an 85 out of 100. Li, full of indignation, was outraged that someone dared to scold him. What's your name? Li stepped forward asking as he took out paper and pen. My name is Qin Yinling. Is there a problem? The girl, plainly inexperienced, answered directly. Li said coldly, all right, I've written it down. Meddling in other people's affairs. You've just made yourself a lot of trouble. Li Hongzhi said coldly, do you know who I am? You're expelled. Fang Qimai shook his head. Where did this officiousness come from? Qin Yinling felt deeply wronged. She had merely followed company regulations. How had she offended someone so influential? But this is a library. You're simply not allowed to speak loudly here. This is the lobby, not the reading area. What's wrong with speaking loudly? Li Hongzhi insisted stubbornly. Exactly. Mind your own business. Guozile shot Qin Yinling a disdainful glance. Zheng Ruijie added smugly, our brother Zhi's mother played no small part in building this library. At this, Li Hongzhi swelled with pride. When Shangwen Library was founded, his father Li Ying had contributed financially, though due to official restrictions he was barred from investing in commercial enterprises. Thus, the investment was made under the name of his wife, Li Hongzhi's mother Meng Xiujia, making her a minor. This month, the library launched an exclusive VIP membership program, and Li Hongzhi naturally received one of its limited VIP cards. Though he could study just as well at home, visiting the library was about atmosphere. The VIP section elevated that ambience with additional premium services. Admittedly, those services were largely superficial, but they lent an air of prestige that greatly bolstered Li Hongzhi's sense of self-worth. He had originally planned to bring Xiao Bishuer alone, to impress her and hear her praise him, only for her to decline, citing her injured mother's need for care. With no choice, he resolved to seize another opportunity later. For now, he intended to deal decisively with this reckless, insolent library supervisor. Do you think one phone call wouldn't get you fired on the spot? Qin Yinling stood frozen. Just an intern, how dared she antagonize anyone? Just then, a woman with a prominent mole beside her mouth approached, short-haired, around 30 years old. Xiaoqin, what's going on? Qin Yinling instantly felt salvation had arrived. Sister Zhang, you're here just in time. They've been shot. Before she could finish, the woman had already turned toward Li Hongzhi and his group, and her eyes lit up instantly. Ignoring Qin Yinling entirely, she exclaimed with excitement, oh, isn't this young Master Li? Hurrying forward, she introduced herself. I'm Zhang Feng. I wonder if you still remember me. Li Hongzhi merely smiled, saying nothing. Zhang Feng continued sharply, Xiaoqin, what exactly did you say just now? Young Master Li's mother, Madame Meng, is one of our shareholders, and young Master Li himself is a VIP member. How dare a lowly supervisor like you defy him? But Sister Zhang, the library rules explicitly forbid loud speech. It disturbs others' reading, even in the lobby. Zhang Feng gave Qin Yinling a look of utter incredulity. You're still in university. Don't you understand the art of reading people? Don't you grasp the subtle currents of human relations? Yes, the rule exists, but surely you must consider who's breaking it. After a pause, she added firmly, no, you lack emotional intelligence entirely. I'll report you to the director immediately. You're dismissed. Not a single cent of your salary will be paid. Qin Yinling was overwhelmed with injustice. She'd only upheld the library's code, yet faced termination. Zhang Feng turned back to Li Hongzhi with deference. Young Master Li, I assure you, this will never happen again. At once, Li Hongzhi and his 2 companions broke into laughter. Finally, a pair of functioning eyes. Fang Qimai shook his head, murmuring, a den of snakes and rats. How insufferably noisy. Nearby, Niu Jichao could bear it no longer. Hey, Li Hongzhi, a model student. Is this how you behave? Li Hongzhi's smile vanished. He fixed Niu Jichao with a cold, hard stare. Then, mimicking Jiang Zijian's tone, he sneered, are you instructing me? Niu Jichao faltered, speechless. Fang Qimai stepped in smoothly. Class monitor, I'd love to instruct you too, but this turtle's son refuses to listen. You. Li Hongzhe was left speechless. Seeing this, Zhang Feng swiftly confronted Fang Qimai. And Niu Jichao, who are you two? I know every VIP here, and I've never seen either of you. Guazile interjected, they aren't even members. Oh, then please leave immediately. Young Master Li is our honored VIP. Disrespecting him means you're unwelcome here. Zhang Feng declared sternly. Did you hear that? Out now? Zheng Ruijie and Guazile laughed. You. Niu Jichao bristled with resentment. He'd already intended to leave, but being openly provoked made retreat feel like surrender. Zhang Feng grabbed her walkie-talkie. Security. There's a disturbance in the lobby. Yet instead of guards, a group of men in sharp suits strode in. At their head stood a middle-aged man in a light gray suit. Zhang Feng hurried forward at once. Director Zhao, what brings you here? Director, Deputy Director, why have you all come? Li Hongzhe greeted warmly Uncle Zhao. With Director Zhao Peng's arrival, Qin Yinling felt her fate sealed. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Peng ignored both Zhang Feng and Li Hongzhe, instead sweeping his gaze across the entire hall before settling intently upon Fang Qimai. You must be Chairman Fang Qimai. It's an honor. I'm Zhao Peng. We're profoundly grateful you've agreed to acquire Shangwen Book Company for 220 million yuan. From this moment onward, you are our chairman. Let us give Chairman Fang a round of applause. Zhao Peng led the ovation, and his entourage of suited men joined in vigorously. Fang Qimai smiled confidently. Uncle Bai's efficiency was truly unmatched. The rest stood utterly dumbfounded. Shangwen Library, acquired. And by Fang Qimai himself, stunned silence fell over the hall. Zhao Peng had spoken thus because societal shifts in recent years had transformed reading habits. Physical books had suffered notably. Readers increasingly migrated from printed volumes to digital platforms where countless titles were freely accessible online. Why trek all the way to a library when a few taps on one's phone granted instant access? Zhao Peng and his team had never anticipated the internet's explosive growth. Their profit-driven strategies, including hiking annual fees and membership dues, had failed to reverse the steady decline in performance. Even the newly launched VIP system was little more than a desperate attempt to stave off Shangwen's inevitable demise. Zhao Peng knew it might only hasten the end. Fortunately, a single phone call had just rescued him. Now Li Hongzhe and his companions stood paralyzed in disbelief, while Zhang Feng dared not utter a word. Qin Yinling's jaw dropped. She could scarcely believe that this youth, barely 17 or 18, had spent 200 million yuan to acquire Shangwen Library. How vast must his family fortune be? Certainly over 10 billion yuan, at least 100 billion. Though Niu Jichao knew Fang Qimai's background, even he was stunned. Was this what true wealth looked like? A casual acquisition, seizing authority in a single stroke. Gazing at Fang Qimai's unruffled, serene expression, Niu Jichao could only marvel in mute awe. A growing crowd gathered, whispering in amazement that such a young man had acquired Shangwen Library. A notification chimed. Alert. You have been personally named by Zhao Peng, General Manager of Shangwen Company. Reward unlocked. Global Library USB drive. Item deposited into your system inventory. What kind of reward is this? Fang Qimai was deeply astonished. This USB drive contains digital copies of every book in the world. Every single book. Yes, whatever other libraries possess, you possess, and whatever they lack, you still possess. Incredible. Moreover, countless rare and invaluable texts, lost to history or surviving only as fragmented manuscripts, reside intact within this USB drive, granting you exclusive, unparalleled access. After hearing the system's explanation, Fang Qimai stood speechless. This reward was extraordinary, a complete, boundless archive, including even long-vanished masterworks restored in full. Just moments earlier, he had phoned by Liso and ordered him to acquire Shangwen Library. Having analyzed big data metrics by Liso had briefed Fang Qimai on Shangwen's current status and projected trajectory. Citing broader societal shifts and the library industry's uncertain outlook, he advised against acquisition. Yet Fang Qimai remained unmoved. His decisions were final. Now reconsidering Shangwen's predicament, while technological progress inevitably displaces certain sectors, the core issue lies not in hiking membership fees or introducing VIP zones. Such measures would only alienate genuine book lovers. Though paid services dominate today, many devoted readers come from modest backgrounds. Scholars require extensive, repeated access to reference materials. Under Shangwen's current pricing model, countless promising researchers would be priced out, and their potential stifled. The essence of an exceptional library lies in its collection depth. With unlimited global access to every published work, Fang Qimai's greatest strategic advantage was now unequivocally its collection size. And since contemporary readers increasingly favor digital formats, Fang Qimai resolved to align with this tide. launching a comprehensive modernization of Shangwen, introducing e-reading stations, enabling secure book downloads, and more. An expanded collection would inevitably drive increased readership. With foot traffic rising and reading methods harmonized with the time's diverse monetization pathways would naturally emerge. Revenue, in due course, would follow. Precise implementation details were not his concern, he needed only to provide vision. That was the true role of an investor. Fang Qimai said, "You're Zhao Peng, correct?" "Yes, Chairman. How may I assist you?" "Shangwen remains under your management, but henceforth all operations must strictly follow my plan." "Absolutely, Chairman. We will carry out your instructions without deviation." Seeing Zhao Peng's profound deference, everyone understood this was no performance. It was reality. Fang Qimai had become Shangwen's undisputed authority. Li Hongzhe was baffled. Where on earth did this young man get so much money? Yesterday's car, rumored to cost over 20 million yuan, and now 200 million yuan spent outright to acquire the entire library. Guizile sensed danger and tugged Li Hongzhe's sleeve. Li Hongzhe already contemplated retreat. Fang Qimai turned to Zhao Peng. "Old Zhao, there's something I need you to handle." "Please, Chairman." Fang Qimai pointed at Li Hongzhe. "Revoke this man's VIP privileges." "You, Fang Qimai, you're going too far." Li Hongzhe gritted his teeth, voice trembling with uncertainty. Fang Qimai continued, "And blacklist these 3 individuals, permanently barred from setting foot in Shangwen." "Understood, Chairman." "Security, escort these 3 out." Zhao Peng glanced at Li Hongzhe, then softened his tone. "Kindly escort them out." "Yes, sir." "Uncle Zhao, you can't treat me like this. My mother is a shareholder here." "I'm sorry, Shaoli, but Shangwen answers to Chairman Fang alone." "Please." "You." Several security personnel approached. Li Hongzhe shouted, "Zhao Peng, you'll regret this. My father won't let it go." "This." Fang Qimai interjected calmly, "Class leader, if you have objections, ask your father to speak with me directly." Bewilderment points gained from Li Hongzhe 20. Having expelled Li Hongzhe and his companions, Fang Qimai turned his gaze toward Zhang Feng, head of the library supervisory team. Zhang Feng's eyes darted away when they briefly met Fang Qimai's. She flinched violently. She knew her fate was sealed. Fang Qimai added to Zhao Peng, "By the way, add this clause to Shangwen's regulations. Even VIP members must maintain silence in the main hall." "Understood, Chairman." Fang Qimai addressed Zhang Feng sternly. "You were just about to fire someone, refusing to pay her even a single cent, weren't you? Very well, now you are dismissed. Not 1 yuan of salary will be paid to you. You may sue me, but remember you violated the company's interests first. And I command one of the world's most elite legal teams, ready to respond at any moment." "Ah, Chairman Fang, please grant me another chance. I was blind. I offended you gravely. I know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please give me one more opportunity. General Manager Zhao, please intercede on my behalf. I've served here for years. Surely my efforts count for something." Fang Qimai looked at Zhao Peng. He spoke no word, only met his gaze. Instantly, Zhao Peng stepped forward himself. "Come, leave now." Security officers moved swiftly, ushering Zhang Feng out. Then Fang Qimai walked toward Qin Yinling. Handsome, youthful, and extravagantly generous. Qin Yinling instantly tensed. She whispered softly, "Chairman Fang. Still studying?" "Yes." "Which university, and what major?" "Jiangxing Normal University, Chinese Language and Literature." Qin Yinling replied. Fang Qimai nodded. "Excellent. Do you enjoy reading regularly?" he asked. "I love it." "Indeed, but it's somewhat unfortunate that a Chinese literature undergraduate from a normal university serves as an intern supervisor here. A touch overqualified, perhaps." "Not at all. Any book fascinates me, especially those unavailable elsewhere, yet accessible right. Though the salary isn't high, passion matters more. During breaks, I read freely, and one employee benefit is unlimited free borrowing." Excellent benefit." Fang Qimai paused thoughtfully, then said, "I have a position ideally suited for you. Would you consider it?" "Me? Yes. The compensation will meet and exceed your expectations." Qin Yinling hastily waved her hands. "Chairman Fang, is it truly possible? First comes attitude, then ability. That is my sole criterion for selection. If I say you're qualified, you are." Hearing such unwavering conviction, Qin Yinling dared not object further. She replied immediately, "Yes, Chairman Fang. I will strive with all my might." Zhao Peng said, "Chairman, I've arranged a celebratory banquet at the Peony Grand Hotel, honoring your appointment as our new chairman. This way, please." "Oh, excellent." Fang Qimai added, "Qin Yinling, you're joining us too." "Yes, Chairman Fang." Niu Jichao stood frozen, dumbstruck. Everything Fang Qimai had just done filled him with awe, yet the chasm of social status and wealth also stirred a deep, unsettling sense of distance. Suddenly, he felt immeasurably far from Fang Qimai. As if reading his thoughts, Fang Qimai gently nudged Niu Jichao and said, "It's your birthday today. Order whatever you'd like. Really? You promised. Just remember, it's not my treat. Niu Jichao. In that instant his heart eased. Fang Qimai might have acquired immense wealth overnight, but his character remained unchanged. He was still the same Fang Qimai. Meanwhile, outside the library, Li Hongzhe, Guizile, and Zheng Weijie stood dazed and silent. No one spoke, for a long, heavy time. Finally, Li Hongzhe broke the silence. No one speaks of today, not a word. Pretend it never happened. Especially not to Bishua. If she learns we were thrown out by Fang Qimai, my dignity will vanish. Understood, class leader. We're humiliated enough, we won't breathe a word. The Peony Grand Hotel. After a delightful meal courtesy of Zhao Peng, Niu Jichao felt immensely satisfied. So much time has passed, yet Fang Qimai could still sense the bewilderment of Li Hongzhe and the others. These three fellows must be feeling quite frustrated. Then Fang Qimai instructed the others from Shangwen to head back first, keeping only Qin Yinling behind. From now on, all tasks related to promotion and management at Shangwen would be entrusted to Qin Yinling. Fang Qimai planned to cultivate Qin Yinling as his trusted confidant within Shangwen. Although Zhao Peng and the others were experienced and knowledgeable, they were ultimately capitalists, which was not what Fang Qimai desired. Using clever tactics to gain traffic support and even earn money was the optimal strategy. After hearing Fang Qimai's arrangements, Qin Yinling was momentarily stunned. Her thoughts could not keep up with Fang Qimai, causing her to worry that she might not be capable. Fang Qimai reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, you will know what to do when the time comes. I will arrange for someone to assist you with these tasks." In the afternoon, the three of them arrived at the second phase of the Jiangxing City Square. Although the prices at the first phase of the city square were high, they were not entirely unaffordable. However, the major brands in the second phase could only be admired from afar. Thus, the second phase was also referred to as the exhibition hall, where ordinary people dared not hope to shop. But now Fang Qimai was different from before. He would be dressed in tailored outfits from head to toe. Buying a few decent pieces for his good friends and subordinates was a breeze that brought a smile to his face. Niu Jichao glanced at the price tag of a Versace men's outfit. 26800, 55,000, 98,000. Wow, each set is more expensive than the last. Brother Mai, are we really buying clothes here? It's your birthday today. Oh, I'm giving you a birthday gift. What's wrong with that? But this is too expensive. My entire outfit, including clothes and shoes, costs just over 300. Fang Qimai looked at a deep blue suit and said, "This one looks good. It would suit you well." Brother Mai, are you even listening to me? Just then a female sales associate from Versace approached with a smile. Niu Jichao felt a bit guilty. How could he afford such expensive clothes? If they only looked without buying, he feared being looked down upon by the female associate. However, the female sales associate was not like the ones described in novels, as she did not regard Fang Qimai and his companions with disdain just because they wore inexpensive clothes. She didn't act foolishly by reprimanding them and then shooing them away either. On the contrary, the sales associates in high-end brand stores were all quite experienced. They had sharp eyes and had seen all kinds of people. True tycoons tended to be low-key. It was often those with less money and nouveau riche who liked to show off. They do not look down on anyone and treat every customer well. That is their most basic principle. Hello, gentlemen. Do you have any styles in mind that you like? Let me introduce them to you. Niu Jichao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "No need to trouble yourself. Oh, we can just look around ourselves." "Thank you." Even after hearing this, the female sales associate maintained her smile. Fang Qimai then said, "I don't like shopping. You two can pick out what you like." Niu Jichao realized Fang Qimai intended to buy him clothes as a gift, but he didn't expect it to be from the second phase of the city square. From Niu Jichao's bewilderment 8. From Qin Yanling's bewilderment 10. "Qin Yanling," exclaimed Chairman Fang, "do I get a share too? Old Niu gets at least 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, and as for Qin Yanling, pick a briefcase you think looks nice. Any brand will do, just get a bigger one for carrying books." Fang Qimai checked the time and continued, "I'm going to the cafe for a bit. Once you two are done picking, call me. Oh, and the price per item must not be below 20,000. There's no upper limit." With that, Fang Qimai turned and left, leaving behind the bewildered Niu Jichao and Qin Yanling, as well as the female sales associate from Versace. Out of professional courtesy, after just 2 seconds, the agile female associate kindly said, "Please come in, both of you." In the cafe, Fang Qimai ordered a cup of coffee and sat down. He was eager to see what the Global Book USB drive looked like. In the system's backpack lay a USB drive. True to the system's reputation, its appearance was quite ordinary. It was hard to imagine how impressive it truly was. After borrowing a laptop from the cafe staff, he plugged in the USB drive. Upon seeing the contents, Fang Qimai was utterly shocked. The USB drive was filled with an array of books across various subjects: economics, art, history, geography, natural sciences, astronomy, medicine, and many other categories, including translated versions from various countries, all incredibly comprehensive. Every book that could be found in libraries around the world was available here. Those that no longer existed were also included. Moreover, with the system's arrangements, all necessary legal permissions had already been obtained. There were no legal risks involved in dissemination or sales. Of course, all these were known books in the real world, but Fang Qimai was more interested in the ones that had been lost. Various books from both domestic and foreign sources had been lost throughout human history due to numerous wars and movements. While the buildings destroyed by war might be rebuilt, the books lost could very well be a permanent loss. Now they were all presented before Fang Qimai. The first book, the Book of the Green Bag. This book is regarded as one of the most prestigious works in traditional Chinese medicine in ancient history. Its author is none other than the renowned healer Hua Tuo. This book chronicles Hua Tuo's lifelong dedication and medical experiences representing his medical achievements. Unfortunately, the Book of the Green Bag has been lost to time, with only the 5 animal play and Ma Fei San remaining. It is considered an immeasurable loss in the history of medicine. However, the content of the Book of the Green Bag was now laid out before Fang Qimai. Although it was the original ancient text without translation, Fang Qimai, who excelled in language and was well-read, easily understood it. Moreover, being proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, Fang Qimai was instantly captivated, unable to extricate himself. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. How marvelous. So varicose veins can be treated this way. Fang Qimai exclaimed in excitement. Cancer, AIDS, leukemia, ALS, and rheumatoid arthritis are listed by the World Health Organization as the 5 major difficult diseases. Among them, only leukemia has a chance of being cured through bone marrow transplantation. The others have become terminal illnesses. The Book of the Green Bag truly deserves to be called a divine book, even though it does not imply it can cure everything. However, relying on this book, humanity has a significant hope of conquering these terminal illnesses. The second book, the Outer Canon of the Yellow Emperor. Many people know the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor, which is the earliest medical classic in the country. Along with the classic of difficult issues, the treatise on cold damage, and the Divine Farmer's Materia Medica, it is known as the 4 classic texts of traditional medicine famous worldwide. In fact, there is also a book called the Outer Canon of the Yellow Emperor, which holds even greater influence than the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor. It is said to record the secrets of immortality and the art of resurrection. Of course, from the perspective of modern medicine and scientific integration, this claim seems somewhat exaggerated. After flipping through it, Fang Qimai found himself equally captivated. Where there is an inner, there is an outer. Compared to the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor, this book discusses surgery. Additionally, it records the ways of health preservation. This is also a divine book. If all ordinary books were displayed, the Shangwen Library would already possess absolute strength, becoming the largest and most comprehensive library in the world. However, for divine books like the Qingnong book, Fang Qimai had other plans. Not to mention the trouble they could bring him in the present world. They might also face skepticism from the public. Rather than revealing them, it would be better to utilize them wisely. For the 2 medical divine books, the Qingnong book and the Huang Dis Classic of Internal Medicine, he could extract them, turn them into printed books, and hand them over to the Yang family traditional medicine hall for Grandpa Yang Huming to utilize their potential. Although the Qingnong book cannot completely conquer cancer, it has methods to alleviate pain and improve survival chances for cancer patients. With just this, it is already a miracle in medicine. Over time, the reputation of the Yang family traditional medicine hall would spread, attracting more and more visitors. As it develops, it is not impossible for the Yang family traditional medicine hall to become the largest and best traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the country. What a brilliant idea. As for other lost books, Fang Qimai would select a portion to display in Shangwen as a trump card, keeping the rest for himself. To create the largest library in the world and the best traditional Chinese medicine hospital. These are Fang Qimai's 2 long-term goals for Shangwen Library and the Yang family traditional medicine hall. Just as he thought of this, Fang Qimai's phone rang. It was a call from Niu Jichao. He stood up after finishing the remaining coffee. Niu Jichao's 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes plus a briefcase from Qin Yinling totaled 10800. Fang Qimai didn't blink an eye while making the payment. Niu Jichao and Qin Yinling exchanged glances, feeling a deep pain over this money. These high-end garments were impeccable in quality craftsmanship and design, but they were really too expensive. Both of them had tried their best to choose the cheaper options. Happy birthday. Niu Jichao said excitedly. Thank you, brother Mai. Qin Yinling, make sure to work hard in the future. I will thank you, Chairman. Qin Yinling nodded vigorously. In the evening, the 3 of them arrived at Junlan Bar. Junlan Bar is one of the largest bars in Jiangqing. Previously, Fang Qimai had worked part-time here as a waiter, so he was quite familiar with the place. The atmosphere inside was nice with performances every night. Brother Mai, I've never been to a bar before and have never drunk alcohol. Fang Qimai replied, you're still in school. I only allow you to order drinks. Qin Yinling softly said, Chairman, aren't you still in school? Fang Qimai remained silent while Niu Jichao said, Sister Ling, once you get to know brother Mai you won't ask that anymore. Our brother Mai is quite dashing. Even now Qin Yinling still didn't know who exactly Chairman Fang Qimai was, only knowing that he was. However, after spending this less than a day's time together, she understood that Fang Qimai was definitely not an ordinary person. Upon entering the bar, a waiter immediately recognized Fang Qimai. Hey, isn't that Qimai? Ding. You have been recognized by the waiter Zhang Dazhuang, reward skill master of wine tasting. Zhang Dazhuang had been a waiter at Junlan Bar for 2 or 3 years. Fang Qimai had come here to work part-time during the last winter break, and he got along well with the manager and waiters. Fang Qimai waved hi brother Zhang. Zhang Dazhuang happily asked, what brings you here today? I'm here to inspect the work to see if you are slacking off. Hey, you brat still so cheeky. Zhang Dazhuang glanced around. 3 people, right? That's right. I'm familiar with this place too. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll order directly with a scan later. Zhang Dazhuang replied, sure, just call me if you need anything. This was Niu Jichao's first time at a bar, and at first he felt a bit uneasy, but such an environment made him relax. I thought a bar would be one of those loud DJ places where you have to shout to say a word. I didn't expect the atmosphere to be quite nice, and someone is singing up there. That beautiful girl singing Orange Soda sounds great. Qin Yinling also said this bar is indeed nice, quite spacious. Having a drink and chatting is great. Sister Ling, have you been to a bar before? I went to a sake bar with my dormitory friends once, but it wasn't as big as this one. Fang Qimai asked. Niu Jichao, listening to the song, replied, I'll have a glass of orange juice. By the way, is it a bit low to drink orange juice at a bar? No, it suits your temperament quite well. Niu Jichao. What about you? Fang Qimai looked at Qin Yinling. He'll have orange juice too. Fang Qimai glanced at the menu. I recommend a champagne. Its taste is rich and layers fruity, doesn't get you drunk, and is refreshing. Qin Yinling was stunned for 2 seconds. Since the chairman had spoken, could she refuse? She quickly nodded. Then let's give it a try. Niu Jichao remarked, brother, even though you don't work here anymore, your ability to promote drinks is still there. Qin Yinling was taken aback. Chairman, you used to work here? That's right, your chairman used to work here for 2 months. Qin Yinling smiled, awkwardly, silently thinking, oh my gosh, do wealthy people really love experiencing life like this? 5 minutes later, Zhang Dazhuang walked over with a tray of dishes. There were 2 bottles of golden wine that looked quite high-end. Also, there was a glass of orange juice. They ordered quite a lot of snacks, a plate of crispy chicken wings, 2 servings of fries, a dish of cold kelp, a plate of smashed cucumber, and a plate of salted peanuts. Zhang Dazhuang smiled and said, nice choice, Qimai, you actually ordered 2 bottles of luxurious gold ace of spades. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Brother Zhang, come sit down and drink a few glasses with us. Still, no, you know the rules, no drinking during work hours. I still have to attend to the guests. If our boss sees me, that would be a disaster. Alright, then you go ahead and do your thing. Sure, just let me know if you need anything. Niu Jichao had never drunk alcohol and knew nothing about it. He only knew about beer, white wine, yellow wine, foreign wine, and rice wine. He was very curious about what kind of wine ace of spades was. Qin Yinling was equally curious, and the 2 of them looked at the receipt simultaneously. Smashed cucumber 1, 22 serving. Salted peanuts 1, 15 serving. Orange juice 1, 32 glass. Ace of spades luxurious gold 1, 88 bottle. Ace of spades luxurious gold 1, 88 bottle. 88 per bottle. Upon seeing the price, Niu Jichao and Qin Yinling simultaneously gasped. A bottle costs 88, and they ordered 2 bottles. Chairman, what kind of wine is ace of spades? It's so expensive that I would need to save 3 months' salary just to barely afford a bottle. Fang Qimai thought for a moment. I guess I need to give you a raise. Chairman, isn't the salary the main point? The real issue is why this wine is so expensive. Having worked a part-time job here over a winter break and just received a reward from the system for becoming a wine tasting master, Fang Qimai was very familiar with this ace of spades. This is a champagne, and its high price is naturally justified. Niu Jichao and Qin Yinling perked up, listening intently. 12 years ago, there was a world-class blind tasting competition for champagne, and a dark horse defeated top brands like Moët Chandon and Louis Roederer. That dark horse is Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades is the only champagne brand in the world that is entirely handcrafted, completed by just 8 people from grape picking to bottling. After the introduction, Fang Qimai uncorked the bottle. After all that talk, why not have a taste? As the bright and clear champagne poured into the glass, Qin Yinling, who seldom drank, surprisingly felt a first-time curiosity about the wine. Even Niu Jichao couldn't resist wanting to taste it. Qin Yinling picked up the glass and said, Chairman, I'll toast to you. How does it taste? Fang Qimai asked. It has a hint of aroma, quite pleasant to drink. Unlike other wines that are hard to swallow, it has changed my perspective on wine. Let me have another sip. Indeed, Fang Qimai nodded. This wine is smooth and velvety on the palate. At first you taste floral notes, and as you swallow, fruity aromas fill your mouth. So do you still think it's expensive? Expensive. Qin Yinling put down her glass. It truly is very pricey and I still can't afford it, but I can't blame it for that. Do I have to blame myself? I'm just too poor. Just then a cheer erupted from a long table nearby. The entire table was filled with socialites, some wearing sleeveless shirts that revealed tattoos, others with dyed hair. Smoke swirled around as they gleefully played dice, shouting excitedly with every win or loss. After all, coming to a bar is about having fun, and drinking brings excitement. However, it was Niu Jichao's first time in such a place, and the noise made him feel somewhat out of place. He casually glanced over only to find a middle-aged man with a round face standing up. Hey, you furry Brett, you've got some guts, huh? What's up with that guy? Bro, he just glared at us. Damn. Niu Jichao quickly turned his head back. As a mere middle school student, he had never encountered such a scene. Hey, I'm talking about you furry brat. I wasn't glaring at you. I just wasn't looking at you. Still trying to deny it. The middle-aged man walked over directly. From the way he walked, it was clear he had drunk quite a bit. He was purely looking for trouble. Qin Yinling couldn't help but worry. Many news reports of injuries and fights often stemmed from alcohol. These people, after a few drinks, think they are invincible, acting as if they can provoke anyone without consequence. Fang Qimai asked Uncle Quan, how many drinks did it take for you to get this way? The middle-aged man suddenly looked shocked. Fang Qimai. It turned out that Fang Qimai had already recognized this troublemaker who had been drinking. Yang Quan, the useless son of the old Dr. Yang Huming. Yang Quan remembered the punch he received from Bai Lis Ho that day. His arm still hurt from it. He had been brooding over it. But now, with only Fang Qimai and his friends present, he felt no fear. Good kid, so it's you. Damn. Fang Qimai replied, by the way, Uncle Quan, how did you know he was looking at you without... You guys exchanged glances, isn't that even? You. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. How about this, Uncle Quan? Let's consider it a way for you to make friends with my buddy. Tonight, I'll cover the bill for your table. Their table of 6 looks like a bunch of tough guys. Fang Qimai wasn't afraid of them, but when these people got rough, who knew what they might do? Besides, this was a place he had once worked. The waiters and the manager were all quite nice. Moreover, today was Niu Jichao's birthday, and Fang Qimai didn't want to cause trouble. Though their table looked like they had plenty of food and drink, it was only a matter of a few thousand yuan. For Fang Qimai, if money could solve it, it wasn't a problem. Yang Quan hesitated. Since someone wanted to pay for his drinks, he could consider it. At this, Niu Jichao and Qin Yinling breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the matter could be settled. However, unexpectedly, the bald man in the middle of Yang Quan's table, wearing a gold chain, suddenly stood up. He coldly said, I, Zhao Chong, don't need anyone to pay for my tab. What? This is an insult to us. Yang Quan slapped his forehead. Does our brother Chong need anyone to buy for him? That kid is clearly trying to provoke our brother Chong. Did he give our brother Chong any face? Does our brother Chong care about that little bit of money? Zhao Chong extinguished the cigarette in his hand and coldly asked, Kid, who are you with? Fang Qimai began data analysis. Zhao Chong, 33 years old, 176 centimeters, tall, 75 kilograms, low education level, vocational school. Son of Zhao Jinxiang, director of Qihong Real Estate, a manager of planning department, spent 476000 in various entertainment venues in the past week. Suspected excessive indulgence leading to kidney deficiency and baldness. Underwent hair transplant surgery 3 times, all failed. Very soon, Fang Qimai gained a preliminary understanding of Zhao Chong's basic data. Upon seeing Qihong Real Estate, Fang Qimai suddenly smiled. That name has appeared in the cooperative roster of Tianhao Group. He calmly replied, I'm not with anyone. Then why are you acting so arrogantly? Fang Qimai thought for a moment. If I had to say I'm with someone, then I'm with myself. From Zhao Chong, confusion value 7. Yang Quan asked, do you know who our brother Chong is? I don't want to know. Fang Qimai interrupted. From Yang Quan, confusion value 4. Fang Qimai stood up and shouted, Zhang Gu, come here. Zhang Dazhuang hurried over. Zhang Gu, please note that I will cover the bill for their table. Zhang Dazhuang glanced at Zhao Chong and was stunned. Zhao Chong was a regular at their bar and the son of the director of Qihong Real Estate in Jiangqing. He had no idea what had happened between the 2 tables. Sure, I'll make a note of that right away. Hearing this, Zhao Chong shouted, wait. Zhang Dazhuang immediately stopped. Young Master Zhao, how can I help you? Zhao Chong looked disdainfully at Zhang Dazhuang. Did my approval mean anything when you offered to pay for me? Damn, are you looking down on me, Zhao Chong? Am I broke or can't afford the bill? After hearing Zhao Chong's words, everyone was stunned. This scene, usually seen only in movies and novels, had unexpectedly unfolded before them. Junlan Bar is one of the largest bars in Jiangqing with a nightly revenue exceeding 2 million. During his 2 years of work here, Zhang Dazhuang had never seen anyone do such a thing. After all, what could you do with 2 million? There are certainly better ways to show off. All right. Zhang Dazhuang nodded repeatedly, immediately picking up his walkie-talkie to contact his manager. The people around Zhao Chong cheered exuberantly. Truly worthy of my brother Chong. So cool and flamboyant. Awesome, brother Chong. How amazing. In this society, my brother Chong is affluent and speaks little. In the next moment, all the lights in the venue dimmed. A few beams shone upon Zhao Chong, making him the center of attention. At this time, someone called for the resident singer on stage to stop. Then, holding the microphone, they shouted, tonight's entire expenditure will be covered by young Master Chi from Qihong Real Estate. Let's give a round of applause to thank young Master Chi for his generosity. Now let's party to the fullest. Immediately, the crowd erupted in excitement. The sound of applause was deafening. Wow, young Master Zhao is so rich. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao is so handsome. The handsomest in the venue. Thanks to young Master Zhao, we can drink to our heart's content tonight. For a moment, Zhao Chong's subordinates also felt a surge of pride. Yang Quan patted Fang Qimai's table and said, so Fang Qimai, do you now understand Brother Chong's strength? Don't think just because you've bought my dad's shop that you can act arrogantly. That little bit of money is merely what my Brother Chong spends in a night. Want to treat us, Brother Chong? You're not qualified yet. Fang Qimai shook his head helplessly. Zhao Chong's antics to show off weren't due to having enough money, but rather because he was foolish enough. He smiled slightly and said, all right then, I thank Brother Chong. If there's nothing else, please leave. Do you think this matters? Zhao Chong stepped forward angrily, saying, how will you settle the score for provoking my subordinate just now? Niu Jichao became nervous again. I really didn't see you guys, nor did I intend to provoke you. Fang Qimai understood that the other party was looking for trouble. Anything could become an excuse. Fang Qimai said, tonight is my buddy's birthday, so please give us some face and don't make things difficult for my brother. Birthday? Is that something impressive? I celebrate my birthday every day. Ha ha. Yang Quan and the others laughed. Zhao Chong continued, face, huh? Who the hell are you for me to give you face? Niu Jichao said, don't go too far. Get out of the way. Zhao Chong directly pushed Niu Jichao aside. He looked at Fang Qimai. What was your... Fang Qimai. Yang Quan quickly responded. Good, Fang Qimai, come here, kneel down and apologize to me, and I will let you go. Ding. You have been called out by the bald man. Zhao Chong unlocking the trait eternal hair. Eternal hair. Wow. This reward is quite impressive. When I heard that my dad went bald before he turned 30, I thought I was doomed too. Who would have thought? I still have hope. Huh. Fang Qimai felt a bit teary-eyed. After all, hair is incredibly important to men. Although he believed he would also look handsome bald. Fang Qimai replied, are you sure you want me to kneel down and apologize? Absolutely. Fang Qimai smiled. Let me warn you in advance, my knees might not be something you can handle. Damn, you really are quite arrogant. Who do you think you are? Zhao Chong swung his fist. The bar's waiter Zhang Dazhuang quickly stepped forward. Hey, Brother Chong, tonight is your home ground. Please don't get angry. I will apologize to Qimai for you. You are magnanimous. Zhao Chong pushed Zhang Dazhuang aside. This kid doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. I must teach him a lesson today. Zhao Chong threw a punch. Qin Yinling and Zhang Dazhuang were both scared stiff. Niu Jichao, standing at 165 meters with a slightly plump figure, realized that this incident stemmed from him and he couldn't let his brother get hurt. In an instant, Niu Jichao charged forward. Even if he couldn't win, he was ready to go all out. Fang Qimai grabbed Niu Jichao and easily caught Zhao Chong's fist with one hand. Before everyone could react, Fang Qimai twisted Zhao Chong's hand behind his back and pressed his face on it. Damn. Confused value from Zhao Chong 13, confused value from Yang Quan 9. At that moment, several engine roars approached from a distance. Boom, boom, zim, zm, zm, boom, dada dada dada. The crowd listened. It was a sports car. And not just one. At least 5 or more. No, there must be. Their sounds grew closer. The combined roar of several sports cars shook every person on this street. Some peered out the window while others rushed outside immediately. The sight of the sports cars roaring past would definitely be stunning. The roar seemed just around the corner. Upon stepping outside, they realized these sports cars were headed for Junlan Bar. The parking spots at Junlan Bar were gradually filling up. Everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens, is that a Pagani Huayra? And a Ferrari LaFerrari? Damn, that's a Lamborghini Veneno. That purple Maserati is so flashy. Damn, there's my favorite Lamborghini Huracan. Each one costs at least 5 million. The yellow McLaren. It's dazzling my eyes. Oh my god, look at their license plates. The smooth lines and the gleaming bodies under the lights were mesmerizing. The sounds of engines and brakes intertwined. Various door-opening styles dazzled the eyes. This scene was a visual feast, simply awesome. 10 cars, 12, 14, 16. 24. So many cars. Wow. This is the first time I've seen so many sports cars gather in person. Money. All money. Oh my goodness. It's blinding my eyes. Who knew Jiangcheng had so many rich people? Is this a gathering of wealthy young masters? Are they all out to show off? Ladies, let's see if we can find some handsome ones to chat with. I can accept those who aren't. I can also accept those who are older. I can accept those who aren't even human. Huh. People gradually got out of the sports cars. One foot stepped out onto the ground wearing black trousers and black shoes. Confirmed all had long legs. But upon closer inspection, wait. How come they are all bald? In the bar, Zhao Chang shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Get to it. Who dares?" A loud shout came from the entrance. A group of men in black suits and sunglasses rushed in. Although each one was bald, they were strong, and at least more than 20 of them surrounded them in an instant. Yang Quan and the others were even more frightened by this situation. Many people gathered at the bar entrance. They all saw those men in black suits get out of sports cars and then walk in together. But they still didn't quite understand what was happening. The men in black suits stood straight, then slightly leaned their bodies and shouted in unison, "Young Master. Young Master. Who are they calling? Could it be that they are bodyguards for our Chang Gua?" Zhao Chang laughed. "When did my dad arrange so many bodyguards? Huh. Is it all because they are bald to match me? It hurts." At this moment, several men in black suits made way. Bai Liso walked over. He respectfully addressed Fang Qimai, saying, "Young Master." "Young Master." Yang Quan remembered Bai Liso. This old man was incredibly skilled in fights. So these people are subordinate to Fang Qimai. From Zhao Chang's confusion value 14. From Yang Quan's confusion value 13. Zhao Gongzi of Qihong Real Estate, I believe you need to take a look at my business card. Bai Liso stepped forward, took out a golden business card, and placed it in front of Zhao Chang. "Oh, Tianhao." Zhao Chang was suddenly shocked, his eyes almost popping out. Could it be that this Fang Qimai is the son of Tianhao Group? From Zhao Chang's confusion value 15. From Zhao Chang's confusion value 18. Zhao Chang's confusion value was skyrocketing. Bai Liso put away the business card, saying, "Please be polite to our young master. I believe that if our old master halts the cooperation with your Qihong Real Estate, your losses will be substantial. On the contrary, we have many partners we can cooperate with." Zhao Chang, as the manager of the planning department, even if just nominally, knew how important Tianhao Group was to his company. At this point, he finally became obedient. Fang Qimai released Zhao Chang's hand. Zhao Chang awkwardly said to Bai Liso. Bai Liso extended his hand. "If you have anything to say, please address our young master." From Zhao Chang's confusion value 19, Zhao Chang scratched his head. "I'm sorry. I am sorry, young master Fang. I was blind. I failed to recognize your worth. Please do not take it to heart. Don't be afraid, you are not yet qualified for me to take it to heart." Zhao Chang, Yang Quan, and the others were puzzled. What was going on? What exactly was written on the business card? Chang Gu actually admitted defeat directly. Long before Bai Liso provided the list of cooperative enterprises with Tianhao Group, Fang Qimai had seen Qihong Real Estate. Plus, with his photographic memory ability, Fang Qimai remembered very clearly that his company was crucial to Qihong Real Estate. Fang Qimai coldly said, "Uncle Bai, terminate the cooperation with Qihong." "Yes. No, young master Fang." Zhao Chang was scared to death. If his father found out that he was the reason for the termination of this cooperation, he would be doomed. He continued, "Young master Fang, I can do anything, just please don't terminate our cooperation with Qihong." At this moment, the sound of a helicopter rotor came from outside. Bai Liso respectfully said, "Young master, the birthday cake you requested is ready. It is 1.8 meters tall and requires a larger space. Can we place it on the stage?" Fang Qimai turned to the manager Lin Jiping and asked, "Manager, I would like to use your stage." Lin Jiping replied, "Sure, but tonight our bar has already been booked by Zhao Gongzi." Without even consulting Zhao Chang, Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "Thank you, Zhao Chang." The onlookers felt incredulous upon hearing this. Everyone had forgotten who Zhao Gongzi the host was. They were even more curious. What kind of cake is 1.8 meters tall? Above the parking lot at Junlan Bar, a huge transport plane hovered. Several people resembling pastry chefs descended from it. There were both men and women, all foreigners. Following that, drones began to operate from the transport plane. One after another, white boxes were delivered down, which the bodyguards below smoothly caught. Subsequently, the white boxes were delivered into the bar. The foreign pastry chefs began to get busy. Everyone was very curious. Could it be that the white boxes contained the cake? Bai Liso said, "Young master, as per your request, I specifically contacted the top pastry chefs from Austria this morning to make the national treasure-level pastry of Austria, the Zahortorte. All the ingredients were sourced from Austria, and once completed they were preserved and airlifted here without any damage. At the same time, they arranged for the pastry chefs and their assistants to accompany them. It is said that this cake was made by hundreds of local pastry chefs simultaneously, hoping to meet your expectations." Everyone who heard the introduction was stunned. Flying from Austria here alone takes 12 hours, not including layovers and stops. If it were a commercial flight, the total time would generally be around 27 hours. I didn't expect such a cake along with the local pastry chefs to arrive in less than a day using a chartered flight. Indeed, there is nothing that money can't accomplish. This cake was made in the morning and imported. Considering the manpower and resources involved along with the cake itself being hailed As a national treasure-level pastry of Austria, how expensive could it be? Zhao Chong and the others were left dumbfounded. Isn't this ridiculous? Fang Qimai nodded. Well done. This is what I should do. Fang Qimai continued. By the way, next time, be a little more low-key. Try not to mobilize so many sports cars at once. Bai Liso replied, understood, young master. Next time I will pay attention. This time it was mainly because this cake is extremely precious that we had to deploy the remaining 27 sports cars and so many bodyguards. Zhao Chong, Yang Quan. For a moment the onlookers felt like they were suffocating. Did I hear that right? 1 bodyguard per supercar. Damn. Does that mean that all those sports cars belong to him alone? No way, having 1 sports car is already exaggerated, but 27 cars are all his. The emphasis on the word remaining means that this handsome guy has more than 27 sports cars. What a damn tycoon. I initially thought it was a gathering of rich second generations. I didn't expect it to be 1 person. And he mobilized so many bodyguards just to protect a cake. Is this something a person would do? It's over, sisters. This handsome guy is so rich and good-looking we definitely have no hope. From Zhao Chong's Confusion Value 13. Standing beside them, Niu Jichao and Qin Yinling were so excited they couldn't speak. Fang Qimai said, super cool, this is the cake I prepared for you. Isn't it amazing? Niu Jichao was stunned for a while. My good, this is too exaggerated. I am truly overwhelmed. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. This is truly a little cow traveling the world. Then the two said in unison, wherever it goes it shines bright. Huh. Qin Yinling laughed out loud. You two are really funny. Soon a 7-layer chocolate cake emerged. With the support structures connecting each layer and the base below, it indeed stood at a height of 1.80 meters. Adorned with gold leaf and diamonds, the entire cake sparkled magnificently under the lights. Onlookers hurriedly took out their phones to capture the moment. It was their first time seeing such a large diamond-studded cake. The pastry chef Sun Qingqing at Junlan Bar received the news and immediately walked out from the kitchen. The scene before her was one she would never forget. Sacher cake. I had the fortune of tasting this cake once in Austria. Its recipe has become a state secret. I never expected to see it here. Its value ID estimate is at least 3 million, right? From raw materials to processing to air transport and the accompanying personnel they arranged, all expedited, cost a total of 648,000. Sun Qingqing was taken aback, left speechless, and could only applaud. The people present also joined in the applause. Only the phrase "what the heck" could express the emotions of the moment. From Zhao Chong's bewilderment value 18, from Yang Quan's bewilderment value 17. Niu Jichao felt his legs go weak upon hearing this. He knew this cake must be very expensive, but he thought it would only be in the hundreds of thousands range. A cake costing hundreds of thousands was already exorbitant. This cake, worth over 600,000, could only be said to have exceeded the limits of his imagination. Zhao Chong and Yang Quan were even more bewildered. A cake over 600,000. Just now Zhao Chong rented the venue for only 200,000. Now it seemed nobody cared who young Master Zhao was. Fang Qimai said to Zhao Chong, did you not just say you would do anything? Bring your people up to dance and celebrate my good brother's birthday. Zhao Chong hesitated. He didn't know how to dance. It going up would just be embarrassing. Don't wanna. Fang Qimai sneered. I already told you today is my buddy's birthday. I asked you to show some face. Since you refused to give it, I can only call it off. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong hurriedly said, dance. They'll dance right now. Thus Zhao Chong took a few subordinates and went up to awkwardly dance. The audience could no longer bear to watch. Who the hell is this? Dancing like that. This is young Master Zhao from Qihong Real Estate. The one who just rented the venue. No way. Renting the venue and then dancing awkwardly by himself. What the hell, who gave him the courage to go up and dance? From Zhao Chong's bewilderment value 20. From Yang Quan's bewilderment value 20. Fang Qimai said to the manager Lin Jiping, let everyone sing a birthday song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The resident singer led the singing. She was also very curious about what the cake worth over 600,000 tasted like. It's a national treasure level dessert, and the recipe is a state secret. As a result, everyone in the venue earnestly sang along. Tonight, Junlan Bar transformed into a birthday. After the birthday song ended, the Austrian pastry chef personally handed over a delicate, long, serrated knife. Niu Jichao made the first cut, and then the pastry chef and his assistants took over. The cake was soft and tender with a rich chocolate flavor that was sweet, but not cloying. The rich aroma of cream added a lot of flavor to the entire cake. Hazelnut crumbs, pine nut crumbs, and white truffle shavings were the finishing touches of this cake. I have to say, this Sacher cake truly deserves its reputation. Fang Qimai took a bite. Although he wasn't fond of sweets, he still gave a thumbs up. Qin Yinling received the cake and couldn't help but take a few photos first. Others watched as Niu Jichao devoured the cake, each of them nearly dying of envy. Fang Qimai asked someone to take away the top 2 layers, one for the bar's waitstaff and one for Niu Jichao to take home to let his family taste. The rest were to be distributed by manager Lin Jiping. Due to the large number of people, a rough estimate indicated that each person could only get a small piece. One must not underestimate this small piece. A bite was worth a lot of money. Those who wanted to eat had to obediently queue up. The few who tried to cut in line had already been thrown out by Fang Qimai's bodyguards. The gold leaf on the cake was extremely thin, so thin that it would fly away with the slightest movement, negligible. As for the diamonds embedded on top, their worth was unknown, but certainly not cheap. Although Fang Qimai did not care, he couldn't let those people eat and take for free. He had already instructed someone to pick out all the diamonds in advance and distribute them as tips to the hard-working Austrian pastry chef and his assistants. Austria is 7 hours behind here, meaning that to rush this cake, the pastry chefs started working in the early hours, and with the long flight, it was quite difficult. At this moment, Bai Liso and the pastry chef were engaged in cheerful conversation. It was unexpected that Bai Liso understood their language. Fang Qimai admired this treasure of an older man. Upon learning that the cake's owner would give them diamonds as tips, both the pastry chef and his assistant were very pleased. Regardless of the value of those diamonds, at least the cake's owner was not only wealthy, but generous. Bai Liso introduced, "Young master, this is Mr. Stephen." The middle-aged man with golden hair stepped forward and said in the Mandarin he had just learned, "Fang Qimai." "Mr. My. Very funny. Star. Recognize. You." As he spoke, he politely extended his hand. "Ding. You have been named by the Austrian senior pastry chef Stephen Musel, unlocking the ability, German communication." Initially thinking that being named by a pastry chef of such caliber would reward him with cake-making skills, he was surprised to receive a language skill instead. In Austria, their official language is indeed German. However, it was fine if Fang Qimai had little interest in making pastries. On the contrary, this German communication could come in handy right now. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. On one hand, he found Stephen's awkward Mandarin amusing, but at least he pronounced his name correctly. On the other hand, it was out of politeness. He immediately shook hands and started speaking fluent German. The gist was, "Mr. Stephen, I am also very pleased to meet you. The cake is wonderful, we really like it. Thank you and your team." Stephen's mouth dropped into an O shape. He was greatly surprised and hurriedly responded. Bai Liso nodded, not expecting the young master to be so impressive, speaking German even better than him. Niu Jichao and Qin Yinling, who were originally enjoying the cake, watched the two converse in a foreign language, laughing and joking, and were truly impressed. Qin Yinling began to doubt her life. At that time, she struggled to pass the English Level 6 exam, while the chairman, a mere high school student, could speak German so fluently. At first, Qin Yinling felt a bit unconvinced. Why should Fang Qimai, so young and wealthy, be able to? Now Qin Yinling was completely convinced. Indeed, a chairman is still a chairman. I've already arranged a room for you. Please rest well. Thank you, Mr. Fang. If you have time to visit us, I will treat you well. It's a deal. Fang Qimai shook hands with Stephen again. At this moment, Zhao Chong and the others came down looking dejected. Young Master Fang, I just finished dancing. Is this okay?" "What's okay?" Fang Qimai retorted. Zhao Chong timidly said, "Can we not terminate our cooperation with Qihong Real Estate?" Fang Qimai smiled, and Zhao Chong followed with a forced smile. Fang Qimai patted Zhao Chong's shoulder and suddenly said seriously, "No. But didn't you just ask me to dance?" Zhao Chong asked in a small voice. "And then, oi. And then I." Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Zhao Chong danced until the bar closes. Suddenly, Zhao Chong jolted. "I think I might be in love with dancing. Guys, keep dancing with me." Saying this, Zhao Chong started to twist his body. Yang Quan was stunned, still dancing. "Brother Chong, I just pulled a muscle." "It's embarrassing for a big man like you, Brother Chong. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and twist with me." Under Fang Qimai's arrangement, two bodyguards took Niu Jichao and Qin Yinling back home. Before leaving, Fang Qimai told Qin Yinling to rest well and come to his house tomorrow noon, where he would arrange specific work for her. Back home, Fang Qimai was still full of energy. With the 3,000 luxurious drinks constitution given by his mother, drinking felt as easy as drinking plain water. Looking back at the day, Fang Qimai felt a bit crazy. First, he spent 200 million to acquire the Shangwen Library. Then he spent over 6 million on a sacker cake. Plus the custom-made clothes, he probably had to spend a few more million. Calculating it all, he had directly exceeded the spending limits set by his parents. Next, he could enjoy a leisurely life without worrying about how to spend money. The next day was Sunday. Worried about being late, Qin Yinling arrived at the Phoenix Garden Villa area before 10 o'clock. It was her first time in such a villa community, and she felt a bit dazed. After wandering around for a while, she was finally stopped by a patrolling security guard. "Excuse me. Could you tell me which building is Chairman Fang Qimai's villa?" The guard paused for a moment and pointed at the villa group in front of him, saying, "Everything you can see is Mr. All of it." "Yes." From Qin Yinling 10 confusion points. White Liso personally came out and took Qin Yinling to the living room of one of the villas. Here are some snacks prepared for you, please enjoy. The young master hasn't woken up yet, so please wait a bit longer. Okay, thank you. Once everyone else went down, Qin Yinling finally dared to secretly take out her phone to take pictures. The exquisitely carved furniture pieces were like works of art. The dark antique tiles on the floor and the crystal glasses on the table all exuded an air of luxury. The entire villa was magnificent, elegant, and very dignified. It felt like a completely different world from the outside. Is this where the rich live? After working hard for a lifetime, I might not even be able to afford a bathroom in the chairman's house. No, I must have confidence in myself. Remove the might. Qin Yinling murmured to herself while taking photos. Fang Qimai had sorted books and materials until dawn and woke up at 11 o'clock. Fortunately, all the books had been organized. Apart from a portion to keep for himself, the rest would be uploaded to Shengwen's backend in electronic format. He also needed to introduce some reading devices, etc. Furthermore, he would have someone print physical copies as traditional reading methods were still essential. These tasks were what Fang Qimai would assign to Qin Yinling. When Fang Qimai arrived in the living room, he found Qin Yinling taking selfies with a white jade unicorn statue. Seeing Fang Qimai, Qin Yinling was so startled that her phone almost fell. Chairman, good morning. Fang Qimai was wearing pajamas, his hair messy, and looking a bit casual. He glanced at the time. It's not early anymore. Lunch is ready, let's eat together. Later I will explain the work to you. We're having Japanese cuisine for lunch, is that okay? Yes, I can eat anything. Outside, a small sightseeing vehicle was waiting. The two got in together. Qin Yinling thought they were going out to eat. However, seeing Fang Qimai in his pajamas, she felt it was a bit inappropriate. But she dared not voice her thoughts. 2 minutes later, the sightseeing vehicle stopped in front of a Japanese-style villa. We've arrived. Huh. Qin Yinling was stunned. Was it because there were too many villas that they had to use a sightseeing car? After riding for 2 minutes, it was like arriving at another house of the chairman. Saying they were having Japanese cuisine, but choosing to eat in a Japanese-style villa. It felt like walking through the chairman's home was akin to traversing the entire world. Lavish. The entire villa was even more beautiful than the Japanese architecture seen in movies. Cherry blossoms were planted everywhere, and it was just the beginning of the cherry blossom season, making the entire scene breathtaking. She really wanted to take out her phone for pictures, but in front of the chairman, she didn't dare to be so reckless. As soon as they sat down, the dishes started coming out. The servants were also dressed in Japanese-made outfits, very fitting for the occasion. According to Bai Lisho, these maids were genuine Japanese people who had specially learned Chinese. Qin Yinling felt like she was really on a trip. The first dish is called Hassan, which actually consists of 6 parts. The triangular cake is made of mini fried sandfish. The others include shrimp, firefly squid, sweet beans, and broccoli. There's also a small bowl of tamagoyaki, which is suggested to be eaten last. After listening to the maid's introduction, Qin Yinling felt it was amazing. Although each portion was small, they looked very exquisite, and hearing the names of these ingredients gave a sense of high-end quality. The plating was also extremely delicate. It resembled a piece of art that she was reluctant to eat. Fang Qimai asked, "Aren't you hungry?" Qin Yinling looked up and saw that Fang Qimai had already finished the entire Hassan dish. She timidly pointed at the table and asked, "Chairman, can I take pictures?" "Sure, just don't." Click, click. After capturing the moment, Qin Yinling eagerly began to eat. The fish slices were crispy and fragrant, while the shrimp and firefly squid, although cold, paired wonderfully with the sweet beans and broccoli. Tamagoyaki is simply a rolled omelette with a layer of curry on top. Qin Yinling had eaten Japanese cuisine before, but those tamagoyaki could not compare to the one in front of her. Highly praised. The second dish is Ceto rice octopus. The octopus is kneaded for 3 hours, then red beans are added and simmered for 4 hours. It is paired with winter melon that has been stewed in stock garnished with wood seeds. The Japanese stock is made from various seafood, bonito, and kelp. The winter melon may seem like a side dish, but it fully absorbs the flavor of the broth. In simpler terms, it was like a mushy winter melon soaring to the heavens. Qin Yinling felt it was delicious beyond measure. Next, there was a clear and refreshing dish of 6-line fish-tide sauce. Also, there were juicy grilled golden snapper and sweet and refreshing sea urchin ISE lobster, among others. Finally, it concluded with a cup of hand-whipped Japanese matcha. Perfect. A total of 12 dishes brought Qin Yinling immense joy. If this meal were eaten outside, it would cost at least 10,000. Adding in the costs of the chairman's chef's servants, and so forth, Qin Yinling didn't dare to think further. "Thank you for your generous hospitality, Chairman." Qin Yinling stood up and said respectfully, "Take a rest. Come to my study later, and I will explain the work to you." After 4 hours of work arrangement, Qin Yinling took notes carefully. As just an intern, she was suddenly entrusted with heavy responsibilities, and she had to muster all her energy. But she still felt a bit doubtful about her abilities. Fang Qimai saw through her thoughts at a glance. Don't think you can't do it. If you can't, then it proves my judgment is flawed. Yes, I understand, Chairman. What you need to do is to lead by example, yet not do everything yourself. Chairman, what does that mean? Fang Qimai said, what I am conveying to you is a mindset. You must lead by example and do each task according to my way, but you don't need to do everything yourself. You should know how to mobilize your subordinates. Do you understand? Understood, Chairman. After leaving Fang Qimai's house, Qin Yinling finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, she felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders and knew there were more important tasks awaiting her in the future. Looking at the time, it was just past 4 in the afternoon. Qin Yinling murmured to herself, right, this place is very close to my aunt's house. My aunt sprained her foot recently, and I should stop by to see her on the way. Thank you for your support in the past year, and I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Regarding updates, the platform really values data, and a rapid update can actually harm data affecting recommendations and rewards, which is quite perplexing. I will maintain 2 updates a day for the time being. Don't worry, a normal chapter is 2,000 words, and each chapter will be close to 3,000 words. Additionally, I will add more updates based on circumstances, and there won't be any breaks until the end. Finally, I wish everyone a happy new year. May you prosper in all your endeavors. Qin Yinling bought a carton of milk and some fruit downstairs. Tap tap. She knocked on the door. Opening it was Xiao Bishua. Elder sister, you're here. Xiao Bishua warmly took Qin Yanling's hand. Jiao Meiyue, seated on a chair, glanced over and said, "Ah, it's Xiao Yin. Why did you bring gifts?" "Just happened to pass by, so I picked up a few things. Nothing special." Xiao Bishua accepted the milk and fruit, then added, "Oh, elder sister, doesn't your library operate on rotating days off? Are you resting today?" Well, that's quite a story. In short, I've just met someone extraordinary." The two spent a long time talking in the room. After hearing Qin Yinling's account, Xiao Bishua found it hard to believe. "So let me get this straight. Yesterday, someone purchased your entire library outright, becoming its new chairman, and then entrusted you with important responsibilities, gifted you a Versace handbag, treated you to a 6 million yuan birthday cake, and even invited you for lunch at his private villa." "Exactly. That's precisely what happened." "Oh, and he owns over 20 sports cars." Xiao Bishua studied Qin Yinling carefully. "Elder sister, have you been under some kind of shock? If something troubling has happened, tell me. Don't bear it alone." "What? You think I'm making this up?" "Every word is true." Qin Yinling quickly pulled out photos from last night's cake and today's sushi lunch. She pointed to her handbag. "This one. It cost over 20,000 yuan. I chose the most affordable option I could find. Look, here are more photos. All those over 20 sports cars belong to our chairman." Xiao Bishua paused, absorbing the information before slowly beginning to accept it as real. Does Jiangxing truly harbor such a reclusive billionaire? Xiao Bishua asked. "Elder sister, is your chairman a lecherous old man? Is he trying to seduce you at his age? Could his children already be older than us?" Qin Yinling hastily waved her hands. "Not at all. He's still a high school student. He has classes tomorrow." A moment of stunned silence followed. "Fang Qimai, a high school student, serving as your chairman? Well, these days, anything can happen. Elder sister, judging by what you've said, he must be exceptionally handsome, right?" Yes, he truly is." Qin Yinling added, "But I didn't dare take his photo. He's incredibly cold and distant. Even breathing near him feels like treading on thin ice." Xiao Bishua grew even more intrigued. "Your standards are famously higher. If you call him handsome, he must truly be striking. Shame there's no photograph." "Wait, I know. This morning I saw news. The 6 million yuan cake made headlines last night." Qin Yinling picked up her phone and checked. Reclusive tycoon orders 6 million yuan birthday cake for friend. Shocks all of Jiangxing. These days even cake has become unaffordable. Sniff sniff. Whoa, my eyes are blinded. 1 bite equals a month's salary. Rumor says everyone present received a slice. How I wish I'd been there last night. I was there. It was the most exquisite cake I've ever tasted. Without equal. The comment section had already exploded. Yet after scrolling through several news articles, only images of the cake and the venue appeared. No photographs of the reclusive tycoon himself. Could it be that no one dared take his picture? Xiao Bishua asked. "If so, does your chairman strike people as intimidating?" "Not really. He's just reserved and quite cool." Xiao Bishua suddenly smiled. "Elder sister, work hard. You might just marry into wealth one day." "Oh, Xiao Shua, there's a significant age gap between us. How could he possibly consider me? Besides, his standards must be extraordinarily high, certainly far beyond my reach." Qin Yinling continued. "Actually, you, Xiao Shua, you're so beautiful. Someday I'll introduce you properly. Perhaps you too." Elder sister, why bring me into this? So embarrassing." At that very moment, Fang Qimai was driving his Lamborghini Huracan toward Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Under by Li Shou's arrangement, the clinic had begun renovations. Fang Qimai extracted treatment protocols for cancer and common chronic illnesses from the Qingnong Shu Green satchel manuscript, printing them into physical reference volumes. He would not reveal their origin in the Qingnong Shu, merely presenting the methods to Yang Humin and encouraging him to study and experiment. As for other terminal conditions, Fang Qimai would gradually impart those as well. His aim was to establish his reputation here first, and ultimately build a renowned, authoritative traditional Chinese medicine hospital. A new day dawned, the start of another school week. The 6 million yuan cake had become the talk of the classroom. So too had the fleet of over 20 sports cars. Fang Qimai had no intention of deliberately concealing his identity, yet neither did he wish to flaunt it openly, for that would only attract sycophants. And nothing repelled him more than insincere flatterers. Niu Jichao and his family had steadfastly supported Fang Qimai during his most difficult times. Such people were worthy of genuine friendship. As for everyone else, Fang Qimai held no particular interest. Listening to classmates' chatter, Fang Qimai exchanged a glance with Niu Jichao. A silent understanding passed between them. His desk and drawer overflowed with gifts and love letters from younger female students. Women only interfere with my naps. With a sigh, Fang Qimai casually distributed them among nearby male classmates. Class monitor Li Hongzhe felt relieved. Everyone seemed to have forgotten his recent wardrobe malfunction. Seizing the moment, he complained to Xiao Bishue, "Fang Qimai is unbearably arrogant." Xiao Bishue remained silent. After a pause, she asked, "By the way, monitor, did you hear your favorite library recently changed ownership?" Li Hongzhe froze. How did she know? Had Fang Qimai already told her about acquiring Shangwen Library? Oh no. Does she know about that day? I was ejected from the library by Fang Qimai. Damn it. It must have been Guizile and Zheng Ruijie who snitched. No. Perhaps that guy boasted about it directly to her. No idea. Li Hongzhe replied, his tone edged with irritation. Xiao Bishue looked puzzled. Monitor, are you alright? Fine. What could possibly be wrong? I'm perfectly fine. Xiao Bishue sensed something unusual about Li Hongzhe today and chose not to press further. Halfway up, the PE teacher, Wang Xixing, arrived. He mysteriously called Xue Baogai outside. You might not believe it, but our school has a terribly unfortunate math teacher who has had his class taken over by the PE teacher. In the next moment, Xue Baogai stood at the door and shouted, Fang Qimai, come out for a moment. Everyone curiously turned to look at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai was once again called out in front of everyone, but unfortunately, he had already been rewarded. Watching the PE teacher walk away with Fang Qimai, everyone knew that the hope of switching from math class to PE class had been dashed. Wang Xixing hurriedly led Fang Qimai downstairs. Fang Qimai asked, Brother Xing, you're so amazing. How did you manage to pull me away from Lao Shui to play basketball with you? Wang Xixing replied, earnestly, this matter is quite important for you. You'll understand shortly. In short, I hope you seize the opportunity. Upon entering the PE teacher's office, there was an air of solemnity. Seated around the table where the PE teachers usually held meetings were several individuals. Among them were several PE teachers from other classes. Additionally, there were a few middle-aged men in shirts. Wang Xixing said seriously, Coach Fan, the person you wanted is here. The group of middle-aged men began to scrutinize Fang Qimai. A tall middle-aged man immediately stood up. Wang Xixing introduced Fang Qimai. Let me introduce you. This is Coach Fan Hua, the head coach of our provincial basketball team. Fang Qimai calmly nodded. May I ask what is the matter? Coach Fan replied, we have watched your video and believe you possess exceptional talent and potential for basketball. Another middle-aged man added, after professional analysis, we have confirmed that your video is genuine and not fabricated. Furthermore, we have contacted your opponents who can verify the authenticity of your matches. Video. Coach Fan was taken aback. You haven't seen your basketball video. He waved, and someone stepped forward handing over a phone. On the phone was a Douyin video. Confrontation with the Sports Academy basketball team high school student counters perfectly 4-0. In the video, it was indeed Fang Qimai's unknown basketball match against Wei Hui. It had been recorded, but Fang Qimai hadn't paid much attention to it. Wang Xixing remarked, you little rascal, you didn't even realize you've become famous online. You've made a name for yourself in one battle. Another PE teacher said, we hadn't seen this video before. Just now, when Coach Fan arrived, we were still wondering when our school produced such a genius. After watching the video, I was completely impressed. Fang Qimai was indifferent to him. It was just an ordinary match, nothing special. Coach Fan nodded and said, although you only scored 4 points, we can already see your individual skill level. After our team watched your video, we unanimously decided to invite you to join our provincial team. If you can join us for systematic training, your future will undoubtedly be limitless. Coach Fan then said seriously, Fang Qimai, on behalf of the provincial youth basketball team, I formally invite you to join us. Ding. You have been named by Coach Fan Hua Reward Lung Capacity Enhancement Permanent. The PE teachers felt a sense of emotion that such a professional team as the provincial youth basketball team would personally come to the school to extend an invitation. This kid, As long as he continues to work hard, remains humble, and trains seriously, his future will undoubtedly be limitless. Everyone was waiting for Fang Qimai's response. After a while, Fang Qimai finally spoke. Thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry I declined. The faces of the PE teachers changed in shock. The selection process for the provincial team is extremely rigorous, and not just anyone can enter. The minimum height requirement is 190 meters, and various skill standards must be met. But as long as the coach takes a liking to you, everything else is not a problem. Fang Qimai scored 4 points in one match, and just these 4 points earned him an opportunity to join. Wang Xixing knew that Fang Qimai's academic performance wasn't that great. With his outstanding appearance and excellent basketball skills, once he can join the provincial team, he would surely go far in his basketball journey. From every angle, it would be beneficial for Fang Qimai. But he actually declined. Upon hearing this, Fan Hua and his team all looked stunned. It is rare for them to personally extend an invitation. This is something many people wouldn't even dare to think about. Now Fang Qimai actually gave up such an opportunity. From Wang Xixing's bewilderment, value 8. Excuse me, I need to step aside for a moment. Wang Xixing quickly pulled Fang Qimai aside. He was both nervous and quietly said, Kid, do you know what you're saying? Do you know what you're doing? This is such a great— Oh my, you better think it through. Wang Xixing was almost frantic. He genuinely wanted the best for Fang Qimai and believed Fang Qimai was talented in this area. He was well aware of Wei Hu's level and knew that Fang Qimai's ability to easily defeat Wei Hui was not to be underestimated. At that time, he had also advised Fang Qimai on this. Moreover, it was evident that Fang Qimai had even stronger abilities that he had not yet displayed. Fang Qimai responded, Brother Sheng, I have thought it through. Wang Xixing hesitated, feeling a sense of disappointment. The people from the provincial team beside them frowned with some feeling a bit of disdain towards Fang Qimai's lack of appreciation. Having seen grand occasions and remained composed, Coach Fan suddenly smiled and said, Student Fang, may I ask why you declined? We are quite curious. Perhaps you have the potential to become a basketball star in the future. After a pause, Fang Qimai responded, Playing basketball is purely out of interest for me. Once it becomes a profession and a task, the fun is lost. In other words, I prefer to treat it as a form of entertainment. To put it differently, I enjoy playing, but but you're so exceptional. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Being born exceptional has disturbed you all. Oh, I apologize for that. For a moment, everyone present was left speechless. Interest-driven. Clearly he played basketball so well, yet appeared so indifferent. This makes it hard for those who train diligently every day. Finally, Coach Fan spoke first. I can understand you. Undeniably, you are a rare talent. Since you have such a firm stance, we respect your choice. Coach Fan, filled with regret, still extended his hand. Coach Fan, thank you for valuing me. Fang Qimai reached out to shake hands. If you suddenly change your mind, if you decide to turn your interest into a career, feel free to come find me. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Okay. With regret, Coach Fan and the others left. Wang Xixing didn't know what else to say. Brother Sheng, if any other teams come looking, please help me decline. Wang Xixing still felt quite regretful. All right. Fang Qimai patted his shoulder and said, Let's go, Brother Sheng. Let's go play some basketball. Play what? Hurry back to your class. I already know math. I don't need to listen anymore. I heard you're terrible. Even if you really know it, that doesn't matter. Have you ever seen PE class during the first period on a Monday? If I go play basketball with you now, not only will I get scolded by the principal, but I'll also have my salary deducted. I'll be at a huge loss. How much will they deduct from you? They'll pay you double. Wang Xixing. That's still not okay. Name your price. Wang Xixing. At this point, Wang Xixing pulled Fang Qimai aside. By the way, I just heard this morning that the new sports center our school is planning is funded by your father. What's wrong? Fang Qimai replied calmly. It seemed to be true. Wang Xixing's legs went weak. Nothing. I have seen the most extravagant parent who builds a gymnasium at the slightest disagreement. Indeed, with such a wealthy father, one can enjoy a leisurely life without doing anything far more comfortable than playing basketball. This kid has concealed himself deeply during these 3 years of high school. In the classroom, Shui Baogai posed 3 problems and asked 3 students to solve them. At this moment, Fang Qimai returned. Everyone was curious about what he had just been called by the physical education teacher for. As he passed the podium, Fang Qimai noticed Lu Mimi standing at the blackboard, unsure of what to do. The 2 students on either side were writing busily, while Lu Mimi at the podium stood there flustered. As a math underachiever, she felt very anxious and embarrassed. Fang Qimai glanced at the problems and took Lu Mimi's chalk. Lu Mimi stepped aside. Fang Qimai's chalk danced across the blackboard. In less than 20 seconds, he solved the entire problem in one go. You can go down now. Then he casually tossed the chalk into the chalk box and gracefully stepped down from the podium, leaving Lu Mimi in a state of confusion. The entire class was stunned. Just one glance, and Fang Qimai knew the answer. Not even a few rehearsals could match that speed. Some students below had already calculated the answer, and it was the same as Fang Qimai's. These 3 questions were the ones most commonly answered incorrectly on the weekend practice paper specifically chosen by Shue Baogai for explanation. Fang Qimai hadn't even done the homework, yet he could write it out instantly. This indicated that he could do it, he just didn't. Shue Baogai observed, but said nothing. Lu Mimi returned to her seat and immediately handed over a note. "My, thank you for helping me." Fang Qimai wrote back, "Actually, I didn't mean to help you. What else could it be? Mainly you were blocking my way just now." Lu Mimi. The class bell rang. Niu Jichao and others immediately surrounded him, curious about where Fang Qimai had just been. Upon learning that it was the head coach of the provincial youth basketball team, who personally invited him, everyone was shocked. But upon discovering that Fang Qimai had declined the invitation, the entire room buzzed with astonishment. My God, he actually turned it down. How many people get treated like this? Only my Ge has the strength and guts to do that. I'm impressed. I'm bowing down. Are my Ge from Erzhong tough and not talkative? I share a class with a basketball god. Ooh, just saying that feels so prestigious. This is like borrowing a little cow to plow my field. Let me be impressive too. Jiang Zijian trembled as he listened, wondering what had possessed him to confront such a basketball god. He suddenly understood why he had been so badly beaten at that time. It seemed I wasn't suited for basketball. Oh, I should just stick to drawing. At this moment, someone else entered the classroom. The newcomer was none other than Li Hongsha's father, the vice principal of Erzhong, Li Ying. Li Hongsha thought he was there to look for him. But behind Li Ying were a man and a woman, both dressed in police uniforms. What happened? Someone whispered, could it be that the class monitor's incident on the playground has been filed? Li Hong. Unexpectedly, this matter was brought up again. From Li Hongsha, 4 confusion points. Li Ying asked, Captain Yi, is this class 10 of grade 3? What is that student's name? Li Ying paused. Fang Qimai. Are there so many people with that name nowadays? Over the weekend, Shangwen was acquired and the acquirer was also named Fang Qimai. What a coincidence. Then Li Ying waved and Shue Baogai hurriedly stepped forward. Please have your classmate Fang Qimai come out for a moment. Ding. You have been called out by Vice Principal Li Ying, unlocking ability mastery of English vocabulary. Fang Qimai again. It's Fang Qimai. Why is Fang Qimai so famous that everyone is looking for him? This made Li Hongsha somewhat displeased. Then he thought, could it be that Fang Qimai got into a fight over the weekend and the police are chasing him here? Let's see how Fang Qimai handles this. Everyone turned to look. Upon seeing the police, they couldn't help but start to worry about Fang Qimai. Xiao Bishue felt the same. Although Fang Qimai was a bit mischievous and somewhat cunning, he was definitely not the kind of person who would do bad things. But the police had already come to his door. What had happened? Upon a closer look, Xiao Bishue suddenly realized. She recognized these 2 police officers. Niu Jichao and Lu Mimi anxiously watched Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai yawned nonchalantly and then walked over. It's you, Captain Yi. Yi Zheng, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, stood next to police officer Ding Ting. Yi Zheng smiled and nodded at Fang Qimai before turning to Ding Ting. Ding Ting took out a red banner from her bag. For acting bravely, righteous young man. It was actually a banner. The entire class, along with students from the neighboring class who had come to join in the fun, were all shocked. So Fang Qimai wasn't causing trouble, he was being brave. From Li Hongsha, 9 confusion points. Yi Zheng took the banner from Ding Ting's hands and personally handed it to Fang Qimai. Your contribution is the greatest. You are a hero. Comrade Fang Qimai, on behalf of the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau, I present you this banner. Thank you for your assistance. Fang Qimai received the banner and said, Thank you, Captain Yi. The onlookers couldn't help but applaud, although they didn't know what it was all about. Anyway, it felt quite impressive. After holding back for a long time, Shue Baogai voiced everyone's thoughts. May I ask what our classmate Qimai did that was brave? Captain Yi replied, I have already explained the situation to Vice Principal Li. Due to the special nature of this case, we need to protect the privacy of the student involved. We will only present the banner without disclosing the specific details of the case. On this, everyone was really left on the edge of their seats, and in the end, they still didn't get an answer, which was quite maddening. Confusion points kept popping up. Apart from the 2 police officers, and Fang Qimai, Xiao Bishue also knew about this matter. She understood that this banner was rightfully Fang Qimai's. Niu Jichao also suddenly realized and understood what this banner was all about. The serial killer Huang Liangkai was indeed subdued by my Ge. My Ge truly didn't deceive me. Ruan Ming also learned about this matter from Xiao Bishue and promised to keep it a secret. After quickly grasping the situation, she looked at Xiao Bishue in surprise. Xiao Bishue nodded without saying a word. Li Hongsha had also been curious about what earth-shattering thing Fang Qimai had done that warranted the chief of the Public Security Bureau to personally present a banner. The less they said, the more everyone felt that Fang Qimai was remarkable. The spotlight was once again stolen by Fang Qimai. Damn. Thinking about it, he comforted himself. It's just a piece of worthless banner. What's so great about it? It won't even feed me. With this thought, he felt a bit better. But seeing the kind of worshipful gaze Xiao Bishu had directed at Fang Qimai truly made him feel displeased. Unexpectedly, Yi Zheng continued, "The case is still under review. Normally, rewards can only be given after the case is completed. However, given the nature of this case, we've made an exception to help you apply for it early. However, you need to personally go to the Public Security Bureau to collect the reward." Everyone was dumbfounded. This is a banner that comes with a reward. It seems that Fang Qimai's act of bravery is not simple. Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy, especially Li Hongzhe. The amount of the reward isn't important. What matters is the face. "Let's see if you can get extra points for the college entrance examination." Li Hongzhe scoffed again. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "All right, thank you, Captain Yi." Yi Zheng continued, "This case has a significant impact and has attracted the government's high attention. According to the extra points policy, your college entrance examination scores qualify for extra points. At least 5 points. What the? First a commendation banner, then a cash award, and now 5 extra points for the Gaokao." Instantly the onlookers erupted once more. Hearing about the bonus points, everyone grew exhilarated. These 5 points must not be underestimated. The Gaokao is like crossing a narrow plank bridge amid 1,000 troops. Each single point separates the chosen from tens of thousands left behind. Fang Qimai had already surged ahead from the starting line. Meanwhile, Jiangxing City had abolished 5 categories of bonus points 2 years earlier, including those for Olympic competitions, science and technology contests, and provincial outstanding student honors. What exactly had Fang Qimai done to earn such governmental recognition and this exceptional academic reward? Li Hongzhe's bewildered disbelief surged by 11 points. In contrast, Xiao Bishu, Erwan Meng, and Niu Jichao, who knew the full story, felt Fang Qimai richly deserved the honor and rejoiced for him. Yi Zheng clapped Fang Qimai lightly on the shoulder and gave him an approving glance. "Will inform you of the details." "Thank you, Captain Yi. Your efforts are deeply appreciated." "Very well. You may resume class. Vice Principal Li will take our leave for the bureau now." Of course. I'll escort you, Captain Yi." The bell rang for class. Fang Qimai returned to his seat, holding the commendation banner. Since the chief inspector himself had ordered confidentiality, no one dared question him further. Li Hongzhe bristled with resentment. Every stroke of good fortune seemed to fall squarely upon Fang Qimai. Passing Fang's desk, he deliberately scoffed within earshot of Xiao Bishu. "These days, anyone can claim heroism. It's gotten absurdly casual." "Exactly. Does helping an elderly woman cross the street now qualify as heroic intervention?" Guo Zilei chimed in. Xiao Bishu instantly recognized their tone, pure envy. Yet bound by the directive of silence, she said nothing more. Fang Qimai, for his part, paid them no mind. He was far more intrigued by the 2 extraordinary rewards he'd received that morning. The first came from Fan Hua, head coach of the provincial basketball team, permanent enhancement of lung capacity. Greater lung capacity strengthens respiratory efficiency and cardiopulmonary function alike. Improved oxygen delivery ensures no organ suffers hypoxia. Those with elevated lung capacity typically enter senescence later in life. High lung capacity also supports vigorous physical activity and sustains youthful vitality. With each breath in and out, Fang Qimai distinctly sensed his body transforming. Perhaps Coach Fan's habit of blowing his whistle repeatedly during training had subtly conditioned his players' respiratory endurance. Thus this boon had manifested upon me. All things considered, a permanent boost to lung capacity was indeed a splendid reward. The second reward, the comprehensive English vocabulary manual mastering every English word, came via Vice Principal Li Ying's personal designation. Li Ying himself was an English teacher before ascending to Vice Principal 2 years ago. Mastery of English hinges fundamentally upon lexical breadth, and now every English word resided fully formed and instantly accessible within Fang Qimai's mind. An eminently practical gift. This system grows ever more fascinating, steadily refining Fang Qimai's physical constitution while simultaneously enriching his intellectual capacities. Li Hongzhe's bewildered disbelief spiked again, by 2 points, then 3. He remains utterly flabbergasted. Clearly his grudge against me runs deep. Wasn't it just the other day that I purchased the library outright and revoked his VIP status, thereby cutting off his favorite avenue for posturing? No wonder he's seething inside. And wasn't it he who slipped me laxatives last time? He's likely already scheming some new trick to sabotage me. Just then, chemistry teacher Liang Yin hurried into the classroom. "Rise. Good morning, teacher. Be seated. Take out your workbooks. We'll review yesterday's mock exam." Adjusting her glasses, Liang Yin added, "As always, those who haven't completed it will stand before the class. Let me see who still dares neglect my assignments, especially at this critical juncture." Among female faculty, Liang Yin ranked among the strictest, intolerant of tardiness and unforgiving toward incomplete homework. Fang Qimai had endured his fair share of her reprimands. Coincidentally, this weekend found him in unusually high spirits. He wished to test the chemistry proficiency granted by mastering high school sciences. He casually completed the mock exam in his workbook, finishing the entire chemistry paper in under 30. His performance on the Gaocao's comprehensive science section now seemed assured beyond doubt. Li Hongzhi meanwhile felt a quiet thrill. Surely teacher Liang meant business, and Fang Qimai, the chronic non-completer, would soon face public censure. Yet beside him Xiao Bishua panicked. She searched her backpack, her desk drawer, frantically, fruitlessly. How could this be? She rummaged again. Through her bag, her drawer, even the pile of textbooks on her desk. Truly I didn't bring it. Her heart hammered wildly. Her chemistry grades were consistently excellent. Teacher Liang held her in high regard, and had never once rebuked her, let alone summoned her to stand as punishment. Suddenly Liang Yin raised her voice. So, you actually dare treat my assignments as optional? Stand up now? Xiao Bishua jolted upright, startled. At that moment Liang Yin was scolding Guizile. A fleeting wave of relief washed over Xiao Bishua, but she knew she'd be next. Teacher, I simply forgot to bring it. I did complete the work. Guizile protested. Liang Yin retorted sharply, forgot to bring it. What difference does that make from not doing it at all? Xiao Bishua lowered her head again. Liang Yin continued sternly, the Gaokao is paramount. No margin for error. Forgetting your workbook merits only a brief standing penalty. But what if you forget your admission ticket on exam day? Or your ID card? You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Guizile curled his lip in careless dismissal. Go, stand at the front. Though Liang Yin's words often stung, Xiao Bishua knew her intentions were. From beside her, Li Hongzhi whispered, Bishua, where's your workbook? I forgot to bring it. Check your backpack again. Could it be in your drawer? I've searched everywhere. It's not there. TCH. How careless of you. Li Hongzhi chided, his tone edged with reproach. Liang Yin had nearly finished inspecting the opposite side of the room, and was turning toward them. We're approaching the Gaokao. We can't afford missteps. But nothing he said mattered now, not least his pointless hindsight-laden commentary. Liang Yin had reached the final row, and was advancing toward them. Xiao Bishua steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and prepared to rise and confess. Just then, someone placed a workbook on her desk. Xiao Bishua gasped in shock. She looked up, startled. Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai said calmly, senior beauty, Xiao, your workbook fell to the floor. Before she could react, Liang Yin strode forward. Fang Qimai. Liang Yin scanned his desk, utterly bare. So, you didn't bring yours either. Li Hongzhi seized the opportunity. He assumed the role of the class monitor and scolded, Fang Qimai, what is wrong with you? If every student in the class were like you, wouldn't that be? Fang Qimai interrupted, monitor, shut your mouth. From Li Hongzhi's confusion value 3. Xiao Bishua looked at the exercise book in confusion. Such a new exercise book should have hardly been used. She glanced at the name. It was Fang Qimai's. Did he pretend it was mine that fell on the ground, picked it up for me, while actually helping himself avoid blame? No, even though being criticized is unpleasant, my mistakes must be borne by me alone. Xiao Bishua immediately wanted to stand up and clarify the situation. Fang Qimai pressed down on her head. Be careful from now on, don't let it fall again. He then turned and walked up to the podium, standing beside Guizile. Xiao Bishua was stunned. She opened Fang Qimai's exercise book and was instantly dumbfounded. The previous exercises were completely blank, but he had filled out the mock exam assigned by the teacher over the weekend. Moreover, it was written neatly with beautiful handwriting. Xiao Bishua felt a bit uneasy, but also a flicker. Liang Yin angrily walked up to Fang Qimai and Guizile, reprimanding, Fang Qimai, Guizile, the college entrance examination is coming soon. You haven't done your homework, and you come to me saying you didn't bring it. Especially you, Fang Qimai. Your grades are a complete disaster. What can you do when you enter society? If you can't do anything, will any employer want you? Can you find a job? Guizile lowered his head. Liang Yin's words were harsh, but they were reasonable. Guizile felt guilty. In reality, he hid the exercise book in his backpack because he was afraid of being found out for not writing it, falsely claiming he hadn't brought it. As a result, he received a scolding. However, Niu Jichao sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, finding a job. Teacher Liang, you don't know how amazing my brother Mai is. If you knew, you wouldn't say that. Fang Qimai, on the other hand, was unfazed, as he was used to being scolded. He replied nonchalantly, as for finding a job, I feel that right now no one would want me. Liang Yin crossed her arms and coldly responded, good that you know. Niu Jichao chuckled. If he knew Mei's identity, what company would dare to hire him? Fang Qimai continued, mainly I want to start my own company and be my own boss. Just you. Liang Yin shook her head. It's not that I look down on you, but how could someone who can't even study properly manage a company well? Fang Qimai shrugged. Teacher Liang, your opinion has nothing to do with me. I'm starting a company not to gain. The entire class was in an uproar. Fang Qimai continued, by the way, you just asked me what I could do in society. That depends on the circumstances. When there's work, I have a secretary. When there's no work. Guizile suddenly interjected, secretary. Liang Yin. From Liang Yin's confusion value 10, Fang Qimai gave Guizile a thumbs up, nice. Fang Qimai, you. How dare you say that? Liang Yin felt deeply embarrassed. Fang Qimai quickly replied, Teacher, don't wrong me. I meant to say, when there's work, the secretary does it. When there's no work, just find something for the secretary to do. It's Guizile who's being unreasonable. Guizile, Liang Yin. The whole class secretly laughed. Fang Qimai had just counterattacked Liang Yin and dug a pit for Guizile to jump into. From Guizile's confusion value 14. From Liang Yin's confusion value 12. Liang Yin was so angry that she slammed the exercise book in her hand onto the podium. Everyone knew Liang Yin was about to explode, and they hurriedly shut their mouths, no one daring to laugh. After a pause, Liang Yin angrily said, All right, Fang Qimai, you can talk so well, huh? Come on, you teach this class. She picked up the chalk and continued, Here, take it, or I'll give you the chalk, you teach the class. The people below were sweating for Fang Qimai. Liang Yin was truly angry. The consequences would be severe. Mama, quickly admit your mistake, let teacher Liang forgive you. Otherwise you will be in big trouble. Lu Mimi nervously kept muttering. Niu Jichao also felt worried for Fang Qimai. Today, he had gone too far. However, the corners of Li Hongshi's mouth secretly lifted. Fang Qimai, oh Fang Qimai, today you're doomed. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai stepped forward and suddenly took the chalk from Liang Yin. Liang Yin was taken aback. What a kid. I dared to give it to him, and he actually accepted. From Liang Yin's confusion value 2, Fang Qimai said, Teacher Liang, this is what you said. Liang Yin gritted her teeth, right? I said it. Fang Qimai nodded. Then you go sit in my seat. You can't interrupt me while I'm teaching. Liang Yin. Sure. I won't interrupt you. I just want to see what you can teach. If you can't teach, you'll have to call your parents. Liang Yin was eager to see what Fang Qimai would come up with. Saying this, Liang Yin sat down in Fang Qimai. Now everyone was eager to know what Fang Qimai, who often failed in chemistry, would actually teach. Isn't he embarrassed? The whole class is looking at him. Who knows if he's not embarrassed? We are the ones who are embarrassed. This guy is just stubborner. It would be fine to back down a little, but he insists on confronting her. Liang Yin is not someone to mess with. Just wait and see, he's going to fall today. I don't even know how he'll end up. Fang Qimai cleared his throat. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. No one in the class spoke. Is this guy capable or not? He used to always be at the bottom in chemistry. Now he's asking for questions. Li Hongzhe pushed his glasses and stood up. Fang Qimai, I'll give you a question to test you. Go ahead. I won't make it difficult for you. You just recite the periodic table of elements for everyone. TCH. I thought Li Hongzhe would propose some difficult question for Fang Qimai, but it turns out it was just reciting the periodic table. Is that it? In fact, this was Li Hongzhe's intentional move. Reciting the periodic table is basic knowledge for chemistry. He believed Fang Qimai wouldn't even know the fundamentals, let alone tackle more difficult problems. He was convinced that this academic underachiever Fang Qimai wouldn't even be able to recite the periodic table. If he admitted it, he would be laughed at mercilessly. Liang Yin quickly understood Li Hongzhe's intentions. She wanted to see Fang Qimai's regret for opposing her. Fang Qimai replied, I'm too lazy to recite it. Li Hongzhe let out a cold laugh. I see you can't recite it. If you can't just admit it, oh, why say you're too lazy to recite? What a joke. Can't even recite the periodic table. What are you teaching? The class murmured in disbelief. Li Hongzhe continued, either recite it or get down quickly. Don't embarrass yourself. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai replied seriously, Monitor, if you insist on hearing it, I can recite it backward for you. The class fell silent. Although memorizing the periodic table backwards had little significance, it still required considerable effort to achieve. As a chemistry teacher, Liang Yin would never engage in such antics. There had been students who could recite it backwards in the past, but they were rare. She felt a bit curious about whether Fang Qimai could actually do it. Li Hongzhe was taken aback and said, Sure, why don't you recite one for us to see? I don't believe a chemistry bottom-tier student like you can recite the periodic table backwards. Fang Qimai replied, Class monitor, could you please open the periodic table? Why, oi? So you can check if I'm reciting it correctly. He paused for a moment and added, Mainly because I'm afraid you won't keep up with my pace and then claim that I was reciting randomly. Xiao Bishue was the first to open the periodic table. To her, Fang Qimai had experienced too many unbelievable things. She believed in Fang Qimai. The whole class rustled as they flipped through the periodic table. Class monitor, Outhian Limu, Funi Galuan. Demai Hebua, Shidu Lulao Ruomenfai. One by one, the students began to match the names to the periodic table. Sure enough, they all matched up. Li Hongzhe's confusion value increased by 5. Ikai Peijuan Meibu Neiyu Puto A. The room was filled with phrases that sounded foreign. Whoa. It matched up, no mistakes. Fang Qimai deliberately slowed down his pace, so everyone could hear more clearly. Gaoi Saruk, Xiuxi Shunjijia. Xintong, Nie, Gu Tai Menga Fan Taikong. Gai Jia Yalu Liulin Gue Lu Mena. It was astonishing, and the class was in awe. This operation is quite sharp. Although reciting it backwards holds no real use, it's genuinely impressive. I'm amazed. Brother Mai from our school has shown me what it means to recite flawlessly, truly worthy of being my so powerful. This is like a little cow on a chainsaw, very impressive. The whole class was initially incredulous and then became excited. Xiao Bishue smiled. Oh, Fang Qimai was truly a treasure of a student. She had already seen Fang Qimai's chemistry simulation paper, where he had answered questions that even she couldn't solve. It seemed Fang Qimai was not only good at math, physics, and biology, but also excelled in chemistry. What a Fang Qimai who had tricked everyone for 3 years. Even Liang Yin, as a chemistry teacher, couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. Regardless of whether reciting backwards had any significance, the fact proved that Fang Qimai had put. Fang Qimai looked over at Li Hongzhe. So, class monitor, have you given up? Li Hongzhe's confusion value increased by 15. Li Hongzhe stood up and said he could do it too. Ding. Consumed 1,000 confusion points. Absolute command activated. Current remaining confusion points, 4,782. Li Hongzhe stood up saying, isn't it just reciting backwards? I can do it too. Oh. The excitement in the class hadn't subsided, and now another challenge had emerged. I didn't expect the class monitor could recite backwards too. Impressive. Come on, give it a try. The whole class started to cheer. Li Hongzhe thought, damn it. I have no problem reciting it normally, but backwards. No way. Why did I say I could do it earlier? Li Hongzhe's confusion value increased by 15. Fang Qimai said, class monitor, we are all waiting. Li Hongzhe stood frozen in place, feeling a surge of panic. He had already said it, so he couldn't backtrack now. He decided to give it a shot and see if he could somehow manage to recite it. Ouchin Outyin Li. Mu Fu. Fu and I. That. And I. He stumbled through a few lines based on memory, but quickly got stuck. Unfortunately, he was not well prepared. How could he recite it backwards? Li Hongzhe's confusion value increased by 16. Achu. The class sighed collectively. Class monitor, this is quite fake. If you can't do it, just admit it. Exactly, class monitor, you should just sit down. I really feel embarrassed for the class monitor. Li Hongzhe awkwardly sat down. Damn, who knows why I even said that? Fang Qimai continued. Alright, since the class monitor can't do it, it'll change the question. What? A chemistry noob is going to question us. This is impressive. He's great at basketball, so I believe he'll come up with basketball-related questions. Everyone be quiet and see what the chemistry noob will ask us. Li Hongzhe secretly vowed to answer whatever Fang Qimai would ask and to do it faster than anyone else. Fang Qimai said, listen carefully. 4O2 plus 7CH4 plus 9CO2 plus 1H and 59 in. What will happen when all these are combined together? The class fell silent for a moment. What kind of question was this? Those with better chemistry grades, including Li Hongzhe, had already begun calculations. Various chemical formulas were written down as they were searched and discussed. Li Hongzhe was determined to figure it out. Liang Yin, as a chemistry teacher, was also a bit puzzled. What would happen if these were combined in that proportion? If there was anything close, could it be biogas? Liang Yin also didn't understand what Fang Qimai was trying to do. He gave everyone 5 minutes. Still no one could answer. It seemed like a simple question, but the whole class was up. Fang Qimai tapped the blackboard with chalk. Everyone turned to look at him. 4O2 7CH4 9. Fang Qimai wrote down some elements from earlier. Then with a dramatic flourish, he drew a long underline. He knocked on the blackboard again and said, this thing isn't even worth mentioning. Everyone was confused. The class monitor looked at the paper filled with formulas, secretly angry. Is he messing? Fang Qimai continued writing and said, but if we add one of other chemicals like NH3, H2S, indole, and scatol, it will form something very familiar to us, something everyone has. That is, fart. For a moment, many felt a bit embarrassed. However, some laughed out loud, realizing that combining all this resulted in a fart. Niu Jichao shook his head, thinking that only Brother Mai could pull off something like this. Li Hongzhe was once again dumbfounded by his own notes. So it meant that after all that calculation, he ended up with a fart. Damn. Li Hongzhe felt he had been played. Li Hongzhe's confusion value increased by 10. What are you doing, Fang Qimai? Are you messing with us for fun? Liang Yin was very puzzled. This was indeed the composition of a fart, and there was no need for any calculations. When it comes to that moment on the runway with the biochemical weapon, all the classmates remember it vividly. Some felt nauseous, while others chuckled silently. Is Fang Qimai really going to analyze the class monitor's fart this lesson? Li Hongzhe was already losing his mind. Fang Qimai truly knows how to pick the wrong topic. Last week's incident with Li Hongzhe's pants was something everyone had forgotten. Did Fang Qimai intentionally bring it up again? How would the entire class view themselves, and how would Bishue view herself? Li Hongzhe felt that everyone was pointing fingers at him. He immediately felt a rush of heat to his forehead, his scalp tingling and adrenaline surging. He felt both embarrassed and angry. Li Hongzhe's confusion level 18. Fang Qimai, enough already. Fang Qimai replied, class monitor, please do not disrupt the class order. Today we will discuss the science of fart. As Fang Qimai wrote on the blackboard, he continued the smell and production of farts are significantly related. When the protein content in food is high, such as when eating too much meat, the levels of hydrogen sulfide in dole and scatol in the farts increase, resulting in a noticeably foul smell. If the food contains a high amount of starch, like when eating too much sweet potato, the intestinal microorganisms metabolize, resulting in increased carbon dioxide levels, and therefore farts become more frequent. In this case, the increase in carbon dioxide is significantly greater than that of hydrogen sulfide in dole and scatol. Additionally, increased gas pressure raises the speed of farting, making the sound louder. However, carbon dioxide is odorless, which is why we have sayings like loud farts are odorless, smelly farts are silent, and loud farts are odorless, while silent farts are smelly. Everyone listened attentively. Strange knowledge is increasing. It seems that farting is indeed a science. This is interesting. With such great academic pressure, learning about this while relaxing is delightful. Fang Qimai continued, from the analysis above, we can conclude that the class monitor ate a lot of meat at noon that day, which is why his farts were so smelly, especially since he also ate cilantro, which has a pungent effect, making the smell quite eye-watering. Ugh, everyone suddenly felt a bit nauseous. This lesson is too graphic, but it's really fun. Did Fang Qimai just analyze the class monitor's recipe? I'm impressed. Using the class monitor as an example makes it relatable. It's quite immersive. Li Hongshi's confusion level 20, Li Hongshi's confusion level 22, Li Hongshi's confusion level 25. Fang Qimai was a bit surprised. Confusion levels usually hover around 10, at most 20. Li Hongshi's was skyrocketing. This guy must be completely baffled. Li Hongxia slammed the table angrily. Fang Qimai, you. Everyone ignore him, he's completely talking nonsense. Talking nonsense. Fang Qimai tapped his chalk, saying, if not, let's have you release one, and I guarantee I can analyze what you had for breakfast clearly. You. Damn. Li Hongshi's confusion level 25. Huh. The entire class burst into laughter. In the third year of high school, it had been a long time since there was such joy. Liang Ying said again, all right, Fang Qimai, that's enough. Fang Qimai replied, Teacher Liang, this class isn't over yet, please take a seat. Liang Ying. Fang Qimai wiped the blackboard clean and continued, the science of farts goes far beyond that. He continued writing on the blackboard. To be precise, the composition of farts is no different from ordinary biogas. Therefore, they also possess explosive and flammable properties sufficient to cause a minor explosion. If a fart tries to escape from a crevice while you have a lit match at the door, the fart will turn blue and then burst into it. When a fart exits the body, its temperature is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit or 37 degrees Celsius. Once released, it will mix into this colorful world at a speed of 3 meters per second. Haha. More strange knowledge is increasing. The classmates were laughing joyfully. While Xiao Bishua found it a bit disgusting and awkward, Fang Qimai made the topic vividly interesting. Beside him, Li Hongxia was restless, unsure how to continue enduring this class. Li Hongshi's confusion level 25. Fang Qimai continued, taking the class monitor as an example. As a man under normal circumstances, he would release a quarter of the gas in his body every day. On average, that's about 10 to 15 farts a day, varying in size and shape. Most are released at night, while damn, why do you always use me as an example? As the class monitor ages, he'll find himself farting more because his intestines have gradually lost elasticity. Therefore, it becomes increasingly difficult for him to hold an excess gas. Damn. Huh. This is hilarious. Make sure to memorize this. I suggest learning it by heart. What a pitiful class monitor being used as a living textbook. Fang Qimai then seriously asked, so the question arises, what would happen if the class monitor didn't fart? At this moment, Niu Jichao raised his hand. Niu, please answer. If the class monitor doesn't fart, wouldn't he become a balloon doll? Ha! The entire class again burst into uncontrollable laughter. Xiu'er, is that you? Li Hongxia. Li Hongshi's confusion level 25. Fang Qimai said, Xiu'er, please sit down. All right, Teacher Fang. Niu Jichao cooperatively sat down. Fang Qimai continued, gas trapped in the class monitor's colon at various right angles can cause severe pain in his chest and arms, resembling the symptoms of a heart attack. Moreover, prolonged bloating of the intestines may lead to various health risks. If gas is confined in the body for too long, it will certainly cause the class monitor to suffer greatly. Therefore, everyone must learn from the class monitor and release gas whenever they feel like it, and let it be loud. Oh, I get it. I've gained knowledge again, but seems I need to fart more in the future. Salute to the class monitor. Li Hongxia. Li Hongshi's confusion level 25. At this moment, someone suddenly stood up. Fang Qimai, don't go overboard. Saying so much irrelevant stuff and constantly mocking the class monitor. Fang Qimai was taken aback. Was that Kai Shaili, the English class representative? Oh wow, I didn't expect that someone would actually speak up for the class monitor. Look at his two lackeys, Guazile and Zheng Ruijia, who are already laughing uncontrollably. What is this fat girl Kai Shaili doing here to stir up trouble? Fang Qimai asked, mocking the class monitor. Then may I ask everyone present since I stood up, have I ever cursed at the class monitor? Nope. Class representative, what makes you think I mocked the class monitor? You. From Kai Shali's confusion level 4, Fang Qimai continued, what I talked about is irrelevant to the class. He pointed to his temple and said learning requires thinking, not rote memorization. You shouldn't just learn what's in the textbooks. You should understand how to expand your thinking and apply knowledge in a broader context. We attend class not just for college entrance exams, but also as a form of life learning and accumulation. Fang Qimai tapped the blackboard again. You see the formation of waste gas in the intestines, and its combustion is a chemical reaction. The process of discharging waste gas is a physical reaction. Furthermore, it involves knowledge from biology, health, and many other fields. Can you say you haven't learned anything in this class? If I hadn't taught this class today, would you understand why sometimes your farts are loud, and sometimes they are silent, and why they can be smelly or odorless? You. Kai Shali was dumbfounded and a bit embarrassed, completely unsure how to retort. However, the entire class was already laughing uncontrollably. At this moment, the bell rang. Li Hongsha's confusion level 22, Kai Shali's confusion level 15. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Teacher Liang, I've finished my lecture. Several classmates applauded. This truly was a class with flavor. Liang Ying. What appeared to be a well-structured class, seemingly led by Fang Qimai, to impart knowledge, actually stirred up the dark history of Li Hongsha. Li Hongsha felt that an indelible shadow had been cast over his life. How utterly embarrassing. He wished he could find a place to burrow into. After Fang Qimai's remarks, he felt as if a lingering stench clung to him. Damn. Xiao Bishue was astonished to discover that Fang Qimai had indeed gotten all the chemistry simulation exercises right. So impressive. Is it true that geniuses like to hide their abilities until just before the college entrance examination? After school at noon, like everyone else, Fang Qimai was preparing to go eat. Suddenly Xiao Bishue called out to him. Is there something? Xiao Bishue whispered. Thank you for lending me the practice book. I was the one who made the mistake and got you scolded. I feel very guilty. Fang Qimai waved his hand. It's nothing, I'm just a poor student, I'm used to being scolded. Are you really calling yourself a poor student again? Xiao Bishue hesitated. Besides, it seems like it wasn't me who got scolded, but rather I was the one educating others. Anyway, thank you. During the lunch break, more than half of the classmates were memorizing English vocabulary. In the afternoon, there was an English test. The final sprint in the third year of high school was all about constantly practicing questions and taking tests. Lu Mimi was also engrossed in her English book. Today, Fang Qimai did not go play basketball. Qin Yinling was just starting to handle matters for the Shangwen Library and had not completely settled in, so Fang Qimai was guiding her. Lu Mimi watched Fang Qimai chatting on WeChat, and the avatar of the other person was a beautiful girl. She felt quite uncomfortable. Mama, aren't you supposed to be studying? With the exam coming up, shouldn't you avoid playing on your phone? With the exam coming up, it would be better not to play on the phone. Fang Qimai typed out a bunch of messages and then paused, saying, cramming at the last minute is useless. But when these words came from Fang Qimai's mouth, they sounded quite awkward. Fang Qimai's English was terrible, while Lu Mimi, despite her poor grades in all subjects, could at least pass in English. In comparison, Fang Qimai had never passed even once. 8 confusion value from Lu Mimi. In reality, Fang Qimai wasn't worried at all. Previously, due to the physical education teacher, the system rewarded him with mastering English grammar. If he remembered correctly, the English class representative Kai Shali discussed Fang Qimai, and the system rewarded him with English composition skills. Plus, with Li Ying's mastering English vocabulary, Fang Qimai remained calm. To learn English well, listening, vocabulary, grammar, and composition were all essential. Now he was still missing listening skills. He wondered who would deliver that reward to him. At that moment, the sound of high heels approached. Fang Qimai, come to my office. Ding. You have been called by the English teacher, Mrs. Tian, unlocking the ability mastering English listening. Oh crap. Why does it seem like whatever he wanted came true? The system was really something. However, judging by Mrs. Tian's tone, was Fang Qimai in trouble again? She had never had lunch break time before and had come to the classroom early. Some students who were writing cheat sheets were Fang Qimai was a bit puzzled. For the weekend English homework, he had whimsically copied Lu Jichao's and submitted it. Why was he getting scolded for submitting homework when he was also going to get scolded for not submitting it? Then why did I even submit the homework? Fang Qimai, did you hear what I said? Hurry up. Fang Qimai stood up and casually said, coming. Fang Qimai followed Mrs. Tian to the office. Uncertain of what Mrs. Tian was thinking, she called him out again and took him to a less crowded staircase. Mrs. Tian crossed her arms and sighed heavily, looking at Fang Qimai with a pitiful expression. Fang Qimai was bewildered. What was the matter? Besides, he had already submitted his homework. Mrs. Tian hesitated. After a while, she finally said, forget it, just call your parents over. Fang Qimai was puzzled. Did she really need to call his parents? What was such a serious matter? Mrs. Tian, my parents are very busy. To be honest, in the past 10 years, I have only met them once. In the future, I estimate I won't see them more than a few times a year. Fang Qimai continued, I don't think you'll be able to see them. If there's anything you can tell me. No, this matter must involve your parents. Fang Qimai had a confused expression. Mrs. Tian, at least let me know what this is about. Mrs. Tian sighed again and said impatiently, I warn you, Fang Qimai, keep some distance from my daughter both in and out of school. Fang Qimai, who is your daughter? Fang Qimai was speechless. He never knew Mrs. Tian had a daughter at No. 2 high school. Mrs. Tian continued impatiently, you're about to take the college entrance examination and you should focus on studying. Although your English has always been poor and it's difficult to improve, you shouldn't hinder my daughter's studies. If her ranking drops in this month's exam, I will hold you responsible. Saying this, Mrs. Tian took out her phone and said, come on, give me your parents' phone number. I need to talk to them. Mrs. Tian, are you sure you want to meet my parents? Of course. I'm angry. Very angry. I want to see your parents right now. Mrs. Tian expressed her extreme anger and in a fit of rage couldn't help but switch to English. She tucked her hair behind her ear and continued, do you understand me? If you don't understand, I'll say it again in Chinese. I said I'm very angry and I want to see. Fang Qimai gently shook his head. Having unlocked so many English abilities, how could I not understand? Halfway through her sentence, Fang Qimai interrupted, Mrs. Tian, you have to tell me who your daughter is first. Oh, this kid speaks English quite well with accurate pronunciation, no accent at all, and very fluently. Mrs. Tian was quite shocked. Then the two started communicating in English. Back and forth they exchanged words. Several female students passing by were amazed. That student is amazing, actually chatting with the teacher in English. As a poor student, when will I reach that level? I'm so envious. What are they talking about? They talk too fast. As a poor student, I can only catch a few words. I need to go back and work on my listening skills first. I'm out of here. Mrs. Tian and Fang Qimai were chatting rapidly. Mrs. Tian insisted on calling Fang Qimai's parents over. Finally, when she mentioned her daughter's name, Fang Qimai was stunned. Lu Weiwei. I don't know this person. Mrs. Tian, you must be mistaken. Okay. How could I be mistaken? She personally admitted that Fang Qimai from class 10 of senior 3 is her boyfriend. Boyfriend? Wait. That name Lu Weiwei sounds familiar. Fang Qimai started to recall. She had appeared on the list of confusion values before. Right, was she the junior who had asked for his WeChat ID? Among the girls who had been leaving small gifts on his desk, there was Lu Weiwei. What is this woman talking about claiming to be his girlfriend? I definitely won't take the blame for this. Mrs. Tian is your daughter in her first year of high school. Yes, don't pretend you don't know. Tian was furious as she continued. Fine, perhaps you're quite pleasant to look at. But I don't care how you managed to entangle yourself with my daughter. I absolutely forbid this relationship from continuing, and I will not allow you to ruin her life. Tian cut Fang Qimai off, seething. I've kept such strict watch over her, yet she still pulls something like this behind my back. So, how far have things gone between you two? I didn't even notice what she looks like. Fang Qimai rubbed his temples. Mrs. Tian, to be precise, I don't know your daughter at all. If you doubt me, bring her here. We'll face each other directly. You want to see her again? Not a chance. Fang Qimai. Sighing inwardly, Fang Qimai thought quietly, enough. I'm not wasting time arguing with you. I haven't even clarified the matter of Shangwen to Qin Yanling, yet I simply don't have the time for this. All right, Mrs. Tian, I'll give you my parents' number. Though it may not connect, they're always extremely busy. Tian huffed and dialed immediately. The line rang busy. She tried again, still busy. As she redialed repeatedly, she muttered, what could possibly be so urgent? Even if they're working overtime today, even if taking leave means losing wages, they must come here at once. I intend to ask them personally how they raised their child. Still no connection. Tian's confusion points 1. Mrs. Tian, unless there's anything else, I'll return to class now. Fang Qimai shrugged. Let father and mother handle this mess. As he reached the classroom door, he collided head-on with Li Hongzhe. Li Hongzhe loathed Fang Qimai intensely, yet Fang's razor-sharp tongue left him utterly outmatched. After calming down at noon, Li Hongzhe suddenly grasped a profound truth. So what if he'd let out a foul-smelling fart in front of the entire class on the track? So what if everyone had seen him lose control and soil his trousers? If he refused to feel embarrassed, then others would bear the discomfort instead. Let Fang Qimai say whatever he liked. The two stood locked in silent, unblinking confrontation, until Fang Qimai finally spoke first. Class rep, what do you want? Apologizing. Unnecessary. Fang Qimai replied solemnly. No, class rep. I only wanted to ask, did you eat coriander at lunch? Damn it. Li Hongzhe trudged back to his seat dejected. Confusion points drifted toward him one by one. To achieve true indifference, to remain utterly unembarrassed, was truly excruciatingly difficult. Just as he sat down, someone slipped a note onto his desk and vanished without a word. Li Hongzhe glanced at the sender. Kai Shaili, the English class representative. Kai Shaili was a plump girl standing 1.66 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and powerfully built. Her features carried an air of premature seriousness. Her appearance scoring precisely 14 points, no more. Rumors claimed Kai Shaili came from a wealthy family. Her parents had enrolled her in countless extracurricular programs. Her English proficiency was indeed exceptional. She'd won awards in national English competitions. Within the class, she and Xiao Bishue consistently ranked first and second. She'd once confided to her female classmates that she admired intelligent, ambitious young men. Anyone with discernment could see Kai Shaili harbored feelings for Li Hongzhe, hence her defense of him during chemistry class. Yet Li Hongzhe felt nothing for her, not when Xiao Bishue's stunning beauty sat right beside him. Li Hongzhe unfolded the note and groaned. It was written entirely in English. It's just read, Zhe. Few may truly understand you, but many will stand by you. Your path ahead holds trials, yet you will prevail. Keep going. A supporter who understands you, Shaili. Ugh, another cliched pep talk. Startled, Li Hongzhe crumpled the note and flung it away. What on earth is this strange girl thinking all day? Li Hongzhe had grown hypersensitive. After this morning's incident, he felt the entire class mocking him. Any gesture of concern now struck him as pity. Just then, Fang Qimai, who had barely settled into his seat, suddenly absorbed a flood of confusion points from English teacher Ms. Tian. Before he could process it, someone rapped sharply on his desk. Fang Qimai looked up. It was Kai Shaili. Fang Qimai, hand in your English homework now. If you don't, I'll report you to Mr. Tian immediately. Her sudden English barrage, delivered at lightning speed, drew immediate attention from nearby students. Another spectacle unfolding. Kai Shaili's boldness was clearly intended to humiliate Fang Qimai. In truth, he understood her perfectly. She was merely chasing overdue homework. Clearly still stewing over this morning's incident, Kai Shaili bore deep resentment. Fang Qimai scratched his ear and asked class rep, "Could you speak like a human being? Do you understand what I said?" Kai Shaili scoffed, striking an imperious pose. Classmates gathered round, watching intently. Lu Mimi bristled. "Shaili, isn't this bullying? You know Qimai struggles with English." Kai Shaili cut her off. "Shut up." Niu Jichao stepped forward. "Does being class rep make you untouchable? Is tormenting others amusing? Any comments?" "You." A triumphant smirk flickered across Kai Shaili's lips. "When it comes to English, no one dares challenge me. I savor the look of helplessness on others' faces." Fang Qimai remained unruffled. "Class rep, did you inhale too much of the class rep's flatulence?" Kai Shaili. Li Hongzhe's confusion points 10. Mentioning the class rep's flatulence again, Kai Shaili fumed. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. A single rotten apple taints the entire cask. He grasped the general meaning of her earlier sentences, but this idiom eluded most classmates who understood only its literal sense. Fang Qimai recognized it instantly, a barbed proverb. Arms akimbo, Kai Shaili radiated smug satisfaction. "I'm insulting you, and you can't even comprehend it. How fitting, to be cursed while remaining clueless." Fang Qimai saw through her petty scheme long ago, but if sheer incomprehensibility were the goal, he could dazzle her with German, effortlessly. And if he wished to win her reluctant respect, his English alone would leave her utterly speechless. Rising calmly, he offered a faint, knowing smile. "To know what things you are, GD." At those words, Kai Shaili's smile vanished completely. Niu Jichao and others exchanged delighted glances. Never mind the precise nuance. Just hearing Fang Qimai's fluent, impeccably articulated English left them deeply impressed. Kai Shaili's confusion points 4. Lu Mimi asked, "Qimai, what does that phrase actually mean?" Fang Qimai turned to Kai Shaili. She quoted a proverb. Its precise meaning is "one rotten grain spoils the whole sack." His lips curled upward as he added, "And mine is also a proverb, meaning it takes rare wisdom to recognize exactly what sort of creature you are." Whoa, awesome. Go Qimai. Brilliant. No way. Is this really? Lu Mimi and others stared in disbelief. Fang Qimai, the class's notorious English failure who'd never passed an exam, was now quoting proverbs fluently. Kai Shaili stood frozen, dumbfounded. Not only had he understood her insult, he'd countered with devastating precision. And that accent. How could such polished English possibly issue from the mouth of a linguistic disaster? Kai Shaili's confusion points 8. Several classmates hurried over to watch this spectacle. Kai Shaili held back for a moment and shouted, "You want to challenge me?" "No, but I want to ask you to experience the KTV." KTV. Yes, do you know what KTV is? Kai Shaili. Is K you up, then T your feet finally, I'll do a V gesture. That's just K you a bit, then T you a kick, and finally, I'll make a V victory gesture. Ha ha ha. Niu Jichao thought for a moment, understood the meaning, and burst into laughter. Lumi. From Kai Shali's confusion value 12, Kai Shali angrily shouted in English, "Get out of my sight. What's wrong? Can't handle it, so you want me to leave?" Kai Shali was furious. So Fang Qimai turns out his English is quite good. Not only can he understand, but he can also speak so well. Kai Shali didn't know how to respond, and could only shout in English again, "You get out. You woman aren't you ever done?" Fang Qimai replied, "Never offer to teach fish to swim you know." Lu Mimi. This is another proverb. Niu Jichao asked, "Never teach a fish how to swim. My good, how should this be understood correctly?" Fang Qimai pointed at Kai Shali. "Class representative, can you help explain?" "Oomph." Kai Shali didn't want to speak. Next to her, Wan Meng said, "Shui, your English is quite good, you explain." Xiao Bishue was surprised by Fang Qimai's English proficiency. She replied, "This sentence means don't show off your skills where one is already skilled. It can also be understood as don't flaunt in front of Guangong." Kai Shali. Niu Jichao nodded, got it. Impressive, my, you know so many proverbs." Lu Mimi looked at him with admiration. "Now I realize my deskmate is so good at English." Kai Shali was furious. She already disliked Xiao Bishue, and now it seems they've teamed up to take her down. She turned to Fang Qimai and said, "Who do you think you are?" Facing such skepticism, Fang Qimai replied, "A girl like you can't marry, even if married, also shift the blame on others." Kai Shali. Someone next to her asked, "What does that mean?" Fang Qimai shrugged, pointing at Kai Shali. "It means a girl like you can't get married, and if you do, you would just bring trouble to others." 6666, so awesome. That's just like a little cow swinging. Awesome over here, awesome over there. Everyone watching laughed. Fang Qimai's English not only sounded good, it was also quite sharp, truly eye-opening. "My good one, can you teach us a few phrases?" "Yemai might teach us when you have time." Fang Qimai responded, "How could I, a poor English student, teach? Our class representative is so capable, wouldn't I just be showing off?" Niu Jichao immediately teased, "In my opinion, our English representative isn't that great." From Kai Shali's confusion value 14, Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "Then I'll teach you when I have time, class representative, no need for you to bother." Kai Shali. "You lunatics. You're all lunatics." Cornered Kai Shali could only curse loud. "Oh, so you can speak Chinese." Fang Qimai continued, "Sister Kai, I believe your English level isn't bad, but you can't use it flexibly. Remember how I said you needed to think when learning?" Kai Shali was going crazy. "Fang Qimai, is it impressive to learn a few random phrases? With such a foul mouth, can you really curse? That's where you went wrong. This is just English communication between classmates. Am I cursing you as a BTCH?" Fang Qimai shrugged. "No way, how can you say I'm cursing? You?" Kai Shali felt her scalp tingle. Indeed, she had memorized many proverbs, usually for writing essays. But now at this critical moment, she felt her mind was blank, unable to think of anything to counter Fang Qimai. She originally wanted to find a sense of superiority using English, but ended up being outshone by Fang Qimai. Kai Shali still refused to give in. "Just wait and see. Don't think that learning a bit of random stuff allows you to educate me. Next time you criticize me, first check your own English." After saying that, Kai Shali turned to leave. Fang Qimai added, "By the way, class representative, I've already submitted my English paper, so next time make sure to check before you rush me for homework." Kai Shali hesitated. In the past, Fang Qimai always didn't do his homework, but today he surprisingly submitted it. Kai Shali was used to urging, so she momentarily let her guard down. "Hee, how rare, it must be copied." Fang Qimai replied using Kai Shali's words, "Any comments? Do you have any objections?" "You?" Kai Shali pointed at Fang Qimai and said, "Just wait." From Kai Shali's confusion value 10. Niu Jichao and others gathered around. "My good, teach us a few practical proverbs. Yeah, who knows, we might use them in this afternoon's English exam." Lu Mimi chimed in. Fang Qimai nodded, "All right. No cross, no crown. No pain, no gain. One boy is a boy, two boys, half a boy, three boys, no boy." Translated, it means one monk carries water, two monks lift water, three monks have no water. It takes more than one day to freeze 3 feet of ice. That is, Rome wasn't built in a day. Several classmates around took out their pens. Hurry, take notes. In fact, English proverbs aren't difficult, it's about accumulation. While accumulating, one must also understand how to apply them. The system rewards with techniques for writing English essays, which includes proverbs and other application skills. Fang Qimai continued, "The English teacher also mentioned that using idioms and proverbs can help improve essay scores. In English essays, one must be able to fluently and accurately convey the intended content. On that basis, using idioms and proverbs appropriately will greatly enhance the overall quality of the essay. The difference in essay scores often lies in the application of these special phrases. Especially in the concluding position, if one can use a sentence that encapsulates the main theme accurately, then this essay won't be far from a high score." Fang Qimai not only taught proverbs, but also how to apply them, truly enabling everyone to learn beyond rote memorization. The students attending the class took notes, earnestly, all of them very impressed with Fang Qimai. Lu Mimi sighed. Mai looks so handsome when he teaches seriously. The class preparation bell rang, signaling the end of lunch break. The English teacher Tian entered in high heels. Usually serious, she surprisingly looked quite happy today. Radiating joy, what good news could this be? She looked completely different from when she had angrily called Fang Qimai out earlier. Kai Shaili immediately approached and handed the collected papers to Tian. At the same time, she pointed to the one she deliberately placed on top. Mrs. Tian, Fang Qimai's paper is copied. Moi. Kai Shaili looked at Fang Qimai. He admitted he copied, and the other classmates all heard it. Fang Qimai was left speechless. He had submitted his homework only because he was in a good mood. He never expected this wretched person would actually report him. Kai Shaili was in a pleasant mood. She couldn't deal with Fang Qimai, but could Mrs. Tian. To her surprise, Tian merely nodded and softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Kai Shaili felt something was off. Normally Mrs. Tian would be furious. Why was she so calm today? All right, I understand. You may go now. Kai Shaili. Okay, fine. She returned to her seat, her mind a bit muddled. Tian cleared her throat. Students' mutual learning is a good thing. Today marks the 93rd day until the college entrance examination, so everyone must work hard. What? Kai Shaili was dumbfounded. Fang Qimai copying homework was being described by Mrs. Tian as mutual learning. And then there came a motivational speech. Was this just brushed over without pursuing Fang Qimai's issue? Impossible. That's not Mrs. Kai Shaili's confusion level increased by 10. The entire class was also quite surprised today. Mrs. Tian seemed like a different person. Start the exam. Upon receiving the paper, Fang Qimai took a quick glance. He found the English test to be quite easy. Part 1, listening, 2 sections, total score 30 points. While answering, first mark the answers on the test paper. After the recording ends, you will have 2 minutes to transfer your answers from the test paper to the answer sheet. First section, 5 questions each. Soon the listening began. With a photographic memory, Fang Qimai had already memorized the content on the test paper. He had also memorized the ABC options for each question in the listening section. He no longer needed to look at the test paper and directly mark the answer sheet. Lu Mimi's listening comprehension was also somewhat bewildered. Was today's listening a bit difficult? After catching a glimpse of Fang Qimai's bizarre actions, she was even more stunned, blindly marking the answer sheet. My goodness. What's wrong with Qimai? Lu Mimi's confusion level increased by 3. In the subsequent reading comprehension and closed test, Fang Qimai completed everything in one go. Finally, it was time for writing. Writing consisted of correcting short essays and written expressions. Fang Qimai glanced through the work and circled all the mistakes. As for the written expression, having mastered the techniques of English composition, he also wrote it effortlessly. After completing everything, he began to doze off as usual. Tian monitored the exam while grading the homework she had assigned over the weekend, occasionally looking up to see if anyone was acting up. She looked over and saw Fang Qimai actually sleeping. But she didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled warmly like an ant. She stared for nearly 10 seconds before continuing to grade. After the exam, the papers began to be collected. Fang Qimai glanced at his phone. Contact mom is beautiful, 101 missed calls 5 minutes ago. What the heck? Fang Qimai was speechless. Before the exam, he had set his phone to silent. In 2 classes, 101 missed calls. Is there a fire at home? Why the urgency? Worried about something urgent, Fang Qimai disregarded everything else and directly called back under the teacher's nose. It rang for a long time. Li Haomei finally picked up. Hey, my dear son. Mom. What's the matter, son? Fang Qimai. Didn't you just call me? You're the one with something to discuss. Li Haomei paused for a few seconds. Fang Qimai. Oh no, has mom's memory loss kicked in again? I can't believe. Fang Qimai held back, seeing Li Haomei's relaxed tone. It didn't seem like an urgent matter. Li Haomei thought for a moment. It seems like there is something. Fang Qimai was speechless. Of course there is. Otherwise, how could there be those 101 missed calls? Were they from ghosts? Li Haomei suddenly said, Ha son, I remember now, I did call you just now. It's good that she remembered. Fang Qimai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Haomei asked, but what was the reason I called you for? Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai's own confusion level increased by 10. Fang Qimai's own confusion level increased by 12. Fang Qimai was about to explode. If it were anyone else, he would have lost his temper long ago. Unfortunately, the other party was his mom. Hey mom, how long have you been experiencing this symptom? Just then, Tian, who had just organized the papers, suddenly called gently, Qimai, come out for a moment. Qimai. The whole class felt it was strange. In the past, when Tian called out names, she would specify individuals. Today, however, she called Qimai so affectionately. Incomprehensible. On the other end of the phone, Li Haomei could not figure it out. Fang Qimai said, Mom, I have to hang up now. The teacher is looking for me. After hanging up, Fang Qimai followed Tian out of the classroom. The familiar scene appeared again. Tian called Fang Qimai to her office. She put down the test paper and then led Fang Qimai to the stairwell. Was this woman never done? Fang Qimai was quite puzzled. To his surprise, Tian looked at him with a smile. She kept sizing up Fang Qimai, her eyes filled with tenderness. Then she nodded in satisfaction. What a handsome young man, tall too. You will definitely have a bright future. Fang Qimai. Speaking of which, it's a bit embarrassing. Tian smiled slightly. She continued to be honest. I don't oppose you in Wei. I hope you encourage each other as you're together, urging each other on and making progress together. Once you both get into college, you can start picking dates to set up the engagement. Once you reach the legal age, you can hold the Fang Qimai. And weren't you furious at noon, telling me to stay away from your daughter? How did we end up talking about engagement and marriage now? Fang Qimai was completely dumbfounded. Fang Qimai's own confusion level increased by 15. As for dowries or anything, they can be waived. The most important thing is that you and Wei can be happy in the future. Tian thought for a moment and said, you are still young. We can sit down and discuss the specifics when your parents. Fang Qimai held back for a long time and finally asked, wait a moment, Mrs. Tian, is there some misunderstanding? Oh, Qimai, when there are no others around, don't call me Mrs. Tian, call me Aunt. We're family now, so don't be so formal. Fang Qimai. Tian continued, how about you come to my house tonight, and I'll help you with English. Or I can come to your house too. Help with English. Yes. After a pause, Tian added, don't worry, we're family. Ooh, I'll help you for free. I only learned at noon that your spoken English is quite good. If you can strengthen other areas, your grades will definitely be excellent. Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai was increasingly bewildered. Were these two women out of their minds? Suddenly, he seemed to understand what was going on. Mrs. Tian, did you manage to get through to my parents when you called them at noon? In retrospect, Tian still felt a lingering fear. She had called Li Haomei more than a dozen times at noon before finally getting through. She first let out a stream of accusations blaming Fang Qimai for not studying and affecting other students. Moreover, she demanded that Li Haomei come to school today. However, Li Haomei was in the Philippines and had several meetings to attend in the afternoon. Unfortunately, the English teacher was very assertive and Li Haomei made her status clear. Although Tian was shocked, she simply couldn't believe it. However, she received confirmation from the homeroom teacher, Shui Baogai. Li Haomei was indeed the wife of the chairman of Tianhao Group, which ranked among the top 500 companies in the world. Upon learning the truth, Tian almost knelt down. It was at that moment that she erupted with a massive amount of confusion. Tian whispered, I got through. How strange. I didn't know your parents were the renowned heads of Tianhao Group. I really wasn't very nice to you before. I apologize. Fang Qimai sighed, realizing that being a rich second generation wasn't easy. If one is not careful, they could be remembered by others. No wonder this woman was in such a good mood. Even knowing that her assignment was copied didn't make her angry. Did she really think of herself as his future mother-in-law? That was quite a beautiful thought. However, it was also quite normal. Upon learning that her daughter's boyfriend was the son of Asia's richest man, who wouldn't be overwhelmed? Now that you know, it's not too late. Fang Qimai suddenly became serious. He continued, Mrs. Tian, let me say this one last time. I don't know your daughter, and I am not her boyfriend. This. Tian was momentarily speechless. She smiled wryly and asked, is that really the case? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Fang Qimai was too lazy to explain further. He retorted, didn't I say it? Tian recalled, and indeed Fang Qimai had mentioned it. However, she had been too angry at the time to hear anything. From Tian confusion value 16, Tian felt extremely awkward and quickly smiled. It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Qimai, please don't take it to heart. I will properly educate Wei when I go back. This girl just talks nonsense. Very well, Fang Qimai nodded and asked, so Mrs. Tian, do you still need to call my parents? No need. Don't trouble them. Tian hurriedly replied. If there's nothing else, I will go back. All right. From Tian confusion value 12. From Tian confusion. Tian smiled as she watched Fang Qimai leave. After he walked far away, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. That was so embarrassing. What foolish things have I done? Just how much she wanted to become Fang Qimai's mother-in-law before, how uncomfortable it was now. Indeed, good sons-in-law are all from other families. My own daughter, who doesn't love studying, spends all day daydreaming and even lies to me. It made me the butt of a huge joke. She might have even offended the wife of the chairman of Tianhao Group. The more Tian thought about it, the more fearful and angry she became. She would definitely teach Lu Wei a good lesson when she got back. Back in the office, Tian found it hard to calm the awkwardness she felt. However, work still had to continue. She opened the test papers and began to mark them with a red pen. After correcting 3 papers, those 3 students barely passed. She murmured, this test is indeed a bit harder than usual. The 4th paper belonged to Fang Qimai. Now just seeing the name, Fang Qimai, made her tremble slightly. Strangely enough this time, Fang Qimai's paper was all filled out. She started to try and correct it. The more she marked, the more surprised she became. My heavens. Not only did he get all the previous questions right, even the essay was completed so well. There were no grammatical or spelling mistakes, and he had an excellent grasp of various sentence structures. Moreover, his handwriting was neat. It was impossible to find any fault, and there was no way to deduct points. Full marks. Absolutely full marks. This was a test that had increased in difficulty. How incredible. In retrospect, Fang Qimai had been sleeping with his head down early on, and he could still score full marks. Tian's first reaction was that Fang Qimai had cheated. However, she thought about Fang Qimai's classmates. Their English grades were all average. Who could give him the answers to get a full score? Even if he could copy the earlier questions, he couldn't copy the English essay. She even pulled out the papers of the students with the best English grades, Kai Sha Li and Xiao Bai Shui. When the three papers were compared, Kai Sha Li and Xiao Bai Shui actually had several mistakes. They were also stumped by this test. But Fang Qimai's paper, aside from the essay not being a reference answer, was completely a standard answer. She had previously heard Shui Baogai and Lei Jiaming discussing Fang Qimai, mentioning that he had come first in his most recent math and physics exams. At first, she hadn't taken it seriously, but now the full marks English paper was right in front of her. Recalling how she had heard Fang Qimai's clear and confident spoken English at noon, she believed he had this ability. This is Fang Qimai's true level in English. Tian suddenly realized. No wonder he said he didn't need to supplement his English. From Tian, confusion value 16. Time flew by, and the afternoon classes ended. The arrest of the serial killer Huang Liangkai restored the evening study hours at the second high school, and they couldn't leave until 9:30. But this had no effect on Fang Qimai, because he could leave whenever he wanted. As usual, he changed his clothes and prepared to go home. Today he had asked Bai Li Shou to go to Shangwen to help Qin Yinling with some matters and hadn't arranged for a driver. He planned to drive back himself. As he walked, Fang Qimai ran into the physical education teacher Wang Shisheng, who was off work. Today Wang Shisheng was wearing a light blue shirt with a tie and leather shoes. He looked quite charming. Yo Sheng, good dress, so sharp. Are you going on a date? You bet you talk too much. Wang Shisheng's expression revealed an uncontrollable joy. He stood there and asked, how do I look? Handsome. Fang Qimai glanced and replied, handsome. Before Wang Shisheng could be happy, Fang Qimai added, just compared to me, you're still a bit lacking. From Wang Shisheng, confusion value 5. I won't talk to you anymore. Your teacher's wife is waiting for me at the gate. Saying this, Wang Shisheng cheerfully walked towards the school gate. At the gate, the first-year English teacher Kong Meng Xian was also waiting happily for Wang Shisheng. The two had agreed to have dinner together and then go watch a movie. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a long screech of brakes rang out. A red Porsche 911 stopped beside Kong Meng Xian. The door opened, revealing a long leg covered in hair. Upon closer inspection, the owner of the car was a young foreigner wearing sunglasses with golden wavy hair. He was well-built and tall, at least over 1.80 meters. Hello Kong, how nice to see you. Kong Ming's expression turned somewhat displeased, and she casually replied. At this moment, Wang Shisheng stepped forward and stood beside Kong Meng Xian. The foreigner frowned. He's my boyfriend. The foreigner immediately took off his sunglasses and raised his voice, saying, your boyfriend. Shit. Fang Qimai heard clearly. Upon learning that Wang Shisheng was Kong Meng's boyfriend, the foreigner directly cursed. He completely disregarded Wang Shisheng. It seemed that Sheng Ge had encountered a rival in love. Moreover, it was a tall, rich, and handsome rival. That 911 must cost at least 2 million, right? Fang Qimai felt a bit helpless. My poor Sheng Ge, is he about to be bullied? Wang Shisheng was unsure who this foreigner was, but he was certain that he knew Kong Mingxin. In terms of appearance, Wang Shisheng felt he was not lacking either. Yet thinking about the bicycle he rode to work every day and glancing at the expensive Porsche the foreigner drove, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. His base salary, performance bonuses, and allowances added up to just 5,000 or 6,000 a month. In economically developed cities, it might exceed 10,000, but in Jiang City, this was the norm. In some cities, middle school teachers earn even more pitiful wages. This is also why there are so few male teachers. After all, it's hard to support a family on such a salary. Adding to this was the foreign ex he had been dumped by. Thus, he harbored some resentment towards them. Standing at 178 centimeters, Wang Shisheng felt a bit shorter in front of the foreigner, which made him feel somewhat intimidated. Although his English was not great, he had been studying diligently. He could still understand their simple conversation, especially the phrase shit. He understood that when Kong Mingxin introduced him as her boyfriend, the foreigner was this was intolerable. He should know whose territory this was. Wang Shisheng stood as straight as he could, slightly raised his head, and asked, are you going to kick me to death? What the fuck? Are you an idiot? Kong Mingxin immediately said, Mike. He's my boyfriend. Please show your respect. Mike pointed at Wang Shisheng and said, fuck. Your boyfriend is a son of a bitch. Mike. Wang Xixing angrily said, don't think I don't understand. Who do you think you are? Get out of here, you're not. Mike ignored Wang Xixing and said to Kong Mingxin, Kong, you are so excellent, how can you find such a boyfriend? Come with me, and he'll treat you to dinner. Kong Mingxin, you are so outstanding, how could you choose such a boyfriend? Come with me, he'll treat you to dinner. As he spoke, Mike patted his Porsche and threw a smug glance at Wang Xixing. Wang Xixing clenched his fists. Who could tolerate this? No thanks. After refusing, Kong Mingxin pulled Wang Xixing to leave. Loser, stay away from Kong, you don't deserve her. Get out of here. Oh really, you can speak Chinese? You idiot. My elder. Idiot. Mike once again patted his Porsche. I have a 10 million mansion and a 2 million luxury car. You have nothing, so get away from Kong. Upon hearing this, Wang Xixing felt instantly dispirited. Kong. Mike continued to pester. Kong Mingxin interrupted. Enough, Mike, I've said, I don't like you, stop bothering me. I don't care. Now you have to come with me. As he spoke, Mike reached out and grabbed Kong Mingxin's bag. Wang Xixing was not one to back down, and after enduring for so long, he grasped Mike's collar. You bastard. If you keep talking, I'll beat you. Mike. Bastard. What the fuck? Mike was also ready to strike back. At that moment, the sound of racing engines approached from afar. The three looked up and saw 4 supercars speeding towards them. Leading the pack was a white Koenigsegg Agera. Following closely were a Pagani Huayra, an Aston Martin DB11, and a Ferrari 612. The 4 cars flashed their headlights simultaneously, completely freezing Mike in place. Oh my god. Pagani. Aston Martin. Ferrari. So cool. Mike recognized each of the 4 cars. He had never seen them all at once. Moreover, their license plates were. He was really curious about who their owner was. From Mike Kate's confusion, value 5. From Mike Kate's confusion, the first Koenigsegg made a sharp drift and slid right behind that Porsche. This was not something just any. The entire process was smooth and sharp. It was incredibly cool. The Pagani and Aston Martin parked on either side of the Porsche, while the Ferrari flashed its lights at the Porsche's front. In no time, Mike's Porsche was surrounded by 4 supercars that were even more expensive than his. All 4 supercars revved their engines in neutral. Boom, boom. The sound was incredibly shocking. It rattled his heart. This was the legendary street explosion. My god. Mike hurriedly covered his ears, instinctively leaning against his Porsche 911. From Mike Kate's confusion, value 15, the arrival of these 4 supercars attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Wang Xixing was also bewildered what was going on. Among the 4 supercars, the Koenigsegg Agera was the first to open its door. As the occupant stepped out, Wang Xixing's eyes nearly popped out. Fang Qimai. From Wang Xixing's confusion, value 12, he was dumbfounded, although he already knew Fang Qimai's father had bought land to build a gym for the second high school. He did not expect Fang Qimai to be able to mobilize 4 supercars at once. And that drift earlier was incredible. Is this really the Fang Qimai I know? Through data analysis, Fang Qimai learned that this guy named Mike Kate was a rich second generation, but still just an ordinary one, not that wealthy. What angered people the most was that Mike was a notorious playboy targeting local women. Combining Kong Mingxin's data, Fang Qimai knew that she had worked part-time at the English tutoring institute run by Mike's family during her college years, which was how they met. Mike had been pestering her ever since. Poor Xixing had encountered such an opponent. Considering how well Xixing had treated him in recent years, Fang Qimai decided to lend him a hand. The school was not far from home, so he directly called his bodyguards to bring 3 supercars over. Together with the Koenigsegg Agera he drove today, he made a stunning entrance. After getting out of the car, Fang Qimai confidently took off his sunglasses. Mike looked at the remarkable young man in surprise. Compared to his height, Fang Qimai was not at all intimidated. He walked straight towards Wang Xixing. Along with 3 bald bodyguards, the 4 respectfully said, "Sorry, President Wang." Wang Xixing. Did I hear that right? President Wang. From Wang Xixing's confusion, value 11. What the fuck? From Mike Kate's confusion, value 15. Wang Xixing froze for a few seconds. Still dazed, he began to grasp Fang Qimai's meaning. He cleared his throat and obligingly said, It's nothing. Good that you came, Fang Qimai said, turning to glare at Make Kate. The playboy Make felt a flicker of fear. You're Make, right? Dare to be disrespectful to our general manager. Are you tired of living? General Make sneered, shaking his head. No way. He just looks like an ineffectual teacher. How could he be a general manager? An ineffectual teacher. How dare you say that about our general manager? Fang Qimai shot him a glare. Don't you know there are many wealthy people who with nothing better to do enjoy experiencing ordinary life? Our Mr. Wang teaches out of pure interest. What a joke, Make muttered in disbelief. Fang Qimai asked, do you think driving a 2 million car makes you impressive? I think you're the joke. Make fell silent. Oh, any one of the 4 supercars around them was far pricier than a Porsche 911. Altogether, the 4 cars were worth at least 50 to 60 million. By comparison, his own 10 million mansion seemed utterly insignificant. Bewilderment points from Make Kate 18. The two spoke in English the whole time, leaving Wang Xixing gaping. He wondered who had told him that Fang Qimai was academically poor. Seeing make fall silent, Fang Qimai knew the man had caved. Indeed, a bully who picked on the weak, Fang Qimai had successfully scared him. Yet to be safe, Fang Qimai decided to impose an absolute directive upon him. Stop making moves on Brother Xixing's woman, do you understand? Ding. 1,000 bewilderment points consumed. Absolute directive takes effect. Remaining bewilderment points, 6,155. Make immediately replied, I understand. I won't dare again, I swear to God. Very well. Fang Qimai nodded with satisfaction. Next, he would help Wang Xixing complete the performance. He approached and handed over the Koenigsegg Adra key. He whispered in Wang Xixing's ear, Brother Xixing, the key is yours. That's as far as I can help. Wang Xixing was grateful, but wore a troubled expression. He whispered back to Fang Qimai, thank you. But I don't know how to drive. Fang Qimai was silent for a beat. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Among the 4 cars, the Ferrari 612 was a 4-seater. Fang Qimai personally opened the door for them and helped the two into the car. Make watched wide-eyed and dared not speak. Among the onlookers were security guards and students. They all gasped in amazement. Thank you, Qimai, thank you for getting me out of that. Wang Xixing was deeply moved. Had Fang Qimai not rescued him, he would have been terribly embarrassed. That make fellow would have never stopped harassing them. Brother Xixing, sister Xixing, enjoy your date. This car is at your disposal for now, and tonight your expenses. Fang Qimai smiled faintly and continued, I'll pay. His driver nodded. Understood, young master, I will take care of it. Wang Xixing and his companion were stunned. Believe it or not, he had a wealthy student. Exceedingly rich, generous, and lavish. To Fang Qimai, however, it was a trivial matter. Wang Xixing was about to say more words of thanks. Fang Qimai interjected, enjoy yourselves, leave the rest to me. With that, he closed the door and let the driver drive away. He turned and looked at the trembling Make. Bewilderment points from Make Kate 18. Fang Qimai asked coldly, what are you staring at? Do you need me to drive you away as well? No. Make forced a smile. Well then off you go. Make hastily got and started the engine and sped away. Bewilderment points from Make Kate 11. Bewilderment points from Make Kate 9. Fang Qimai also got into the car and pressed the accelerator, concealing his deeds with modesty. As soon as he arrived home, his motherly Haume called. Hello, Mom. My dear, I just remembered something I need to tell you. Fang Qimai fell silent. Your parents have so many things to handle that they often forget things. I hope you'll get used to it. Fang Qimai remained quiet. Come on, tell me, Mom. You called me in such haste this afternoon. What's the matter? Your teacher called to tattle on you. How could I not be worried? Fang Qimai was silent. Li Haomei continued. Your teacher insists on meeting me. If necessary, he'll find time to go to your school. Fang Qimai hurriedly said. No need, Mom. You're so busy. There's no need to come. It's nothing, a work can wait. You're more important, she replied. Fang Qimai was touched, although he suspected that his unreliable mother might well forget about it by tomorrow. He answered, mainly because I feel our teacher won't dare to meet you. Li Haomei truly is my name suggests fair and lovely. So terrifying, she retorted. Fang Qimai sighed meaningfully. It's a long story. The next morning, Wang Xixing arrived at school as usual. As he stepped onto campus, students pointed at him. Unperturbed, he walked into the office. His arrival caused a stir among the physical education teachers. Wow, Brother Wang's here. Brother Wang, please sit. Brother Wang, have some tea. Wang Xixing was bewildered. Who would have thought, Brother Wang? Turns out you're a tycoon. If we were ever remiss before, please forgive us. Wang Xixing was stunned. The stunt from yesterday had spread, and everyone had taken it seriously. Not given to vanity, Wang Xixing quickly explained, I'm not a tycoon. That's not what happened yesterday. Stop pretending, Brother Wang. We all know. I'm not pretending. Look at me, do I look like a rich man? Oh, Brother Wang, you're too modest. Exactly. True wealth is low-key. You cannot tell from a... Take me for example, although I often ride a rickety bicycle, who would know my family actually owns an electric scooter? And look at Brother Wang. His family has 4 sports cars, yet he rides a bike to work every day. Bewilderment points from Wang Xixing 10. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Principal Su Hongrong sighed meaningfully. He had also just heard of Wang Xixing's affair that morning. Many students and security guards had witnessed it. Rumor had it the sports cars totaled 50 to 60 million. No. 2 middle school truly conceals many talents. The scion of Tianhao Group has been studying here discreetly for almost 3 years, and only now do we learn his identity. Now look, Wang Xixing has quietly worked at our 2 middle school for 6 years, and only now has his wealthy identity been exposed. Su Hongrong sighed heavily at the thought. Suddenly, he thought of something and summoned his secretary. Call Wang Xixing. No, invite him. I want to talk to him about a raise. The secretary replied timidly, Principal. Forgive me for speaking up, but Teacher Wang is already so wealthy. Does he really need the extra salary? Su Hongrong said, You don't understand. Though he may not lack money, it's important that he feels respected. He paused, then added, if we increase his salary, perhaps one day, in a generous mood like Chairman Fang, he might donate to build classrooms or a gym for our school. That would be good for No. 2 middle school. Oh, I understand, Principal. They'll go right away. Hurry, go. Wang Shixing walked into the principal's office with a bewildered look and emerged moments later still baffled. Strange. Why did the principal suddenly give me a raise? Wang Zixing's bewilderment level 10. At that moment, the students were preparing for the morning study session. Xiao Bixue told Li Hongzhe, class monitor, my cousin, who works at Shangwen, said their library has acquired a great many books. Li Hongzhe paused in surprise. Really? Yes. Do you want to go together this weekend? I've also invited Ruan Meng if she wants to borrow some books too. Li Hongzhe did not know what to say. He had spent so much effort trying to invite Xiao Bixue to the library. Now she was inviting him of her own accord. But the problem was not that he did not want to go. He was no longer permitted to set foot in Shangwen. At the thought, he recalled Fang Qimai's arrogantly overbearing demeanor that day. 200 million. How on earth did Fang Qimai pull that off? He ground his teeth and clenched his fists at the thought. Class monitor, did you hear me? Li Hongzhe snapped back to attention and hastily replied, this weekend. I have plans, so Li Hongzhe felt miserable. What a painful realization. Damn. Li Hongzhe's bewilderment level 5. Fang Qimai. I see. Then Xiao Bixue added, by the way, class monitor, could we borrow your membership card? Hearing that, Li Hongzhe grew even angrier. A membership card? My card is far more than that. It is the highest tier VIP card. Except it had been cancelled by Fang Qimai. Damn. Li Hongzhe's bewilderment level 6. Class monitor. Li Hongzhe did not know how to answer. How could he possibly tell the truth? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I lent my card to my cousin. It might not be back soon. Oh, all right then, no problem. Li Hongzhe felt as if his heart were being cut. That morning was English morning reading, yet the English teacher Tian had not appeared. Class representative Kai Shaili led the vocabulary aloud from the podium. It was only as the session was ending that Tian hurried in. Her hair looked unkempt and slightly disordered, her face a little weary. She carried a bag whose contents were. Kai Shaili stopped the reading. Tian stood in the doorway and called, Qimai, could you step out for a moment? Being called out was ordinary for Fang Qimai, and the class was used to it. But such a polite summons was rare. Fang Qimai walked into the corridor and noticed a female student standing. She was Tian's daughter, Lu Weiwei. Only then did Fang Qimai properly notice her. She was presentable, perhaps an 80 out of 100. Lu Weiwei stood shyly, head lowered, unable to meet Fang Qimai's gaze directly. Tian said, Qimai, about yesterday, I wanted to apologize again. I have learned the true circumstances, and I have properly reprimanded her. Saying this, Tian gave Lu Weiwei a little tug. Lu Weiwei hurriedly said, see, senior, I was in the wrong on this matter. Acknowledging fault was good. Unexpectedly, Lu Weiwei continued, mainly because you are too handsome. Fang Qimai was puzzled. So it's my fault for being handsome? No. I was simply starstruck. It's all my fault. I won't say such things again. It was indeed a misunderstanding. The younger generation of girls idolized stars and sometimes fancied themselves someone's wife. The generational gap left Tian unable to understand she had taken Fang Qimai for Lu Weiwei's boyfriend. Fang Qimai asked, so will you still be bringing me things every now and then? Lu Weiwei whispered, I want to give them. But if it disturbs you, senior, I want. Tian snapped angrily, you're affecting his studies. Don't disturb your senior anymore, do you understand? Mom, you don't know. The main thing is, the senior plays basketball while he's tall and he's handsome. Among the girls in our grade 1 class 1, he was unanimously assessed as Erjong's most handsome and coolest campus heartthrob. We all want to give him gifts. TSK. The more one hears that, the more pleasing it sounds. Born handsome and blessed by the system, Fang Qimai had become a magnet for girls. Lu Weiwei added, by the way, a few boys also want to give gifts. Fang Qimai said, seriously, tell your classmates that from now on, if you want to give me a gift, solve a math problem. If you want to write me a love letter, compose an English essay. Sustain like that, your class studies will surely leap forward. No need to thank me. Lu Weiwei's bewilderment level 10. Tian said, Weiwei, did you hear that? Do as your senior says. Understood. All right, hurry back to class. I have something else to discuss with your senior. Okay, senior, bye. Tian then smiled faintly at Fang Qimai. In any case, I am sorry this has Fang Qimai waved his hand. I did not take it to heart. With that, Tian's anxiety was finally eased. She continued, I wanted to ask you a favor. I wonder if you would be willing. What is it? Your exam results from yesterday are out. I was quite surprised. You scored a perfect mark. Fang Qimai's expression did not change. This had been well within his expectations. He had been too lazy to explain yesterday, knowing the grades would speak for themselves. And then, Tian sighed. The thing is, Weiwei's grandmother was diagnosed with late-stage colon cancer yesterday. The doctors say, at most a month remains. I have no choice but to take a few days off. This is your critical review period. I would not take leave unless absolutely necessary. I'm asking you to help mark the class exam papers. Fang Qimai was taken aback. Me mark the papers. Yes, it's inconvenient, and I feel embarrassed to ask, but I wonder if you could do me this favor. Fang Qimai replied, shouldn't you ask the class representative for that? Yesterday, I only marked a few papers before receiving a call from my family and rushing to the hospital. I did not sleep all night and then hurried to school. Among the papers, your perfect score astonished me. As for Kai Shalis, I have not yet had time to grade hers thoroughly, but a quick glance showed her performance was not ideal. After a pause, Tian continued, this paper had some difficulty, yet you achieved a full score, and your composition was excellently written. Almost beyond reproach. I think you are the most suitable person. Seeing Fang Qimai remain silent, Tian spoke with a pleading tone. At this stage, no other English teacher can help among everyone, only you are the most fitting. I have already consulted Teacher Shui and the others. Your science grades are outstanding. Missing some classes would not affect your learning, so I dared to ask for your help, but would that be possible? Fang Qimai hesitated. Although it was troublesome, it was not impossible to assist. Besides, having a teacher ask him to grade papers was no small honor. Finally, Fang Qimai replied, sure. Tian's heart raced, and only after Fang Qimai gave his affirmative answer did she let out a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Qimai. Tian didn't know how to express her gratitude. He'll treat you to a meal sometime. Fang Qimai glanced at the bag in Tian's hand, which was filled with exam papers. The quantity is more than just one class. Class 9 next door, which Tian also teaches, has their papers in there too. Fang Qimai said, just leave all of these to me. Thank you so much, Qimai. Tian handed over a red pen. Fang Qimai then asked, by the way, Mrs. Tian, are you talking about late-stage colorectal cancer? Yes. At this point, Tian felt a bit sad. There are several types of cancer that are hard to detect in the early stages. Colorectal cancer is one of them. The initial symptoms often lead one to think of other common ailments. But once the severity of the problem is realized, it's usually too late. Especially in the late stages, even the Qing Nong book cannot save one. However, Fang Qimai was confident in prolonging life and alleviating the patient's pain. Fang Qimai said, I'll give you an address. It's an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor I know. You can give it a try. He then sent a location of Yang's traditional medicine clinic to Tian via WeChat. If it were anyone else saying this, it would seem unreliable. But since it was a recommendation from a top wealthy second generation like Fang Qimai, Tian felt it was worth a shot. She was immensely grateful and kept thanking him. With the issue of the exam papers entrusted to him, she hurried off to the hospital. Watching Fang Qimai return to the classroom with Mrs. Tian's bag, all the classmates were very curious. What on earth was in that bag? Kai Shaili was even more puzzled. Mrs. Tian's daughter was also there. What on earth had they talked about? The daytime classes ended, and it was time for evening study. Surprisingly, Fang Qimai did not leave early but stayed behind. He took out the exam papers from the bag and began to grade them. Tian had given a reference answer for the papers. Except for the essay, which doesn't have a fixed answer, Fang Qimai had memorized everything else at a glance. He was also well aware of the score for each question. As for the essay, it would depend on Fang Qimai's judgment combined with the grading criteria. He could be seen marking the papers with ticks, crosses, and circles. Lu Mimi, who was doing her homework, was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the English exam paper from yesterday? With a flurry of motions, one paper was already graded. It was very easy for Fang Qimai. Coupled with the fast calculation method, the scores were easily tallied. Zheng Ruijia 69 points. What is this? The whole class wondered. Is this yesterday's English exam paper? With a swift motion, Zhu Bing 113 points. What? Zhu Tome 94 points. The whole class could no longer contain their excitement. No way. Fang Qimai is grading our papers. In response to everyone's doubts, Lu Mimi nodded and said, that's right, it's yesterday's English exam paper. How is that possible? You don't know Qimai's English scores are actually very good. No matter how good it is, he's not a teacher. How can he grade our papers? Fang Qimai ignored them and continued grading. Jiang Zijian 30 points. Jiang Zijian. Somebody suddenly realized, could it be that Mrs. Tian called him out this morning just for this? That's right, that red pen seems to belong to Mrs. Tian. It seems so, but even if Mrs. Tian had something to do and was absent, grading papers should be left to the class representative, right? Kai Shaili. Kai Shaili thought the same. She sulked quietly, feeling very displeased. Why did Mrs. Tian call him and not me? Kai Shaili's confusion level 6. Lu Mimi asked Qimai, how did I do on my exam? Don't worry, I haven't. Neo Jichao 116 points. Ruan Ming 118. Lu Mimi 90 points. Lu Mimi was very happy, thanking heaven and earth for passing. Guazile 77 points. Xiong Peng 82. Kai Shaili 132. Kai Shaili. Upon hearing this score, Kai Shaili felt very depressed. She had never scored below 140. How could she only get 132 this time? Kai Shaili's confusion level 8. Kai Shaili could no longer contain her anger and finally asked, "Hey Fang Qimai, are you grading randomly?" Fang Qimai replied, "I'm only here to help with grading. If you have objections, you can ask Mrs. Tian. Yu. Yang Shuazong 111. Li Hongzhe 126. Fang Qimai murmured, "Strange, is this paper really that difficult? Why are the scores all so low?" Li Hongzhe. Kai Shaili couldn't take it anymore. "Fang Qimai, how many points did you score?" 150. You scored 150. Full marks. Kai Shaili laughed. "Did you all hear that? He says he got full marks in English." A few others laughed along. Kai Shaili said, "You are really something. You dare to say you got 150 points. Why don't you say you got 200 instead?" Fang Qimai said nothing, but pulled out his own paper. The bold 150 stood out prominently. "Look closely, my paper was graded by Mrs. Tian, not by me." "What?" The whole class was left dumbfounded. Confusion levels kept rising. "Oh my. Full marks in English, how incredible." Kai Shaili asked in disbelief. "Mrs. Tian gave you full marks." Fang Qimai paused. "Let me correct you, as she didn't give me full marks. I earned full marks myself, understand?" Kai Shaili, not believing it, picked up Fang Qimai's paper to have a look. It was all marked in red. At the end of the English essay, Mrs. Tian even wrote very GD. Kai Shaili was stunned. This was real. Kai Shaili's confusion level 10. The entire situation was too unbelievable. Xiao Bishue and others were also very shocked. Recently, Fang Qimai had brought too many surprises to everyone. He excelled at basketball, and even the provincial team came to recruit him. He scored close to full marks in math and physics, persuaded the teacher in biology class with biological knowledge, and taught everyone chemistry, while even memorizing the periodic table. Now he scored full marks in English and helped the teacher grade papers. Oh my, is this a top student? This is a Xiao Bishue 135 points. Fang Qimai continued to read. Oomph. Kai Shaili gritted her teeth, feeling quite dissatisfied. She had actually lost to Xiao Bishue in this exam. She lost by a full 3 points. But then she thought she had lost to Fang Qimai by a whole 18 points. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fang Qimai, I want to see my exam paper. Fang Qimai said while continuing to grade. Let me say it again, if you have a problem, go to Mrs. Tian, understood? You? As he was grading, Fang Qimai suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Yes, I am not convinced. Fang Qimai flipped to Kai Shaili's English exam paper. In the upper right corner of the front page, he drew a large circle with a red pen. Here the meaning of the sentence is, I realized that if I paid more attention to listening to my mother, things would get better. The if here introduces a subjunctive mood contrary to the facts of the past. Thus the conditional clause should use the past perfect tense, so had should be added before listened. Representative, you were careless, deducting 2 points. Kai Shaili. And there's more. Then Fang Qimai also circled another part in the lower right corner. Here the adverb modifies the verb and serves as an adverbial, so it should be attentively, not attentive. Do you understand? Another 2 points deducted. Fang Qimai flipped to the back and drew a long horizontal. The meaning of this sentence is, if anything bad happens, Wendy will tell my parents immediately. The indefinite pronoun something serves as the subject, so the predicate verb should be singular. Here it should use happens, not happen. Representative, you were careless again, deducting another 2 points. Fang Qimai took Kai Shaili's paper as a model and pointed out every mistake. He even clearly pointed out the flaws in the composition and the reasons for point deductions. The whole class was in awe. Fang Qimai was truly talented. No joke. He used to pretend to be a novice, but now, just 3 months before the college entrance examination, he brought out all his real skills. Wow, do academic geniuses really enjoy this? Big shot, you deceived us for 3 years. This is like a little cow doing a somersault, one amazing thing after another. Mighty Qimai rules. Mighty Qimai. Mighty Qimai, the whole class shouted in unison. Fang Qimai silently responded, Shoo. I don't sell myself, nor do I sell my kidney, thank you. From Kai Shaili's confusion value 18-inch, from Li Hongzhe's confusion value 20. Kai Shaili was speechless beside them. No matter if it was carelessness or mistakes, they were wrong regardless. Li Hongzhe was also utterly confused. It's over. Oh, I can't compete in science, and I can't compete in English either. It's a shame my dad is an English teacher. I was a top student for 3 years, but I can't beat Fang Qimai's 3 exams, and he directly ascended to godhood. I'm done. Li Hongzhe felt like he was already kneeling in his heart. It's better not to go against Fang Qimai in the future. But he still wanted to curse. Damn, Fang Qimai said to Kai Shaili. Representative, do you now know where you went wrong? Do you have any questions? Kai Shaili was dumbfounded. Fang Qimai continued, then it seems you have no questions. If you're convinced, go up and sing a song, conquer for everyone. Kai Shaili was taken aback. Today she was indeed somewhat convinced. But to ask her to go up and sing, how could that be possible? However, Fang Qimai had already silently given the order. Kai Shaili shivered. Okay, then I'll embarrass myself. While the whole class eyes lit up. They had never heard Kai Shaili sing before. But she was so brave and Fang Qimai said it, so she really dared to sing. Ahem. Kai Shaili walked to the stage and cleared her throat. She took out her phone, checked the lyrics. But her mind was in confusion, who knows why she would want to sing this. Finally, you found a way. The winner and loser have been determined. The whole class. Damn, what the heck is this singing? Oh my, please stop singing, I'm begging you. The whole class groaned. Kai Shaili was also puzzled. I didn't want to either, but since I started singing, I had to finish. She screeched with a quacking voice, continuing to sing. You who look healthy on the outside have countless scars inside. The resilient me is a captive in this battle. Off. Please spare us. This is so awkward. It's too ear-piercing. Just like this I was cut off all retreat routes. Damn. The whole class collapsed. My ears. My ears. My ears are being tortured. Stop singing, really, you'll have nightmares tonight. Just like this I was conquered. Drink the poison you hid. My plot has come to an end. My love and hate have been buried. Please you two quickly bury your voice and stop singing. Your voice wards off evil during the day and prevents pregnancy at night. If I keep singing, even a little cow would die. One by one the screams continued, but Kai Shaili didn't know where her determination came from. She had to finish her song. Fang Qimai quietly laughed while grading the homework, because the order he gave was for Kai Shaili to sing the whole song conquer. At this moment Vice Principal Li Ying, who was patrolling, hurried over upon hearing the noise. What is going on? Singing during self-study. The whole class instantly quieted down. Suddenly, just like this I was conquered. Cut off all retreat routes. Li Ying. From Li Ying's confusion value 6, you. Just like this I was conquered. Drink the poison you hid. Li Ying. Nonsense. Thus under Li Ying's angry gaze and the pleading of the whole class, Kai Shaili forcibly sang the entire song. Li Ying stood on the stage. Where is your teacher? Why is there no teacher during evening self-study? Li Hongzhi replied, tonight it's Mrs. Tian's turn as she took leave. Alright, she took leave. Where is your English class representative? Let her come up and supervise. Someone quietly said, Vice Principal, the one who just sang, is our English class representative. Li Ying. From Li Ying's confusion value 8, ridiculous. Li Ying angrily said, I remember now, the English class representative of class 10 is Kai Shaili, right? Her English grades are good, and she has participated in English competitions, right? Now you're leading the class in singing during self-study. I will properly inform your homeroom teacher about this. Teacher listened to my explanation. I don't know why I couldn't help it was just a spur of the moment. From Kai Shaili's confusion value 10, get down. Li Ying slammed the table angrily. Class monitor, come up and supervise everyone's study. Kai Shaili sob. After Li Ying left, the classroom fell into utter silence. No one dared speak. Thus I am conquered by you. Drink the poison you secretly brewed. Holy hell, it's toxic. He actually recorded it. He dared to record that. Doesn't he fear his phone will explode? Honestly, the more I hear it, the more addictive it becomes. Ha ha ha. Someone chuckled unkindly. That voice truly was intoxicating. Kai Shaili. Kai Shaili's bewilderment level 10. Quiet down. Quiet down. Li Hongzhi rapped sharply on his desk. If anyone speaks out of turn again, I'll write your name down and report you to the teacher. Luo Tony, shut off that video now, or I'll confiscate your phone. Li Hongzhi shouted from the podium, but no one paid him any mind. From across the room came a call. Tony, send me a copy of that video. Me too. I want to set it as my alarm. One ring, and I'll leap out of bed. Ha ha ha. Kai Shaili. Damn. By the end of evening self-study, Fang Qimai had finished grading not only his own class's papers, but also those of Class 9 next door. Class 9. Chung Fang was diligently working on her assignment. Someone called out, Fang. There's a handsome guy waiting for you outside. Chung Fang, Class 9's English class representative, glanced up, and there, standing at the rear doorway, stood a tall young man. As she drew closer, she recognized him. She'd always thought him strikingly handsome, but had never dared approach. Yesterday, the chief of the Public Security Bureau himself had presented him with an award banner for heroic conduct, and Chung Fang had been among the awestruck onlookers. What could he possibly want with her? Is there something you need? Chung Fang's voice trembled with nervousness. Fang Qimai assessed her. Her beauty alone warranted at least an 85 out of 100. Then he glanced back at Kai Shaili in his own class. Indeed, someone else's English class rep was undeniably more captivating. Fang Qimai handed the graded papers to Chung Fang. These are your class's English exam papers. I've finished grading them. Please distribute them. Yes, of course, Chung Fang replied, hastily accepting the stack. I'm off. With a casual wave, Fang Qimai turned and departed. His grading was done. He was heading home. Chung Fang stood speechless, then impulsively blurted out, come again next time. Huh, what did I just say? Wait, did he just say he graded these papers? Chung Fang's bewilderment level 4. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. Xiao Bishue, and Ruan Ming met as planned at the Shangwen Library. Li Hongzhe had been invited too, but since he was unavailable they let it be. Meanwhile, Qin Yinling was briefing her team on assignments. "Cousin, Xiao Shui, you're here." Xiao Bishue's eyes lit up. The sight of Qin Yinling in high heels and a crisp uniform radiated refined elegance. Qin Yinling instructed, "Carry out the tasks I just outlined, and report any issues to me immediately." "Understood, Manager Qin." Once the others had dispersed, Qin Yinling exhaled deeply. "So exhausting. I'm practically worked to death." Xiao Bishue remarked admiringly, "The capable bear, greater burden's cousin." "Wow, thumbs up Qin Jie. So many people follow your lead." Ruan Ming added, raising her thumb high. "Ah, let's go. I'll treat you both to drinks, then show you our library's newest arrivals. Then we gratefully accept your hospitality, cousin." "Qin Jie, do we need membership cards to borrow books?" "For newly released titles, membership status makes no difference." "None at all." "Correct. The chairman has announced plans to abolish both the membership and VIP tiers entirely." Ruan Ming asked, "Won't that significantly reduce revenue?" "Not necessarily. The chairman intends to monetize traffic instead." "Traffic?" Xiao Bishue inquired. "How many visitors can a library realistically draw in a day?" "The chairman's vision is to transform this into the world's largest library. Countless new volumes will soon flood our shelves, ensuring abundant traffic without question." "Whoa, the world's largest." Xiao Bishue and Ruan Ming exchanged awestruck glances. "Indeed. Moreover, we'll launch Shangwen's online bookstore. Both the physical library and its digital counterpart will command massive traffic. Your chairman possesses extraordinary foresight. That explains how he rose to the top." "Absolutely. But this is merely the beginning. Ahead lie immense challenges and even greater responsibilities." As the three strolled through the library, Xiao Bishue remarked, "Cousin, the layout and decor seems subtly transformed." Qin Yinling nodded. "Of course. With a new owner comes a fresh identity." At that moment, Qin Yinling's expression suddenly brightened with excitement. "Let me tell you, right here on that very day, several patrons raised their voices loudly. I politely asked them to lower them, only for one man to retort arrogantly that he'd have me fired. Even the former owner rushed over in person. I was terrified, yet our chairman acted decisively, acquiring Shangwen outright for over 200 million yuan. Once he secured authority, he immediately dismissed the man who'd threatened me." Qin Yinling recounted the episode with vivid gestures and animated expression, so vividly in fact that Xiao Bishue and Ruan Ming felt utterly immersed. "What an awe-inspiring chairman. Cousin, you're truly blessed." Qin Yinling sighed. "Blessed? Hardly. I'm exhausted day and night, sleeping poorly, obsessing over how to elevate Shangwen. Mostly because our chairman offers no step-by-step instructions, only a clear direction." After a pause, she added, "Still, this challenge is invaluable for honing my capabilities. Some possess formidable skills, yet lack vision. Our chairman grants me vision and trusts me to devise the path forward independently." Ruan Ming began sketching the chairman's portrait in her imagination. "He sounds extraordinary." "I think so too," Xiao Bishue agreed. "Oh, how's Andy's foot doing?" "Much improved. She's walking again and full recovery is just days away." Qin Yinling nodded. "That's wonderful. And your birthday is coming up, isn't it?" "Yes, next Saturday. Any plans?" "No particular plans," Xiao Bishue replied, shaking her head. "That won't do. It's your 18th birthday. You're Kamingafich. You must gather friends, celebrate properly. Though I'm unsure if I'll be free, I'd attend without hesitation if Qin Yinling paused, then smiled. "We'll see how it goes. For now, what would you like to drink?" "Coffee, milk tea. We have it all." Elsewhere, Fang Qimai stirred awake from a dream of women chattering incessantly around him. Overwhelmed, he found himself wide awake. He checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock. Last night, he decided on short notice to inspect Linshire Winery at 9, but had overslept spectacularly. He opened the door, and Bai Liso stood waiting. "Young master, good morning." Fang Qimai rubbed his tousled hair, still bleary-eyed. Bai Liso added, "I saw you were still asleep, so I refrained from disturbing you. Prepare the car. We depart for Linshire Winery immediately." "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, at Linshire Winery's main entrance, General Manager Lin Songmin, his son Lin Haojie, and over 20 senior executives stood in formation. They had been waiting since 8:30 am, and still Fang Qimai, the company's CEO, had not appeared. Anxiety and tension gripped them. Neither dared relax for a second. If it weren't for being forced, Lin Haojie wouldn't want to come at all. He was utterly terrified of Fang Qimai. Previously, Lin Songmin had always been curious about what kind of person Fang Qimai actually was. After all, he was still just a high school student, yet he had acquired Lin's distillery, becoming the sole shareholder and also the CEO. He must have a formidable family background. However, his son Lin Haojie couldn't explain it either. All he knew was that Fang Qimai was excellent at basketball and came from a wealthy family. Beyond that, he wasn't quite sure. In response to Fang Qimai's sudden visit, Lin Songmin had worked overnight to thoroughly reorganize the entire company and factory. Although he was experienced, he still felt quite uneasy. Thus, he called Lin Haojie to join him, hoping Fang Qimai might be more amenable. But then again, Fang Qimai was just a high school student. It was likely just a formal inspection without much to worry about. After all, what could that kid possibly understand? Thus, Lin Songmin and his group waited until 10 o'clock. Finally, a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost appeared in their sight. Two sporty cars followed behind. Lin Haojie was stunned. Initially, he had seen Fang Qimai's Aston Martin DB11. The next day, he saw Fang Qimai's Pagani Huayra. He thought Fang Qimai only had 2 supercars. But now 3 different supercars had arrived. That leading Silver Ghost must be worth at least a few billion. From Lin Haojie's confusion value 12, Lin Songmin could not pretend to be calm. He began to tremble all over. This was truly impressive. After all, someone who could just buy a company like that was undoubtedly not simple. They are here, they are here. Director Fang has arrived. Everyone perked up. Hospitality team, get ready. The Silver Ghost stopped at the entrance of Lin's distillery. 8 bodyguards got out of the car as quickly as possible, standing guard beside the Silver Ghost. Lin Songmin, being quite perceptive, stepped forward, wanting to help open the car door. This would give the CEO a good first impression. However, as he approached, 2 bodyguards blocked his way. Another bodyguard opened the car door and held his hand up to shield the door frame. Lin Songmin could only awkwardly retract his hand. Fang Qimai stepped out of the car, stepping onto the red carpet that Lin Songmin had prepared in advance. He was wearing sunglasses and casual attire, completely unlike Lin Songmin and the other executives in their suits. Upon seeing him, Lin Haojie noticed that Fang Qimai seemed to have become quite muscular after not seeing him for a while. Then Lin Haojie saw Bai Li Shou, which made him even more apprehensive. Under pressure, he could only force a smile. Lin Songmin immediately stepped forward and warmly extended his hand, saying, "You must be Fang Qimai, Director Fang. Your arrival brings great honor to Lin's distillery. Welcome, welcome. Ding. You have been designated by Lin Songmin, General Manager of Lin's distillery, Unlocking Ability Marketing Strategy by Jiu." Fang Qimai shook hands politely. Lin Songmin greeted him with a smile. Then he hurriedly called out, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up." The appearance of this young CEO left everyone in the hospitality team in a daze. As soon as Lin Songmin shouted, everyone quickly sprang into action. "Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Boom, boom, crackle, boom, crackle. Boom, crackle, boom, boom, crackle." Then the celebratory cannons went off. Everyone shouted in unison. Fang Qimai seemed hesitant to speak. Lin Songmin believed that such a grand display must surely satisfy Fang Qimai. However, Fang Qimai said, "Manager Lin, if possible, let's skip such a cliched welcome ceremony in the future." This. From Lin Kangman's confusion value 6, Lin Kangman's smile vanished, but he quickly regained it, saying, "All right, Director Fang, I will remember that." Then Fang Qimai walked into the company. Lin Songmin wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect to be put in his place right from the start. Lin Haojie felt somewhat unconvinced. It was true that Fang Qimai's family was wealthy, but could a young man like him really handle being a CEO? Originally, Lin Songmin planned to let Fang Qimai tour Lin's distillery's factory, as that was also part of the leadership inspection. But unexpectedly, Fang Qimai had no such intention. He believed that the factory operated merely as a tool according to instructions. The core was still in the overall development strategy of the company. And regarding Lin's distillery's data, Fang Qimai had already mastered it all. Thus, he didn't even look at the financial statements and other materials. His mother Li Haomei had also arranged for people to get involved. They would take care of other issues. Fang Qimai wanted to hear the opinions of Lin's distillery's executives on the future development of the company. The meeting commenced. Lin Songmin and the others welcomed him with applause once again. "Manager Lin, you must be most aware of the company's loss situation. With your years of experience, can you summarize the reasons for it?" "All right, Director Fang." Lin Songmin was well prepared for this. Generally speaking, compared to the industry's leaders, we entered the market relatively late. By the time we entered the market, they had already gained an advantage. 7 or 8 years ago, there was still some chance, but as time passed, we fell further behind. Secondly, the government's restrictions and regulations have also had a significant impact. Over the past 20 years, the government has raised taxes on the baijiu industry 4 times, with each time becoming more severe. Additionally, our consumer base consists of elderly users, and nowadays people are increasingly concerned about health issues. The physical functions of the elderly are declining, and they are becoming less fond of drinking. This is a downturn for the entire industry. In this situation, as he spoke, Fang Qimai suddenly interrupted, saying, "That's enough." Lin Songmin fell silent. From Lin Kangman's confusion value 6, in reality, Fang Qimai had already seen all the various problems with Lin's distillery through big data. He just wanted to see if Lin Songmin had realized his own issues. Manager Lin, you've always shifted the blame to the market and circumstances, yet you haven't truly recognized your own problems. The entire room fell silent. The 20-some senior executives present were all middle-aged men. They all frowned deeply. They were well aware of the issues facing the company and the baijiu industry. Could they possibly be outsmarted by a 17 or 18-year-old? Fang Qimai was wealthy, but his abilities had always been questioned. Buying Lin's distillery was merely a temporary measure. If it continued to be poorly managed, it would eventually face ruin. Lin Songmin cautiously asked, Director Fang, what insights do you have? Although Lin's distillery was a mess, and saving it would be quite difficult since Fang Qimai had taken over, he needed to lift it up. Additionally, Fang Qimai had already acquired knowledge of baijiu marketing strategies, giving him a fresh perspective on the future development of Lin's distillery. Fang Qimai stood up and said, to be frank, everyone present has not kept pace with the times. What? Did he dare to say they were outdated? From Lin Kangman's confusion value 11. From Wen Xiong's confusion value 16. From the senior executives present had many years of management experience. Yet they were being told off by a high school student who had yet to enter society. This kid is too arrogant. If it comes down to it, I can just quit. Everyone present felt quite dissatisfied, but no one dared to speak up. The senior executives were both confused and dissatisfied. Finally, someone could not hold back any longer. A man with a scruffy beard stood up. This man was named Wen Xiong, the marketing director of the Lin family wine company. Wen Xiong said, all right, I am curious to know what you mean by keeping up with the times. Everyone shuddered. Did Wen Xiong actually dare to speak to Director Fang like that? No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to endure it. However, it was somewhat satisfying. Lin Songmin understood Wen Xiong's character very well. He was nearly 40, yet still so impulsive. He hurriedly stood up and said, I apologize, Director Fang, it is my failure to manage him. Turning to Wen Xiong, he angrily reprimanded, Director Wen, please mind your words. Of all the confused faces, Wen Xiong's was the most prominent, and he must have been the most dissatisfied with himself. Director Fang Qimai asked, how many years has Director Wen been with the company? Director Fang, he has been here for 8 years. He is our marketing department director and has always been serious about his work, though a bit impatient. 8 years, that's quite a long time. Even if he has no merits, he has certainly put in hard work. Fang Qimai thought for a moment and added, let him serve as the marketing department manager for a few months. Wen Xiong was dumbfounded. Did he just get demoted for acting on impulse? Wen Xiong's confusion level 16, Lin Songmin hurriedly said, Director Fang is considering your past contributions to the company and did not fire you. Director Wen, Manager Wen, please be mindful of your attitude. This CEO, although younger, was not someone to be trifled with. Wen Xiong fell silent, feeling gloomy as he sat down. The others also broke into a cold sweat, relieved they had remained calm earlier. Now let me talk about the new development strategy for Lin Family Wine Company. Fang Qimai walked to the whiteboard and picked up a marker. Everyone was waiting to see if he was just boasting or if he truly had the capability. Lin Haojia was also waiting to see if Fang Qimai could make sense of it. If it were him, his mind would be blank with no ideas at all. Fang Qimai wrote the 2 characters, baijiu. Baijiu has always been perceived as a drink for socializing among the elders. It is a traditional industry where the products are positioned as high-end and traditional, with elegant packaging, usually in exquisite gift boxes, primarily consumed by middle-aged and elderly individuals. As Lin said, modern middle-aged and elderly individuals are beginning to pay attention to health issues, resulting in a reduction or even cessation of baijiu consumption. Moreover, their consumption concepts and methods have also changed. In this case, what should we do? Should we clash head-in with the industry leaders? We might still make some money, but the strategy one proposed is not just about making money, but about becoming a leader. Lin Songmin and others nodded blankly. Who wouldn't want to be a leader? But it was easier said than done. Fang Qimai continued writing the 2 characters, positioning, on the whiteboard. Next, the key point arises. With the development of the times and rapid consumption upgrades, the younger generation is also changing. Their social status is rising and their purchasing power is also increasing. Their consumerism is optimistic while they pursue happiness, enjoy life, and value fashion and individuality. Their emotional consumption dominates, compared to the value of products. The sentiment and meaning behind the products attract them more. Fang Qimai spoke confidently. Some senior executives nodded, but most still harbored doubts. Wen Xiong asked, so does that mean our consumer group has changed to young people? Fang Qimai circled the words positioning he had just written and said, exactly, this is what I mean. We need to change the positioning of our products. This? Lin Songmin and others were astonished. This was too bold. The entire baijiu industry's positioning had always targeted middle-aged and elderly people. This young CEO actually had the audacity to say he would target young people for baijiu sales. This was somewhat fanciful. For a moment, several people began to discuss, privately, all feeling that it was inappropriate. Lin Songmin furrowed his brow. Director Fang, while I think this is a good proposal, it does seem a bit risky. Fang Qimai continued writing flavor and specifications on the whiteboard. Traditional baijiu has too high an alcohol content, which may not be fully accepted by young people, so we can launch various alcohol levels for choice. Additionally, the specifications can be reduced slightly, making it easier for young people to accept. Furthermore, we can offer various flavors like cola coffee and raisins. While we shouldn't overpower the original flavor, we need to achieve a lingering aftertaste to better cater to young people's tastes. As he spoke, everyone's confusion levels rose again. The CEO's points were somewhat reasonable, but they felt a bit far-fetched. When Xiong said, "This absolutely cannot work. How could the baijiu industry give up on the middle-aged and elderly demographic? We've adhered to this philosophy for so many years. How can we change it just like that?" For a moment, everyone began to debate again. "So has the traditional philosophy you've adhered to for so long." Fang Qimai continued, "It cannot be denied that some have succeeded, but it is evident that our company has not." When Xiong had nothing to say, Lin Songmin added, "Director Fang, you have a point, but suddenly changing direction does pose significant risks." Fang Qimai said seriously, "You are trapped in the shackles of traditional liquor industry thinking. You must follow me, break out of the existing thought patterns, and open up a new world for the traditional liquor industry. Without bold, innovative spirit, how can we compete with the leaders of the traditional liquor industry?" At that moment, someone started to clap. Others joined in the applause. Lin Songmin hesitated for a moment, but also clapped. Lin Haojia was even more impressed. Fang Qimai had so many ideas, and they were so bold and innovative, showing great determination. As a member of the younger generation, he felt Fang Qimai made a lot of sense. It was clear that Fang Qimai genuinely cared about the future of Lin Family Wine Company. Fang Qimai was not just about money, he had brains as well. It seems I must learn more from Director Fang in the future. However, Lin Songmin still had concerns, but Lin Family Wine Company was at Fang Qimai's command, and no one dared to oppose him. Rather than calling this a meeting, it was more of an order issued by Fang Qimai. However, there were still a few people in the room who did not applaud. One of them was Wen Xiong, who did not agree with Fang Qimai's ideas. This reform entails changing everything: packaging, equipment, brewing techniques, promotion, and marketing. What if it fails? The cost would be too high. Wen Xiong continued to voice his doubts. "That's right, I also don't agree. I also find it inappropriate. The probability of failure is very high." Fang Qimai responded, "Cost is not an issue for me at all. Packaging must change, equipment should be updated if insufficient, and brewing techniques must improve. If we can't improve them, we will partner with capable distilleries. Promotion and marketing are merely financial issues." Lin Songmin said, "Director Fang, this matter can certainly wait. Can we discuss it further?" After all, the senior executives were still reluctant to transform. Once they transformed, the things they would need to learn and the time it would take would increase. Fang Qimai interrupted, "Since you all think transformation is difficult, then fine, Lin Family Wine Company will officially change its name to Tun 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 Wine Company. By Shu, I'll leave this matter to you." "All right." The entire room was stunned. Tun Tun Tun. What on earth is that? Jiangqing Tun 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 Wine Company. The middle-aged people present looked bewildered. Their confusion levels were through the roof. At that moment, someone said, "Tun Tun Tun is an onomatopoeic term in crosstalk indicating the sound of drinking water or alcohol. If it were gudu gudu, it would indicate a slower drinking style. Tun 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 refers to a more hearty and rapid way of drinking. The magical Tun 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 implies a rhythm that cannot be stopped." The speaker was Lin Haojia, who originally was a junior, but unexpectedly found an opportunity to speak. The senior executives in attendance looked perplexed. The world of young people was truly incomprehensible. If one were to ask why Fang Qimai chose this name, on one hand it resonated with the younger generation. On the other hand, he recalled how his mother drank, and it was always Tun Tun Tun. Fang Qimai added, "After the name change, this is not just a transformation, but a new beginning." Everyone was suddenly taken aback. Was such boldness something a 17 or 18-year-old boy could display? In contrast, many rich second-generation individuals spend their days in idleness, indulging in hedonism. Talents like Fang Qimai, who possess both skill and courage, are truly rare. Applause erupted again throughout the hall. Lin Songmin nodded, since Director Fang had said so, he might as well give it a try. Fang Qimai continued, "The future has a long road ahead, and this path will not be smooth sailing. Everyone, do you have confidence?" Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." Fang Qimai frowned. The senior executives reading the room immediately shouted, "Yes." Fang Qimai nodded in satisfaction, "Very good." However, there were still dissenting voices. Some expressed their opinions while others did not. According to Fang Qimai, they had been shackled by traditional thinking, especially Wen Xiong, who started as an ordinary buyer in a liquor factory and gradually rose to the position of director. Having worked for nearly 20 years, he could not accept Fang Qimai's new ideas. Gritting his teeth, he directly removed his work badge. "I'm quitting." Lin Songmin exclaimed angrily, "Old one you. What nonsense, which young person would enjoy drinking white liquor? Old one, don't be impulsive. Let whoever wants to do it go ahead." Following Wen Xiong's momentum, 4 others also removed their work badges. These 4 were either close to Wen Xiong or older, inherently resenting Fang Qimai's youthful arrogance. With the situation escalating, Lin Songmin felt quite distressed. The 5 resigning individuals were mostly his founding members. Different paths cannot be collaborated upon. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "Since we are not on the same boat, gentlemen, I won't see you off." The 5 men reached the door. With Wen Xiong's qualifications, finding a director position in a larger liquor company was not a problem. Yet he still felt quite indignant. "Director Fang, if you really manage to make this thing work, I'll come back to clean your toilets." Wen Xiong dropped a harsh remark. Fang Qimai smiled again. "All right, I will arrange for our janitor to take a paid leave then." After saying this, Wen Xiong and the other 5 left. However, the meeting was not over yet. Fang Qimai still gave instructions regarding product packaging. In the traditional liquor industry, packaging costs account for 25 or even more of the total development costs. Fang Qimai aimed to change this tradition, reducing packaging costs to below 8. It was not about saving money, but about establishing a brand style that was simple yet refined. He insisted on selling naked bottles without using packaging boxes, adhering to a minimalist, personalized route. Furthermore, Fang Qimai seriously explained the promotional methods and distribution channels for new products. As for the brewing process, that was not something Fang Qimai had to worry about. Professionals should handle professional matters. Lin Kangman's task ahead was to brew the liquor that met Fang Qimai's expectations. The meeting lasted from 10:30 a.m. to 2 p.m., a full 3.5 hours. Everyone listened attentively and thought seriously. They felt that Fang Qimai's ideas were becoming increasingly coherent. They believed that Fang Qimai's arrival would bring new hope. Fang Qimai was so engrossed in his speech that he did not notice how much time had passed. This was not his usual style. After all, his parents had invested $19 billion in acquiring Lin's liquor industry and entrusted it to him. Having said everything that needed to be said, the rest was left to his subordinates to execute. The meeting is adjourned. After saying this, Fang Qimai prepared to leave. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Lin Songmin hurriedly said, "Director Fang, please stay a moment." Fang Qimai turned around. Lin Songmin said, "I have reserved a table at the best restaurant nearby. I hope Director Fang can join us for a meal." "No need, President Lin. Once you have brewed the liquor, I will come back to properly taste it with you." Lin Songmin understood that this was Fang Qimai urging him to speed up his work progress. Stunned, he quickly replied, "All right, Director Fang. Then, I will see you out." After Fang Qimai left, Lin Haojia looked thoughtful. Suddenly remembering something, he rushed downstairs. At that moment, Fang Qimai had already gotten into his car. "Director Fang, is something wrong? Can you take me along?" "Take you?" Lin Haojia said. "I think your ideas are great, and I want to learn from you." Upon hearing this, Lin Songmin instantly felt delighted. "Director Fang, I apologize for my son, who previously showed no interest in company matters. I never expected you could spark his interest, and I truly admire that. Previously, he was ignorant and even had a small conflict with you. I hope you won't hold it against him. I also hope that you can nurture him more in learning about marketing strategies for liquor." Fang Qimai looked at Lin Haojia. "But shouldn't your focus be on basketball?" Lin Haojia replied, "Even someone as excellent as you regards basketball merely as a hobby. I with my level feel embarrassed to even call that my dream." Clearly, Lin Haojia was aware of Fang Qimai's refusal to join the basketball team. Fang Qimai nodded. "That's fine, but if you genuinely want to pursue this industry, at the very least get a university diploma first." Lin Haojia was taken aback. He also disliked studying. His grades were merely average, and getting into a university would indeed be quite challenging. However, if he didn't push himself, how would he know he couldn't do it? "I understand, thank you, Director Fang." Fang Qimai's convoy drove away. Lin Haojia said, "Dad, enroll me in the best tutoring class." "All right, no problem." Lin Songmin could hardly contain his joy. Before this, son had no interest in studying, and he thought there was no hope for him. Now, he truly had to thank Director Fang this time. After leaving the company, Fang Qimai had a meal at a restaurant. Looking back, discussing grandly in front of so many experienced individuals, and leaving those old timers dumbfounded felt somewhat exhilarating. Like Yang's traditional medicine clinic and Shangwen Library, Tun also had a long road ahead. Just then he received a voice call on WeChat. He looked, it was Zheng Tao, the manager of Haoyu Gym. Previously, when Fang Qimai worked there part-time, Zheng Tao had given him quite a hard time. After resigning, he forgot to delete his WeChat. What does this guy want from me now? After a while, Fang Qimai answered the call. "Hello? Is this Qimai?" "Hello. Qimai, are you there?" "Speak, what is it?" Fang Qimai replied coldly. It's nothing much, just that we haven't seen each other for a long time. I wanted to invite you out for a meal to chat." Meeting for a meal to chat. Did I hear that correctly? This guy wasn't like this before. Moreover, there was really nothing much to discuss with him. Plus, he had just eaten and wasn't interested in dining out for now. Fang Qimai coldly replied again, no need for a meal. Just say what you need. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. Hey. Wait. Zheng Tao stammered. Actually, I do want to discuss something with you, but it's inconvenient over the phone. How about we have dinner together and drink a bit while talking? No need for drinks. Fang Qimai noticed that he wasn't far from Haoyu. He'll come to the store to find you. Just say what you need. Okay. No problem, I'll head back to the store immediately. After finishing his meal, Fang Qimai, let by Li Ho and the others leave first. He decided to visit Haoyu and catch up with a few old friends. 10 minutes later, outside Haoyu gym, front desk attendant Wang Tingting saw a familiar figure getting out of a Ferrari 612. Her eyes widened instantly. Wasn't this Fang Qimai who had previously come to work part-time? From Wang Tingting's confusion value 6, she was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Compared to a year ago, Fang Qimai now exuded more masculine charm. Striding in with his long legs, he entered the gym. In a casual blink, he nearly stunned Wang Tingting. Sister Ting, is Zheng Tao around? So handsome. Sister Ting. Unfortunately, I'm already 28. I really wish I could be born 10 years later. Fang Qimai. What a miserable woman. Just 6 months ago she was perfectly fine, and now she's suddenly both deaf and mute. Then Fang Qimai directly walked inside. Upon seeing Fang Qimai, fitness trainers Zhang Shua, Zhang Shi, and Ma Jian were all overjoyed. They hurriedly set aside their work. Wow, Qimai, what a grand arrival. You kid, last time you gave me quite a scare. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Gentlemen, I hope you've all been well. The trainers quickly waved their hands. No, you are the big shot here. Fang Qimai's handsome face captivated several female trainees who were working out. The three of them were curious about Fang Qimai's identity, but no one dared to ask. Zhang Shua pointed upstairs saying, your brother's son has gone to find old Zheng again. Old Zheng has been refusing to let him resign, saying he would deduct his salary and commission if he left. Ma Jian added, this has happened several times, it's really troublesome. He then asked, big guy, what brings you here today? Zheng Tao said he needed to talk to me. Fang Qimai replied, it's strange, what could old Zheng want to talk to you about? As he spoke, Fang Qimai walked towards the office on the second floor with Ma Jian and the others following behind. From a distance they could hear arguing. Zheng Tao and Sun Shuxing were in a heated argument. Bang! The door was open and Fang Qimai knocked lightly on it as a formality. Zheng Tao looked over and exclaimed, oh Qimai, you're here. Wow, it's been a long time and you've become much more handsome. Ding! You have been acknowledged by the owner of Haoyu Gym, Zheng Tao, unlocking the physique mermaid line permanent. It's been a year since they last met and Zheng Tao had gained quite a bit of weight and gotten a perm, making him look older. Zheng Tao immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, come in Qimai, please. Fang Qimai stepped inside. Sun Shuxing also greeted him. Zheng Tao turned to Ma Jian and the others, asking, what are you all doing here? Aren't you supposed to be working? He then turned back to Sun Shuxing, saying, and you be good and do your job. We'll talk about your resignation. Fang Qimai said, what's the matter? Just say it. Zheng Tao smiled. Actually, there's nothing much. He'll make tea and we can chat slowly. Then he told Ma Jian and the others, you all can go downstairs. I have something to discuss with Qimai. No need. Fang Qimai looked at Zheng Tao and said, if there's something to discuss, we can talk about it in front of everyone. This? Fang Qimai asked, what's wrong? Is it something shameful? No. This. Zheng Tao hesitated. Fang Qimai added, if you're not going to say it, I'm leaving. Saying this, Fang Qimai turned around. Wait, Qimai, please sit down, let's talk. Zheng Tao looked at Ma Jian and the others, you all sit. Zheng Tao frowned, struggling to find the words. He cleared his throat several times, but still couldn't say any. After a heavy sigh and biting his teeth, he decided to go for it. It's like this, Qimai, I heard that you are actually from a wealthy family. It was really a hardship for you to work part-time here before. Everyone was taken aback. How did he know? Sun Shuxing said, nice going, old Zheng, were you eavesdropping on our conversation? This isn't eavesdropping, but it's a good thing that Qimai is rich. It's not something to be ashamed of. Zheng Tao then said to Fang Qimai, I wanted to ask if you would be interested in investing in our Haoyu. You know, people these days pursue healthy living and fitness has become mainstream. Plus the peak season for gyms is, if you can invest a bit, Qimai, we could make money together in the future. Ma Jian and the others were left speechless upon hearing this. What kind of money could be made with the situation at Haoyu Gym? It was more likely to lose money. Zheng Tao he always pretended to be the manager, but in reality, he was the owner of Haoyu. Whenever there was a customer dispute, this identity allowed him to shift the blame to the so-called boss. This isn't an investment, it's about pulling Fang Qimai into a pit. Of course, Fang Qimai wasn't that foolish. He had already seen the big data and knew exactly what Haoyu's real situation was. Sun Shuxing, straightforward, as always, was about to expose him. Fang Qimai spoke first, saying, are you sure you want me to join you? Yes, if there's money to be made, let's make it together. Fang Qimai then asked, or are you struggling to keep the business afloat and need my help? Unexpectedly, after almost a year apart, Fang Qimai had become so direct. Zheng Tao was momentarily speechless. Fang Qimai continued, How you has been losing money for 3 consecutive quarters, and this quarter isn't looking good either. It has no investment value. Zheng Tao, how does he know so much? From Zheng Tao's confusion value 8, Fang Qimai added, whether it's profitable or not is one thing, the key is why should I help you? Ma Jian and the others nodded in agreement. Last summer, Fang Qimai had worked part-time at the front desk, but he ended up being asked to do all sorts of tasks. Zheng Tao often deducted his salary and took the opportunity to scold Fang Qimai. Just because Fang Qimai was a high school student, he treated him like cheap labor. How could Zheng Tao treat Fang Qimai this way back then and still expect him to help now? Thankfully, Fang Qimai was young, but not easily fooled. Zheng Tao immediately said, Qimai, that was all in the past. Let's not hold grudges. Fang Qimai stood up and said, I'm not interested in your broken shop. As he spoke, Fang Qimai walked towards the door. Ma Jian and the others felt a sense of relief. Zheng Tao was trying to cling to Fang Qimai. He must regret not treating him well back then, right? If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have treated him that way. Zheng Tao indeed felt very regretful. With the peak season approaching, but Hao Yu was about to collapse. He had borrowed from everyone around him, but no one was willing to lend him money. He accidentally overheard that Fang Qimai was from a wealthy family. After thinking it over, he decided to take a gamble on Fang Qimai. As long as he could hold out until the peak season arrives, things might get better. He didn't expect Fang Qimai to be so unyielding. Helplessly, Zheng Tao still thickened his skin to chase after him. Qimai, it was all my fault before. I'm sorry. Don't take it to heart. Fang Qimai sneered, it's too late. You? Zheng Tao had never admitted his mistakes before, and Fang Qimai was being so ungrateful. Don't go too far. I'm speaking to you in such a low voice, and you. Is this going too far? Fang Qimai interrupted, pointing his finger. As long as I want to, I can open a gym across from you, and another one on your left and right. If that's not enough, I can buy the whole street and open gyms everywhere. What are you joking about? Is that even possible? Zheng Tao thought Fang Qimai was just boasting. If you don't believe me, you can try it. I guarantee Hao Yu will close down in no time. You. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Tao suddenly knelt down. Qimai, please help me, I'm begging you. Ma Jian and the others were stunned. The vain and acerbic Zheng Tao actually knelt down to Fang Qimai. What a determination this must take. In fact, Fang Qimai not only reviewed Hao Yu's data, but also Zheng Tao's. This guy loves to gamble and has already accumulated a debt of 4,000 outside. Relatives all know about his bad habits, so no one is willing to lend him money. Fang Qimai judged that he was planning to ask him for some funds to pay off the gambling debts first, while the gym could be discussed later. If they really partnered, he must have already planned to manipulate the accounts. So by whatever means, he had to grasp this last lifeline from Fang Qimai. However, how could Fang Qimai, who saw everything clearly, possibly help him? Seeing that Fang Qimai did not respond, Zheng Tao said, how about this, you take over Hao Yu. He'll give you a discount. Discount? Sorry, I don't lack money. Zheng Tao was almost in tears and begging you, Qimai. Name a number. Zheng Tao instantly saw hope. He rolled his eyes and said, my gym isn't large. I've invested a total of 2 million in venue decoration equipment and facilities, and after 3 years of operation, I've lost quite a bit. How about I settle for 5 million? 5 million. Yes, I'm at a loss here with employee salaries, rent, utilities, taxes, and so on. Fang Qimai responded, 1 million. That's impossible, Qimai. 1 million is definitely not enough. Fang Qimai continued to quote, don't do this, Qimai. 50. Fang Qimai's price cutting was too harsh, and Zheng Tao hesitated on how to respond. Fang Qimai continued, 20. Zheng Tao was dumbfounded. Is there really such aggressive bargaining? Ma Jian and others were shocked, realizing Fang Qimai was a master at bargaining. However, this was indeed a bit harsh. Fang Qimai said, don't worry, I'm just joking with you. Zheng Tao breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I'm definitely not going to buy it. For a scale and equipment like yours, the initial investment is at most 6,000, and you want to sell it to me for 5 million. Are you out of your mind? Zheng Tao, you are being very unreasonable. What? Zheng Tao was stunned. How did he know the actual amount? That's right, Hao Yu's gym equipment was secondhand, and the decoration was done on a budget. The coaches had a low base salary, relying entirely on selling courses for commissions. Hao Yu's initial investment was only 6,000. In a place like Jiangqing, trying to build a gym with 6,000 is truly difficult. Zheng Tao's bewilderment points 15. Fang Qimai said, business requires integrity. Since you are not honest, I won't help you. Zheng Tao knew he was in the wrong and felt frustrated and speechless. He could only blame himself for being too greedy, truly regretting it now. Fang Qimai silently issued 2 instructions to Zheng Tao. One was to allow Sun Shuxing to resign. The other was to repeatedly lower everyone's commission, and Fang Qimai ordered him to raise the commission back. Fang Qimai could only help Ma Jian and the others up to this point. Then he walked out of the office, leaving Zheng Tao sitting there foolishly. The others shook their heads and followed him out. Just as they reached the downstairs, Fang Qimai caught the attention of several female students. "So handsome, is that the tall guy you were just talking about? Is he the new coach? Can I request to change coaches? I want this handsome guy to teach me how to work out. From now on, I want to come to the gym often." Ma Jian suddenly said to Fang Qimai, "Boss, you haven't been here for a long time. Do you want to work out?" All right, Fang Qimai, having strengthened his muscles, decided to test his physical strength. Zhang Shua brought a new tank top, put it on directly, and see if it fits. Fang Qimai took off his t-shirt. Unexpectedly, this action attracted everyone's attention. Wow, look at it. So sexy. So sexy. Those abs. That chest. Wow. I really want to feel it. I feel so embarrassed. Good looking with a great body. Oh, I wonder which woman will be so lucky. You're mistaken. I should be wondering how many women will be lucky. To be honest, I want his body. The female students present were drooling. The male students were all envious and jealous. How can there be such a perfect person? Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Even Ma Jian and the others were extremely shocked. Wow, boss, such a great physique. This is truly eye-opening. This body is simply flawless. Boss, what other secrets do you have that we don't know about? After putting on the tank top, Fang Qimai's biceps and triceps became even more prominent. After finishing his warm-up, he lay down on the bench press. Adding the weight of the bar and the plates, he first tried 65 kilograms. As expected, he easily lifted it for 10 repetitions. This time, he boldly increased it to 110 kilograms. The people present were a bit surprised. 110 kilograms was no small feat. Typically, the weight on the bench press depends on the lifter's weight. Fang Qimai's weight was exactly 65 kilograms. To bench press the same weight as oneself is considered to meet standard levels. However, this is not easy. Beginners need to train for a long time to achieve this. Yet Fang Qimai had directly added 7 times his own weight. If he could lift it, it would mean he exceeded professional levels. Everyone present understood this, and after estimating Fang Qimai's weight, they weren't very convinced that he could lift it. Even if he could, it would only be for 1 or 2 reps. Zhang Shua and Zhang Shi hurriedly stood by the bench press. Boss, you've added quite a bit. It's a bit dangerous. Fang Qimai was very confident in his enhanced body. He replied, let's try. As expected, under everyone's watch, Fang Qimai grasped the bar. With all his might, he pushed up. It felt great. He didn't even need to exert all his strength to lift it. Moreover, he completed 12 repetitions in one go. While this handsome guy is amazing, his physique isn't just for show. Look, this is what you call professional. Impressive, impressive. Everyone present was in awe. Ma Jian and the others felt they could not compare. Thus, Fang Qimai realized the extent of his physical enhancement. He had probably just reached above professional levels. As for the professional level, one needs to bench press double their own weight or more to achieve it. Fang Qimai decided not to try any further because he had just hit his limit. Perhaps in the future his body would strengthen further. However, his current self was already significantly stronger than the average person. Thus, he was able to hold the crosslock used against the murderer, Huang Liang, so firmly. In the evening, Fang Qimai left the gym. Ma Jian and the others escorted him to the door. When Fang Qimai got into that Ferrari 612, the olive-shaped headlights were embedded in the wings, perfectly integrating the central protruding lines with the front face. The prancing horse logo fully displayed the noble identity of the Ferrari 612. The black body gave off a high-end atmospheric feel. However, this car was only 7.5 million, ranking at the bottom among Fang Qimai's 28 luxury vehicles. Yet Ma Jian and the others were once again dumbfounded. My God, it turns out he doesn't just have one luxury car. Tall, handsome, great physique, and rich. If I were a woman, I would marry him too. You might have a chance in your next life, but don't think about it in this one. As he started the car, suddenly the passenger door was pulled open. A woman wearing a mask hurriedly sat down and quickly fastened her seatbelt. She appeared to be in her 20s with wavy light brown hair. After she took off her mask, it turned out she was quite attractive, at least an 88 out of 100. The problem was Fang Qimai did not know this person at all. Who are you? As soon as Fang Qimai opened his mouth, the woman interrupted. Drive quickly. She anxiously turned to check the rearview mirror. Hurry up, the woman urged again. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai directly turned off the car. Get out of the woman. Tang Ya's bewilderment too. The woman called Tang Ya stared at Fang Qimai in disbelief. Only now did she notice that the driver was rather handsome. Why? You speak to me like that? Fang Qimai looked at Tang Ya coldly. Get out of the car. In the rearview mirror at a distant street corner, a group of people were running toward them. I just saw Yaya. She got into that black car. Quick, hurry and catch up. Don't let her slip away again. Stop her. Tang Ya panicked. Drive faster there. Are you getting out or not? Fang Qimai asked again. Do you know who I am? You're making me get out of the car. Tanya looked at him incredulously. Weren't you sent to pick me up? Tanya's bewilderment 5. The approaching group was almost upon them. She hurriedly asked, weren't you the driver Lulu called? Fang Qimai got out, walked to the passenger door, and opened it. Get out. Tanya was startled. What do you do? I don't know you, nor do I know this so-called Lulu. Get out. Tanya's bewilderment 10. That can't be right. My best friend said she arranged someone to pick me up. Tanya fumbled with her phone. Yunfubei Road, a black car, the emblem is a horse. She handed her WeChat conversation to Fang Qimai. He was speechless in an instant. Ma'am, there are plenty of cars with a horse emblem. Look carefully, please. The car your friend meant is a haunting X8. It also has a horse emblem, but mine is a Ferrari. I've heard of it, but never seen one. Fang Qimai. It turned out not everyone knew cars, especially some girl. Tanya examined the interior ornamentation. Indeed, this car differed from ordinary cars. Its door mechanism was unusual. Could she really have been mistaken? She scratched her head. How embarrassing. I'm sorry. I was too flustered earlier and spoke harshly. She glanced anxiously around. There were no other black cars nearby. In desperation, she begged, please just take me away from here, I'm begging you. Ding. Consumed 200 bewilderment points, activating all aspect data analysis. Current remaining bewilderment points, 4,135. Tanya, 24 years old, height 1.65 m, weight 49 kilograms. Measurements. Alma mater, Jiangxing University of Finance and Economics. Occupation, folk singer. Works and experience. Debut album, Come Away With Me, with a nationwide launch tour spanning 17 cities. That album earned nominations for Album of the Year, Single of the Year, and Musician of the Year at the 6th Billionaire. In January this year, she released her solo MV for the theme song of the youth romance film, The Senior Year, Time Remains You Remain. In March, she was invited to compose the opening, ending, insert songs and score for the drama, Youth in the Classroom, releasing her first soundtrack collaboration album of the same name. After seeing Tanya's measurements, Fang Qimai understood the expression, weighing under 100, either flat-chested or very short. At 1.65 m, she was already tall among women, so why was her weight under 100 kilos? One might joke that like Little Red Riding Hood, her grandmother had been eaten by the big bad wolf. Still, this woman she was an accomplished folk singer. Fang Qimai did not care about her status. The point was the data showed no scandals, and she had just apologized. He could consider giving her a ride. Don't go. I beg ye, Mr. Wang and Mr. Li are almost here, please come back. Those behind shouted desperately. They chased while shouting. As they closed in, there came a thunderous roar. The black Ferrari streaked away with such acceleration that it left them in the dust. Tanya in the passenger seat was pressed back as if her heart might leap from her chest. Once steady, she waved her hand in a little farewell to the group. Fang Qimai drove while asking, who were they? People from the agency, my manager, assistants, and the like. Then why did you run? It's a long story. They always make me do things I don't want to do, so I slipped away. After a pause, Tanya continued, my passion is singing, but besides that there are constant social engagements and obligations. It's so annoying, so I ran off again. She had run away more than once. No wonder the group was in such a panic. You can keep escaping like that. Isn't it a problem? Who cares, tomorrow is another day. Fang Qimai said nothing, focused on the road. After a moment, Tanya asked, by the way, you really don't know who I am? Sort of. What kind of answer is that? Haven't you heard my songs? Maybe I have, but I didn't know it was you singing. Tanya. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Tanya. My stage name is Yaya. Silence fell, an awkward stillness. Fang Qimai turned the music on. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? Tanya. No reaction at all when you see me. Tanya's bewilderment 10. What reaction? That kind of excitement you feel when you meet your idol. Fang Qimai completed a steady overtaking maneuver. He replied calmly, but I'm not your fan. You? Tanya had nothing to say. Fine. Although you saved me, we're hard to communicate. I suggest you listen to my song sometime. Ooh, I want to move you with my voice. At that moment, Tanya's phone rang. Hello, Lulu. Yaya. What's up? The driver says he was a little late and didn't find you. Didn't they catch you? Tanya embarrassedly whispered. You might not believe me, but I got into the wrong car. The wrong car. Tanya glanced at Fang Qimai, who was concentrating on driving. She continued in a small voice, yes. I was in such a hurry, I didn't check the license plate, only the emblem. I don't know cars. If there's a horse, I assumed it. In the end, she'd climbed into a Ferrari. A Ferrari. Good grief. That must be worth hundreds of thousands. My driver's haunting X8 cost only about 16000. Tanya's bewilderment 15. After a few more words, the car suddenly stopped. Only after ending the call did Tanya notice a row of upscale villas nearby. Get out. Where is this? My home. You brought me to your house. You. Fang Qimai looked at Tanya. I helped you escape, but you cannot interfere with my schedule. Get out after we arrive and go wherever you wish. Just don't come into my house, he added. Tanya. She stepped out and stared at her surroundings blankly. This was a neighborhood for the wealthy. He looked so young. How could he own a villa here? How many more years would she have to struggle to afford such a place? Then she trotted back to the driver's side brightly. Whatever the reason, thank you for rescuing me. Now I'm free. She held up her phone. Also, I owe you a favor. Let's exchange WeChat. I owe you one. No need. Come on, just add me. I almost never add people first. You have no idea how many people beg for my WeChat and how many schemes there are to find it out. Fang Qimai replied, don't send me advertisements, don't send links asking me to vote, and don't mass forward holiday greetings. Tanya. Got it. By the way, I don't even know your name. After a pause, she added, I mainly want to save it as a contact. Fang Qimai. Those 3 characters. Yes. Okay. When I owe you a favor, I'll call on you if I need help. Ding. You have been singled out by folk singer Tanya and unlocked a talent resident Liangchen. Fang Qimai returned home, and the servants led by Bai Lisho greeted him in unison. Young master, you are back. You've all worked hard, go and get busy. Fang Qimai checked the rewards he had just received. Sound of Liangchen, you possess a melodious voice, and your singing is magnetic, easily captivating others. Goodness, Fang Qimai was truly amazed. With such a divine singing talent, could Tang Yi really move him with her voice? It seemed unlikely. At this moment, he received a WeChat message from his fitness coach Ma Jian. Qimai, I don't know if it was your influence, but old Zheng actually gave us a raise. The commission has also returned to the way it was before. Ha. Thank you so much. Scrolling down, he found an even earlier message from 5 minutes ago. It was from his fitness coach Sun Shuxing. Boss, after you left, Zheng Tao actually agreed to let me resign through the normal process. Thanks to you. Fang Qimai smiled and imitated Niu Jichao's tone, saying, this is truly like a little cow plowing. Let's follow the impressive ones. Beside him, Bai Liso respectfully said, young master, the top Angus ribeye beef from Subei just arrived this afternoon. Would you like to try it tonight? Sounds good, but I want pizza tonight. Bai Liso replied, we can pair the beef with pizza or even create a perfect fusion with seafood. Good idea, Fang Qimai nodded. Let's make a 12-inch one, and you can have some too. Certainly, young master, it is my honor. I will arrange it right away. After a brief rest, the servants came to invite Fang Qimai to dinner. To maintain the temperature and flavor, the pizza was taken out of the oven only after he sat down. The cheese was slightly browned, embedded with large chunks of Angus ribeye, along with tiger shrimp roughly the size of a thumb and generous slices of smoked salmon. In the center were 2 huge lobster meats covered with a layer of cheese. The lobster head stood upright in the middle. The entire presentation was incredibly impressive. The aroma was enticing, making it very appetizing. The chef first placed the lobster on Fang Qimai's plate. Next, he sprinkled some pizza herbs and white truffle shavings. Finally, he cut it into 8 slices with a pizza cutter, serving 1 portion to Fang Qimai. On the other side, Bai Liso poured a glass of Mapa natural sparkling wine for Fang Qimai. Young master, please enjoy your meal. The rich cheese aroma made Fang Qimai eager to dig in with his hands. The sweetness of the shrimp, the savory salmon paired with the sweetness and acidity of the sauce was truly a perfect match. The pizza base was not just made of flour. It also included mashed potatoes as well as lobster brain and shrimp paste. The combination of various ingredients supported by the freshly made base was exceptional. At the same time, Fang Qimai took a sip of the Mapa natural sparkling wine. This wine was imported from Mendoza City in the kingdom. Its fragrance was rich and sweet, with a refreshing tropical fruit flavor. It was very suitable to drink with pizza. A delightful dinner. Fang Qimai gave a thumbs up. Satisfied with the wine and pizza, he prepared to head back to his room. By the way, which building should I sleep in tonight? At this moment, he noticed his phone buzzing incessantly. Upon checking, the class group chat had already received over 30 messages. At the top, there was a message, all members. It was from the homeroom teacher Shui Baogai. The gist was that starting next Monday morning, physical exercise activities would be implemented, requiring all students to arrive at school half an hour early. Below that were a bunch of replies saying received. This initiative was indeed suggested by Fang Qimai, not only because of his father's identity Fang Zhongtian, but also because the country had always advocated for an hour of exercise every day. Moreover, starting with exercise before classes certainly had its benefits. Thus, the school leadership had always attached great importance to this. However, due to the tight academic schedule, they could not reduce class time. After many discussions with the leaders from the Education Bureau, in the end, to balance health and study, students would start school half an hour early to engage in exercise. At the same time, the time for morning reading would be reduced by 10 minutes, and the extra 10 minutes of morning exercise after the second class would be moved forward. In total, 50 minutes had been arranged. As for the remaining 10 minutes, the school encouraged students to exercise independently during their free time. However, not everyone was pleased. Those who disliked exercise complained, grumbling about losing half an hour of sleep each day. Fang Qimai didn't mind. He only intended to persuade the teachers not to take away their PE classes. In the past, arriving early to play basketball would earn him scoldings from the homeroom teacher. Now he could play openly, exercising and refreshing his mind. It seemed rather nice. On the other side, the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic had been mostly renovated after more than a week. The overall decor leaned towards traditional Chinese style. They had also added some medical equipment and new tables and chairs. Some green plants were placed around, and a new sign was hung. The 4 characters hanging pot to save the world were written with great vigor. The entire clinic had been rejuvenated. Next, Fang Qimai asked Yang Huming to choose a good day for the clinic. For the reopening, a ceremony was necessary, but everything would be kept simple. Fang Qimai planned to have Yang Huming invite some friends for a casual meal together. On Monday, Fang Qimai left home early. Just as he parked the car, Lin Haojia enthusiastically approached to greet him. "Good morning, Director Fang." "Good morning." Previously, whenever Lin Haojia saw Fang Qimai, he would keep his distance. But times had changed. After witnessing Fang Qimai's strength, Lin Haojia suddenly realized that progress comes from associating with excellent individuals. "Director Fang, actually, when I first came to middle school and first year of high school, my grades were quite good, especially in mathematics. So what is your situation now?" Lin Haojia sighed. "After deep reflection, I finally understood the turning point that caused my mathematics to plummet. In the second semester of my first year, during a math class, I bent down to pick up my pen cap, and after standing up, I could no longer understand anything. After that, I gave up. Many times the teacher had already finished explaining the problems, but I hadn't even figured out angle 1 and angle 2 yet." Fang Qimai. Later in math class, the teacher would ask us, after finishing a problem, "Do you understand?" I didn't dare to nod. I was afraid the teacher would call me up to explain it again, but I also didn't dare to shake my head. I was afraid the teacher would explain it once more. Lin Haojia sighed again. "The longest road I've walked in my life is the problem-solving thinking of my math teacher." In fact, this situation wasn't just Lin Haojia's, but the reality for many struggling students. Fang Qimai was once in a similar situation, but now he had vastly improved. He replied, "Then you'll need..." "Understood, Director Fang. My dad has already enrolled me in the best training class. I will work hard." As they reached the school gate, Jiang Zhejian spotted Lin Haojia and Fang Qimai chatting together from a distance. He felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, thinking, when did these two become so close? Jiang Zhejian's bewilderment value 8. On the other side, Li Hongzhi saw Xiao Bixue and hurriedly got out of the car. He walked over to Xiao Bixue. After greeting her, Li Hongzhi said, "Bixue, isn't your birthday coming up soon?" Xiao Bixue nodded, surprised that the class monitor paid such attention to her birthday. "What are your plans for it?" Li Hongzhi asked. Xiao Bixue shook her head. "I haven't thought about it yet." "Your 18th birthday is very important," Li Hongzhi said. "How about this as the class monitor? I'll organize it. This Saturday, let's take the whole class to KTV to celebrate your birthday. What do you think?" "The whole class? So many people?" Li Hongzhi confidently replied. "Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses for this gathering." Xiao Bixue originally just wanted to have a meal with a few close friends. If her cousin had time, she could invite her to join for a meal as well, but she thought about how after this birthday, everyone would go their separate ways for the next one. Xiao Bixue said, "It's fine to celebrate my birthday with everyone, but I'll cover the expenses myself. There's no need to trouble you, class monitor." "No problem. As class monitor, I will handle it. Also leave the notifications to me. I promise to inform everyone properly." Li Hongzhi insisted on taking the whole class along. In reality, he had already prepared a list. This list included the people for the gathering, but it did not include those he didn't like, such as Fang Qimai and Jiang Zhejian. He didn't want them to be part of Xiao Bixue's birthday party. "No need, class monitor. How could I let you spend money on my birthday?" Li Hongzhi laughed and said, "Oh, come on. Bixue, we're friends, so don't be so calculating with me. They'll take care of it." Just as they were discussing this, they encountered Fang Qimai and Lin Haojia at the school gate. If it were the old Lin Haojia, he would definitely tease Xiao Bixue. Unexpectedly, he said, "Today, you guys chat, I'm leaving first." With that, Lin Haojia quickly walked away. The woman of Director Fang would no longer dare to bully her. "Good morning." Xiao Bixue was the first to speak. Good morning," Fang Qimai responded. Li Hongzhi deliberately turned his face away, not wanting to greet Fang Qimai. Last week, Fang Qimai had already become legendary in the class. He was not to be trifled with. Could they still? The three of them walked side by side, with Xiao Bixue in the middle and Fang Qimai and Li Hongzhi on either side. This scene was somewhat delicate. Li Hongzhi kept leaning closer to Xiao Bixue, eager to tell everyone that he and Xiao Bixue were a couple. The three remained silent, and Li Hongzhi did not mention the birthday party again. However, Xiao Bixue suddenly spoke up. "Fang Qimai, this Saturday is my birthday, and I want to invite everyone to sing karaoke. Are you coming?" Li Hongzhi. He was originally not going to invite Fang Qimai, as that guy would only steal his spotlight. But he did not expect that Xiao Bixue would proactively invite Fang Qimai. "Damn." Fang Qimai replied, "Sure, if I have time, I'll go. If not, maybe next time." "Oh, okay." Xiao Bixue seemed a bit disappointed. Then she paused, Next time. Xiao Bixu's confusion value 6. Li Hongzhe was furious. What kind of attitude was Fang Qimai exhibiting, acting so dismissively? What the hell is next time? I hope he doesn't have time to go. Li Hongzhe prayed inwardly. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly approached, a large hand resting on his shoulder. Li Hongzhe looked and saw it was Lin Haojie, who had just walked away. Although the two had seen each other before and knew who the other was, they had never interacted or spoken. You? What are you doing? Ahem, in the class monitor of class 10. I think we need to talk. Talk about what? Xiao Bixue was also a bit curious, wondering what Lin Haojie was up to. Li Hongzhe was only 1.74 meters tall. Although slightly chubby, he felt like a small figure next to the tall Lin Haojie. Lin Haojie pulled him over with force. What are you doing? I have nothing to discuss with you. While pulling Li Hongzhe, Lin Haojie said, How long do you plan to be a third wheel? What third wheel, eh? I heard you're doing well in your studies. Have you calculated how many watts you are? What watts? Lin Haojie suddenly asked seriously. Don't you know how bright you are? Damn. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Bixue suddenly felt her face flush. At that moment, she realized that Fang Qimai had already walked away. Mrs. Tian did not appear for the afternoon English class. Instead, Vice Principal Li Ying entered, the same teacher who also taught English. Facing a teacher unfamiliar to their class, students felt a quiet resistance, and with the vice principal himself at the lectern, the classroom atmosphere instantly grew taut. Who was the class representative? Kai Shaili rose awkwardly. Vice Principal Li Ying paused. Then recognition flickered across his face. At the sight of her, he recalled her profoundly moving voice from that earlier day. Class representative, have last week's English exam papers been distributed? Yes. Very well. Please sit down. Everyone take out your test papers from last week. This exam was indeed challenging. Not to excuse low scores, but to affirm that those who maintained their grades possess solid fundamentals. Those whose scores dropped significantly still require deeper grounding and relentless effort. Understood. Vice Principal Li's teaching style was stern, and these words struck the entire class like a quiet rebuke. The students responded listlessly, understood. We'll replay the listening section now, and go through each question one by one. Upon hearing this, Fang Qimai relaxed. He could sleep again. He had scored full marks. He'd even graded every paper in the class himself. There was nothing more for this 2,000-year-old temple stands near the Nile River, surrounded by a wall that no longer exists. It means this 2,000-year-old temple stands near the Nile River, encircled by a wall long vanished. The question asked who witnessed the temple's history. Option A, the building itself, is impossible, nor is B, the wall, nor C, 2,000 years. Clearly it is the Nile River that bore witness. So the correct answer is D, the Nile River. Students who answered correctly, please raise your hands. Li Hongzhe raised his hand instantly. Then 30-odd hands followed in unison. Vice Principal Li scanned the class. Good. Now those who got it wrong, but understood after the explanation, please raise your hands. All eyes turned. Only 2 students kept theirs lowered. One was Jiang Zijin. Knowing his circumstances, Li Ying said nothing further. But what if the student slumped asleep over his desk? Li Ying spoke sternly. The sleeping student. His seatmate, wake him up. Lu Mimi stiffened. Wasn't he referring to herself and Fang Qimai? Qimai, the teacher's calling you. Fang Qimai lifted his head. Li Ying stared. In recognition, aren't you Fang Qimai, the one who performed that heroic act? It had been Li Ying himself who, alongside Captain Yi of the Public Security Bureau, presented Fang Qimai with an official commendation banner. Lu Mimi nodded. Yes, teacher, that's him. Li Ying's expression softened slightly. Stepping forward, he said firmly, Fang Qimai, focus on the lesson. With only 86 days left until the Gaokao, you must take every moment seriously. Do you already know everything? Missing even a single question represents a tremendous loss for you. Lu Mimi whispered quietly beside him, Teacher. He scored full marks this time. Full marks? Li Ying hesitated, incredulous. On such a difficult paper, scoring 130 was already considered exceptional. Scoring the perfect 150 was theoretically possible, but nearly unheard of. Li Ying stepped forward and picked up Fang Qimai's paper. Indeed, full marks. He scrutinized several close and fill-in-the-blank questions, all flawlessly answered. Then came the essay. Fang Qimai's composition contained not a single grammatical or spelling error and demonstrated masterful command of high-scoring vocabulary. Without straying from the prompt, he wove in several proverbs with exquisite timing. His handwriting was neat and legible, the page clean and uncluttered. His concluding sentence resonated powerfully with the entire essay, a final point of distinction. By official grading standards, such an essay truly merited full credit. Students excelling in English were often selected for provincial English competitions. Li Ying knew the usual candidates, but Fang Qimai had never appeared on his radar. When had their school quietly nurtured such extraordinary talent? A wave of stunned disbelief washed over Li Ying. The memory of awarding Fang Qimai that banner remained vivid, and now this impossibly difficult exam yielded another flawless score. No wonder Principal Su had recently remarked how their two high school teamed with hidden masters. The whole class now knew Fang Qimai's English prowess, and waited breath held for Li Ying's response. His astonished expression said it all. Li Ying turned to Fang Qimai. When we reach the essay section later, would you lend me your paper? Your composition holds exceptional pedagogical value, not just for this class, but for the entire grade level. Everyone should study it closely. Fang Qimai replied calmly, go ahead, Vice Principal. You? Li Ying had intended to urge Fang Qimai to pay attention, but having already achieved perfection, the words died on his lips. Lu Mimi added softly, Teacher, he also graded our class's papers, and those of the neighboring class. Ah, really? Lu Mimi nodded. Yes, Mrs. Tian entrusted him with the task. For reasons she couldn't quite name, sitting beside such a prodigy filled Lu Mimi with quiet pride. This? Li Ying stood momentarily speechless. To be entrusted by Tian, herself a highly respected teacher, with grading exams was no small distinction. Fang Qimai asked, may I resume, sleeping teacher? Ahem. Li Ying cleared his throat and turned away. Everyone else, continue listening. Classmates watched in awe. Someone dared nap during the vice principal's class and received his silent consent. Now, focus your attention. Let's listen to the next question. As soon as class ended, Niu Jichao and others crowded around. The exam deity reigned supreme, top-ranked in science, and full marks in English, and he even graded our papers. Tisk tisk tsk. From now on, if anyone asks about my god of exams, I'll sing his praises without restraint. Say, do you all know the real difference between someone like me, the perennial struggler, someone like class president Li Hongzhe, the scholarly elite, and someone like Qimai, the living legend? Li Hongzhe fell silent, struck once again wordlessly. Being hailed as a top scholar had once felt glorious, until Fang Qimai emerged, casting even excellence into mere mediocrity. Go on, enlighten us, Niu Jichao urged, intrigued. Xiong Peng replied, for me questions fall into three categories: those I can solve, those that seem solvable, and those I cannot touch. For the class president, there are only two kinds: those he solves, and those beyond the syllabus. For God Qimai, only two kinds exist: those he solves, and those with errors in the question itself. Li Hongzhe said nothing, yet again struck dumb. Heads nodded in unison. Brilliant. Same struggle. I'm exactly like you. Fang Qimai often played basketball with Xiong Peng, whose skills on court were modest, yet whose wit, it turned out, was razor sharp. Xiong Peng continued, if I lose points, I grumble that the teacher is too harsh, yet no one listens. After all, strugglers hold no academic rights. If the class president loses points, he'll scour the paper for hours, then gather fellow elites to debate the answer's validity until voices rise and faces flush. Lu Mimi asked, and if Qimai loses points? Someone replied, a god never loses points. Xiong Peng waved a hand. No, if God Qimai loses points, he finds the teacher. And the teacher immediately revises the official answer key. Li Hongzhe remained silent. Xiu'er, is that you? Xiu'er, please sit down and talk. Xiong Peng said proudly, there's nothing to do during class, so I made a thorough summary. I, being the underachiever, only practice questions right before exams, and I only pick the easy ones. The class monitor is always practicing questions, doing them in sets. But my Shun is different. He never practices questions. Occasionally flipping through a book is enough for him to score full marks. Also, when it comes to tackling a difficult problem in an exam, different levels respond differently. As an underachiever, if I solve a tough problem, I would want to announce it to the world and celebrate with everyone. If it were the class monitor, he would say that this problem isn't actually difficult. If it were my Shun, no matter how hard the question is, he would act as if nothing had happened. Xiu'er, you spoke to my heart. It's really tough for an underachiever to solve a difficult problem. That's right, the underachievers all agree it's too tragic. Scholars are indeed scholars facing a tough problem with no inner turmoil. Li Hongzhe was puzzled, thinking, why do these guys keep dragging me into their chat? Xiong Peng continued to share his insights. I often worry about the formulas being too difficult to memorize, while the class monitor works hard to memorize all the necessary formulas. As for my Shun, he only memorizes the basic formulas and derives the others himself. Awesome, Xiong Peng, your summary is fantastic. So true, I also struggle with memorizing formulas. The key is, even if I memorize them correctly, I might not use them. Fang Qimai smiled wryly after hearing this. If only Xiong Peng used his cleverness for studying. Xiao Bixue and Ruan Ming, along with other girls, found it very interesting. Li Hongzhe stood up. After all this talk, are they praising him or mocking him? The more he listened, the angrier he got. Damn. Taking advantage of everyone gathering, Li Hongzhe said, everyone please be quiet. I have an announcement to make. Everyone turned to look. This Saturday is Bikshu's birthday. Our class is organizing a birthday party tentatively planned for karaoke. Everyone is invited, and he'll notify you of the specifics later. For those not present, please notify each other. Wow, the school bowtie's birthday, we definitely have to support her. Should we bring any gifts? By the way, the class monitor remembers Xiao Bikshu's birthday quite well. Of course, it's firmly etched in his. At that moment, everyone started discussing various aspects. Originally, Li Hongzhe didn't want to announce it so directly. But since Fang Qimai had already been personally invited by Xiao Bishue, it didn't matter if Jiang Zijian and the others were included. At this point, someone said, "Class monitor, can we skip it? Yeah, we have no interest in this kind of gathering. Who doesn't have a... Do we have to sacrifice our precious weekend time? My birthday is coming up soon too. Shouldn't the class monitor help organize something for me as well?" The speaker was from Kai Shali's group. Influenced by Kai Shali, they were very dissatisfied with Xiao Bishue. Li Hongzhe had been holding in his frustration since morning. These women are acting all high and mighty while contradicting themselves. You guys can choose whether to attend or not. After a brief outburst, Li Hongzhe returned to his seat. The girls instantly fell silent. Niu Jichao said to them, this is just like a little cow in labor, no longer impressive, right? However, Kai Shali suddenly brightened up. The class monitor looks so cool when he's angry. At this moment, the class bell rang. This class was still Li Ying's English class. Kai Shali sent 2 WeChat messages to Li Hongzhe. "Zhou, if we're going to sing, let's go to Dichong. My cousin is a notable figure there and can give us a discount. I heard Xiao Bikshu's family is quite poor. Organizing such a large gathering would cost a lot. I'm helping her say, Dichong. I've never heard of it or been there. If they can offer a discount, that's even better." Li Hongzhe immediately agreed and asked Kai Shali to book the private room. All right. Kai Shali was happy. On the surface, it seemed like she was helping Xiao Bishue save money, but in reality, she was digging a pit for her. Dichong is not the kind of ordinary chain KTV that Li Hongzhe imagined. It's one of the more upscale KTVs in Jiangxing, and the costs there are not cheap. Kai Shali had been there once last year. If one is not a member, the minimum spending for a private room is 1980. With over 40 people in the class, they would need to open the largest presidential suite. Adding everything up, it would cost at least over 3,000, depending on the food and drinks consumed. If Jiang Zijian and the others go, they would definitely end up drinking, which would make it even more expensive. Naturally, Xiao Bishue would have to pay for her birthday party. Even if her cousin gives a discount, it won't be significant. I've heard that Xiao Bikshu's family is in a difficult situation if she can't come up with the money. It will surely be quite embarrassing. As she thought about it, Kai Shali suddenly smiled. "Class representative, what are you laughing at? Did you get this question right?" Kai Shali. Li Ying was so angry that he snapped his chalk. "As the English class representative, you first sang during self-study class, huh? Now you're laughing while I'm teaching. What do you want, a rebel?" "I didn't." Still trying to argue. Li Ying picked up another piece of chalk and continued, "If you don't want to do it, I'll replace you with Fang Qimai." Teacher, wah. Kai Shali's clueless value increased by 15. Fang Qimai suddenly raised his head from his desk. "Did someone just call my name?" "Congratulations, you're in charge now. Please take care of me, your little sister." Dichong KTV. At the entrance, a woman in uniform stepped out. Her full figure and round belly stretched her shirt slightly. Wearing a pair of red high heels, she held a bag in her hand. While walking, she was also on the phone. Her thick lips moved nonstop. "Oh dear. Yeah, ever since you became famous, it's been so hard to see you. Didn't I just arrive? My dear friend, let me know what you want to eat. It's on me." "What are you talking about? I Su Lulu am a small boss myself. Why should it be your treat? Just wait, Bill be there soon." Saying this, she drove off in her haunting X8. At the eastern intersection of Shermao Mall, Tanya stood at the corner fully armed with a hat and mask. After waiting for a while, a black car pulled up. Upon closer inspection, the car emblem was a horse. However, this time, she dared not act recklessly. First, she confirmed the license plate. It was indeed her friend Su Lulu's car. She looked at the emblem again, and sure enough, it was different from Ferrari's horse. How could I have been so silly back then, randomly getting into someone else's car? I just keep feeling more and more embarrassed. Tanya got into the car, and Su Lulu planned to drive it to the underground parking lot first before going to the world trip. So comfortable. Are you sneaking out again today? No, it's a rare chance to get some rest. I have to fly to Binhai early tomorrow morning. You really are a busy person. Su Lulu gently tapped the steering wheel and said, "So what do you think of my new car? It's cheap, but I find it quite easy to drive." Sigh. Tanya sighed. "Don't even mention it. It makes me awkward to think about it. I was so fierce to others for no reason." I have to say I've laughed about this for a long time. The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. You're still bringing it up? I'm almost at a loss for words. The main thing is that I happened to be on a business trip that day. Otherwise I would have picked you up myself. The driver I called was one of my employees, and I asked him to take my car to pick you up. Unfortunately, he got caught in traffic and arrived late. As they talked, Su Lulu suddenly laughed. "But you really are something. How can there be such foolish people? Ha ha ha. I don't understand cars. Tanya was very frustrated. You have no idea how urgent my situation was then. Sigh. Enough about that, it's all tears. After parking the car, the two took the elevator up. Tanya was bundled up tightly, afraid to show her face. Arriving at a hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor, Tanya finally relaxed after taking off her mask upon entering the private room. After ordering, the two continued to chat. You said you were in a Ferrari. Your luck is really good. In all of Jiangxing, how many Ferraris can there be? You actually ran into one. Tanya took a sip of tea and replied, that's not the point. The point is that the guy didn't even react after seeing my face. Isn't that infuriating? Really? I remember the last time we went shopping together, you were almost blocked by your crazy fans who were asking for autographs and pictures. Su Lulu continued incredulously. The employee I arranged that day was thrilled when I told him to pick you up. He's your loyal fan, but he got stuck in traffic and didn't make it. This morning he was still sulking about it with me. Really? That guy kept trying to rush me out of the car at first. I begged him for a long time. Tanya was puzzled. Even though I'm not super famous, I have some recognition. Why did he act like he wanted to kick me out? The key is that I had already introduced myself, and he still. What a tragic situation for a female singer wanting to take a luxury car, but being ruthlessly driven away. Ha ha ha. Now that paints a picture. Su Lulu laughed again. Seeing Tanya trying to bury her head under the table, Su Lulu comforted her. But it's normal. Not everyone knows you. Just try to think positively. But that guy is super arrogant. I added him on WeChat, and at first he didn't want to give it to me. Su Lulu waved her hand. Driving a Ferrari and living in a villa, he has the right to be arrogant. By the way, what did you say the place he lives in is called? Tanya thought for a moment. I think it's called Fengwang Garden. Fengwang Garden. That place is ridiculously expensive. Su Lulu picked up her phone to check. Look, the average price of a villa there is 9 million. Tanya was stunned. She knew it was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be that much. From Tang Ya's confusion value 18. Meanwhile, Fang Qimai received Tang Ya's confusion value inexplicably. However, he was too focused on playing basketball to pay much attention. At this moment, a boy with glasses and a buzz cut walked over. He looked a bit familiar, but she didn't recognize him. Fang Qimai asked, want to play? Our team is short one person. The boy ignored him and asked, are you Fang Qimai? Ding. You have been named by the academic overachiever Guo Liqing, unlocking ability anti-hacker technology, firewall technology. Guo Liqing. Fang Qimai remembered this person. He was from the adjacent class 9. Li Hongsha's level could only maintain a position in the top 10 of the grade. Guo Liqing, on the other hand, had always sat at the top of the rankings, regarded as the top student of the second high school. He and Fang Qimai had no prior interaction. What can I do for you? My name is Guo Liqing, and I wanted to get to know you. Fang Qimai passed the ball to a team. He looked at Guo Liqing and said, I remember you. Last week's English test you scored 144. You were the only one in my graded papers to score above 140. When I graded Guo Liqing's paper, I was a bit surprised. You have a great memory. Guo Liqing pushed up his glasses and continued, I heard from our class representative that you were the one who graded our papers. That really makes me envious. Mrs. Tian chose to let you grade the papers instead of me. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Excellence indeed tends to attract envy. Throughout my life, no one dared to say they were excellent in front of Guo Liqing. Guo Liqing's expression remained indifferent, giving off an impression of deep cunning. No one could tell what he was really thinking. In such a situation, if it were Li Hongzhe, he might have been so furious he would jump around. Guo Liqing's reaction, however, made Fang Qimai curious and eager to see his data. Opening the data, Fang Qimai was astonished. This person had accumulated a staggering 218 various awards from kindergarten to now too many to count. Since high school, his average scores in language, mathematics, English, and science have consistently remained above 140. So far, Guo Liqing's life resume could be described as perfect. This is the legendary exemplary child of others. I just don't understand why such an impressive person would choose to come to the second high school. One would think he should go to a better school like the first high school or a foreign language school, etc. However, gold will shine wherever it is, and such a person can stand out anywhere. Additionally, Fang Qimai noticed that Guo Liqing had started learning to code at a young age. With his current skills, he could earn a considerable amount of money just from coding. This is also why Guo Liqing's roll call triggers rewards for anti-hacker technology in the system. Overall, he is a talent. Guo Liqing said, I heard that your English paper was personally graded by Mrs. Tian full marks. Also, your science grades seem to be a dark horse. Although I still don't know your Chinese score, you give me the feeling of an unexpected rise. You are very excellent and will be a good opponent. For this, I must apologize to you first. What? Because I didn't realize such a competitor like you in time. I used to think that only Li Hongzhe from class 10 was remarkable. Fang Qimai had nothing to say. People who excel in learning do indeed have somewhat unusual logic. Guo Liqing continued, Don't worry, I have no ill intentions and don't mean to create enemies with you. I just want a competitor to keep myself in a state of active learning. Fang Qimai began to understand Guolicheng a bit. Perhaps he had filled out his application incorrectly and ended up at the relatively average second high school instead of going to a better school. Or perhaps he had not performed well on the high school entrance exam and didn't achieve satisfactory results leading him to come here. Being invincible made him feel lonely and also fear becoming complacent, so he sought out a competitor. Such a person is always improving. With a goal, he will only grow stronger. Sorry to interrupt, I need to go back to studying now. See you at the monthly exam. After Guolicheng left, Fang Qimai sighed at the existence of such a person. This is a true academic overachiever. But it's okay, he has strength. I have a system. During evening study, Fang Qimai played basketball until after 9 o'clock. At that moment, his phone rang. It was from Grandpa Yang Huming. Yang Huming had consulted someone and found that this Saturday was a good day for the Yang family traditional Chinese medicine clinic to open. He specifically came to seek Fang Qimai's opinion. Currently, the clinic was already operating normally. The opening was merely a formality. Fang Qimai thought it was fine to go along with Yang Huming's idea. After hanging up, Fang Qimai also prepared to head home. Coincidentally, Wang Shixing rode past on a bicycle. Fang Qimai said, "Yoshingo, why are you working so late without a date today?" "I had to work overtime. I let your sister-in-law leave first." "Is the PE teacher this busy too?" Wang Shixing replied, "Isn't the early training plan still in the pilot phase? Many places are still incomplete and need continuous improvement. This improvement task has fallen to us PE teachers. The leaders want each of us to submit improvement plans based on the current situation. I worked on it all day and just submitted it. I don't even know if ITLL pass." Saying this, Wang Shixing murmured, "I wonder who proposed the early training, but I endured it for the health and learning of you students." Fang Qimai exclaimed, "Shunge, you truly are great. You work hard, thank you." Ahem. Wang Shixing glanced around and said quietly, "Mainly I suddenly got a raise. How could I not work a bit harder?" "A raise? Then congratulations. Compared to you, I'm nothing." At this point, Wang Shixing looked quite. Now everyone at school thinks him wealthy, and the misunderstanding just keeps deepening. What should I do? He scratched his head. "I've explained many times, but they just won't listen." Fang Qimai said, "Then just go with the flow and act like a wealthy person." "How do I do that? Teach me." "Speak with confidence, raise your voice, and don't lack in momentum." At this moment, Vice Principals Su Hongrong and Li Ying walked down from the administration building just as Fang Qimai and Wang Shixing passed by. Su Hongrong sighed. "Indeed, the wealthy only befriend the wealthy." "Wealthy befriending wealthy?" Li Ying puzzled asked. "Principal, I know teacher Wang's identity has been exposed, but how can that Fang Qimai also be called wealthy?" "Well," Su Hongrong thought for a moment. When the couple Fang Zhongtian visited, Li Ying had been out on business and did not participate in the reception. It was normal for him not to know. Su Hongrong disclosed Fang Qimai's identity. Li Ying was stunned. It turned out he was the son of Asia's richest man, Fang Zhongtian. Fang Qimai, Fang Qimai. Reciting this name, Li Ying suddenly realized. The Fang Qimai who acquired Shangwen was indeed him. I initially thought it was just a name coincidence, but it turns out it really is him. Thinking of this, Li Ying felt a sense of dread. During class today, he almost called Fang Qimai up for punishment. From Li Ying's confusion, value 20. Acting justly earns extra points for the college entrance examination. Scored full marks in English and wrote an English essay worth learning for the entire grade. When teacher Tian returns, he'll arrange for him to be a class representative. By the way, if he wants to be the class monitor, that's fine too. Li Ying stood there in a daze. However, this was quite normal, though anyone would struggle to accept it immediately. Now he truly understood what it meant for the second high school to hide dragons and crouching tigers. Su Hongrong said, "Although we're all doing this for the school, we can't be too greedy. Fang Qimai's father, Chairman Fang, has already invested in building the gymnasium and teaching building for us. The renovation of the school cafeteria is planned for when the students are on summer vacation. This is a great honor for our second high school." Li Ying sensed the implications in Su Hongrong's words. So we should focus on teacher Wang. Right. Let's go and greet them. The two quickened their pace and caught up. "Isn't that Qimai and teacher Wang? Ding. You have been named by Principal Su Hongrong, unlocking ability anti-hacker technology, intrusion detection technology." Fang Qimai and Wang Shixing turned around. Wang Shixing said, "Principal Su, Vice Principal Li." Su Hongrong looked Wang Shixing up and down. "Oh, teacher Wang, you're still so frugal, riding a bicycle to and from work." "Exactly, it's really energy efficient and environmentally friendly." Li Ying joined in. Wang Shixing awkwardly smiled. "Principal, actually I." Fang Qimai glanced at him. Su Hongrong pointed at the floor and continued, "Hey, our school gates, Vice Principal Li, don't you think it's time to repair them? Otherwise it affects everyone cycling and walking. Indeed, after all, our second high school has been around for some time. It really is time for repairs." Saying this, Li Ying looked at Wang Xixing. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Wang Xixing replied, I think it's all right. Writing doesn't really affect it. It's quite smooth. Su Hongrong. Li Ying. Our school has a bit too few trees. Summer is coming, and it's quite sunny for the students and teachers walking on the road. Exactly, it would be great if we could replace them with larger trees, turning the main road into a tree-lined avenue. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Wang Xixing thought for a moment. I think it's fine because I'm a PE teacher, am quite tolerant of the sun. Su Hongrong. Li Ying. Wang Xixing was puzzled. Why has Principal Su been subtly probing me about school construction repairs and upgrades lately? As a PE teacher, what do I know about these? Could it be that the principal wants to promote me? Giving me a raise is already quite generous. I dare not think further. It feels like there's some misunderstanding in all this. Remembering what Fang Qimai had just said, since I can't explain clearly, just act like a wealthy person. A wealthy person means speaking with confidence, raising my voice, not lacking in momentum. He glanced at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai gave him a firm look. Exactly, I need to be a bit more assertive. Just as the two principals were about to say something more, Wang Xixing took a deep breath. Then he said emphatically, Principal, regarding the optimization plan for the students' early training, I have already submitted it. Please review it immediately and let me pass. I hope you won't be unappreciative. Upon hearing this, Su Hongrong and Li Ying froze in place. From Su Hongrong's confusion value 15, from Li Ying's confusion value 12. Li Ying awkwardly looked at Su Hongrong. Su Hongrong hurriedly said, Yes, Teacher Wang, thank you for your hard work. I will head back to the office to take a look right away. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your dedication to the students. Go rest now. After Li Ying finished speaking, the two principals left. Wang Xixing stared blankly at Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai silently gave a thumbs up. Awesome. It's over. The more I think about it, the more scared I feel. Did I overdo it with my performance just now? What if they expel me tomorrow? Fang Qimai patted Wang Xixing's shoulder and said, You earned that with your own abilities. Why would you be expelled? Saying this, Fang Qimai swaggered away. From Wang Xixing's confusion value 16. On the other side, the two principals awkwardly returned to the office. It seems we can't rush this, so we need to take it slow. Indeed, we can't be so abrupt in the future. Could it be they feel our sincerity is insufficient? How about this? We can consider raising his performance bonuses a bit more. Fang Qimai returned home and began to check the two rewards he received today. Both belong to anti-hacker technologies. The so-called firewall is one of the most important means to prevent external hackers. It essentially serves as a combination of computer hardware and software, establishing a secure gateway between the internet and the internal network. Speaking of intrusions, one must mention the intrusion detection technology. A firewall alone cannot completely solve security issues. It must be used in conjunction with intrusion detection technology to effectively prevent hackers. Coincidentally, Fang Qimai had previously considered that the backend of the Shangwen library might be targeted by criminals. These hacking technologies could come in handy. However, relying solely on these two technologies is far from enough. He hopes to receive more rewards related to hacking technology in the future. Yet he is not in a hurry. The books newly launched by Shangwen are quite common in the market and currently lack the value of being targeted. At this moment, Bai Liso respectfully approached. Young master, you have returned. Some custom men's clothing we ordered earlier has arrived. Would you like to try them on now? Fang Qimai was somewhat surprised. Normally, custom, high-end men's clothing requires processes like fitting design. It usually takes at least a month or more, not to mention the transportation time. He did not expect it to be completed in just over 2 weeks. After all, he is the son of the chairman of Tianhao Group, so his orders must be prioritized. Additionally, the allure of money plays a part. Let's try it on now. Upon entering the fitting room, there was a dedicated display rack for this custom collection. A glance revealed various styles of clothing. Khitan, Brioni, Brunello, Cucinelli, LVMH. To be honest, Fang Qimai was quite unfamiliar with these brands. Most ordinary people would find it hard to recognize them without special attention. Aside from domestic men's clothing brands, the ones he heard of most often were Armani, Adidas, Versace, etc. The first items to catch Fang Qimai's eye on the rack were 3 suits. One was deep blue, another was black, and the last was red. Bai Liso stepped forward and introduced. This blue cotton suit is from Khitan, one of Italy's top 3 giants. Khitan is a top-tier brand known as the Lamborghini of suits. Currently, there are only 7 stores in the country, none of which are in Jiangxing. As he spoke, Bai Liso donned white gloves and took down the blue Khitan suit, also handing over a pair of Fendi. After changing, Fang Qimai felt a complete transformation. With the shirt fabric used, wearing it felt like donning a knitted cardigan. Paired with a red embroidered pocket square, this fashion element preserved the formal feel while adding a touch. Bai Liso exclaimed, Young master, you look very handsome. Uncle Bai, how much is this suit? 228,000. If you add the custom Fendi shoes, the total comes to 276,000. Fang Qimai turned around in front of the mirror. The suit felt incredibly comfortable. He nodded particularly sad. Young master, let me introduce the next suit to you. This black suit is also from Brioni, one of Italy's top men's clothing giants. Brioni is known as the king of custom men's clothing worldwide. Unlike chiton suits that focus more on fitting, Brioni suits have a sturdier silhouette with wider lapels and pant legs and sharper shoulder shapes, exuding a sense of power. Young master, please try it on. After donning this black Brioni suit, Fang Qimai felt he had matured significantly. His stature appeared more upright and robust, greatly enhancing his demeanor. In the early 20th century, Brioni had already gained fame, with many celebrities and politicians choosing it as their preferred suit brand. This suit costs 260000. Then Billionaire introduced the third suit from the romantic country, Berluti. Its style is entirely different from the previous two, leaning towards a more casual look. No wonder it's a custom piece. Fang Qimai was very satisfied with all three suits, whether in cut style or wearing experience. However, he would only wear them on specific occasions. Besides the suits, there were t-shirts, silk shirts, and polo shirts from various brands. Prices ranged from 1000 to 6000. Among them, one gray t-shirt caught Fang Qimai's particular interest. Brunello Cucinelli, also known as Bruno Cuccielli, is another world-class luxury brand from Italy renowned as the king of cashmere. Currently, there are fewer than 20 stores in the country. This t-shirt is made from fine, high-quality cashmere, soft to the touch, and with a streamlined silhouette. It has a simple yet slightly luxurious feel. It can be worn on various occasions. Finally, Fang Qimai discovered that this was his favorite piece. Uncle, by how much is this one? Billionaire replied, 22750 yuan for one. Fang Qimai said, get me 10 of the gray ones. Sure, young master. There is no need to spend time shopping or hassle with trying on clothes. Each piece here is tailored to fit perfectly and is guaranteed to be a style he likes. This feels wonderful. By the way, young master, the Spalding No. 7 basketball you customized has also arrived. Oh, let me see it quickly. Regular basketballs used by ordinary people are inexpensive, typically made from rubber or cowhide and other ultra-fine fibers. However, these basketballs tend to have low tensile strength and poor abrasion resistance. Additionally, due to the manufacturing process, they often get damaged easily, with the outer layer peeling off after some use. However, this Spalding is different. Its material is ZK ultrafine fiber, a type of high-grade PU leather. This material has significant advantages in terms of stretchability with strong tension and extensibility. It's durable and easy to maintain, suitable for both indoor and outdoor use. On the other hand, due to the high level of craftsmanship, basketballs used in NBA courts rarely experience air leaks or peeling. Once in hand, Fang Qimai understood what it meant to be unable to part with it. After bouncing it a few times, he exclaimed, "This is amazing. The feel is top-notch, really good. I can't wait to try it out." He then said to Billionaire, "Arrange for 9 people who can play basketball. They'll be waiting for them at my basketball court." Understood, young master. He'll take care of it right away. Before long, Saturday arrived. This was a day that Li Hongzhe had been eagerly anticipating. It was Xiao Bixu's birthday, a day he had been looking forward to for a long time. After finishing breakfast, he sent the location of Dichong KTV in the class group and reminded everyone once again that the gathering would start at 2 in the afternoon. Then he returned to his room and took out the birthday gift he had prepared half a month in advance. Today I can finally give it away. Bishua will definitely love it. This was not an extraordinarily expensive gift. He knew that in terms of financial power, he could not compete with Fang Qimai. However, in terms of the significance of the gift, he could confidently say he surpassed Fang Qimai. On the other hand, Fang Qimai was not as leisurely as Li Hongzhe. After changing into a gray t-shirt from Brunello Cucinelli, Fang Qimai headed out. Today marked the reopening of the Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Early in the morning, 3 luxury cars belonging to Fang Qimai were parked at the clinic entrance. Alongside Fang Qimai was Billionaire, along with a group of star chefs from his family who would be responsible for today's meal. For this reopening, Yang Huming invited several friends from the field of traditional Chinese medicine to join for a meal. "Mr. Fang, you are here," Yang Huming said respectfully. "Grandpa Yang, just call me Xiaomai." "How can that be? You are now my boss," Fang Qimai replied. "Then Grandpa Yang, you are still my benefactor." "This? I hope our relationship remains the same as before, unchanged by any circumstances." "You child," Yang Huming nodded. "All right, I understand." Just then 3 old men arrived. "Hey, old Zhang, oldly old way you all came." Yang Huming immediately, "Oh, old Yang, the renovation looks great. The entire clinic has become much more impressive. You, as the director, are full of spirit." "Old Yang, congratulations." Thank you, thank you." The 3 old men then turned their gaze toward Fang Qimai. "Who is this young man?" Fang Qimai stepped forward and handed over a prepared business card. "Hello, I am Fang Qimai, the investor of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic." The 3 men took the card and read the words on it. Fang Qimai, general manager of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Ding. You have been recognized by the old Dr. Zhang Yijin and rewarded with the skill BNK's divine needle technique. Ding. You have been recognized by the old Dr. Li Jinshu and rewarded with the skill Hua Tua's Jiaji Acupoint. Ding. You have been recognized by the old Dr. Wei Shumu and rewarded with Fushi 9 needles added to your system backpack. After reading the introductions, Fang Qimai was stunned. This reward was quite extraordinary. First, there was the BNK's divine needle technique. This is a needling technique commonly used by the famous Dr. BNK. It has a rapid effect. Often just one needle can relieve pain with particularly noticeable efficacy. The Hua Tua's Jiaji Acupoint is a medical technique favored by the divine Dr. Hua Ta. Through massage or acupuncture at specific acupoints, it can have significant therapeutic effects on the thoracic spine, spinal column, and lumbar vertebrae. And then there are the Fushi 9 needles. Many people know about Shinnong tasting hundreds of herbs, but are unfamiliar with Fushi creating 9 needles. The so-called Fushi 9 needles are 9 pieces of stone. They are used to break open abscesses, drain pus and blood, or stimulate certain parts of the body to eliminate pain, representing the nascent stage of acupuncture in our country. The Fushi 9 needles each has a different form with distinct uses and effects. This is something remarkable. Previously, Fang Qimai had read the Huangdi Neijing Huangdi Weijing and Qing. His photographic memory had allowed him to master all the content from those texts. Additionally, he had previously received the system reward of herb recognition. Fang Qimai had already grasped part of the theoretical knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Just moments ago, he had also learned the skills of BNK's divine needle technique and Hua Tua's Jiaji Acupoint. He even possessed the Fushi 9 needles. Now Fang Qimai had already made some accomplishments in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Fang, truly a young talent, it is a pleasure to meet you. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. Everyone please take a seat. The opening ceremony will begin at 9 o'clock, so please enjoy some tea first. All right. Bai Li's Ho served the freshly brewed Billionaire tea. The 3 old doctors savored it carefully. Wei Shuemu remarked, good tea. Li Jinshu said, Old Yang, it has been several years since we last met, hasn't it? Yes, we have all been busy with our own matters, there's no way around it. Looking back, we have known each other for decades. Time truly flies. By the way, how is business for you now? Zhang Yijin responded, it's okay, just about manageable. Li Jinshu waved his hand. I no longer run a clinic, I just help some neighbors with minor ailments. Traditional Chinese medicine is declining these days. Wei Shuemu sighed. Indeed, many clinics are operated by old doctors alone or with a few young practitioners. Once the old doctors are gone, the clinics cease to exist, making it difficult to promote traditional Chinese medicine culture. Li Shuzhen said, Old Yang, we can't do it anymore. Now that you have Mr. Fang's help, let's see if we can lift the clinic status and promote its reputation. Li Shuzhen's words actually reflected Fang Qimai's expectations for Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, marking the goal Fang Qimai had set for himself. Although his initial intention in purchasing Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was merely to help Yang Huiming escape from Yang Quan's entanglements, now that he had bought it, he intended to make it flourish. Fang Qimai possessed medical skills, but he lacked the energy and time to stay at the clinic all the time. Currently, he had already taught some of the knowledge from Qingnong Shu to Yang Huiming. If given the opportunity, he would gradually impart his medical skills to him. Utilizing Yang Huiming to elevate the clinic's reputation was the best approach. If things developed well in the future, he could integrate Li Jinshu and the other old doctors, allowing them to consult here. This would give these longtime friends a chance to reunite. At the same time, he would also earn money. This would benefit both parties. At 9 o'clock sharp, it was the auspicious time calculated by Yang Huiming. After a simple ceremony, Fang Qimai and Yang Huiming together pulled down the red cloth from the plaque. Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic was officially opened. Congratulations. Congratulations to Mr. Fang and Director Yang. Thank you. Fang Qimai added, it is an honor for us to have several esteemed guests attend our opening ceremony. I have arranged for lunch to be prepared, and we can enjoy a meal together later. Sounds good. No problem. Just then a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared at the door, observing. Can I see a doctor today? Of course, please come in. The clinic had been operational all along, but this woman was the first patient since the opening. It's worth mentioning that she was quite lucky. Among those present, there were 4 highly qualified old doctors. After sitting down, Yang Huiming asked, what seems to be the problem? The woman replied, I've had this lower back pain for a long time, and the back of my right thigh hurts in waves. It's unbearable. Could you please help me check it out? After detailed inquiries about further symptoms, the 4 old doctors unanimously concluded that this was a soft tissue injury caused by lumbar vertebrae akin to sciatica in Western medicine. The woman joyfully exclaimed, Are you all doctors? That's wonderful. Doctor, can this be cured? At that moment, Fang Qimai, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Grandpa Yang, let me take care of this first patient. You, Yang Huiming, and the other 3 veteran TCM physicians all turned their gaze toward him. Though Yang Huming had not spoken plainly before, the patient Fang Qimai could read his unspoken meaning. Treating illness was no laughing matter. After all, he had known Fang Qimai for many years. How could Fang possibly understand medicine? Although Li Jinshu and the others harbored doubts, they withheld their objections out of deference to Fang Qimai's status. "Oh dear, young man, are you really up to this? If I end up paralyzed because of you, I'll sue you outright." Clearly, this woman was forthright and unreserved, voicing her concerns without hesitation. Fang Qimai replied, "The Huangdi Neijing Suan states when wind, cold, and dampness converge by syndrome arises. Your symptoms align precisely with this pattern of by syndrome. Pathogenic wind, cold, and dampness invade the body, congealing the sinews and vessels, obstructing qi flow, stalling blood circulation, and blocking the meridians. Thus, treatment must invigorate qi and vitalize blood, warm the channels, and dispel cold, and unblock the meridians to alleviate pain. Given the chronic nature of your condition, I recommend Huangqi Guiji Wu Tang or Shu Jin Jinyao Wan." Is what he says correct? Or is he just talking nonsense? The woman glanced toward Yang Huming and the others, who nodded vigorously in unison. "Absolutely right, every word. Who would have thought Mr. Fang also understands traditional Chinese medicine?" Bai Li Shou's eyes lit up as he silently nodded. Fang Qimai asked, "Annie, your lower back has been painful for quite some time, hasn't it?" Yes, it's been years. Medication brings only temporary relief. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. I'm utterly miserable." Fang Qimai stepped forward and pressed firmly on the lumbar region of her back. "Ouch! Is this where it hurts?" Exactly. Your lumbar vertebrae are also compromised. This exacerbates your condition." The woman turned again toward Yang Huming. Yang Huming affirmed, "Indeed, the diagnosis matches our collective assessment. He's simply articulated it more thoroughly for you." The woman nodded hesitantly, then urgently added, "Even if what you say is true, how do we treat it? I'm in agony. It hurts the moment I stand." This condition posed no great difficulty. Fang Qimai didn't even need to deploy the Fu Shi 9-needle technique. Medication works slowly. "To relieve your pain immediately, I'll apply acupressure to key points. Please lie face down on the treatment table." The woman hesitated. Even if Fang Qimai possessed theoretical knowledge, could a youth of barely 17 truly master therapeutic massage? With lingering doubt, she slowly laid down upon the examination table. Yang Huming and the other 3 veteran physicians watched closely, eager to observe Fang Qimai's method. Gazing at the woman's back, Fang Qimai, who had mastered the Hua Tua Jiaji points, already held the solution in mind. The most prominent cervical vertebra at the nape is the 7th cervical vertebra. Directly below it lies the 1st thoracic vertebra. From the 1st thoracic vertebra downward, the sequence extends through to the 5th lumbar vertebra, 12 thoracic, and 5 lumbar vertebrae, totaling 17. The depressions between adjacent thoracic or lumbar vertebrae, located half a cun laterally on both sides, constitute the Jiaji acupoints. There are 34 such points in total, each yielding distinct therapeutic effects when manipulated. For this woman's condition, Fang Qimai focused his acupressure on several Jiaji points along her lumbar spine. Within just 5 minutes, she distinctly felt reduced pain in her lumbar region and lower limbs. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. It's already working." Fang Qimai ignored the exclamation, continuing his precise manipulation with unwavering focus. 10 minutes later, her pain had diminished dramatically. "It's miraculous. Just moments ago it was excruciating. Now I feel genuinely comfortable." Overwhelmed with emotion, she exclaimed, You're a physician here too?" Yang Huming interjected, "No, he's the owner of this clinic." "How rare, to be so young and already running a practice. I've heard that many clinic owners merely pursue profit. Once opened, they become absentee managers. Yet here the owner himself possesses exceptional medical skill." Li Jinshu and the others knew this field intimately. Outside investment wasn't always beneficial. Many preferred independent practice over answering to others. That was why earlier in their conversation they'd remarked once the veteran physicians departed, the clinic itself would fade into obscurity. Now, however, Fang Qimai, a proprietor of genuine mastery, had redefined their expectations. Yang Huming and the others exchanged glances, then raised their thumbs in silent admiration. That technique he just used, that was the Jiaji points. Who would have imagined such proficiency from once? The Hua Tua Jiaji points were no lost esoteric art. Rather, TCM practitioners typically specialized deeply in particular domains beyond common ailments, and not every physician masters them all. For instance, Yang Huming specialized in chronic internal disorders like gastric disease, while Li Jinshu was a veteran TCM practitioner renowned for manual therapy. Fang Qimai had acquired the Hua Tua Jiaji points as a reward following Li Jinshu's personal recommendation. Li Jinshu could not help but marvel, truly admirable. "I dare say, Mr. Fang's technique surpasses even my own. after decades of practice. Fang Qimai smiled faintly. Elders, this humble novice has merely offered a modest demonstration. Ah, no need for such humility, Mr. Fang. Yang Huming, most astonished of all, asked, Xiaomai, how is it I've never known you possessed this skill? Fang Qimai did not answer directly, replying instead, should anything I've done prove erroneous, I sincerely welcome corrections from Grandfather Yang and the rest of you. Wei Shuemu declared, at your age I hadn't yet reached even half your level. Mr. Fang, beyond admiration, I have no words. Zhang Yijin added, Mr. Fang, you must possess countless other profound techniques. Do share them with us so we may learn in turn. Fang Qimai smiled once more. Learning is too grand a word. I prefer to call this mutual exchange. The woman interjected, young man. Doctor, no owner. So about my condition? Fang Qimai replied, the pain is only temporarily alleviated. We'll prescribe herbs to consolidate the effect. Also, your mattress must not be overly soft. Reduce physical activity. A bed rest eases discomfort, but prolonged immobility is inadvisable. Yes, thank you, doctor. Grandfather Yang, please prepare the prescription. Of course. Oh, and doctor, my cervical spine feels off too. Could you examine that as well? Certainly. She looked at Fang Qimai and murmured softly, Doctor, your clinic skills are truly... Might the fees be steep? How do you charge? Fang Qimai replied, not at all expensive. We follow standard market rates. But, would you like us to treat you free of charge? Only today. Such an opportunity. Of course I'd love that. Fang Qimai said, please lie down again. Yes. Delighted, she added, I'll bring many people here. Everyone in my neighborhood suffers from various ailments. Then turning to Yang Huming and the others, Fang Qimai said, as I continue the massage, let us discuss the principles together. In truth, he intended to use this first patient as a live case study for collaborative exploration with the veteran physicians. They began with the Jiaji points, then expanded into broader TCM theory. Originally present only for the clinic's opening ceremony, Li Jinshu and the others found themselves unexpectedly enriched. After decades, TCM had become second nature, yet inevitably routine had dulled its spark. Fang Qimai had reignited their passion. Following a lavish lunch, the group resumed their animated discussion. Unnoticed, the hour had slipped past 1:30 in the afternoon. Li Hongzhi stepped out of his car. Dressed in a light green shirt and carrying a satchel, he stood before the elegant edifice of Dichong Karaoke Lounge. Approaching the front desk, he announced, I've reserved a private room. Before long, the front desk of Dichong confirmed Li Hongzhi's identity. All right, your private room is the presidential party room 8001 I, and you can sing until we close. Then the front desk handed over a small receipt. Please confirm it and sign here. Li Hongzhi took a look. Room fee buyout 760, copyright fee 200, tip 2. At first glance it didn't seem like much, but he noticed the annotation below. Minimum consumption for the entire venue 6,800 yuan. This minimum consumption for the entire venue is. The front desk explained, our KTV has always had a minimum consumption requirement. The regular rooms require 1,980 yuan, while the presidential party room you booked is one of the more upscale rooms with a minimum consumption requirement of 6,800 yuan. This minimum consumption includes the copyright fee, room fee, and supermarket expenses combined. If it falls short of 6,800 yuan, you will be charged 6,800 yuan. The tip is calculated separately and not included. The front desk added. This. Li Hongzhi was speechless. It seemed this was no ordinary KTV. Upon entering, he felt the place was quite upscale. Li Hongzhi's family's financial situation was reasonable, but he thought this was too extravagant. For this gathering, he had asked his mom Meng Xiujia for 2,000 yuan, claiming it was for a class reunion. With some of his own pocket money added, it should have been more than enough. Unexpectedly, it required as much as 6,800, plus a 2-tip, meaning that as soon as the room opened it would cost at least 7,000. Although there must be a reason for the high price, it truly pained him. You wait a moment. Li Hongzhi went to the door and called Kai Shaili. What's up, Jill? Li Hongzhi asked irritably. Kai Shaili, what's going on? I asked you to help book a room, and you gave me such an expensive one. On the other end of the call, Kai Shaili was secretly delighted. She had only been to Dichong once, and it was a regular room. She knew the minimum consumption was 1980. After calling to ask, she found out there were even more expensive options, and to embarrass Xiao Bishua, she decisively went for the priciest one. Hello, where are you? Dichong is a relatively upscale KTV, so it's normal for it to be expensive. Besides, our entire class can only fit in the presidential party room. Well, it can't be that expensive, right? Minimum consumption of 6,800. Kai Shaili replied. Oh, come on, Zhou, it's not like you're paying for it. Who says? Li Hongzhi hesitated. He had originally planned to help Xiao Bishua organize this birthday party. Are you saying you would pay for it? In such matters, whoever's birthday it is should pay, right? Li Hongzhi thought to himself, this woman has really put me in a bind. He regretted that he shouldn't have entrusted this matter to Kai Shaili. I don't care, you need to find me a cheaper room. It can't be changed, my class monitor. All the rooms at Dichong require reservations. It's the weekend, and they're all fully booked. Our room is also in high demand. If it weren't for my cousin, we wouldn't have been able to book it either. But Li Hongzhe was nearly infuriated. Most of his classmates were already on their way, and there was no way to switch to another KTV at the last minute. Kai Shaili said triumphantly, "Don't worry, my cousin is the manager there. She can give us a discount." "How much of it? I don't know, but based on my relationship with her, she will definitely give me some face." Li Hongzhe sighed heavily. In the future, it would be best to handle such matters personally. This time, he really got taken for a ride. He thought to himself, I hope the discount is substantial. If not, I'll just have to ask my mom for more money. After all, it's Bixu's birthday, and since he had already said he would help her celebrate, he was determined. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Just remember to greet your cousin for me." "Don't worry, Zhe." After hanging up, Kai Shaili quietly smiled. 1:50 p.m. One by one, several classmates arrived at Dichong. They all marveled that this was the most luxurious KTV they had ever been to. Li Hongzhe was responsible for gathering everyone in the lobby's lounge area. At the same time, he urged those who hadn't arrived yet in the class group. After a while, Xiao Bixue and Ruan Ming arrived together. Today, Xiao Bixue was wearing a long white dress, making her skin appear even whiter. She stood gracefully, resembling a fairy. Li Hongzhe was mesmerized. "Bixue, happy birthday." "Happy birthday." "Thank you. Thank you." Classmates swarmed in, taking out the gifts they had prepared. Almost everyone had prepared something. Even those without gifts had birthday cards ready. Except for Kai Shaili. This is the charm of the school beauty. They were extremely jealous. Meanwhile, Li Hongzhe hid his gift, intending to surprise Xiao Bixue later. The various gifts were too many for Xiao Bixue to carry. Clever Ruan Ming took out a large storage bag. "Look, I guess this might happen, so this is what I prepared for you." "Haha, you're really something." After much effort, they managed to gather all the gifts into a heavy bag. Li Hongzhe said, "All right, those who haven't arrived yet can head straight to the private room. Everyone else can go up first. On the 8th floor, they should take the elevator up in batches, and don't rush, let the birthday girl go up first." Then he said to Xiao Bixue, "You go up first, I'll help you check these gifts at the front desk." "Thank you." Xiao Bixue looked around and thought to herself, he hasn't come yet, feeling a little disappointed. 8001 in the presidential party room. A dedicated attendant stood at the door, eagerly opening the door to the room. Once inside, the decor was extremely luxurious. It was truly incomparable to an ordinary karaoke venue. While waiting, Li Hongzhe had listened to the front desk's introduction. The equipment here was advanced, and the sound and picture quality were excellent. The sofas were also made of high-quality materials. Indeed, everything was perfect. However, Li Hongzhe felt his heart was bleeding. It was Xiao Bixue's birthday, and everyone was very considerate. Over 30 people from the entire class had already come. Those who hadn't come were basically on their way. Upon entering the room, everyone quickly found their seats. The boys gathered in one area, while the girls formed another. Although they were in the same classroom every day in such a place, everyone became shy, and no one was willing to be the first to sing. They either chatted in groups or played games together. Even after the attendant served drinks, snacks, and fruit platters, no one was willing to sing first. At that moment, the door opened again. A man wearing sunglasses walked in. It was Jiang Zijin. He didn't expect him to come as well. However, seeing that he was empty-handed, Li Hongzhe felt relieved. Jiang Zijin glanced at everyone and confirmed he hadn't entered the wrong room before asking, "What's going on? You came to KTV but aren't singing. What are you doing here?" Saying this, he directly selected a song. "Where's the mic? Give it to me." At that moment, the screen switched to a new song. "Today you are going to marry me." Jiang Zijin took the mic and said, "Xiao Daybody, I believe no gift can match your beauty, so let me present my wonderful singing voice to you. Li Hongzhe, is there anyone who wants to duet with me?" Jiang Zijin was a mic hog. Once he got the mic, the key was that he sang poorly. The entire class groaned. Jiang Zijin's singing echoed throughout the private room, but no one dared to speak. However, after a few of his songs, the atmosphere in the class began to ease, becoming less stiff. The boys and girls were playing around, some engaging in games like chess. At this moment, no one was beside Xiao Bixue. Li Hongzhe took the opportunity to sit next to her. "Bixue, happy birthday," Li Hongzhe said, presenting the gift he had prepared in advance. Xiao Bixue took it and replied, "Thank you, class leader. You can open it now to take a look." "Okay." Li Hongzhe eagerly anticipated Xiao Bixue's expression upon seeing the gift. Upon opening it, Xiao Bixue's eyes lit up. "Wow, it's Yaya's latest album. And this signature." Li Hongzhe nodded. "That's right, it's Yaya's signature. I worked hard to get it." Xiao Bixue was a bit excited. "Oh my god, class leader. Thank you." This scene was something Li Hongzhe had imagined many times in his mind. This was the result he desired. He knew early on that Xiao Bixue loved listening to Yaya's songs the most. Although this album was a second-hand purchase that cost him quite a bit, But now collectors buying physical albums were all diehard fans who wouldn't genuinely listen mainly for the sake of its collectible value. Therefore, this album had not been opened yet, and could at least be considered 95 new. Li Hongzhi smiled proudly. Do you like it? I love it, thank you. Yes. Li Hongzhi was overjoyed. Compared to the gifts from everyone else present, they all paled in comparison. Not to mention Fang Qimai didn't come, even if he did, what gift could he give? Still, it was true that when it came to money he couldn't compare, but in terms of thoughtfulness, he could completely outshine him. At this moment, Fang Qimai was still at the Yang Medical Clinic. He was discussing a lot of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge with 4 old doctors. From the initial exchanges, it later turned into the 4 of them sitting and listening to Fang Qimai lecture alone. He started from surgery and moved on to cancer treatments, explaining everything. The content he discussed was knowledge from the Huangdi Neijing and King Nangshu. He merely provided a brief overview, touching lightly on the topics, which opened a new world for the old doctors. Even the clueless by Li Ho was amazed. It turned out that traditional Chinese medicine was so profound and impressive. Mr. Fang, listening to your lecture is better than me working as a traditional Chinese doctor for decades. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. Today was worth the trip. Several of them felt humble in comparison. Fang Qimai smiled slightly. If you all are willing, in the future we can exchange ideas more often. Mr. Fang, you are truly humble. Clearly you are the one lecturing us, yet you say it's an exchange. In reality, Fang Qimai had already secured Li Zhenshu and the other 2. Once the Yang Medical Clinic gained recognition, relying solely on Yang Huming wouldn't be enough. If more personnel were needed, these 3 would be the best choice. At that time, as long as Fang Qimai spoke, they would definitely be willing. After a moment's break, Fang Qimai finally noticed his phone. Niu Jichao had sent him several messages. Brother Mai, have you arrived? The invincible Super Niu had patted me. I'm here, where are you? The room number is 8001. Brother Mai, you are the last one left in the class. The invincible Super Niu had patted me. Voice call, the other party has cancelled. Scrolling down, there were also messages from Lu Mimi, who was asking why he hadn't arrived yet. I forgot about Xiao Bishua's birthday. Fang Qimai then realized that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. There was no way he had been too engrossed in the discussion. He should still make it in time to show his face. Dear seniors, if there's an opportunity in the future, we can continue our discussions. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After that, Fang Qimai drove his Ferrari 612 toward Dichang KTV. In room 8001, Jiang Zijian had already taken center stage. After singing for 2 hours, he suddenly threw down the microphone. This is boring, it's just me singing alone. Then he called over a few male classmates. Come on, let's play dice. The loser drinks. He looked around. Where's the alcohol? Li Hongzhi, why haven't you ordered any drinks? Li Hongzhi. He had ordered a case of expensive alcohol, and his heart was bleeding. The alcohol in there was extremely expensive. Jiang Zijian could drink a lot. He hoped he wouldn't overdo it, or he would be in big trouble. What are you doing, just sitting around? Are you just sitting idly at KTV? All the guys who aren't singing come over for drinks. Li Hongzhi. Jiang Zijian continued to shout. The attendees were still students, and most of them didn't drink, so he could truly show off his skills. Li Hongzhi, I'm talking about you've come drink with me. I don't drink. Aren't you a man? Li Hongzhi ignored him and said to Xiao Bishue, I'll order a few of Yaya's songs. Oh, let's sing together. At that moment, Xiao Bishue was still waiting for Fang Qimai. She thought silently he wouldn't really not come, would he? Bishue. Xiao Bishue came back to her senses. Okay, let's do it. When Li Hongzhi went to order songs, he encountered Kai Shaili. Seeing Li Hongzhi giving a gift to Xiao Bishue, Kai Shaili was extremely displeased. She glared at Li Hongzhi. Li Hongzhi said, by the way, Kai Shaili, can you help me check if the cake is ready? It should be about time now, right? Me. Kai Shaili was even angrier. You want me to go get the cake for you? Yes, aren't you familiar with this place? Go check it out. You? Kai Shaili was so angry that she turned around and left. At the entrance of Dichang KTV, Fang Qimai had just parked his car. He took the elevator to the 8th floor, following the signs to room 8001. To his surprise, the attendant at the entrance became excited upon seeing Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai. Ding. You have been recognized by KTV attendant Wu Hai, reward master of art appreciation, music Wu Hai. Fang Qimai recognized the man with a center-parted hairstyle, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. It's you, Wu Go. What are you doing here? Wu Hai said, I stopped working at Yuedi at the end of last year and switched to Dichang. The benefits here are pretty good. Then Wu Hai sighed. Time flies, it's almost a year already. From back when I was a part-time attendant at Yuedi, it was you who trained me, Wu Go. No problem, it's only right to guide newcomers, and you're very smart, learning quickly. Wu Hai smiled, then said, by the way, why are you here today? At that moment, Kai Shaili walked out cursing. Such shamelessness, I have to go get that birthday girl's cake. In a daze, she overheard Fang Qimai and Wu Hai's conversation. Immediately she scoffed coldly and approached disdainfully saying, "Oh Fang Qimai, you actually worked at a place like KTV before." The conversation between the two was suddenly interrupted. Kai Shaili continued, "I had heard that you did part-time work during the winter and summer vacations, and I thought it was some impressive job. I didn't expect it to be at a KTV, yeah." Kai Shaili mocked Fang Qimai. However, she did not realize that the one most hurt was actually Wu Hai. Yet due to his position and professionalism, Wu Hai said, "May I ask what's wrong with being a KTV waiter?" Being a KTV waiter is quite unambitious. The salary of a full-time employee is so low, how much can a part-timer make in a month? Kai Shaili aimed her ridicule at Fang Qimai, but it angered Wu Hai. Unable to hold back, Wu Hai exclaimed, "What's wrong with being a waiter? I am a KTV waiter. I earn money with my own hands without stealing or robbing. What's wrong with that?" Kai Shaili was momentarily speechless. She finally realized that she had inadvertently hurt someone. Although she felt somewhat guilty, she habitually remained stubborn. Besides, she was a customer, and the other was just a lowly waiter. Why does he have the right to yell at me? Thus Kai Shaili became angry. What did I say wrong? Can being a waiter have a bright future? You. Wu Hai's face turned red with anger, and if he could, he would have slapped her. Fang Qimai looked coldly at Kai Shaili. Are you the only one talking? That gaze could have killed her. Although Kai Shaili felt a bit scared, she still pretended to be strong. Do you have a deputy principal? Li just says it casually. Do you really think you can be the English class representative? It seemed that Kai Shaili had been brooding over this matter. Fang Qimai said, Kai Shaili, go inside and dance a pole dance. You can't stop for half an hour. Pole dance. Fang Qimai, are you crazy? Ding. Consumed 1,000 confusion points. Absolute command activated. Current remaining confusion points, 4666. In an instant, Kai Shaili's body trembled violently. I don't know why, but I really want to do a performance. After saying that, she turned and went back to the private room. Fang Qimai said, Wu Ge, this woman is notorious for her sharp tongue in our class. Just ignore her. Wu Hai sighed, forget it, I won't argue with her. Then the two began to chat. Recalling the summer vacation of their second year, Fang Qimai had worked for a month at Haoyu Gym, and after being forced to resign, he went to work at Yeti. Wu Hai was considered Fang Qimai's mentor. Although they only spent a month together, they got along very well and had plenty to talk about. On the other side, Li Hongzhi saw Kai Shaili return to the private room and asked, where's the cake? What cake? I want to dance. Everyone. Music. No one paid attention to Kai Shaili. She went to pick a lively dance song and cut off the song Li Hongzhi was singing. Then she took off her hairband and removed her sun protection shirt. She walked in front of the standing microphone, placing her hands on it. Everyone turned to look. What the hell? What does she want to do? Is she going to sing again? Damn. If she dares to sing, I would just die. Then she suddenly began to dance to the music. Occasionally, she would use her body to touch the microphone. With a toss of her head, her hair became quite messy. Then she slowly pushed her hair aside and gave a sultry look to the entire audience. What the hell? What the F? Damn that pole dance. Ugh. She's even biting her lip. If it were a pole dance performance, it might have some entertainment value. The key was that she couldn't dance. Watching a plump woman with a strong build awkwardly trying to seduce the microphone was quite a sight. The entire audience was stunned. Damn, last time in class it was annoying to my ears, now in KTV, it's annoying to my eyes, damn. I'm going to throw up. I beg you, please stop dancing. I'm embarrassed for you. Coming to KTV with the English class representative is truly an eyesore. This is so awkward. They'll give 10 yuan to whoever pulls her down. They'll give 20 to kick her out. The class was full of complaints. Suddenly the music was paused. At this critical moment, it was still the class leader Li Hongzhi who took action. Kai Shaili, what are you doing? Although there was no music, under the effect of the absolute command, Kai Shaili could still continue dancing. Moreover, she would dance for a full half hour. Kai Shaili, what has possessed you? However, Kai Shaili was still messing with the microphone. It was simply unbearable to watch. Li Hongzhi looked at Jiang Zijian. Jiang Zijian, did you get her drunk? Damn. Jiang Zijian got angry. This has nothing to do with me. Isn't it better for this crazy person to act like this herself? Li Hongzhi was puzzled. All he asked was for her to get a cake. How did it become like this? Damn, Kai Shaili, please stop dancing, okay? Wasn't singing Conquer last time enough to disgust people, eh? Class leader, hurry up and get her out. Helplessly, Hongzhi took action himself. Together with Guizile and Zheng Ruijia, they forcibly pulled Kai Shaili down. But Kai Shaili couldn't stop at all. Don't pull me. Come on, let's dance together. Without the microphone, Li Hongzhi became Kai Shaili's pole. Kai Shaili began to dance a pole dance with Li Hongzhi. The entire audience burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Class leader, don't hide, let her dance. Ah, this is truly a little cow dancing a pole dance. So impressive. Damn. Li Hongzhi was going, you two take her outside to dance. Just don't tell anyone that she is our class English representative. And so Kai Shaili was thrown out. Under the effect of the command, she continued to dance against the door frame. Fang Qimai and Wu Hai stared at her in disbelief. Wu Hai said, "Your classmate, although she has a sharp tongue, dances quite energetically. Wu Ge, your taste is really heavy. Don't get me wrong, when I say energetic, I mean she dances terribly." Fang Qimai looked at the time and said, "All right, Wu Ge, let's chat again later. I'll head in first." Okay. Then Fang Qimai pushed the door and entered. Li Hongzhe angrily said, "Damn, you dare to come back." Unexpectedly, this time the one entering was Fang Qimai. "Oh, the god of Mai has arrived. I thought the god of Mai wouldn't come." Niu Jichao quickly welcomed him. Xiao Bishue had been feeling inexplicably depressed. Upon seeing Fang Qimai, she suddenly felt much better. In her eyes, Fang Qimai looked great in his gray t-shirt. Li Hongzhe glanced at Fang Qimai. Empty-handed, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Fang Qimai was always full of surprises. Li Hongzhe had worried that he might bring some remarkable gift. Now Li Hongzhe felt secure. The best gift in the room was none other than himself. "You made it. Come sit." Li Hongzhe pretended to be polite, and then picked another song by Yiya. Niu Jichao said, "Brother Mai, why did you come so late? Come sit." After sitting down, Fang Qimai finally noticed the content on the screen. The song was titled "Follow Me to the Distance." Composed, written, and sung all by Yiya. Is this woman's song really that popular? But it's undeniable that she is quite talented, able to write lyrics, compose music, and sing. Let's see how well she sings. As a master of music appreciation, Fang Qimai began to savor the song from its title and prelude. The title, "Follow Me to Distant Places," reveals the creator's longing. This is a folk song with acoustic guitar as the main melody and a lively rhythm. The harmonica adds a touch of comfort, while the hand drum enriches it with a hint of ethnic flavor. Overall, the opening is quite good. It all depends on the singing ability now. Finally, it's time to sing. Fang Qimai felt a sense of anticipation. At this moment, Li Hongzhe began to sing with a deep voice. "I want to climb mountains and cross hills, play with the clouds." Fang Qimai. He initially wanted to hear Yaya's tone, but the original singer's voice was turned off, leaving only Li Hongzhe's voice. Li Hongzhe didn't get the lyrics wrong, but he was slightly offbeat. His pitch was also inaccurate, and there was no emotion at all. However, it was evident that he had prepared for this. Before this, he must have practiced this song many times to perform well. Fang Qimai just listened patiently. This song has a refreshing vibe, and the lyrics are catchy. The entire melody is pleasant to listen to, with a yearning for distant places. He looked forward to having someone accompany him to see the scenery of the far away. It is very suitable for the younger generation. Now that I think about it, Yaya said, she has many fans, and it seems to be true. At this moment, Jiang Zijian suddenly came over with a glass in hand and sat next to Fang Qimai. "Fang Qimai, have a drink." "Driving? I don't drink." "You're driving?" Jiang Zijian scoffed. "Riding a bicycle, no one cares about you." Then Jiang Zijian pointed at a group of boys nearby. "These weaklings will be done for in no time." Jiang Zijian placed a glass in front of Fang Qimai and poured him a drink. "I see you're the only one left in class who can drink. Come on. I'll drink." "You do as you please." After saying that, Jiang Zijian downed his drink in one go. Niu Jichao whispered, "Brother Mai, can't you just call a driver? Drinking a little is fine." Jiang Zijian angrily said, "Niu Jichao, what are you mumbling about? You were just called to drink with the boys. Where did you hide?" With a bang, Jiang Zijian placed another glass in front of Niu Jichao. "You drink too." Niu Jichao was frightened. Jiang Zijian seemed to want to get all the boys in the class drunk. Everyone present was a student, and almost no one had drunk before. Jiang Zijian often mingled with some social types, and drinking had long become a routine for him. He was confident that no one present could outdrink him. "I don't drink," Niu Jichao said softly. "No way today, every guy has to drink." Jiang Zijian kept pushing drinks to Niu Jichao. Fang Qimai pressed down the glass. "Fang Qimai, what do you want to do?" Then Fang Qimai changed his gesture and took the glass. "I'll drink old Niu's drink on his behalf." Saying that, Fang Qimai downed it in one go. Jiang Zijian's mouth twitched. "What about your own drink?" Fang Qimai lifted another glass. Another gulp. Jiang Zijian pointed at Fang Qimai. "You're something else. Come on, let's play dice." It seemed that Jiang Zijian would not let this go easily. He had finally found an opportunity to show off by getting all the boys drunk in front of the girls. Jiang Zijian set down 2 sets of dice. "Do you know how to play? Need me to teach you?" After a month of part-time work during the summer break of sophomore year, Fang Qimai had learned how to play dice from Wu Hai. Moreover, Wu Hai was a master, and Fang Qimai had mastered all the little tricks. If he used data analysis in every round, he could win in no time. But he didn't want to waste his confusion points on such matters. Besides, he wasn't afraid of drinking at all. If he wanted to play, he would play along to the end. After playing more than 10 rounds, Jiang Zijian lost more than he won. Each round meant 1 glass of beer. A few people also gathered around to watch. Lu Mimi scratched her head as she really couldn't understand how to play with the dice. She only saw Jiang Zijian continuously drinking. Meanwhile, Li Hongzhe sang several of Yaya's songs in succession. However, among the classmates, only a few girls were listening. The boys had slumped over while the rest gathered around to watch Fang Qimai and Jiang Zijin play dice. Sure enough, when Fang Qimai arrived, everyone was drawn to him. Li Hongzhe was particularly pained about the cost of the drinks, hoping they wouldn't drink too much. Gradually, Jiang Zijin began to feel he couldn't drink anymore, and his face was flushed. However, Fang Qimai showed no signs of change, drinking with great ease. Every sip of Jiang Zijin's drink was painful, but he didn't want to concede, and after forcing down the glass he had in hand, he stood up. "I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back." At this moment, Li Hongzhe took the microphone and said, "Fang Qimai, by the way, why did you come empty-handed?" He raised his voice and continued, "Today is Bixu's birthday, shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Fang Qimai suddenly froze. He thought for a moment. "How about this? I'll cover today's expenses." Li Hongzhe was quite dissatisfied. This guy shows up without a gift and wants to directly take over the bill for Bixu. Does he think no one knows he comes from a wealthy family? Just showing off. At this moment, Xiao Bixu said, "No need, everyone coming to my birthday party is my honor, so of course I'll cover the costs of the gathering." "No, Bixu, it was agreed that I would organize this gathering and pay the bill," Li Hongzhe reiterated. Fang Qimai then said, "Well, from the moment I arrived until now, you've already sung several of Yaya's songs. Xiao Daxuiwa, do you really like Yaya?" Xiao Bixu nodded. "Yes, her songs are really beautiful." Saying this, Li Hongzhe felt a surge of pride. The album he had gifted, signed by Yaya herself, had already won Xiao Bixu's heart. What else could Fang Qimai do? Unexpectedly, he said, "I'll call Yaya over to sing a song, consider it a birthday gift." Xiao Bixu was stunned. The whole class, "You, call Yaya over." My goodness, did I hear? Yaya is one of the hottest female singers. How could she be called over just like that? Every student froze in place. Forget about whether they knew her. Even if they did know her, would Yaya come at Fang Qimai's beck and call? Li Hongzhe said, "Fang Qimai, have you drunk too much? How can you drink without eating something? If you can't drink, then don't. You're just puffing up your chest." Guazile and Zheng Weijie joined in. "Bixu, let's ignore him and keep singing." Niu Jichao whispered, "Brother Mai, when Jiang Zijin comes back, don't play with him anymore, drink less." Fang Qimai said, "I'll go make a phone call." "Hello. My goodness, Fang Qimai. You actually took the initiative to find me. Hey, you didn't press the wrong button, did you?" Fang Qimai asked, "Where are you?" "I've been busy and been high for several days now. I'm in Jiangxing, just got off the plane." "Great." Fang Qimai checked the time. "Come to Dichang within an hour." After hanging up the phone, Tanya was left in a daze. "This guy is really infuriating, not even telling me what it's about." From Tanya, confusion, level 10. "Sai, I could have had a little rest tonight. But he helped me a lot last time. I can't keep owing him this favor." "Oh right, Dichang. That guy Fang Qimai is singing at Lulu's place." Lulu said she really wanted to see what Fang Qimai looks like. It's a perfect chance for them to meet. Thinking of this, she called Su Lulu. "Hey Lulu, I'm coming to your store to find you. Let's have dinner together in the evening." "God, what wind blew you here?" Tanya said, "I have a friend at your place." "Oh right, it's that guy who drove a Ferrari last time." "Wow. Then hurry over, we can go see him together later." After Fang Qimai finished the call and Li Hongzhe happened to walk out of the private room, instructing Wu Hai to check if the cake was ready and to bring it over. Then Li Hongzhe turned to Fang Qimai and said, "I admit you are indeed very wealthy, but you must understand that money is not everything." Fang Qimai sensed that there was something behind Li Hongzhe's words. Could it be about Yiya? But he didn't bother to speculate and directly walked into the room. Li Hongzhe. In the private room, Jiang Zijin had already returned. Despite the various lights flashing, Fang Qimai could tell at a glance that Jiang Zijin did not look well. He kept pressing his right hand against his abdomen periodically. Fang Qimai guessed that he had probably just gone to induce vomiting. "Come on, continue," Jiang Zijin shouted at Fang Qimai while biting on a die. Fang Qimai replied, "I'm not playing anymore." "Why not? Are you backing down?" Riding on the alcohol's effects, Jiang Zijin was quite arrogant. "Weren't you quite bold in class? Daring to tear up my drawing? Weren't you impressive in basketball? One person took on all 5 of us from the school team and even took down Wei Ge. Now that you're playing dice, you're pretending to back down." Ever since Fang Qimai rose to fame in class, Jiang Zijin had become increasingly low-key. With nowhere to vent his frustrations, he drank today and spilled all his discontent. His voice was very loud, causing the singers to stop. It seemed that Jiang Zijin's drinking etiquette was indeed poor. Such a person after drinking would only act like a mad dog. Fang Qimai didn't want to deal with him. At that moment, Jiang Zijin suddenly frowned. He clutched his right side and bent his body slightly. Someone asked what happened. Jiang Zijin's entire face twisted together. "It hurts so much." Then he suddenly crouched down. "My stomach hurts so much." In an instant, everyone gathered around. "What's going on?" The people present looked confused. "Stomach pain, is it diarrhea? Should we go to the bathroom to sort it out? Otherwise, like the class monitor, what if it..." Li Hongzhe. Jiang Zijian directly knelt on the ground, pressing his hands against his stomach, his teeth clenched tightly. Seconds later, he started rolling on the ground. Seeing this situation, it was definitely not an act. Everyone panicked, especially the girls who were all very nervous. As the class monitor Li Hongzhi crouched down and asked, Jiang Zijian, what's wrong with you? Jiang Zijian squeezed out a few words with difficulty from between his teeth. I don't know. It just suddenly hurts. Li Hongzhi took a look. With that position, is it appendicitis? The appendix? Or something else? In a daze, Li Hongzhi felt like his biology had failed him. At such a critical moment, nothing was of any use. Ruan Meng said, let's call 120. Kai Shaili also said, Yeju, we need to send him to the hospital. What if something goes wrong and we get blamed? Li Hongzhi said, Kai Shaili, you. Shrugging, Kai Shaili replied, hey, in this day and age, isn't it common to get blamed? If something goes wrong at our birthday gathering, the birthday person carries the most responsibility, and we all share a bit of the blame. Ouch. It hurts so much, damn it. Jiang Zijian kept rolling on the ground. Li Hongzhi didn't dare to hesitate anymore and directly dialed 120. At the same time, observing Jiang Zijian's symptoms carefully, Fang Qimai roughly deduced the cause of Jiang Zijian's condition. It was very likely appendicitis. Inducing vomiting after drinking is very harmful to the body, and if not careful, it can lead to major problems. The vomiting reaction could also increase the pressure in Jiang Zijian's intestines. In this situation, if a fecal stone blocks the opening of the appendix, it would cause an increase in pressure within the appendix's lumen. Subsequently, the blood supply to the appendix wall would deteriorate, leading to fecal stone obstructive appendicitis. If it worsens, it could lead to further purulent infection of the appendix. Another possibility is acute pancreatitis, which can complicate appendicitis. Whichever it is, the pain can indeed be life-threatening. If both occur together, it would simply be unbearable. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Fang Qimai took out the 9 needles of Fushi. They were the pointed needle, the round needle, the big needle, the long needle, the fine needle, the Chan needle, the Qi needle, the round needle, and the beryllium needle. Each needle had a different shape and size and served different purposes. Fang Qimai said, come on, let him lie flat. Everyone looked at Fang Qimai in confusion. Niu Jichao didn't understand either, but he quickly helped Jiang Zijian up. Class monitor, lend a hand. Niu Jichao urged. Li Hongzhi couldn't do anything but follow suit. The two of them laid Jiang Zijian flat on the sofa. Jiang Zijian was in so much pain that he curled into a ball, constantly moaning. Take off his shirt. Li Hongzhi said, Fang Qimai, what exactly do you intend to do? Niu Jichao removed Jiang Zijian's shirt. Then Fang Qimai took out the big needle and the long needle. Is that a needle? The whole class widened their eyes. Could Fang Qimai really perform acupuncture? Why does it look different from the needles seen on TV? Seeing this, Jiang Zijian jumped in shock. Damn. Fang Qimai, what are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of me? If you have the guts, wait until I'm better, and let's have an onion on. Fang Qimai flipped a lighter from Jiang Zijian's body and proceeded to sterilize the needle with high heat. Then he sternly said, move your hands away. No way. Saying this, Jiang Zijian endured the intense pain and tried to escape. Fang Qimai did not resort to violence, simply stating, if you don't want to die from the pain, just lie still. You? The entire class was stunned. Not to mention whether acupuncture would work. Could Fang Qimai actually do it? What if he accidentally kills someone? That would be uncontrollable. Kai Shaili said, Fang Qimai, don't mess around, just wait for the ambulance. Fang Qimai replied, the 120 Emergency Center Network Hospital has a national regulation that from receiving the call to dispatching the ambulance, it must be within 5 minutes. The nearest 3rd municipal hospital is 2 kilometers away. The ambulance's speed is between 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, and even if we don't count the time waiting at traffic lights, it takes at least 1.5 minutes to get from downstairs here. They will take at least 22 minutes. Subtracting the time just passed, they still need 19 minutes to arrive. Jiang Zijian, do you want to trust me or continue to endure for 19 minutes? Alright, it's not that after 19 minutes you will stop hurting, it's just that you can start receiving treatment. You? Kai Shaili was left speechless. From Kai Shaili, confusion, level 10. At that moment, Jiang Zijian quieted down. He was in so much pain that he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't endure even 1 minute, let alone 19. Now he had to take the plunge. Soon Fang Qimai gave the first needle. Jiang Zijian let out a terrible scream. All the girls were terrified. Fang Qimai was really ruthless. Hiss! That long needle just went in. After regaining his senses, Jiang Zijian suddenly realized that the needle didn't hurt as much as he thought. Seconds later, Fang Qimai asked, does it still hurt? It seems to be a little better, but it still hurts. Hiss! Fang Qimai can now deduce that this was appendicitis triggered by pancreatitis. A double blow, no wonder it hurt so much. Then Fang Qimai gave the second needle. He used the BNK divine needle method. The characteristic of this method is its rapid effect, often alleviating pain with just one needle with particularly obvious efficacy. Since it was pancreatitis complicated by appendicitis, Fang Qimai had to administer a second needle. After another 10 seconds, Jiang Zijian's pained expression began to ease. He stopped crying out. Jiang Zijian obviously felt much better and slowly sat up. It's not hurting as much. He pressed his abdomen. Really, it's so magical. Everyone was shocked. The entire class erupted in cheers. Several girls were already scared to tears. It was too thrilling, too terrifying. Mighty Qimai is truly impressive. He can do everything. So sharp, just 2 needles, and the pain was stopped. Amazing. My mighty Qimai, the divine doctor reborn. The whole audience began to clap enthusiastically. Xiao Bixue and Ruan Meng exchanged glances, both feeling very pleased. Jiang Zijian looked at Fang Qimai, but awkwardly turned his head away. Fang Qimai, thank you. Fang Qimai said, you have pancreatitis complicated by acute appendicitis. I only temporarily stopped your pain. You still need to go to the hospital for further anti-inflammatory treatment. If necessary, you need to have surgery. Jiang Zijian said, got it. Everyone raised their thumbs, not expecting Fang Qimai to identify Jiang Zijian's condition at a glance. His acupuncture technique was also incredibly sharp, achieving results with just 2 needles. At that moment, Kai Shaili shot Fang Qimai a cold glare. What kind of nonsense? You can just stab randomly and succeed. Suddenly, Jiang Zijian stood up and slapped him. You bastard, I've tolerated you for a long time. Slap. The sound of the slap was exceedingly loud. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Someone quietly remarked, do you remember what my Shun said to Kai Shaili about KTV? I remember. My Shun said he would take Kai Shaili to KTV, but in reality, it was to give her a beating and then kick her, followed by a V sign. I was wondering why this scene felt so familiar. Turns out my Shun already knew. Kai Shaili clutched her burning right cheek and asked Jiang Zijian, do you dare hit me? Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? If it weren't for the fact that you are a woman, I would not have held back until today. You? Jiang Zijian was a tough character, and Kai Shaili did not dare to confront him directly. However, that slap truly hurt. He hit me. Did you see that? He hit me. Li Hongzhe remained silent and turned his head away. Oh, so you all teamed up to bully me, huh? Kai Shaili was furious. At that crucial moment, even the few sisters who usually got along well with her did not dare to speak up for her. Jiang Zijian, just you wait. Don't think I'm afraid of you. With that, Kai Shaili angrily turned around. Jiang Zijian did not wish to say more. He was not good at expressing himself in such matters. Hence he shouted directly, listen up, everyone. From now on, Fang Qimai is my big brother. Whoever dares to touch him will have to deal with me, Jiang Zijian. Everyone's eyes widened. Was Fang Qimai being tamed by Jiang Zijian? With Jiang Zijian's declaration, who would dare to cross Fang Qimai in the future? Fang Qimai calmly said, you'd better lie down and rest, and don't speak too loudly until the ambulance arrives. All right, big brother, I will listen to you. On the other side, Kai Shaili no longer wished to stay. She grabbed her bag and headed for the door. As she walked, she continued to curse towards Jiang Zijian. Unexpectedly, the box door suddenly opened. Watch out, watch out. Someone shouted from outside. Kai Shaili did not even look and bumped right into it. Ouch. She bumped. Outside, Wu Hai was frightened. Originally, he had pushed the cake to the door. He planned to open the door and then bring the cake inside. However, Kai Shaili suddenly bumped into him. Despite this, it was still Wu Hai who apologized. Are you all? I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry. Oh, it's you again. Kai Shaili, feeling aggrieved, had already clashed with Wu Hai before. This time, Wu Hai had walked into the line of fire. You damn waiter, are you trying to kill me? Can't you see? You son of a bitch. Wu Hai was furious. Is that how you insult people, eh? Is it impressive to speak English? Don't think I don't know what you're calling me. Wu Hai's education level was low, but he had watched some American dramas. I can still understand insults like son of a dog. Kai Shaili retorted angrily, so what if I insult you? I was opening the door normally. When I opened it, no one was there. You weren't looking and bumped into me, all right. Wu Hai stated the facts. Li Hongzhe said, you all continue singing, I'll go take a look. Fang Qimai followed him. At this moment, Kai Shaili persisted. I don't care, you have to kneel and apologize to me, or this matter isn't over. Kneel, eh? Wu Hai asked, yes, you did bump into me, but I have some responsibility too, and I have been apologizing. Why should I kneel? Kai Shaili arrogantly said, my cousin is the manager here. Do you believe I can call her? Go ahead, call her. Let her judge. Wait. Let's see how she deals with you. With that, Kai Shaili immediately made a phone call. Hello, sister, please come to 8001 quickly. Within 2 minutes, hurried sounds of high heels echoed in the corridor. A plump waitress appeared. Unlike the ordinary black and red uniform, she wore a gray one. Her name tag read, Manager Kai Jingya. She was Kai Shaili's cousin. Both sisters shared a similar physique, stout and strong. Wu Hai respectfully called out Manager. Kai Jingya hurriedly asked, what happened, Lily? Sister, your careless employee bumped into me and won't apologize. That's not how it is, Manager. I was here to deliver the cake, and when the door opened she bumped right into me. When I opened the door no one was there, and she was looking inside, while walking so she bumped into it herself. Wu Hai added. This. Kai Shaili stepped forward holding Kai Jinjia's hand as she continued, Sister, look at how you have such an employee here. She hurt me. Kai Jingya hesitated for a moment, and said, Wu Hai, regardless of the circumstances, Lily is a guest. Out of consideration and reason we should apologize. I've apologized, manager. She insists I kneel and apologize. Kai Shaili exclaimed, Sister, does he look like he's apologizing? Kai Shaili clung to Kai Jingya, expressing her grievances. Kai Jingya had always been very caring towards her younger sister. However, kneeling to apologize was unrealistic, yet they still had to provide Kai Shaili with a justification. Kai Jingya cleared her throat. Wu Hai, this matter is indeed your fault. Please be more careful when opening doors in the future. I'll withhold your bonus for this month, and we'll see how you perform later. Hearing this, Kai Shaili was delighted. Who told him to keep offending her. Wu Hai was taken aback. Manager, how can you do this? How can I not? It's already generous that the guest isn't asking you to cover medical expenses. Withholding your bonus is just to remind you to be more cautious. Wu Hai felt extremely aggrieved. At this moment, Fang Qimai said, Excuse me, manager, do your company policies allow for bonuses to be withheld just like that? Having worked part-time at a KTV before, Fang Qimai understood the salary structure of this industry. Although this was a relatively upscale KTV, the essence should be similar. Withholding all bonuses must violate the contract or cause significant negative impact. Kai Shaili whispered to Kai Jingya, criticizing Fang Qimai. Kai Jingya looked at Fang Qimai. Ahem, sir, our company's regulations don't seem to have anything to do with you, so you needn't concern yourself with it. How does it not relate? Fang Qimai patted Wu Hai's shoulder and said, He's my friend. You can't just deduct bonuses without discerning right from wrong. That's not proper conduct. Wu Hai felt a bit touched. With his low education level, he often got bullied. In the past, when faced with problems, no one would stand up for him. Kai Jingya responded, I'm the manager, and normally the rules are dictated by me. I can also make temporary adjustments based on the situation. If there's nothing else, I kindly ask you to return to the box and enjoy our entertainment offerings. Wu Hai was so furious he couldn't speak. At this moment, two women were approaching from a distance. One was dressed very conservatively, while the other wore a black uniform. The woman in uniform said, 8,001 is just ahead. I can't wait to see what that rich guy driving a Ferrari looks like. The two individuals arriving were Tanya and Su Lulu. Upon reaching the entrance of room 8001, Kai Jingya instinctively took a small step back. Then she and Wu Hai stood upright with utmost respect. In unison, they shouted, President Su. What's going on? Why is everyone standing here? Beside them, Tanya excitedly whispered in Su Lulu's ear, Look. That person in the gray t-shirt, that's him. Saying this, Tang Yi directly waved at Fang Qimai. Although he was wrapped up tightly, Fang Qimai recognized him at a glance. Kai Jingya was just about to explain to Su Lulu. Fang Qimai stepped forward and said, You must be the boss of Dichang. You arrived just in time. Then Fang Qimai recounted the relationships of those present and objectively clarified the sequence of events. Su Lulu asked, kneeling to apologize. Manager Kai, your sister's request is rather excessive, isn't it? Su Lulu's character was straightforward, and she immediately questioned the Kai sisters. Indeed, as the boss, her gaze made Kai Shaili dare not speak further. She had relied on her cousin, the manager, for support, but unexpectedly her boss had arrived. Turning her attention to Kai Jingya, Su Lulu asked, What's the situation with deducting all bonuses? This doesn't meet the criteria for such a penalty. Even I, the boss, cannot just impose a deduction. Kai Jingya remained silent. She had only said those words to satisfy the spoiled Kai Shaili. Su Lulu stepped forward and said, Manager Kai, you need to explain this to me thoroughly. Wu Hai suddenly felt more confident. President Su was not unreasonable. He said, President Su, just now Manager Kai stated that she sets the rules. I didn't. Wu Hai continued, By all that's good, everyone present can testify. Kai Jingya, feeling helpless, could only apologize. President Su, I truly did not handle this well. You may punish me as you see fit. Kai Shaili mumbled, Sister, why are you afraid of her? What do you mean? Just stop talking. Kai Shaili instantly dared not speak further. Kai Shaili came from a wealthy family and had always been spoiled, never facing the harsh realities of society. In contrast to Kai Shaili, Kai Jinjia's family situation was relatively ordinary. She had worked hard to become the manager. Additionally, her father had borrowed money from Kai Shaili's father to buy a house. Psychologically, Kai Jingya felt increasingly protective of her sister. Unexpectedly, in a moment of impulse, she said something she shouldn't have. Su Lulu pondered and said, Kai Jingya, starting tomorrow you will help in the cleaning department for 2 months, and then report back to me. Oh, this is so frustrating. Kai Jingya felt extremely dejected, but could only say, Got it. Wu Hai said to Su Lulu, Thank you, President Su. You don't need to thank me. There must be a punishment, consider it a minor infraction. Understood, President Su. Alright, everyone get back to work. Kai Jingya pulled Kai Shaili and left in a dejected manner. Li Hongzhe watched in astonishment. Kai Shaili kept murmuring about her cousin, who was a prominent figure in Dichong. Unexpectedly, in front of the boss of Dichong, she didn't dare utter a word. At this time the paramedics arrived. They took Jiang Zijian to the hospital first. With both matters resolved, Li Hongzhe said, "Help us bring in the cake." Sure. Outside the private room, Tang Yi took off her hat and removed her mask. She approached Fang Qimai and said, "Hey, I am not late. So what did you call me for? Today is my classmate's birthday, and I want you to sing a song." Hee, it must be a female classmate, right? Don't worry, I will sing and I promise you'll be satisfied. Remember what I said, I will conquer you with my voice. Following that, Tang Yi introduced, "Let me reintroduce my best friend Su Lulu, who is the boss of Dichong. This is Fang Qimai." Su Lulu said, "Hello, I've heard your story. It made me laugh so hard." Fang Qimai responded, "I'm truly surprised. You're so young, you must still be a high school student, right?" "That's right, I'm preparing for the college entrance examination this year." Su Lulu scrutinized Fang Qimai and said, "My goodness, I didn't notice earlier your t-shirt is from Kuchi Li, right? I've never seen this style, is it custom made?" "Yes. Finally, I've met someone knowledgeable." Fang Qimai said, "Let's go inside." On the other side, Zhao Jinxiang, one of the directors of Qihong Real Estate, was sitting in a chair lost in thought. Suddenly, Zhao Chang's phone rang. "Hello, cousin, what made you think of me?" On the other end was Kai Shaili. "Cousin, I've been bullied by someone. Can you help me out?" "Where are you?" "I'm on my way now." In room 8001, all the lights that could be turned off were switched off. Only the candlelight on the cake remained. Everyone began to sing the birthday song. After the song ended, applause erupted. After making a wish, Xiao Bishue blew out the candles. "Wow. Happy birthday." "Thank you, everyone." Xiao Bishue was very touched. Li Hongzhe said, "All right, turn on the lights and get ready to eat the cake." With a tug, all the lights turned on. At this moment, it felt like 3 more people had suddenly appeared. One was Fang Qimai, and the other 2 were from different classes. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "Yeah. No way. It's really yeah. She looks even better in person than in the MV. I can't believe am I dreaming?" Everyone found it hard to believe. Many in the class were fans of yeah, especially several boys who had just been drunk suddenly sobered up. Yeah waved, "Hi everyone, I'm yeah. It's a pleasure to meet all. Fang Qimai and I are friends, and at his invitation, I came to sing a song for you all." "Wow. Yeah is Fang Qimai's friend. Did Fang Qimai really say he would call yeah over? Damn, that's so cool. Can you really be friends with a star? Brother Ma, you're like a cow flying an airplane. So awesome." Everyone was extremely excited. Among them, Xiao Bishue felt an added sense of emotion. She adored Yiya, and more than half of the songs in her music app were by Yiya. She guessed that many of Fang Qimai's words were not just empty talk. He really invited Yiya. This was the best gift she had ever received, without a doubt. If only her cousin could come too. She was also a loyal fan of Yiya. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to ask her director for leave and was busy with library matters. Xiao Bishue stepped forward and extended her hand, saying, "Hello Yiya, I am your fan." Yiya also extended her hand and said, "Haha. It's my honor to meet you. Let's eat cake together." "No problem." Then everyone gathered around. "Yiya is so down-to-earth, totally no airs at all. Hurry, take a picture for me. Do you have a pen? I want Yiya. I'm so excited, it's my first time being so close to a big star." Meanwhile, Li Hongzhe stood foolishly to the side, bewildered. It turned out that the person from earlier was Yiya. "I can't believe it. How did Fang Qimai manage to bring?" Li Hongzhe's bewilderment value 20. Looking again at the second-hand signed album he had given Xiao Bishue, it was quietly placed on the table. It instantly lost its luster. "Yaya, look at the camera, let's take a photo. Yaya, can you help me sign my name? Also help me sign my name. You all stand aside, you're affecting my photo with Yaya. Yaya, I really like your song, Follow Me to Distant Lands. Don't worry, signatures will be done one by one, in photos too, everyone will get a turn." Yaya had no celebrity airs and mingled with everyone. Fang Qimai, on the other hand, leisurely sat on the sofa sipping on his drink. At that moment, Xiao Bishue approached Fang Qimai. "Thank you." Just 3 short words without any more length. Fang Qimai replied, "Happy birthday." Xiao Bishue smiled again and said thank you. At this moment, Niu Jichao excitedly ran over. "Brother, my look. Yaya signed my clothes." Ruan Ming quickly stepped forward. "You shine so brightly." Niu Jichao realized, oh. "I'm sorry. I interrupted. You all continue. Pretend I'm not here. Hurry and leave. Hey, be gentle." Then Ruan Ming dragged Niu Jichao away. In a corner, Li Hongzhe was almost in tears. It was just too hard to bear. What kind of person is Fang Qimai? How come all impossibilities turn into possibilities with him? Li Hongzhe opened a bottle of beer. Under Li Ying's supervision, he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol until now. It was too unbearable, he had to take a sip. Cough, cough, cough. It's really undrinkable. However, it feels a bit buzzed. Thinking that a drink can relieve 1,000 worries, Li Hongzhe decided to go all out today, drinking heartily. He privately lamented, money cannot compare. Studies, learning cannot compare. Spending a lot of money carefully preparing a party and even ordering a cake. He also spent a hefty sum to buy a nearly new album. As a result, the singer from the album was directly invited. Was it easy for me? All ruined, completely ruined. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved, the more painful it felt, the more heart-wrenching it became. He had never felt so constrained from childhood to adulthood. Lost in thought, Li Hongzhi suddenly felt tears welling up. He took off his glasses and cried loudly. All the classmates looked over. What happened? Why is the class leader crying? I don't know. Did someone bully him? No one bullied him. Then why is he crying? I don't know. Guazile approached and asked class leader what's wrong. Whoa, don't mind me, let me cry alone for a Whoa, did something stimulate you, class leader? Zheng Weijia also asked. No, I didn't get stimulated, just leave me alone. Niu Jichao said, I know the class leader saw Yaya in person and was overwhelmed with joy. Oh, it seems the class leader is truly a devoted fan of Yaya. That's right, the more heartbroken the class leader cries, the more he supports Yaya. Wah! Li Hongzhi cried, even louder. Look, the class leader's voice is coming from the heart. Undoubtedly a diehard fan. Let's play the song Men Crying is Not a Crime for the class leader. Tanya looked at Li Hongzhi, smiling awkwardly. Everyone is so enthusiastic. After a while, everyone had gotten their signatures and taken photos. Next, they started eating cake. While everyone ate cake, Tang, you took the microphone and walked to the center. Let's sing Follow Me to Distant Lands for our birthday star and for everyone present. Wow. Eating cake and listening to Yaya's song, this feeling. So happy. As the prelude started, the whole venue immediately quieted down. I want to cross mountains and hills, playing with the clouds and mist, paddling a bamboo raft through the Ping River, heading to the distant Turtle Mountain. Is there that one person willing to travel with me? Everyone listened quietly. It was like a small concert exclusively held for class 10 of the third year at No. 2 middle school. The sound equipment from Dichong was indeed quite advanced. The sound quality was excellent in every aspect. Fang Qimai lightly tapped his fingers, savoring Yaya's performance. I want to eat little fish sauce with steaming hot rice. If someone feeds me, that would be the best. Sadly, I'm still alone. Just like the water of the Ping River, clear and pure, I want to love this small town with someone until... After the song ended, everyone was left wanting more. Tanya bowed. Thank you all for your support. The audience erupted in applause. You sang so well. I never thought I'd get to hear Yaya's live performance in my lifetime. So happy. Xiao Bishua said, Yaya, come eat some cake. Okay. Sitting next to Fang Qimai and Xiao Bishua, Tanya asked, how did I sing? Very well. It's the best version I've ever heard. Xiao Bishua replied. Fang Qimai added, indeed quite good. Hee Tang, you was very happy, finally seizing the opportunity to impress Fang Qimai with her music. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai added, however, I think you still have a bit of room for improvement. What? The so-called room for improvement was merely a humble way of saying it. It meant there were still some areas that weren't done well and could be improved. Like what? Tanya was quite unconvinced. Fang Qimai didn't intend to embarrass her. If it were private, he would speak frankly. But after all, Tanya was invited here to perform for everyone. Moreover, everyone present was Tanya's fan. There was no need to point out her shortcomings. Fang Qimai remained silent. Tanya said, why don't you sing a song for us? Since Tanya came, no one dared to sing anymore. Just as Fang Qimai said, never offer to teach fish to swim. That means don't show off in front of experts. With such a professional singer present in the KTV, who would dare to sing? But Fang Qimai did not refuse, instead saying, what do you want to hear? I can do anything, pick something you're good at. Turning to Xiao Bishua, Fang Qimai asked, can you do 500 miles? Sure, Fang Qimai nodded. Niu Jichao said, brother, I'll help you pick it. 500 Miles is the theme song from the movie Inside Llewyn Davis and is the most covered song to date. The melody is beautiful, fresh, and natural. Fang Qimai also likes this excellent English song. The prelude began. Lu Mimi and others were sweating for Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai was excellent in many aspects, as everyone could see. But no one had ever heard Fang Qimai sing. Furthermore, singing in front of the professional singer Yaya was quite a pressure, right? However, Fang Qimai took the microphone casually and walked up. The voice of Fang Qimai resounded. When he opened his mouth, the entire class was stunned. Wow, I didn't know my Shin sang so beautifully. Amazing, I love this voice. This is what they call the legendary opening bow. Incredible. Lower your voice, don't disturb me while I'm listening to my Shin sing. My singing looks so handsome too. Ordinary people can only judge whether it sounds good or not. But in Tang Ya's eyes there was a deeper analysis. How to make a voice sound good primarily depends on vocal quality. Vocal quality is somewhat akin to video resolution. Some videos have Blu-ray quality while others are pixelated. Secondly, there's magnetism, which determines whether the singer's voice is appealing. Then there's the control of breath, the timbre produced by the slight friction of breath passing through the vocal cords. To master this, one must undergo long-term practice. Finally, there's richness. A voice rich in texture sounds impressive to listeners. These factors are difficult to combine even for professional singers. Some singers in pursuit of vocal magnetism and breathiness opt for a rather inferior method. That is, they sacrifice vocal cord closure. This creates a sense of breathiness and magnetism through air leakage. Not only does this damage the vocal cords, but it also restricts the vocal range. For example, the famous singer Hu Shaoqian chose this erroneous breathy singing method, which is why he struggles with high notes and low notes. However, with the enhancement of the sound-moving Lianshan effect, Fang Qimai managed to balance all these factors and could adjust according to different songs for optimal singing. Moreover, with the expertise of a music appreciation master, Fang Qimai understood even better how to improve his singing. Thus, when he opened his mouth, his voice was intoxicating. Even the professional singer Tang Ye couldn't find any faults. She was left speechless. No wonder when she said she wanted to conquer him with music, he was so dismissive. 500 Miles expresses the longing and nostalgia for one's hometown as the singer embarks on a journey to strive in a foreign land. The audience, still just high school students, could not fully comprehend this homesickness. Yet Fang Qimai's singing firmly captured their thoughts. This is the charm of music and the prowess of Fang Qimai. Beside him, Xiao Bishue, Su Lulu, and others were also immersed in the wonderful singing of Fang Qimai. Everyone was gently clapping along to the rhythm for Fang Qimai, except for Li Hongxia. Upon hearing Fang Qimai's voice, he felt even worse. Who the hell is this person? How can he do everything? Li Hongxia's confusion value 20. The chorus of the song was sung by a girl. While singing, Fang Qimai brought another microphone. He walked up to Xiao Bishue and handed her the mic. After all, Xiao Bishue was the main character today, and this song was also her request. Me. However, Xiao Bishue felt a bit nervous. The professional singer Tang Ye was right beside her. Could she keep up with Fang Qimai's excellent singing? Taking advantage of the interlude, Fang Qimai whispered in Xiao Bixu's ear, "Don't worry, I'll lead you." Saying this, Fang Qimai very gentlemanly extended his hand. Xiao Bixu's hand gently rested on his. Wow, the whole class erupted in cheers. This time it was Lu Mimi who was about to cry. Fang Qimai led Xiao Bishue to the center. As the chorus approached, Xiao Bixu's heart was in her throat. She was afraid she would miss her cue or hold Fang Qimai back. Not a shirt on my back, not a penny to my name. As soon as Xiao Bishue opened her mouth, Fang Qimai gently harmonized. He accompanied Xiao Bishue without overshadowing her voice. Xiao Bishue became bolder and sang more confidently. She now understood the sense of security that comes from singing with a master. Next came the part for their duet. At that moment, only 2 spotlights shone on them. In the entire box, it felt as though there were only the 2 of them. At this moment, where can they accommodate others? Xiao Bishue would forever remember her 18th birthday. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. As the song ended, Fang Qimai shouted, "Finally, let us once again applaud and send our birthday wishes to Xiao Bishue." Applause erupted throughout the venue. Xiao Bishue was very touched. "Thank you, everyone." Lu Mimi felt quite upset, even though Fang Qimai only gently held Xiao Bixu's hand to lead her to the center. But just that little gesture was enough to make Lu Mimi jealous for a long time. In the corner, Li Hongxia had already turned into a crying mess. "I'm really having a hard time." Fang Qimai placed the mic back on the table and said, "You all sing now." The physics class representative Zhu Bing responded, "You all sing better than the last. How can we dare to sing? My shun is unbeatable. In front of such a heavenly voice, we can't dare to show off." Fang Qimai said, "We are here to have fun, not to compete. Just enjoy yourselves. By the way, someone like Kai Shaili can forget it." Everyone nodded. Truly deserving of being my shun, excelling in studies and patiently teaching us, singing beautifully, without looking down on us. After sitting down, Tang Ye said, "Not bad, you sang very well." Although she was a professional singer, she generously acknowledged Fang Qimai, because he indeed had remarkable singing skills. Fang Qimai casually replied, "I know." "Tang Ye, what kind of person is he?" At this moment, Fang Qimai realized that his phone had 2 missed calls. It was from Grandpa Yang Huming. Outside the box, Fang Qimai returned the call. "Grandpa Yang, what's wrong?" "Well, little my, this afternoon someone came to request my medical consultation. She said you referred her and mentioned she's your teacher." "Yes, that's true." Yang Huming sighed. "However, the patient's situation isn't good. It's late-stage colorectal cancer already with multiple metastases throughout the body. The family said that according to the hospital doctors, they estimate she has at most half a month left. The method in the book you gave me before is a bit risky, and I don't dare to try it easily." Fang Qimai thought for a moment. "How about this? Tell me the location, and I'll head over now. The situation is quite urgent, and Fang Qimai must go see it personally." In the box, everyone was discussing having dinner together later. After a while, Fang Qimai came in. "Everyone, I have to leave for a bit." The entire class felt somewhat disappointed. Niu Jichao said, "My go, what's so urgent? Let's stay a bit longer and have a meal together, my shan. Yeah, let's enjoy the lively atmosphere together." It felt like Fang Qimai was one of the main characters tonight, yet he had to leave early. The most disappointed was Xiao Bishue. Tang Ye also secretly complained I was called over so urgently, and yet he left first. However, it was evident that Fang Qimai seemed to be quite popular among them. Fang Qimai replied, "It's about Mrs. Tianu. I can't disclose more details." Xiao Bishua said, "All right, then you go ahead." Fang Qimai nodded. "By the way, I've already settled the bill for this room. You can enjoy yourselves, it should be in. Hey, why did you pay? Since you are Ya's friend, I'll cover the room fee for you." Fang Qimai smiled slightly. "It's all." The people present mostly didn't understand what Fang Qimai meant by, "It's all the same." But Su Lulu suddenly realized that Fang Qimai drove $1 million Ferrari and lived in a villa worth $200 million. He was wearing a custom-made t-shirt from Gucci. The price was unclear, but it must be over 10,000. The minimum consumption for this room was only 6,800, which was a trivial amount for Fang Qimai. "All right, everyone, goodbye." Saying this, Fang Qimai prepared to leave. Just then the door of the box suddenly opened. It was Kai Shaili, as she had returned. Behind her followed a man. No, it was a group. The group of men was led by a bald man. His followers looked fierce and menacing. As Kai Shaili entered, she shouted, "Where is Jiang Zijian? Jiang Zijian, you bastard. Get out here. How dare you slap me? I will make you pay." The bald man angrily retorted, "Who the hell dared to touch my sister? Did you ask Zhao Chong first?" The atmosphere was charged with hostility. All the classmates were startled. At that moment someone whispered, "Jiang Zijian has already been sent to the hospital." Damn it. My face is still numb, and he got away just like that. Kai Shaili couldn't swallow her anger. That damn guy even called me a dirty little whore. Zhao Chong originally came to support Kai Shaili, but now he said fiercely, "You tell him that brother Chong will be waiting for him at the school gate next Monday." The entire class was taken aback. Oh no, has Jiang Zijian provoked someone formidable? With 10 of them coming, won't they beat Jiang Zijian to a... Among the crowd, Niu Jichao recognized Zhao Chong. "This little brat, what a coincidence, came here to cause trouble." He then said, "Our brother Mai said Jiang Zijian might need surgery, so he probably won't be coming next Monday." Damn it. Zhao Chong was furious. "Even if he doesn't come, he better show up. I will definitely kill that little punk." Zhao Chong paused, feeling that the person who just spoke seemed somewhat familiar. Who is this brother Mai he mentioned? No matter. To assert his dominance, Zhao Chong stepped forward and picked up a wine glass. Crash. The glass shattered into pieces. The girls screamed in fright. At this moment, Su Lulu stepped forward. "Who are you? This is my territory, and you dare to throw things around. Pay for it. You filthy woman, who do you think you are?" Su Lulu, being the owner of Dichong and having a generous personality, was not someone to be trifled with. "I am the owner of Dichong, so watch your mouth." With that, Su Lulu picked up her walkie-talkie and said, "Security. Security. Come to room 8001, all security personnel report here." "You?" Zhao Chong realized Su Lulu was not someone to mess with. He angrily shouted, "Anyway, you tell that guy surnamed Jiang that brother Chong will make him pay. Let's go, sister." "Wait." Su Lulu said, "You need to pay for the cup you broke. The cup cost 125, and you can't leave without paying." 125? For just that one cup? Are you running a scam? Su Lulu replied, "You broke a Riedel beer glass imported from Austria. The import price is exactly that. If you don't believe me, I can show you the invoice." At that moment, Li Hongzhe, who had consumed a bottle of beer, was already feeling a bit woozy. However, he vaguely heard that a seemingly ordinary beer glass costs 125. Upon reflection, this private room has a minimum consumption of 6,800, so it wasn't that expensive. But the annoying part was that the room fee was bought by Fang Qimai. "What are you talking about? Pay up." Zhao Chong had nothing left to say. He came to help Kai Shaili, but ended up not helping at all. After bravely breaking a cup, now he had to pay 125. Damn. At this moment, Kai Shaili noticed Fang Qimai, who had been standing at the door. She suddenly shouted, "Brother! And this guy, he's an accomplice." Kai Shaili was frustrated, and since Jiang Zijian was not around, she decided to vent all her anger on Fang Qimai. The crowd was startled again. Clearly, Fang Qimai had only saved Jiang Zijian, and the slap was given by Jiang Zijian. How did Fang Qimai become the accomplice? Then Zhao Chong turned to look at Fang Qimai. Suddenly his eyes widened. Isn't this the young Master Fang from Tianhao Group? How did he end up here? Recalling that night, when he offended young Master Fang at the bar, which resulted in his family's Qihong real estate losing its partnership with Tianhao Group and suffering heavy losses. He was even severely beaten by his father Zhao Jinxiang. He truly regretted his lack of foresight. He has been looking for opportunities to meet him, to say some good words, and to apologize, hoping he would agree to restore the partnership. Unexpectedly, he ran into him here. Thinking of this, Zhao Chong suddenly froze, unable to speak. Kai Shaili pointed at Fang Qimai. "This person is Fang Qimai. He usually acts arrogant in our class, and I've never liked him anyway." Zhao Chong stepped forward and pushed away the hand Kai Shaili was pointing with. "You go stand aside." Kai Shaili's confusion value has increased by 15. "Young Master Fang, how did you end up here?" The crowd, everyone was struck with confusion. Niu Jichao laughed. "Little brat, I already reminded you earlier, haha. Now you understand, right? Just then, what's going on? Are you causing trouble?" A total of 30 security personnel gathered at the entrance of the private room. Each of them was burly and wielding electric batons. They were clearly not a match for the small group Zhao Chong had brought. Zhao Chong quickly said, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Kai Shaili. All the classmates. Young Master Fang, there are too many people here. Can we talk privately? He'll invite you over for coffee. I just got a batch of premium coffee beans this morning. We can drink and discuss things properly." Saying this, Zhao Chong attempted to pull Fang Qimai away. Fang Qimai replied, "We have nothing to discuss. I have other matters. Your people are blocking my way. Can we talk a bit more? I'm begging you." Su Lulu shouted loudly, "Hey bald guy, you better pay for the cup." Bald guy? Who are you talking about?" Zhao Chong touched his shiny head. "Didn't you say your name was Brother Chong? You're the only bald person here. If you're not Bald Chong, then who else could it be? You?" Zhao Chong was speechless. No one dared to call him by such a nickname. At this moment, Zhao Chong didn't want to lose big over something small. He pulled out 200 yuan and threw it on the ground. No need to give change. Then he said to Fang Qimai, "Can I treat you to dinner tonight? We can just eat without discussing anything." At this moment, everyone in the private room was stunned. The fierce-looking cousin of Kai Shaili, why did he suddenly become so polite upon seeing Fang Qimai? Moreover, it seemed he was asking Fang Qimai for a favor. Out of everyone, Kai Shaili was the most confused. What happened to the plan to come and help her? Not interested, Fang Qimai said coldly. "Get your people to move aside." Reluctantly, Zhao Chong had to wave his hand, letting his subordinates make way. However, Zhao Chong still didn't want to give up. Qihong Real Estate owes its current success to Tianhao Group. Yet a single word from Fang Qimai could bring their entire company to ruin. Qihong Real Estate can find another company to collaborate with. But which company can compare to Tianhao Group? The opportunity for cooperation that was hard to secure back then has vanished. Several senior executives from Qihong Real Estate have already visited and pleaded with Fang Zhongtian and Li Haomei regarding this matter. The two expressed that they would proceed according to their son Fang Qimai's wishes. The senior executives truly found themselves at a loss. To resolve the issue, Zhao Chong had to approach Fang Qimai. However, Zhao Chong was not unwilling, but rather afraid to approach. Yet since they had crossed paths, they had to muster the courage. "Young Master Fang, could you please help us? I apologize for my previous mistakes." Fang Qimai ignored him and walked out directly. Zhao Chong hurried to follow. Kai Shaili asked, "Cuz, this guy has been bullying me. Why do you keep begging him? Why are you apologizing to him?" Zhao Chong replied impatient, "Are you scolding me, cousin?" Kai Shaili tugged at Zhao Chong's sleeve persistently, saying, "Are you still my cousin? Are you helping outsiders bully me?" Zhao Chong was furious. He hadn't slept well for a long time because of this matter, and the pressure was immense. His spoiled younger sister Kai Shaili kept complaining. "Brother, didn't you hear what I said? I'm telling you, if you don't, shut up, you brat." Kai Shaili looked at Zhao Chong in disbelief. "Cousin, you. How can you be so fierce to me?" Normally, Zhao Chong wouldn't dare to speak to his precious cousin like this. But the situation was completely different now. What could be more important than restoring cooperation with Tianhao? He angrily exclaimed, "What are you making noise about? Can't you see I'm discussing business? Damn it." Wah. Kai Shaili pouted her lips. Zhao Chong couldn't care less and rushed out directly. Unfortunately, no matter how he pleaded, Fang Qimai remained indifferent. Gritting his teeth, he simply knelt in front of Fang Qimai, blocking his path. Inside the private room, everyone came out to watch. Passers-by also turned to look. Zhao Chong's kneeling left everyone dumbfounded. What exactly happened? For a moment, various expressions of confusion were evident. "Young Master Fang, I am kneeling before you. Can we discuss the cooperation matter again? I'm begging you. It's all my fault, my mistake. I shouldn't have treated you that way back then." Kai Shaili was bewildered, wondering what was. Kai Shaili's confusion level increased by 18. Kai Shaili's confusion level increased by 20. She stepped forward and said, "Cousin, get up." At this moment, Fang Qimai finally looked at Zhao Chong. "As for the past, I can choose to overlook it." "Ah, really? Is that true?" Zhao Chong seemed to see hope. Fang Qimai continued, "But I still won't continue cooperating with you. WWHYA. If I must explain, it's because you ruined our class gathering and am quite dissatisfied. Also, you frightened our birthday star, which can never be forgiven." After saying this, Fang Qimai circumvented Zhao Chong and left. The crowd was once again taken aback. The classmates all looked stunned, especially Xiao Bishua. Meanwhile, Niu Jichao, who knew the whole situation, was laughing. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Mai is just too cool." At this moment, someone in another private room noticed the commotion. When they opened the door, the singing from inside spilled out. "Let go, the marinated egg will hurt your liver. Hold my pillow. Damn, drinking bean oil hurts the liver. I am your..." Zhao Chong slumped directly onto the ground. Kai Shaili covered her flushed face and asked, "Cousin, what on earth are you doing?" Zhao Chong yelled, "Damn it, don't talk. I don't want to see you." Kai Shaili widened her eyes incredulously, saying, "Cousin, that's your aunt. I will go back and tell my mom. And my dad." Zhao Chong. After saying this, Kai Shaili stormed off. She felt very upset. She gained nothing from this gathering. Instead, she sought her own misery. Zhao Chong quickly got up. No, cousin, that was just a saying. I was just used to saying it. Ah. He was extremely frustrated. What the hell is going on here? Watching Fang Qimai enter the elevator, Kai Shaili entered another one. The two descended the stairs one after the other. Fang Qimai was in front, unlocking the Ferrari 612. Behind him, Kai Shaili was already bewildered. Fang Qimai could actually drive. Moreover, this car looked anything but ordinary. It must be really expensive. Why would someone like him work as a waiter at KTV? Who exactly is Fang Qimai? Kai Shaili's confusion level increased by 20. Virum. 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 The Ferrari 612 surged forward instantly. When Fang Qimai arrived at the community where Tian Tian's parents lived, it was already almost 7 o'clock. It was Lu Weiwei, Tian Tian's daughter, who opened the door. Senior, why are you here? After entering, Tian Tian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fang Qimai. Qimai Yu. Standing next to her was a cultured middle-aged man. He was Tian Tian's husband, Lu Qingshu. Lu Qingshu asked, "Dear, who is this?" "This is Fang Qimai, my student." Fang Qimai. Lu Qingshu adjusted his glasses. "Hello, are you here to visit the elderly?" Ding. You have been called out by programming teacher Lu Qingshu. Unlocking ability hacker skills. Protocol vulnerability penetration. Protocol vulnerability penetration is a type of hacking attack technique. It includes dozens of vulnerabilities such as weak passwords, default passwords, outdated VMware ESG hypervisors, and publicly available IPMI password hashes. All possess effective attack capabilities and are common attack methods among hackers. Programming is the foundation of hacking, and being called out by a programming teacher like Lu Qingshu, Fang Qimai immediately mastered this hacking skill. Having hacker capabilities does not necessarily mean one has to attack others. Conversely, to counter hackers, one must first become a hacker. Knowing oneself and the enemy combined with the two anti-hacker techniques previously mastered by Fang Qimai allows for better resistance against hackers. However, protocol vulnerability penetration is just one of the means of hacker attacks. He hopes to receive more hacker and anti-hacker rewards in the future. Hello. As Fang Qimai was about to speak, Yang Huming walked into the living room. Shall I come in quick? Lu Qingshu and the others were startled. Dr. Yang, is this the person you mentioned? Yang Huming nodded. Yes, to some extent he can be called my master. No way. Tian Tian was dumbfounded. An old Chinese medicine doctor actually claimed that the 18-year-old Fang Qimai was his master. Fang Qimai was also somewhat surprised. Previously, he had shown Yang Huming some content from the Qingnong Shu, plus the live teaching session today. The old Chinese medicine doctor Yang Huming felt inferior and also gained a lot. As long as one can benefit, age does not matter, and one can be called master. However, both Lu Qingshu and Tian Tian were teachers. They found it hard to believe Yang Huming's words. Dr. Yang, this matter cannot be joked about. Yang Huming said seriously. Earlier, I also had doubts, but now I can say without exaggeration that Xiao Mai is very likely the hope for the future of medicine. He turned to look at the patient in the bedroom and continued, the patient's condition is not optimistic, it is indeed beyond cure, but we will do our utmost to alleviate her pain and extend her time as much as possible. Lu Qingshu and Tian Tian exchanged glances. During this time, Tian Tian's mother Xia Jinmei had been undergoing treatment in the hospital. The doctor later advised the family to take her home to spend her final days. Today, Tian Tian finally remembered the contact information for the old Chinese medicine doctor that Fang Qimai had given her. In despair, she still held onto a glimmer of hope. They were well aware that given Xia Jinmai's situation, everything seemed futile. The side effects of chemotherapy, various complications, and widespread pain. Such a person is essentially waiting to die in pain. At this point, Tian Tian could only adopt a try-it-out mentality. If it could truly alleviate the pain and allow the elderly to pass away peacefully, that would be better than the current situation. Fang Qimai said, Grandpa Yang, do you have everything I requested? I have it. Good, there's no time to waste. Let's get started right away. As he spoke, Fang Qimai and Yang Huming entered the bedroom. On the bed lay an elderly woman who was on the verge of death, softly moaning due to pain. However, she had no strength left, so her voice was very weak. Tian Tian wanted to follow them in. Fang Qimai stopped her. Mrs. Tian, the treatment process is not convenient for onlookers. Please wait at the door. The door closed halfway. Fang Qimai added, trust me. Tian Tian gently nodded. Yang Huming asked, Xiao Mai, how confident are you? Fang Qimai replied, at this point the possibility of a cure is 0. However, I am confident that I can extend her life for more than 3 months. I am 100% confident. Upon hearing what Fang Qimai said, Yang Huming revealed a look of surprise along with a hint of approval. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Fang Qimai had already initiated data analysis. He understood Xia Jinmai's physical condition: anemia, low fever, and edema. Additionally, there was abdominal distension and hard lumps in the abdomen. Most importantly, cancer cells had metastasized throughout the body. Based on this situation, big data combined with other patients' reference cases, the data deduced that the patient would die within the next 10 to 14 days. This was essentially consistent with what the hospital doctors had said. According to the cancer pain quantification assessment, based on the degree of pain, the patient's pain level reached 8, indicating severe pain. Currently, Fang Qimai's goal was to alleviate Xia Jinmai's suffering and extend her life. The method he employed was to use poison to counteract poison. This is one of the cancer treatment methods recorded in the Qingnong Shu, and it is also the most extreme approach. However, for patients in the late stages of cancer, if successful, this method yields the best results. The so-called using poison to counter poison involves using certain toxic herbs to combat cancer cells. For example, arsenic found in realgar is a protoplasmic poison that can cause living cells to break down and die. The alkaloid from wild lilies can inhibit the synthesis of deoxyribonucleic acid, thereby killing cancer cells. And there's also the stone lily, which can yield colchicine. In its formulation, positively charged quaternary ammonium salts will bind with negatively charged tumor cell surfaces, while its negatively charged phenolic ion groups will enter the positively charged tumor cells, thus exerting its anti-cancer effects. There are over 70 such herbs with similar properties. The unique effects of these toxic drugs cannot be replaced by ordinary medications. Moreover, modern medicine has already proven the scientific basis of using poison to counter poison. However, this method is not widely promoted primarily because each patient's constitution is different. The number of uncontrollable factors increases. In the absence of mature technology, it will not be used recklessly. However, Qingnong Shu contains rich theoretical knowledge combined with the 9 needles of Fuxi and the BNK divine needle method. Everything became within Fang Qimai's control. On the surface, it appeared that Fang Qimai and Yang Huming were collaborating on the treatment. In essence, it was a live teaching session by Fang Qimai for Yang Huming. For different cancers and varying conditions, different toxic herbs should be used, and the dosages must also be adjusted accordingly. In the case of late-stage colorectal cancer with full-body metastasis, Fang Qimai pondered Grandpa Yang 0, 3 grams of stone lily 0, 6 grams of cantharidin and 0, 5 grams of mignonette. It cannot be more or less. Good. Then Fang Qimai took out the 9 needles of Fuxi. Outside the bedroom, Tian and others anxiously waited. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that the bedroom door finally opened. Tian and the others rushed in immediately. At that moment, the needles on Xia Jinmai had not yet been removed. Fang Qimai was still observing Xia Jinmai's condition. He stabilized Xia Jinmai with acupuncture before administering the medication. After observation, it was clear that she had successfully passed the critical period. Combining the data, it was evident that those herbal medicines were beginning to take effect gradually. The next step would be handed over to Yang Huming to continue the treatment. Yang Huming said, "Keep your voices down, don't disturb the patient's rest." Tian timidly asked, "How is the situation?" After a while, Fang Qimai began to collect the needles. Once everything was tidied up, he said, "Let's go outside and talk." In the living room, Tian's heart raced. Fang Qimai said the patient's condition is somewhat better than before, and she won't be in as much pain as she would. In simple terms, she can live a little longer. How long exactly depends on the patient herself. Senior, is that true? That's great. Lu Weiwei was very happy. Tian's eyes suddenly welled up. Hearing such words in this situation was truly heartening. Thank you. Qimai, thank you, Dr. Yang. However, Lu Qingshu still had doubts. Could such a young man really achieve all this? But just now Tian had already informed Lu Qingshu of Fang Qimai's identity. A top heir from a wealthy family like Fang Qimai had no need to deceive anyone. Could it be that he truly has the ability? It was truly puzzling. Having come this far, the next step could only be left to time. Fang Qimai and Yang Huming went out for a late-night snack. After that, he drove Yang Huming home and prepared to return himself. Upon checking his phone, he discovered he had a WeChat message. It was from Xiao Bishua. The message was already an hour old. "Are you there?" "Yes," Fang Qimai replied. On the other end, Xiao Bishua jumped up from her bed. She had been waiting for Fang Qimai's response. "It's so late, are you still awake? I wanted to say that the box fee shouldn't be on you. They'll pay you back next week." I later found out that the box fee was so expensive. It's just over 7,000. After replying, Fang Qimai prepared to drive. Xiao Bishue continued, "Although the reward for being a good Samaritan is 50,000, this 7,000 is still a significant amount. It shouldn't be you spending money on my birthday." Only then did Fang Qimai remember the reward. He had forgotten to claim it. No need. Upon seeing Fang Qimai's reply, Xiao Bishue was still pondering how to respond. Suddenly, Fang Qimai sent another message. "When you think about it, that reward is partly yours too." Xiao Bishue was a bit confused. Clearly, she was the victim and had also been saved by Fang Qimai. What does this reward have to do with her? Fang Qimai replied, "Without you, how could I have acted heroically?" Just like that, I'm heading home now. Are you still out? By the way, this is my most unforgettable birthday. Thank you. After reading this, Fang Qimai smiled slightly. He started the car. A new day began at 11 a.m. At Shangwen, library manager Qin Yinling urgently gathered all the staff. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone stand straight. The chairman will come for inspection soon. Everyone must greet him with their best demeanor. Is that clear? Understood. 10 minutes earlier, Qin Yinling had received notification that Fang Qimai was coming over, and she felt very nervous. During this time, Fang Qimai had entrusted her with all matters of Shangwen, including organizing, classifying, and numbering new books. Even the library's decoration style and layout had begun to change. She was very worried, not knowing if she could satisfy the chairman. After another 10 minutes, Fang Qimai arrived at Shangwen. With a gesture from Qin Yinling, everyone shouted in unison, "Welcome, chairman." Among them, many employees were seeing Fang Qimai for the first time and felt quite astonished. Is this our new? He looks so young and handsome and very masculine. I thought our new chairman would be much older. Fang Qimai was just about to speak when he was suddenly interrupted by a pair of young lovers passing by. The boy said, "Darling, I love you so much." They were all lovey-dovey. It looked like they were still students. The girl followed up with, "So do I. And my love is double yours." The boy, "Then mine is 3 times yours." The crowd. TSK, TSK, tisk, what a display of affection. The employees were all speechless. Fang Qimai said, "Let me clarify, let X be the boy's love and Y be the girl's. According to the problem, it is known that Y2X and X3Y. Thus we derive XY0. Therefore between you two, there is no love." The girl. The employees who understood laughed. Huh, our chairman is quite the scholar. Impressive, the chairman is quite capable. Let's see if they dare to show off their love like that again. The couple walked away still in a daze. Fang Qimai said, "All right, everyone get back to work." "Yes, chairman." Qin Yinling stepped forward and said, "Chairman Fang, would you like me to show you the changes in the library?" "Sure." The overall decoration style began to shift towards a vintage theme. The antique charm would evoke a desire to read. In terms of layout, since the membership and VIP systems were to be abolished, the walls that originally divided the areas were removed, making it look much more spacious. At the same time, the distance between the previously cramped adjacent tables was increased to ensure that reading would not disturb others. After a tour, Fang Qimai nodded, "Not bad, this is the style I wanted." "Thank you, chairman." Then Qin Yinling brought over a document. "Chairman Fang, this is the list of books that have been organized and categorized so far. Please take a look." Fang Qimai took it and looked. Qin Yinling explained, "The first batch of books you gave me has been fully shelved. In the second batch, aside from biological sciences, agricultural sciences, industrial technology, and transportation, some comprehensive books are still being organized, while the rest have been classified and numbered, totaling 17200 volumes." Fang Qimai read it carefully. "Very good, Qin Yinling, this is commendable. Chairman, this is what I should do. I will expedite the categorization and organization of the second batch of books and begin to shelve them." "All right," Fang Qimai nodded lightly. "By the way, have the people I requested been arranged?" "They are already in place." "Take me to see." They arrived at the innermost part of the office area, the website management room. Here they could access the back end of Shangwen. The online shelving management and maintenance were all handled here. Qin Yinling led Fang Qimai to a desk. "Chairman Fang, this is the technical staff you requested." Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was a chubby young man with very thick glasses. "This is our chairman." Yuan Yi hurriedly stood up. "See, chairman, hello." Looking at Yuan Yi's resume, he was a senior network engineer, 32 years old, and unmarried. In terms of work experience, Fang Qimai was fairly satisfied. However, Yuan Yi was introverted and not good with words. The best description for him would be a tech geek. "Yuan Yi, you will handle all the initial construction of the website from now on. If you need any help, Manager Qin will arrange assistance for you." "Yes, chairman, leave it to me." Previously, Shangwen was all about physical books, and now that online features had been added, the website was still empty. The initial construction, along with the framework for the defense system, was complex and tedious. Fang Qimai needed someone to be in charge of Shangwen's backend. Later, he would personally strengthen and upgrade the defense system, and then let Yuan Yi handle long-term maintenance. After all, Shangwen was destined to become the library with the largest collection of books in the world. Its backend had to be flawless, leaving no loopholes for any hacker. Subsequently, Fang Qimai discussed the website construction issues with Yuan Yi. To his surprise, this discussion lasted 2 hours, until Fang Qimai suddenly heard a series of gurgling sounds. The sound came from Qin Yinling. Fang Qimai turned his head, and Qin Yinling was embarrassedly holding her stomach. "What time is it?" Fang Qimai asked. Qin Yinling immediately replied, "Almost 2 o'clock. "Then why aren't you going to eat?" Qin Yinling quietly said, "Chairman, aren't you still here?" Qin Yinling saw that Fang Qimai wasn't leaving, so she didn't dare to leave either. But she was very hungry and could only keep watching the time. Yuan Yi was also hungry but didn't dare to speak. After all, the boss had come to talk about work before leaving, completely absorbed in the discussion. Although it was quite frustrating she had to endure. Fang Qimai thought for a moment and said, let's go, I'll take you to get something to eat. Wow. Qin Yinling was delighted. Thank you, Chairman. Yuan Yi had just been feeling a bit dissatisfied. His years of work experience taught him that bosses often wanted employees to work around the clock without breaks, but only paid them one salary. Moreover, bosses were typically stingy. Unexpectedly, this Chairman Fang seemed quite nice. Fang Qimai asked, do you have any recommendations? Qin Yinling said, Chairman Fang, there's a stone pot bibimbap nearby. It's a trendy restaurant, but it's a bit expensive. Then let's go to that one. Come on, let's drive over. It's very close, so we can just walk. They arrived at the stone pot bibimbap that Qin Yinling mentioned. True to its reputation as a trendy spot, even at 2 in the afternoon, it was mostly full. Even at the cash register, there were 5 or 6 people lined up to order. Qin Yinling volunteered, Chairman Fang, you all sit first, I'll go queue. By the way, what do you want to eat? Yuan Yi swallowed. Can I really order anything? Yes. Fang Qimai glanced at the menu and directly transferred 200 yuan to Qin Yinling. I'll have a crispy pork belly set. The crispy pork belly stone pot bibimbap came with a cup of aloe juice and a scoop of ice cream. The set was priced at 56 yuan. I'll have the grilled beef set. It's their signature dish. Chairman Fang, what about you? Same as you. All right. I'll go queue then. Then Fang Qimai and Yuan Yi found a spot to sit down. After waiting for 5 minutes, they were almost at the front of the line with Qin Yinling. At that moment, a young couple came up directly. 1 squid bibimbap and 1 beef bibimbap. Qin Yinling immediately recognized them. They were the same 2 students who had greeted Chairman Fang in the morning. Unexpectedly, they were so rude as to cut in line. Qin Yinling exclaimed, what are you doing? The girl replied, you wouldn't understand this, right? We're ordering different things. Each person can enjoy 2 different flavors. That's the joy you single folks can't comprehend. I'm speechless. Qin Yinling was puzzled. Is that what I meant? There are still 7 or 8 people behind you in line. Why aren't you queuing properly? It's not fair. The boy pouted. Annie, we're starving. What's wrong with us eating first? Exactly, is there a need to be so anxious? It's not like it matters if we order first. Auntie. Qin Yinling was infuriated. She was only a few years older than them. She just looked mature because of her professional attire. Qin Yinling was furious. Who were these people? Besides, it was already this late. Who wasn't hungry? Those in line behind also started to criticize the 2. But the 2 had very thick skin. If you're not happy, go report us. Cutting in line isn't illegal. Oh, let's see who pays attention to you. The cashier shouted, line up in order. No one is allowed to cut in line. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Hello, I'd like to pay for all the customers behind me in line. The speaker is Fang Qimai. The cashier was taken aback. Are you sure, sir? I'm sure. I want both of them to know that they've missed out on a free lunch. The cashier smiled. All right, sir. Male student. Female student. Wow, that's amazing. This is a truly free lunch. Oh my, this is awesome. Thank you, big shot. The few people in line behind them became excited. A person at the back wearing headphones was out of the loop and asked, what happened? That handsome big shot is treating us to lunch. It's free. Really? Ha ha ha. Just moments ago, Qin Yinling, who was fuming, suddenly smiled. The male and female students' heads were spinning. Who knows what just happened? The bewilderment level also began to rise. Fang Qimai addressed the 2. You are both students like me. Why don't you understand the principle of lining up and keeping order? Male student. Female student. Those who cut in line deserve it. They shouldn't have cut in line. If you follow the rules, you might encounter a truly free lunch. The premise is that you have to encounter a wealthy rich guy. Can I order the most expensive set meal? It's 78 yuan. Fang Qimai replied. Order whatever you like, but don't waste it. Wow. Okay, rich guy. Thank you, big shot. Fang Qimai turned to the cashier and said, when they finish paying, let me know how much it is in total. The male and female students were extremely frustrated. Originally, the 2 had planned to come to the library to do homework in the morning, but they had done very little homework and were thinking about going to watch a movie. After watching the movie, it was already this time. They heard that this internet-famous restaurant was quite popular, but it was a bit expensive. After watching the movie, they didn't have much pocket money left, but they decided to give it a try. Unexpectedly, they ran into such a situation. To their surprise, the boy shamelessly said, but you said it yourself, so I'll line up behind you. Saying this, the boy pulled the girl to the back of the line. The boy continued to grumble. I want to order a lot, so you'll regret it. The girl nodded in agreement. Fang Qimai asked the cashier, can you check how many portions of mixed rice are left for lunch? Everyone was startled. After a while, the cashier returned from the kitchen. If it's the ingredients prepared for lunch, there are still 6 portions of squid, mixed rice, 5 portions of pork belly, 7 portions of chicken, and kimchi. All right, I'll take them all. Okay, just a moment. The cashier said the total is 3,955 yuan. Fang Qimai replied, let's round it up. WeChat payment, 4,000 yuan. Wow. My goodness, he bought everything. The people behind all widened their eyes. Fang Qimai pointed at the two students and said, except for those two, the other customers' orders will be stopped. Okay. The cashier nodded repeatedly. What a rich guy, I can't help but shout 666. This is simply extravagant to the point of being inhumane. The people behind were overjoyed. The male and female students felt very awkward. I just recalled. This morning, didn't others call him chairman? So young and already a chairman. Damn, people really can make others feel inferior. I'm out of here. Can't provoke. The two mumbled quietly and left in a dejected manner. Thank you for the treat, big shot. Thank you, big shot. Fang Qimai waved his hand and returned to his seat. At this moment, Yuan Yi was already dumbfounded. He stammered and asked, Chairman, are you really just a student? Just then, Qin Yinling returned after placing her order and took a number plate sitting in between the two. She said, Yuan Yi, once you get to know our chairman Fang, you won't ask that question anymore. Our chairman Fang is just that suave. Saying this, Qin Yinling paused. Why does this sound familiar? Yuan Yi nodded in a daze. Qin Yinling said, in short, just follow Chairman Fang and work hard, you won't go wrong. I understand. The first thing is to follow the chairman. And eat together. Qin Yinling. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the dishes finally started to come out. The first to arrive was Yuan Yi's crispy pork belly mixed rice. In the middle was a runny egg, and beside it lay slices of crispy pork belly. There were also mushrooms, carrots, and other vegetables covering the rice. The entire dish made a sizzling sound. It had to be stirred quickly or the rice at the bottom would burn. Additionally, it was paired with a glass of aloe vera juice and a small serving of ice cream. The next two dishes were grilled beef mixed rice, one of the restaurant's signatures. Fang Qimai was visiting for the first time and didn't know which one was tastier. So he decided to order the same as Qin Yinling. It would surely be a safe choice. The grilled beef mixed rice came with coconut jelly and a small cup of yogurt. Chairman, hurry up and try it. Qin Yinling could hardly wait. After mixing the rice, she smelled it. It smells so good. Wait a minute. It seems there's a strange smell. She leaned in to smell it carefully again. Is the rice spoiled? It shouldn't be. Such a large, internet-famous restaurant has consistently good reviews online. The daily sales are also high, so such a basic mistake shouldn't happen. Or maybe it's an issue with the grilled beef. The taste is a bit sour and stinky, but it's hard to describe the feeling. However, Fang Qimai was eating heartily, as if there was nothing wrong. Chairman, how does it taste? Not bad, it's quite delicious. Didn't you smell anything strange? No. Looking at Yuan Yi again, he was gobbling it down as well, looking perfectly normal. Qin Yinling was very puzzled. Could it be that only her portion was left over? With doubts, she called over a waiter. Can you smell it? There really is a strange smell. The waiter leaned in to smell. There seems to be a bit of a strange smell. Strange, this has never happened before. The waiter was also confused. After thinking for a moment, she said, how about this? Let me get the chef to come and see what the problem is. After a while, a chubby chef arrived. He also leaned down to smell. This doesn't make sense. The grilled beef shouldn't have this kind of smell. The chef thought for a moment. The smell is very similar to that of stinky socks. Everyone was momentarily at a loss. The chef said, regardless if there is a problem with the food, it is our responsibility, so we will replace it for you. Qin Yinling was starving, but seeing their good attitude in admitting fault, she let it go. On the other side, Fang Qimai also felt a hint of something unusual. He looked down. With a helpless sigh, he said, Yuan Yi, you should put your shoes on first. Suddenly realizing it was his own issue, Yuan Yi quickly retracted his foot and awkwardly said, sorry, Chairman, I'll put my shoes on right away. Qin Yinling, the waitress, and the chef were all speechless. For a moment, they felt somewhat nauseous. What kind of habit is this? Taking off shoes while eating. I'm sorry, Manager Qin. I'll pay attention next time. In the future, I will try not to eat with you. You? Qin Yinling was speechless. Is this the point? No matter where you go, you must not take off your shoes while eating. Got it, Manager Qin. Qin Yinling suddenly realized why Yuan Yi, at the age of 32, was still unmarried. There must be a reason for that. She subconsciously picked up the plate and sat on the other side. Sorry, it's our issue. We've troubled you. The chef scratched his head. The waitress smiled awkwardly. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Qimai also felt helpless as he had been sitting far away and didn't feel much. Meanwhile, Qin Yinling, sitting in the middle, immediately caught a whiff of the smell. This peculiar habit of taking off shoes while eating indeed needed to be changed. A new day had arrived, marking the return to school. After a week of morning exercises, there were still some areas that needed improvement. However, it must be said that after exercising, the students really became more energetic. Jiang Zijian didn't come to school as he was undergoing an appendicitis operation that morning. First thing in the morning, there were two main topics of discussion in the class. One was the video of Kai Shaili dancing on a pole in a KTV. The other was about Li Hongzhe, who after getting drunk in the KTV insisted on drinking more. That day, Li Hongzhe was sent home by Guazile and Zheng Ruijia, missing the subsequent gathering. Upon returning home drunk, he also received a mixed-gender beating. Someone uploaded these two videos to the class group, adding to the classics that followed Kai Shali's rendition of Conquer. In the afternoon English class, the English teacher Tian finally returned. She seemed to look slightly better. According to Yang Huming's feedback, their treatment for Tian's mother Xia Jinmei had begun to take effect. Tian said, "I'm sorry students, I had some urgent family matters and took a few days off." Li Hongzhi replied, "It's okay teacher. Last week Vice Principal Li assigned you all a paper, so please take it out." Suddenly Tian added, "Oh, right before discussing the paper there's one more thing." Everyone looked over. Tian said, "Under Vice Principal Li's strong recommendation, the position of class English representative will be taken over by Qimai." Wow, Qimai is now in charge. The entire class turned to look at Fang Qimai. It seemed the last time Li Ying mentioned changing the English representative was not just casual talk. Kai Shali was quite speechless. Who knew why at that time Fang Qimai called her up to sing, and she just inexplicably went along with it. She happened to be seen by Li Ying. Then when Li Ying came to substitute, she thought about making Xiao Bishua look foolish and suddenly laughed. As a result, she was also spotted by Li Ying. How frustrating. But Kai Shali didn't dare to speak up. After all, she knew what kind of strength Fang Qimai had. It was best not to cross him. Kai Shali muttered, "Change it if you want, who cares?" Fang Qimai woke up in a daze. "Qimai, you really are in charge now, the English representative." Tian said, "Everyone please give Qimai a round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. Fang Qimai was a bit confused. After the applause subsided, he said, "Mrs. Tian, I don't want to take it." "Why not? Being the class representative is quite prestigious." The classmates felt puzzled and sorry for being a class representative isn't something just anyone can do. Only someone like Qimai could possibly refuse. Tian found it hard to say more. "All right then." She looked at Kai Shali. "During my absence, Vice Principal Li had a lot to say about Sally. After hearing the reasons, I also feel that Sally's actions do not align with what a class representative should do. Being a class representative requires both learning and attitude, and you need to set an example. You can't let everything go to your head just because I'm not here." At that moment, Fang Qimai raised his hand. "Teacher, I have a candidate." "Go ahead," Tian said. Fang Qimai pointed, "Xiao Bishua." The entire class turned to look at Xiao Bishua. Surprised by being called out, she didn't expect Fang Qimai to recommend her as the new English representative. Tian thought about it. Indeed, Bikshua's English scores had always been excellent. It was just that Sally liked to show off and had nominated herself right from the start. Since Qimai also said so, then it's settled. Okay, then the position of our class English representative will be handed over to Bishua. Once again, applause erupted in the classroom. Xiao Bishua stood up. "Thank you everyone, I will do my best." Kai Shali was utterly frustrated. Tian said, "There are 78 days left until the college entrance examination, and the monthly exam is coming up soon, so everyone let's work hard. Now take out the papers." After class, Xiao Bishua approached Fang Qimai. "Thank you." Fang Qimai replied, "No need to thank me, but it's mainly because you have long legs." What does that have to do with being a class representative?" Fang Qimai continued, "The class representative is basically running errands for the teacher, and I'm too lazy to do that. I saw that your legs are so long you have the potential to run errands. So, I recommended you to do it." Xiao Bishua, 8 confusion points from Xiao Bishua. Before long, the class bell rang. The Chinese teacher, Huang Bingwen, walked in with the sound of the bell. "What are you all making noise about when class has started?" The classroom fell silent. Fang Qimai casually replied, "Teacher, we're just here to wait for school to end." Huang Bingwen. Someone burst out laughing. "That makes sense, for I'm totally speechless. Waiting for a little cow here." Huang Bingwen slammed the composition paper he was holding onto the podium. "Oh, Fang Qimai, I haven't settled the score with you yet." Ding. "You've been called out by the Chinese teacher." Huang Bingwen, unlocking the ability skimming. Skimming your reading comprehension ability has improved, leading to a faster reading speed. It seems I can speed up my reading comprehension in the future. Huang Bingwen said, "Fang Qimai, your Chinese scores are indeed decent, but you can't be so self-righteous." The classmates were confused, wondering what good thing Fang Qimai had done again. "The compositions you all wrote over the weekend, I've graded them at lightning speed. Come here, Fang Qimai, I ask you." Saying this, Huang Bingwen took out Fang Qimai's composition. He questioned, "What were you thinking in your heart when you plagiarized someone else's article?" Everyone was taken aback. Did Mai Shin plagiarize someone else's essay? No way, Mai Shin's language scores have always been quite good, he doesn't need to copy others, right? Exactly, didn't the teacher often read his essays in the next class? Could it be that he copied those too? It's possible perhaps he just hadn't been caught before, and this time teacher Huang happened to see the original work. "I think there's been a misunderstanding, Mai Shin isn't that kind of person." Huang Bingwen said, "If you want to borrow from others, I don't oppose it, but you should learn from their strengths, not just copy their entire essay verbatim. What can you learn by copying everything? Other than passing my assignment, what other use does it have?" Huang Bingwen became increasingly angry. Can you copy in the college entrance exam? Oh. He tapped on Fang Qimai's essay on the desk. You Fang Qimai are truly a talent, you copied it, and even the punctuation is identical. Are you that lazy? I really am amazed by you. Fang Qimai stood up and said, Teacher, I did not plagiarize. Did not plagiarize. Huh. Huang Bingwen laughed. At first I thought what you wrote was truly stunning, but the more I read, the more it felt familiar. I realized that I had seen an identical article on a WeChat public account. Do you really think you can deceive everyone without being exposed? Evidence was already at hand. The whole class began to murmur. Could it be that my shun's reputation has collapsed? Huang Bingwen continued. Do you know on which public account that article was published? Do you need me to pull it up for you right now? It was published in Jiangxing Literary Journal, Fang Qimai replied. Huang Bingwen countered, it's Jiangweb Book Society. Fang Qimai extended his index finger and shook it left and right. No, you are mistaken, teacher. What? Fang Qimai said, that article was originally published in Jiangxing Literary Journal in this year's February issue. The article was titled May the Beauty of the World Be Intertwined with You, and the author is called Tomato Noodles. This, Fang Qimai continued, later it was authorized for reprinting by multiple public accounts, including Readers Budding and Jiangweb Book Society. Teacher, take a closer look at the article on the public account. Doesn't it indicate that it was reprinted? Huang Bingwen opened WeChat to check the public account and found the article. It indeed indicated it was reprinted from Jiangxing Literary Journal. Generally, people only read the article and wouldn't pay much attention to these details. Huang Bingwen adjusted his glasses, saying, So even if that's the case, what does it matter? The whole class was stunned. It seems that my shun was not wrong. But how does he know so much? That means you are very familiar with this article. Do you still dare to say you didn't plagiarize? Fang Qimai replied, Teacher, the author of that article is me. What? All this? The whole class was shocked. That was written by my shun, and it was published and then reprinted on multiple platforms. Wow, only my shun could achieve this. Huang Bingwen's confusion value increased by 10. Huang Bingwen's confusion value increased by 12. That article was really written by you. Fang Qimai nodded. Yes, because my pen name is Tomato Noodles. How do you prove that it's yours? Fang Qimai said, Teacher, just read my name and my pen name a few more times. Then you will believe it. Fang Qimai Tomato Noodles. Fang Qimai Tomato Noodles. Fang Qimai Tomato Noodles. The initials are all FQM. Impressive. Huh. Awesome. This is definitely my shun. This is like a cow going to Peking University. Impressive with knowledge. Huang Bingwen's confusion value increased by 20. Huang Bingwen's confusion value increased by 20. This. Huang Bingwen directly became speechless. After stammering for a while, he finally said, All right. Okay, I believe you. He addressed the whole class, saying, To have an article accepted by a magazine is quite rare. Everyone should learn more from classmate Qimai. Fang Qimai said, No, teacher, since high school, I have had 20 articles accepted by various magazines. May the beauty of the world be intertwined with you is just one of them. Huang Bingwen. When this was said, the whole class was dumbfounded. Wow, if we calculate over 3 years, that's nearly 7 articles accepted per year. My, you are so amazing. My goodness, my shun will always be my shun. This makes me so excited that I have to summon another little cow. Quick, tell us. This is like a little cow going to space. Impressive and breaking through the limits. Huang Bingwen was already dumbfounded. The magazine usually pays around 80 to 200 yuan per 1,000 characters. Some magazines offer. There are also some that pay based on the number of articles. The payment for an article varies from dozens to thousands. However, this industry isn't easy to earn money in. Huang Bingwen also tried submitting to magazines hoping to earn some extra cash. However, after writing intermittently for 2 or 3 years, he still did not meet the submission requirements. Finally, last year, he had one accepted earning 300 yuan. Huang Bingwen felt he was just starting to scratch the surface. If he persisted and mastered the submission style of a particular magazine, it would be easier to get accepted. But looking at Fang Qimai, he didn't seem like a diligent person, so one could only say this was a gift. Moreover, he could handle the styles of multiple magazines, which was impressive. Huang Bingwen silently wiped his sweat. He truly felt inferior. Not just him, everyone present, including Li Hongzhe and others, was in awe. Not bad. Classmate Qimai is very outstanding. He is our role model. Everyone applaud. Clap, clap, clap. Huang Bingwen felt a lingering fear. All right, Qimai, you can sit down now. Next, let's take a look at Qimai's article, which has many worthwhile points to learn from. Ding, ding, ding. Soon the afternoon class ended. Today it was Fang Qimai and Lu Mimi's turn to be the class monitors. Other than cleaning up in the morning and wiping the blackboard, they had to sweep the floor again after school. Lu Mimi complained, We have to clean the classroom again. I'm not this enthusiastic at home. Fang Qimai replied, That's normal. When school starts, the teacher will tell you that school is your home. When you're sleeping in class, the teacher will say, do you think school is your home? When cleaning, the teacher will tell you that school is your home. But when we aren't wearing school uniforms, the teacher will say, do you think school is your home? Wow, my, what you said makes so much sense. Lu Mimi felt very impressed. At that moment, a few girls, one of them timidly said, My Shun, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Fang Qimai asked. Could you please tutor us? If we have any questions, we can bring them up, and then you can explain them to us. Like your skills in writing Chinese and English essays, for instance. If you could also discuss other subjects, that would be even better. Yes, my Shun, is that okay? Lu Mimi also said, Right, my, I thought about this before, but was too shy to say it. The English proverbs you taught us that day felt very practical, and we could understand them better. More and more classmates gathered around. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. I regret not working hard before and want to give it one last push. My Shin, you don't have to clean. We'll take care of it. Yes, we can handle this. And for your meals in the future, we'll cover those too. That's fine. With so many of us, it's not much for each person to contribute a little. Just consider it as tuition. My Shun, is that all right? Li Hongzhe, who was about to go eat, was dumbfounded. As a top student, hardly anyone had ever come to him for help with studies, let alone so many people surrounding him asking him to explain problems. Fang Qimai looked at the 10 or 20 classmates, each with sincere expressions. All right, then I'll find time to teach you. As for the cleaning, you can help with that. Fang Qimai added, however, you should help with the sweeping. Yes, that's great. The master has agreed. But when will we have the class? During evening self-study, there will be teachers supervising, so we are not allowed to gather and talk. Everyone pondered. Indeed, it's a tough problem. If it doesn't work, well, just have to sacrifice our lunchtime. Fang Qimai said you all need to ensure you rest during lunch, otherwise you'll lack the energy to attend the class in the afternoon. Lu Mimi quietly said, My. You never take a nap, you just sleep during class. Fang Qimai glanced at Lu Mimi, causing her to quickly shrink back. All right, learning gods do not need to attend classes. Now this issue wasn't easy to solve. At this moment, Li Hongzhe walked over. Fang Qimai, I will help you apply for evening self-study, so you can teach, but I can only give you an. After saying this, Li Hongzhe turned and left. Fang Qimai said, Thanks, class monitor. Li Hongzhe stopped and said, No need to thank me, I'm helping everyone. By the way, you must teach well, if you don't, you won't be allowed to teach anymore. After that, Li Hongzhe quickly exited. Wow, the class monitor has finally done something worthwhile. My good class monitor, rarely understanding and considerate. Fang Qimai said, All right, then starting next, I will add an extra hour for everyone every day. Everyone, let's work hard. Good. A group of people cheered. My God, let me take care of it. Someone snatched the broom from Fang Qimai's hands. Others went to fetch more brooms. Then a group of people energetically got to work. Some swept the floor while others wiped the blackboard. Many hands make light work. In just 2 minutes, the duty students completed all their tasks. After dinner, many returned to the classroom. What time does my God start teaching? Fang Qimai glanced at the time and said, Let's wait a bit longer until more people arrive. What will my God teach? He will teach us our class's super benefit. Really? Yes. Even though Guo Liqing from the adjacent class is so capable, he never teaches others, only reads by himself. A true master is one who excels in their studies and is willing to teach those who struggle. Wow, my God is truly admirable. Feel free to ask any questions you have. That's great. There are some questions I'm too afraid to ask the teacher. I can just ask my God. The evening self-study starts at 6:30, and there are still 15 minutes left. Except for Jiang Zikai, everyone was present and ready to start. If we finish early, we can leave early. Fang Qimai stepped onto the podium. In response to everyone's requests, I will set aside some time each day to teach you some content. Those who want to listen, listen attentively. Those who don't can ignore me. Additionally, if you don't understand something after I finish, feel free to ask. Let's begin. Then Fang Qimai said, in our first lesson, we will not discuss studying. Instead, let's explore what you find to be the biggest difficulties in learning. Who wants to share? No one in the class spoke. Lu Mimi timidly raised her hand and said, I think it should be feeling sleepy during class. What does everyone else think? Exactly, it's wanting to sleep during class and being unable to concentrate. Me too, when the time comes, I just feel sleepy, and once I'm sleepy, I can't listen to what the teacher is saying at all. All right, then let's discuss how to solve this issue and also talk about how to reasonably schedule our study time. First, let's take a look at the human biological clock. At 5 a.m., getting up at this time will quickly lead to a state of full alertness. At 6 a.m., the body's functions awaken and memory improves. At 7 a.m., a body temperature rises, blood circulates faster, and immune functions strengthen. At 8 a.m., the body enters an excited state, and memory further enhances. At 8 p.m., reactions are at their quickest. At 9 p.m., memory reaches its peak. At 10 p.m., drowsiness strikes, and bodily functions decline. Having mastered the knowledge of physical health, Fang Qimai spoke eloquently, writing key points on the blackboard. This is the situation of our biological clock, but everyone's biological clock varies according to their individual circumstances. There are 3 time periods when the human body has the most energy: from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., and from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. From this, we can draw a conclusion: tackle the most difficult tasks when you are most alert. For instance, we should prioritize tackling physics and mathematics when we are at our most energetic. If you can't handle them when you are at your best, don't expect to complete them when you feel sleepy. That makes sense. Quick take notes. Oh man, I always choose the easier tasks first and leave the harder ones for last, and as a result, I end up not being able to do them. At this moment, the homeroom teacher Shui Baogai had already been standing at the back of the classroom for some time, without anyone noticing. Before the evening self-study, Li Hongzhe came to apply for Fang Qimai to teach during self-study. He was a bit hesitant, but thought he would give it a try. After listening for a while, it felt pretty good. Fang Qimai naturally had a commanding presence. When he teaches or shares study methods, the students are more engaged. Also, what he just said really makes sense. Fang Qimai pointed to the line at 6 p.m. and continued, at this time memory is enhancing. This is a great time to memorize vocabulary. I believe that the class monitor, the English class representative, and the former English class representative, who all have good English scores, must have been doing this. Kai Shaili. She was quite annoyed. She initially looked down on Fang Qimai's teaching and focused on her own homework. But suddenly Fang Qimai called her out. Moreover, why did he need to specifically mention the former English class representative? Damn. Li Hongzhe remained silent and continued writing his homework. Xiao Bishue was attentively listening and nodding. Fang Qimai then said, another rule is don't study when you're sleepy and don't get sleepy while studying. But if you are really very sleepy, what should you do? Let me share a few methods. The first method is to eat super strong mint candies. The mint contains volatile oils, menthol, and tannins, which have a refreshing effect. So now you can understand why the study champion class monitor often has fresh breath. It's because whenever he feels sleepy, he eats mint candies to wake himself up. Everyone suddenly realized. The second method is to rapidly tap your fingers on the fengqi acupoint. It can help activate your internal organs and regulate your body's blood flow, speeding up the replenishment of energy throughout the body. For 2 to 3 minutes, it can effectively restore your spirit. The fengqi acupoint belongs to the gallbladder meridian and is located parallel to the earlobes on either side of the large tendon at the back of the head. Fang Qimai demonstrated, and everyone began to try it out. The third method is to stretch. For students who lack exercise, stretching can be quite painful, but it will definitely wake you up from drowsiness. During breaks, go to the hallway to stretch. Don't be gentle on yourself. You must be ruthless. The more it hurts, this way you can stay alert during class and also benefit your body. Fang Qimai combined knowledge of health and traditional Chinese medicine to explain how to solve drowsiness during class. Once this issue is resolved, learning efficiency will greatly improve. What I mentioned above applies not only to studying, but also to future jobs. These methods are equally applicable. Do you all remember? We remember. At this moment, Niu Jichao took the lead in applauding. The whole class followed suit. Shui Baogai nodded. Indeed, efficiency is the top priority in learning. If everyone can truly focus during class, as Fang Qimai suggested, it would be great. It's just that this guy Fang Qimai always sleeps during class. Anyway, Fang Qimai As the applause subsided, Fang Qimai said, all right, who has questions? Someone raised their hand. My God, you shared so much and we've benefited greatly, but I still want to know how you can sleep in class and still have such good grades. Yeah, I also want to know. Exactly, this is the point. Fang Qimai replied, you all misunderstood. I actually don't sleep. I just don't casually open my eyes. Why don't you open them? Because as soon as I open my eyes, the teachers will know. They must have said something wrong somewhere. Shui Baogai. The entire class fell silent after listening. As soon as we study slackers open our eyes, the teacher already knows it's time to end the class. Is this the gap between the study gods and us? I kneel in awe. From now on, let's just attend class honestly. 10 confusion value from Shui Baogai. After finishing the lecture, Fang Qimai stepped down from the podium, holding his bag, and walked to the back door in front of Shui Baogai. Teacher, I'm leaving first. Okay. With that, Fang Qimai swaggered out. Even during self-study, he left with such audacity in front of the homeroom teacher. The whole class was astonished. A new day began early in the morning. The nearby grocery stores and the school's small shop ran out of mint candies, all taken by the students of Class 10. During morning exercises, the students of Class 10 were also quite serious. During the first 2 periods, everyone was quite spirited. In the third period, some felt a bit drowsy, leading to a scene of the Class 10 students collectively stretching. Ouch! It hurts. Honestly, this pain does have some effect. Exactly every time it hurts, I feel more awake. It gives a bit of that feeling of hanging by a thread and pricking with a thorn. The students from neighboring Class 9 and Class 11 looked a bit confused. What is Class 10 doing? I heard through the grapevine that next month our school's graduation party program will start taking sign-ups. Could it be that Class 10 is planning a performance? Are they going to perform a collective stretching exercise? At noon in the cafeteria, Fang Qimai picked up his meal, and found a seat. At a table of 8 seats, there were 6 people, all from neighboring Class 9. The top student of Class 9, Guo Liqing, was also having lunch here. Guo Liqing asked, Fang Qimai, the monthly exam is next week. How are you preparing? Fang Qimai shrugged, not preparing. Oh really? I'm looking forward to your results. A boy nearby said, Fang Qimai. From Class 10. Ding. You have been called out by Class 9's math representative Su Kai, unlocking ability, high school mathematics problem-solving skills. Another boy said him. I've heard Jiang Zijin mention him. He's also at the bottom of Class 10. In Class 10, only Li Hongzhe is worth considering, but he's not enough to shake Guo Liqing's position as the top student. Besides Li Hongzhe, are there any others worth your expectation? Guo Liqing replied, it seems your information is a bit outdated. Right, I remember now. Fang Qimai's essays have been read aloud several times in our class by teacher Huang along with his English essays. So it's this person. However, whether it's the monthly exam or the mock exam, I've never seen him in the top 100 of the grade. Guo Liqing said, you'll know then. Su Kai smiled and walked to Fang Qimai saying, I'm just an ordinary person. I was beaten by Liqing by nearly 60 points in the mock exam, ranking only 32nd in the grade. Nice to meet you. Su Kai, you're being too modest. Exactly, with you being so low-key, how are we those ranked in the hundreds supposed to live? Su Kai smiled and asked, Fang Qimai, what was your rank in the mock exam? Fang Qimai thought for a moment. He had never cared about his own ranking. I didn't pay attention. Didn't pay attention. Su Kai and others laughed. Fang Qimai added, however, I should be able to surpass you this time. Surpass me. Did you all hear that? Several people from Class 9 shook their heads thinking Fang Qimai was just boasting. Su Kai said, don't even talk about surpassing me. If you can be half as good as Liqing, that's impressive. Fang Qimai, while eating, asked, what's the point? Well, it's just normal competition. It's common for classmates to compare grades, isn't it? Then it's meaningless. You? At this moment, Guo Liqing said, Su Kai's strong point is in science, but he's a bit weaker in Chinese and English, especially in essays where both subjects are written quite ordinarily. Additionally, Su Kai is very competitive. He always sees me as a target. Fang Qimai understood. Could it be that his excellent essays made Su Kai uncomfortable? He shrugged and replied, there's nothing to be done, as some people are just born unable to write essays. Su Kai retorted, don't think that being able to write essays makes you impressive. The college entrance examination is not just about essays. However, some people just can't write essays. Don't forget the college entrance examination has essays. How about we make a bet? Fang Qimai replied, not interested. Saying that, Fang Qimai stood up and prepared to leave after finishing his meal. Fang Qimai, were you listening to me? At that moment, the English representative of Class 9, Cheng Fang, just happened to pass by. Seeing Fang Qimai, she froze for a moment and quickly greeted him. Hi. Fang Qimai smiled slightly and nodded, walking ahead. Cheng Fang, when did you get so familiar with Fang Qimai? Watching Fang Qimai walk away, Su Kai shouted from behind, how about this? Whoever loses has to take care of the hygiene for the other's class. Hearing this, Fang Qimai thought, cleaning. I hate cleaning. He didn't look back, just waved his hand and left. Hey, say something. For confusion value from Su Kai. Damn, what does this guy mean? Guo Liqing replied, your level is too low. He can't be bothered to pay attention to you. How is my level not enough? I'm ranked 32nd in the grade. Then Guo Liqing stood up and left. The others followed suit. Hey, why are you all eating so fast? It's not that fast, mainly you talk too much, and while you're talking we keep eating. You guys. Let's go, Su Kai. We are heading back first, not waiting for you. Su Kai. Back in the classroom, all the curtains were drawn. Upon entering, no one spoke loudly. This was all because they had listened to Fang Qimai's class last night. It mentioned the importance of taking a nap. Just resting for 15 to 30 minutes can ensure they have energy for the afternoon classes. The entire classroom was quiet, creating a comfortable resting environment. Shui Baogai happened to pass by and felt gratified seeing this atmosphere. Honestly, I've been advising them to take naps for so long, yet it doesn't compare to a single word from Fang Qimai. However, Fang Qimai, who advocated for everyone to take naps, was himself holding a basketball to go play. Shui Baogai hesitated to speak. After school in the afternoon, several classmates gathered around. Maishin, what are we discussing today? After gathering everyone's opinions, today we will talk about mathematics. Alright, I really want to hear about math. The monthly exam is coming soon. I hope to gain a few more points after this. Ding, ding, ding. The bell for evening self-study rang. Classmates settled into their seats and took out their notebooks. Originally, it was Tian who was supposed to supervise the evening study. However, since Tian took the night off, Shui Baogai was asked to replace her. Although he knew Fang Qimai would be teaching, he still arrived early. Silently sitting in the last row in Jiang Zijin's seat, Fang Qimai said, alright, let's seize the time. Given that we have the monthly exam coming up today, I will teach everyone how to guess math problems. Sitting in the back row, Shui Baogai was correcting math papers. Hearing Fang Qimai say this, he almost jumped up. Fang Qimai was not taking class seriously, and he was actually thinking of teaching everyone how to guess answers. And he was doing this in front of the math teacher. Many classmates cheered. Guessing is great. This is simply a blessing for the underachievers. For 3 short ones and 1 long one, choose the shortest. For 3 long ones and 1 short one, choose the longest. For 2 long and 2 short, choose B. For the same length and same shortness, choose A. If the lengths are uneven, choose D. If they are mixed, choose C. Focus on copying and use guessing as a supplement. Combining copying and guessing will surely ensure passing. This is the essence of guessing answers. Fang Qimai said, "What I mean by guessing answers is not really random, but a technique." Shuai Baogai changed his tone. The whole class was a bit confused at what kind of guessing technique was. First, when doing problems, think more about the intention of the question setter. Saying this, Guizilei raised his hand. I think the intention of the question setter is to make us underachievers fail. Shuai Baogai. Fang Qimai said, "Don't interrupt me." Then Fang Qimai wrote on the blackboard, estimate. The so-called estimation method means we don't need to calculate the exact values to determine the correct option. Is it really that magical? Is this for real? Can it work like that? This is way more technical than choosing the longest for 3 short ones. Shoo. Listen carefully. While the classmates were discussing, Fang Qimai drew a square on the blackboard. Inside the square, he also drew a Tai Chi pattern. This is a real question from 5 or 6 years ago. The Tai Chi pattern inside the square is an inscribed circle. The black and white parts of the Tai Chi are symmetrically centered around the center of the square. Question: if we randomly select a point inside the square, what is the probability of that point landing in the black area? A12 B pi 4 C 14 D pi 8. Fang Qimai said, "This is the question. I wonder if anyone has seen it." Everyone started to think. This question looked simple, but it seemed not so easy. Fang Qimai looked at Li Hongzhe. I think the class monitor must have encountered this question. Let's ask the class monitor to explain how he solved it. Li Hongzhe put down his pen and stared at it for a while. This was a question from a few years ago on the college entrance exam. He had come across it and solved it before. It wasn't difficult for him. Li Hongzhe initially didn't want to cooperate with Fang Qimai, but he still went up. He wrote while explaining his You see, based on the symmetry of the graph, the black part inside the Tai Chi occupies half of the total area of the circle. We can assume the radius of the circle is 1, so the side length of the square is 2. Thus, we can calculate that the area of the black part is pi 2. So the corresponding probability, P equals pi 2 4, which simplifies to pi 8. Therefore, for this question, we choose D. After watching Li Hongzhe's explanation, I suddenly felt this question was quite simple. The answer was easy to calculate. Fang Qimai nodded. Thank you, class monitor. Fang Qimai continued. Now let's change our perspective and use the estimation method I mentioned. We can estimate the approximate range and compare the options. We don't necessarily need to calculate the final answer to make the correct choice. The whole class was quietly watching, usually not this serious in class. Shuai Baogai also stopped. He wanted to see what Fang Qimai had to say. Fang Qimai said, for this question, the intention of the question setter is to require the probability of the black part in the square. First, the black part of the Tai Chi must be less than half of the entire square, so we can directly eliminate A12 and B pi 4. Now only C14 and D pi 8 remain. Moreover, the black part is half of the area of the Tai Chi circle, which must have pi in its area. Since option C has no pi, we can directly conclude that the correct answer is D. Wow, this actually works. Impressive, this method is great. I've mastered it. This is indeed cloning a little cow, still awesome. Fang Qimai said, this is the estimation method. This method seems like guessing answers, but it still has its basis. In comparison, the class monitor's conventional method is the first choice. If one can accurately calculate the specific values, it ensures they won't make mistakes. This method is suitable when you really can't calculate. You can try this perspective. Shuai Baogai also nodded. That question was very classic, and what Fang Qimai said was indeed a method. To be precise, he provided everyone with an additional way to think about solving problems. Seeing the whole class interest in mathematics being aroused, he was very happy. Then Fang Qimai erased the content on the blackboard. Next is the substitution method. Actually, this method was taught by Lao Shui before, but I will emphasize it again. Shuai Baogai. The interval for one of the zeros of the function fx 8 times 2 times 2 is e2, 3c3 for d for 5. Look, this expression looks pretty complicated, right? It's simple, just substitute one by one. If one result is greater than 0 and the other is less than 0, then we have our interval. After substitution, f2 0 and f3 0, so the answer comes out, select B. Fang Qimai circled it and said, this is an easy point question. Indeed, it's essential to understand the intention of the question setter. After being taught by my shun, I suddenly feel that math doesn't seem so difficult. It's not difficult now, but once you try it yourself, you'll know how hard it is. I've got it, I've got it. The classmates nodded in agreement. Everyone was taking notes seriously. Additionally, Fang Qimai also taught mathematical problem-solving techniques such as special values and assumption methods. Shui Baogai was puzzled. Actually, the methods Fang Qimai mentioned were also ones he had basically talked about before, but he always felt that the class notes were taken more seriously when Fang Qimai taught. Why is that? Is it because Fang Qimai is handsome? Shui Baogai couldn't help but touch his receding hairline. Ahem. When I was young, I was just as handsome as Fang Qimai. Let's discuss the number of options. Based on the data from the math multiple-choice questions of the past 4 years of college entrance examinations, we have drawn this conclusion. Of course, guessing on multiple questions like this is pointless. There is a saying that options B and D appear more frequently, while A appears less. The first and last questions will not have A as the answer. Shui Baogai suddenly expressed some disagreement. At this point, Fang Qimai tapped the podium and said, "Everyone, please do not rush to take notes. This statement is purely nonsense. Do not believe it. For specific situations, just look through the past college entrance exam questions and you'll understand." Lastly, let me share some methods to guess when you really cannot solve a problem. 1. In multiple-choice questions, it is impossible to have 3 consecutive questions with the same answer. However, if you have already chosen incorrectly in the previous questions, then just pretend I didn't say that. 3. In questions that require conditions, the options necessary and sufficient and not necessary can basically be excluded, as the probability of them being correct is extremely low. 8. In multiple-choice questions, if the options are 4 choices in increasing order, then you can basically exclude the largest and smallest. Wow, amazing. Mastering these patterns, even the weakest students can at least get 2 more questions right. These practical techniques, why doesn't old Shui teach us? Could it be that old Shui is unwilling to teach? Fortunately, we have Master Mai. I think Master Mai teaches better than old Shui. Shoo, Teacher Shui is behind us. Oh, when did he arrive? Oh no, I'm done for. Shui Baogai cleared his throat heavily. Many people trembled. Li Hongzhe was equally impressed. Some of the techniques discussed tonight he knew, but there were also many he did not know, gaining quite a bit. Mainly Fang Qimai not only knows, but is also willing to share, which is very rare. He began to truly look at Fang Qimai in a new light. Like the entire class, Xiao Bishua also grew more and more in admiration of Fang Qimai. Fang Qimai said in summary, understanding the intentions of the question setter is very important. Also, the methods I mentioned are somewhat opportunistic. The key is still for everyone to practice the fundamentals. He looked at the time and realized he had gone over his allotted time. Alright, I will stop here. It's getting late, and I won't leave you any time for questions, but I have a few questions to ask everyone. Hearing that Master Mai was going to ask questions, everyone sat up straight. Fang Qimai asked, "I want to ask all of you, is there anyone who thinks they can get into Peking University? Raise your hand." Everyone was taken aback. Isn't that a pointless question? Even Li Hongzhe is on the edge, let alone the others. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Then one by one they shook their heads. No, right. Then find the second question, is there anyone here who thinks they can surpass Guoliqing in the monthly exam? Raise your hand. Everyone was again stunned. How is that possible? Guoliqing has been firmly seated at the top of the grade for years. Surpassing him? What a joke. Maybe if I work hard in my next life there might be a chance, but not in this life. Master Mai, are you trying to make things difficult for me, fat tiger? The students again shook their heads one by one. Also no, right. Then find the third question, is there anyone here who can do 2 more math questions every day? Raise your hand. In comparison to the first 2 questions, suddenly it felt like the third question might not be that difficult. Niu Jichao raised his hand first. Me. Xiao Bishue was the second to raise her hand. Lu Mimi was third, fourth, fifth. Me, and me. I can too. 10, 20, 30. The entire class. The whole class raised their hands. Even Kai Shaili, who had always looked down on Fang Qimai's teaching, quietly raised her hand. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Fang Qimai's rhetoric was too exhilarating. Sitting in the last row, Shui Baogai felt astonished. However, he also began to doubt his own teaching abilities. After being a teacher for so many years today, he felt strongly that his teaching skills could not compare to those of his students. Fang Qimai nodded. Very good. Now put your hands down. That's right, getting into Peking University and surpassing someone like Guoliqing is quite difficult for us ordinary. But doing 2 more math questions a day is something we can do. Do you have confidence? Yes. Okay, I will stop here. Old Shui, I want to go home now. Alright, be safe. Everyone thanked Fang Qimai for his lecture. Shui Baogai took the lead in the following 2 days. Fang Qimai would share knowledge and solve problems during evening study sessions. Gradually, even those who were not fond of studying began to look forward to his lectures every night. Under Fang Qimai's influence, more than half of the students in class 10 developed the habit of taking afternoon naps. Their enthusiasm for studying was ignited, and they became more serious in class. Although the lectures would take up self-study time, it instead caused everyone to automatically postpone the end of their evening study sessions. Students were also learning from each other. Each time Fang Qimai left Li Hongjin Yo Jichao and Xiao Bishue, who were among the better students, would help their classmates solve some study-related questions. The entire class formed a positive learning atmosphere. Xue Baogai felt quite regretful, wishing they had discovered Fang Qimai's potential earlier. However, it wasn't too late now. Under Fang Qimai's influence, this atmosphere in the class would surely lead to significant progress in their college entrance exams. Saturday was the day for Tian's mother Xia Jinmei to undergo a follow-up examination. This was after Fang Qimai's treating poison with poison method and Yang Huming's continuous follow-up. Fang Qimai was also looking forward to the results. At noon, the various follow-up reports were released. The results shocked the doctors at the hospital, showing improvement in all indicators. Xia Jinmai's overall mental state had improved significantly, and her pain had noticeably decreased. Symptoms like drowsiness, coughing, and blood in the stool had all lessened. The situation was much better than Fang Qimai had anticipated. The doctor believed that given her current condition, living for another 4 months should not be a problem, and perhaps even longer. At noon, Fang Qimai went to the first hospital. He bought some fruit at the entrance and headed to the inpatient department. At that moment, Tian was chatting with the person in the next bed, introducing them to Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. As they were chatting, Fang Qimai walked in. "Qimai is here." He handed over the fruit. "I came to visit Grandma. You are our benefactor. How can we let you spend money?" Tian's husband Lu Qingshu immediately came. "Qimai, thank you so much." He bowed his head with regret, saying, "To be honest, I initially doubted you. It was my mistake." Fang Qimai waved his hand. "That's a normal reaction. Come, please have a seat." Fang Qimai asked Mrs. Tian, "How is the situation now?" "It's quite similar to what I mentioned to you on WeChat. Overall, the situation has improved significantly." "Qimai, I really don't know how to thank you." Fang Qimai smiled slightly and remained silent. Lying in bed, Xia Jinmei spoke with a weak voice. "Child, thank you for saving me. I should have been sent for cremation. I never expected to live a few more days." Xia Jinmei unexpectedly had a sense of humor. This not only indicated that she was a humorous person, but also proved that her mental state was quite good. At that moment, a middle-aged doctor walked in. His name was Ku Xiangping, the chief doctor at the first hospital, and also Xia Jinmai's attending physician. After checking on the other patients, Ku Xiangping approached. He glanced at the case information in his hand and called out Xia Jinmei. Then he took out his stethoscope and listened for a moment. "How are you feeling now? Is your cough severe?" "It's much better than before," Tian replied. "Let's wait for the second report this afternoon. Anyway, I think it's quite incredible." "Okay." Ku Xiangping was about to check the next room when Tian called out to him. "By the way, Dr. Ku, this is the person I told you about." Ku Xiangping turned to look at Fang Qimai. You are that traditional Chinese medicine practitioner named Fang." "Fang Qimai. Ding. You have been recognized by Dr. Ku Xiangping, unlocking the trait disease immunity, internal digestion." He gained another immunity trait against diseases, this time in the field of gastroenterology. He would no longer suffer from stomach pains or diarrhea, and colon cancer would also be out of the question. "Truly wonderful." Fang Qimai replied, "That's right, it's me, but I can't really be called a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I just have some research in this area." "Wow." Ku Xiangping sighed, deeply at a loss for words. "I didn't expect such a young person." Ku Xiangping thought for a moment. "Then you must be a genius." He was somewhat excited. He then said to Fang Qimai, "This is a hospital room. Can we talk outside?" "Sure." He took Fang Qimai to the terrace. Along the way, Ku Xiangping was very excited. "Can you tell me how you did it?" "I'm very curious. I used the method of treating poison with poison from traditional Chinese medicine." "Treating poison with poison?" Ku Xiangping pondered. No wonder during the biopsy some data was very abnormal, and some elements with special properties were detected. After a pause, Ku Xiangping continued, "This treatment method has been under research in the country. It is still in the experimental stage, and only some less toxic Chinese herbal medicines can be used with certainty while strictly controlling the dosage. I don't know how someone your age can achieve such a level. In other words, can you write your treatment method into an academic paper? Our hospital's doctors will fully assist you." It was clear that Ku Xiangping's intentions were good. However, Fang Qimai did not want to pass this medical skill on. If he taught it, it would mean competing with Yang's traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Fang Qimai replied, "I'm sorry, my master has regulations, and it's not convenient to disclose." "Okay then. May I ask where your master is from?" "Yang Huming." "Yang Huming." Ku Xiangping thought for a moment. He hadn't heard of him and didn't know who he was. He must be a medical saint, right? No wonder being the disciple of a medical saint and achieving something at such a young age was truly enviable. After chatting for a bit, Fang Qimai returned to the ward. At this time, Lu Qingshu signaled to Tian. Tian approached with a black bag. "Qimai, no matter how many times we thank you, we cannot express our gratitude. This is our small token of appreciation. Please accept it." Fang Qimai knew what was inside. However, he seriously replied, Mrs. Tian, all the fees have already been covered at Grandpa Yang's side. Our clinic has its own charging standards and won't charge extra. Tian hurriedly said, that's different. This is our heartfelt intention. Lu Qingshu stepped forward. Yes, Qimai, you must accept our heartfelt intention, otherwise we will feel guilty. Fang Qimai replied, Mrs. Tian, you know, I am not short of this money. Tian nodded slowly. Indeed, she already knew what kind of status Fang Qimai held, and that he certainly didn't lack the 20,000 yuan she had. For a moment, she and Lu Qingshu didn't know what to say. But besides money, they had no idea how to repay. Fang Qimai continued, with your personal experiences helping our clinic promote would be the most important. After a pause, Tian hurriedly said, yes, I just introduced it to the family members of the patient in the next bed. They will also come to find Dr. Yang. Thank you for your efforts. 100 chapters, and thank you for your companionship thus far. On the road ahead, let's walk together with the little. As time accumulates, more and more people will visit the Yang family traditional medicine clinic. Taking advantage of the weekend, Fang Qimai continued to impart knowledge to Yang Huming. Building on his original foundation, Yang Huming mastered more and more treatment methods, and his medical skills improved significantly. Monday arrived, marking the day of the monthly exam. The exams for Chinese mathematics, English, and comprehensive sciences would be completed over 2 days. There are 19 classes in the entire year, with classes 1 to 6 being liberal arts and classes 7 to 19 being science. According to the Science and Liberal Arts Division, seating was randomly arranged for the exams. Fang Qimai's exam seat number was 18 in the biology lab 2. In this month's exam, his classmates in the same examination room included Guizile, the physics class representative, Zhu Bing, and Jiang Zijin. However, Jiang Zijin was still recuperating and could only be absent. As he arrived at the exam room, Fang Qimai bumped into Guo Liqing. Guo Liqing asked, are you in this room too? Yes. Come on. The first exam tested Chinese. Once the papers were distributed, Guo Liqing habitually scanned through them first. Then he went to check the essay topic. This way, while completing the previous questions, he could also brainstorm ideas for the essay. Guo Liqing was already confident, but he did not show it. He answered the questions earnestly. After half an hour, someone suddenly raised their hand. It was Fang Qimai. The invigilator came down. Teacher, I'm handing in my paper. Fang Qimai tried to speak as softly as possible to avoid disturbing others. Yet the surrounding classmates were still taken aback. So soon. Half an hour, and he hasn't even finished the essay. He must have written something random, right? Even Guo Liqing wouldn't do that. 10 confusion points from Gao Yufeng, 10 confusion points from Gan Liangbin. Classmates Guizile and Zhu Bing were equally astonished. Although Fang Qimai was always like this during exams, half an hour to submit a Chinese paper in a monthly exam was too outrageous, wasn't it? If there wasn't a rule that required at least half an hour before submission, he might have finished in 10 minutes. Guo Liqing did not overly focus on Fang Qimai like others. Although puzzled, he continued to answer the questions earnestly. The invigilator glanced at the paper and asked, are you sure? Sure. The invigilator sighed and took the. Fang Qimai turned around and left the examination hall. 16 confusion points from Guo Liqing, not only for Chinese, but Fang Qimai also submitted the math, English, and comprehensive science papers, all in half an hour. Time and again, it stimulated the hearts of the examinees in this exam room. After finishing the comprehensive science exam, everyone returned to the classroom. Really good. What my Shin taught us was excellent. I used several methods. I just don't know if they are correct. Anyway, I feel that what my Shun taught us will at least add 10 points to my comprehensive science score, and I might pass English. Following my Shun can gain points. Everyone in the class was very excited. At this moment, Xue Baogai walked in. Don't think you can relax just because the exams are over. Return to your seats. We will continue with evening self-study tonight. Everyone in the class began to complain. Xue Baogai continued. Today is the day after the monthly exam, but it is also the 70th day countdown to the college entrance examination, so it is not yet time for you to relax. You can go wild after 70 days, but not now. Many people felt very tired and slumped in their seats. Xue Baogai said there are a few more things to discuss. One is the notification about the Qingming Festival holiday schedule, which I have posted in the group. It will be 3 days on April 3rd, 4th, and 5th. After finishing the ancestor worship, don't let your studies fall behind. The second thing is that the second mock exam will be on the 15th and 16th of next month. Oh my, another exam. The next semester for the 3rd year of high school will be filled with various exams one after another. Xue Baogai added on the 17th, we will have a spring outing for our 3rd year students, but the specific location has not been decided yet. It was initially going to be cancelled. However, this will be your last spring outing at this school, and Vice Principal Li wants you to cherish it, so he agreed to this outing. At first, everyone was happy to hear about the spring outing. But when it was mentioned that this would be the last time, there was a hint of sadness in the class. The third thing is that on June 3rd, the school will hold a graduation party. There are still 2 months to prepare. Anyone with talents should sign up with the cultural committee. Although we still need to prioritize studying, this is also your last party at this school, so cherish it well. Alright, let's begin self-study now. At this moment, Fang Qimai received a WeChat message. It was from his, to be precise, it was a message from Fang Qimai's foster father's brother. Qimai Qingming Festival is coming soon. Remember to go back to your hometown to pay respects to your parents and your grandfather. Fang Qimai did not reply. After his parents passed away, his uncle had completely ignored him. Although they had no obligation to take care of him, Fang Qimai felt that they were afraid he would cling to them. After his grandfather passed away, every penny was earned by Fang Qimai himself. Regardless of how others treated him, Fang Qimai would return the favor. Moreover, there was no need for his uncle to tell him. Fang Qimai had originally planned to return home. When he was 8 years old, his foster parents had a car accident, and he had been living with his grandfather ever since. Just as he started his first year of high school, his grandfather also passed away. Since last year, Fang Qimai had begun to pay respects to them. Although they were his foster parents, their kindness in raising him remained. Then he decided to return home on Qingming Festival. Fang Qimai thought. April 3rd, the first day of the Qingming Festival holiday morning. Fang Qimai finished a hearty breakfast. Bai Liso stood respectfully aside and said, "Young master, would you like to review the financial report for last quarter? Let's take a look." Fang Qimai took it and glanced at it. Bai Liso said, "Young master, in March your total expenditure was 247786550, exceeding the spending target set by the madam. For the new month, please continue to work hard, young master." Fang Qimai remained calm as everything was within his control. The largest expenditure was for the Shangwen Library, costing 220 million for acquisition along with subsequent renovations and staffing. Next was custom clothing and sake cakes, which totaled over 10 million. Additionally, there were investments in Dunton Liquor and Yang Family Traditional Medicine Clinic, etc. Currently, none of them have started making profits, but they will soon. Fang Qimai picked up a cup and took a sip of water. Bai Liso said, "The madam is very pleased with your performance last month and rewards you with a night XV, which will arrive soon." Hearing this, he nearly spat out his water. What the heck? There's a reward for this. However, Fang Qimai was very curious about what a Night 15 was. Bai Liso added, "The Night 15 is an ultra-luxury armored off-road vehicle, but it costs only 15 million. Only?" Bai Liso responded, "Yes, young master, that's the madam's exact words." Fang Qimai. Indeed, 15 million isn't that expensive. But the problem is spending money to boost performance. And after meeting the performance target, my mother actually gave me a 15 million reward. Am I that kind of person? To be honest, with a mother like this, asking for 10 more wouldn't be excessive, right? At this moment, Bai Liso heard a voice from the intercom. "All right." Bai Liso responded, then said to Fang Qimai, "Young master, the Night 15 has arrived. Villa 1. A parking space at the entrance. A massive black SUV stands there like a behemoth in stark contrast to the nearby low-profile and flashy sports cars. The Night 15 is truly impressive. It's large, black, and bold. One word to describe, it would be dominant." Fang Qimai was about to begin data analysis when Bai Liso kindly started to introduce it. The Night XV, an ultra-luxury armored off-road vehicle manufactured by Conquest Vehicles in Canada. Inspired by the design of heavy military armored vehicles, it measures 6.1 meters in length, 2.5 meters in width, and 2.5 meters in height. With a height of 2.5 meters, it exudes an imposing presence. Standing next to it, Fang Qimai appeared significantly shorter. It is powered by a 6.8-liter V10 engine, delivering a maximum output of 400 horsepower and a torque of 6,757 kgm. Notably, the manufacturer only produced 100 units in the first batch, as each one is handcrafted, requiring 1500 hours to complete. Due to its limited availability, not everyone can purchase it. The old master managed to acquire one with great difficulty. This vehicle is one of his favorites. Fang Qimai was somewhat incredulous. Dad's favorite car, and he actually dares to give it to me. Bai Liso coughed and said, "Actually, the old master is a bit reluctant to part with it." "Why is that?" "Well," Bai Liso explained, "it's mainly because the madam is willing to." "I see." Bai Liso added, "If the madam is willing, then it's worth it." The old master didn't dare to speak up. "I understand immediately." Fang Qimai continued, "When we drive and pass by a Hummer, we are often stunned by its massive size. But in front of the Night XV, the Hummer can only be considered a mere little monster." Fang Qimai nodded. Moreover, this is an SUV with bulletproof capabilities. To be precise, it is a civilian-grade ultra-luxury armored vehicle. "I can't help but want to take a look inside." Fang Qimai opened the rear door. Bai Liso explained, "It features luxurious Wilton WL carpets, tandem sunshade glass, and 6-way electric leather seats. The premium leather is all from Andrew Muirhead. Additionally, there are laptop compartments, LED lighting. The overall feeling is like a small private room. Plus, it has bulletproof features, making it very safe inside. I wonder what it feels like to drive it." Fang Qimai sat in the driver's seat. The view was exceptionally wide, and the steering wheel felt fantastic. He tried driving around outside, and the overall experience was extremely comfortable. Sports cars offer their own thrill, while the Night 15 provides a majestic sensation. Thinking about the roads back home, they are still dirt roads, bumpy and uneven. Driving a low-slung sports car would definitely not work. If I return tomorrow, I'll just take this car. At this moment, Uncle Fang Li sent another message. That day, Fang Qimai did not reply to his message, so today, he came to emphasize that Qimai gather at the ancestral home at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Also prepare a few offerings to express your sentiments. By the way, I haven't been in Jiangxing these days, so I can't pick you up. Just take a taxi back. Uncle Fang Li's family is quite wealthy. He is the owner of a factory in Jiangxing, drives a Mercedes, and lives in a high-end community. Among the few relatives on his adoptive father's side, he is considered the richest. That said, ever since his adoptive parents passed away, Uncle Fang Li has not given Fang Qimai a single cent. Fang Qimai doesn't care about his money, but the lack of basic concern is disheartening. Aunt Zhong Rui is the same. Whenever they meet, she never shows Fang Qimai a friendly face. Additionally, influenced by their parents, his cousins are not very close to him either. In general, it's still because his adoptive father didn't earn much money, leading to him being looked down upon. This indirectly affects the family's view of Fang Qimai. This world is so realistic. However, being looked down upon, even by his own siblings, leaves one speechless. Nevertheless, over the years, Fang Qimai has come to terms with it. He directly clicked to refund the 200 yuan, but refusing to accept it. He only replied with an okay. Beside him by Li's Ho said, young master Lin Songmin, the general manager of Dunton Distillery, contacted me yesterday. He said the samples of new products are ready. When do you have time? I can have him come over. Right now would be fine. Okay, I'll have him come over immediately. On the other side, upon receiving the notification, Lin Songmin set off with 2 senior executives from the company. At the same time, he also picked up his son Lin Haojia, who was in tutoring. Dad, I still need to prepare for the second mock exam, and am studying hard. Why did you call me out? Since the last time he heard Fang Qimai's words, Lin Haojia developed a determination to study hard. This made Lin Songmin feel greatly gratified. However, compared to that, it is more important to go find Fang Qimai. You need to understand, if you truly want to enter this field in the future, you must cover all aspects. From the research and design of a new product, you need to participate in every stage. Now that we are at the debugging stage, listening to someone as outstanding as Director Fang will surely yield valuable insights. Oh, I understand. But Lin Songmin's side, I feel that he will definitely be very strict. Sigh. We must be prepared for this batch of new products to be sent back for rework. Upon arriving at Phoenix Garden, Lin Haojia was already stunned. He had previously learned about the housing prices here, which were simply astonishing. To have a villa in this place was something he never even dared to dream of. Upon entering the villa area, the sight of the sports cars left everyone dumbfounded. For the wealthy, these million or multi-million-dollar luxury cars were merely toys. Especially that massive black SUV. Although he didn't know what it was several times more imposing than a Hummer. At that moment, Bai Li's Ho came to greet them. After the 4 of them got out of the car, Bai Li's Ho had them board a sightseeing vehicle. Lin Haojia asked, why do we still have to take this? Our young master is waiting for you at Villa No. 12. This vehicle is more convenient for traveling here. As Lin Haojia boarded the vehicle, he said, I thought the previous one was Director Fang's villa. Bai Li's Ho smiled slightly. That building also belongs to our young master. Huh. Lin Haojia then asked, may I ask why there are 2 villas so far apart? Someone beside him chimed in, yeah, if you want to buy 2, wouldn't it be better if they were close together? Bai Li's Ho thought for him. Having long been aware of Fang Qimai's wealth, they had mentally prepared themselves. Yet father and son were still left speechless by his utter lack of humanity. Lin Songmin wiped the sweat from his brow. From Lin Haojia, bewilderment value 20. From Lin Songmin, bewilderment value 20. We've arrived. Please get out of the car. As Lin Haojia stepped out, he glanced around. Looking back, he sighed enviously. How terrifying. So many villas, all belonging to him. Can one even occupy all of them? Lin Songmin trembled as he got out of the car, holding a red gift box in his hand. Yet his hand continued to shake. Please come in. The young master is waiting for you in the dining room. Bai Li's Ho led the 4 inside. Along the way, Lin Haojia was awestruck by the decoration of the villa. The atmosphere was filled with a noble air. Even the floor tiles looked so luxurious that he hesitated to step on them. Although they lived in a high-end community, it couldn't compare to this place. Upon seeing Fang Qimai, the 4 simultaneously exclaimed, greetings, Director Fang. Lin Songmin waved, and one person stepped forward holding something in their hands. Lin Songmin unveiled the red cloth to reveal a jade horse. As this is my first visit to Director Fang's residence, a small token of goodwill, I wish you success. Fang Qimai replied, wonderful. Thank you. Now let's have a meal. Sure. A servant took the jade horse. Bai Li's Ho clapped his hands and 10 maids appeared. They served 6 dishes, 2 soups, a dessert, and a fruit platter. Lin Haojia noticed the lavish spread, the dishes exquisite, and appetizing, recalling many high-end restaurants he had dined in. However, it was rare for someone like Director Fang to enjoy such high-end star-rated cuisine at home. This was not something that ordinary wealthy individuals could experience. Seeing the calm look in Director Fang's eyes felt like he was saying, that was because they weren't wealthy enough. The four newcomers cautiously enjoyed their meal. After feeling somewhat full, Fang Qimai said, "Manager Lin, we can now start tasting our new products." Lin Songmin quickly put down his chopsticks. Sure. He then took out the red gift box. Inside, the wine bottles had red labels with gold borders. There were a total of 9 bottles. The flavors included cola coffee and raisin with alcohol content of 25 degrees, of 40 degrees, and 50 degrees. All were 200 milliliter samples. Fang Qimai frowned slightly. Liso instructed the staff to set out the sanitized cups. 9 cups were filled with different strengths and flavors of wine. Each cup was filled with around 20 milliliters. The others followed suit. Fang Qimai picked up 1 cup, the 25-degree cola-flavored wine. Upon closer inspection, the wine was clear with a hint of cola flavor amidst the aroma of white liquor. He savored a sip, letting the taste linger. Lin Songmin, who had been brewing wine for many years, felt his heart leap to his throat. In the past, the quality at the winery was rigorously controlled, and he was the final checkpoint. Now it was his turn to be scrutinized by Fang Qimai, which made him very uneasy. He was quite worried that it wouldn't pass the test given Fang Qimai's unconventional approach. Director Fang, may I ask, how does it taste? Fang Qimai remained silent, continuing to taste the next flavor. The others waited in silence. Finally, Fang Qimai spoke. Uncle Bai, you should try it too. Yes, young master. Then Fang Qimai turned his gaze to Lin Haojia. You should try as well. Okay, Director Fang. After both had tasted, Fang Qimai asked, Uncle Bai, what do you think? Liso replied, overall it feels quite good. It's a new attempt. Personally, I prefer the one with 50 degrees. It has a stronger flavor than the white liquor. Then Fang Qimai turned to Lin Haojia. Is this wine good? It's okay, it's just a bit spicy, but to just drink cola. Lin Songmin. Right, you hit the nail on the head. Fang Qimai stood up and continued. What characteristics do today's youth have? They are restless like salted fish pursuing spiritual enjoyment. To cater to the characteristics of young people, we must turn drinking into a form of enjoyment. During their free time, they should be able to take a sip. It seems like they are being lazy, but they can still feel pleasure. This is a form of mental relaxation, allowing them to temporarily live a laid-back life amidst the restlessness. This truly aligns with the current state of young people. Indeed. Director Fang makes a... However, when I was drinking just now, I didn't find it enjoyable, nor did I feel the kind of happiness I wanted. Lin Songmin was left speechless. The other 2 senior executives exchanged glances, feeling quite helpless. They had suspected this would be the case on the way here. At least he had some self-awareness. Lin Songmin quietly said, please guide me, Director Fang. First of all, regarding the packaging, the red label paired with gold borders. That is one of the traditional color schemes for white liquor, which looks festive, but actually feels quite tacky. It does not align with the positioning and style of our product at all. Walking down the street with such a festive-looking wine, others might think there is a celebration. On the contrary, we want to give a down-to-earth impression so that anyone can carry it any time. Lin Songmin and the others nodded. That's right, that's how it is. One senior executive asked, so Director Fang, do you have any suggestions regarding the color scheme? Red is too tacky, orange and yellow give the impression of medicinal wine. Blue leans towards melancholy, while purple feels toxic. Black and white are also inappropriate. We could consider green. Green. Yes, after all, to have a good life, drinking should incorporate some green. We should take light green as the main color paired with white, gradually transitioning. It should give a fresh feeling upon seeing our wine. One should feel uplifted just from the packaging. Everyone nodded. Fang Qimai suddenly felt that the master of painting appreciation he received back then was somewhat useful. He spoke eloquently about the color scheme. Lin Songmin replied, understood, Director Fang. I know what to do now. Next is the flavor. Uncle Bai's age can accept this new flavor. But the problem is Lin Haojia, as a young person, doesn't like this kind of wine. He might as well drink beverages. That is our issue with flavor. My initial impression was that the flavor outside of the white liquor was too strong, overshadowing everything. The cola flavor is mainly used for sweetness, but should not dominate. This is one point. Secondly, it's hard to swallow and has a spicy taste. This is an issue with our brewing process. We need to refine our wine to aim for market leadership. But Manager Lin relying solely on this level won't be enough. Indeed, Lin Songmin had guessed correctly. This batch of wine needed to start over. Although quite frustrating, Fang Qimai's points were not wrong. Understood, Director Fang. I will make the necessary improvements. Fang Qimai said, give you 7 days. I want to taste the improved wine. 7 days. Lin Songmin and the other 2 senior executives immediately showed difficulty. Adjusting the flavor of white liquor is a complex process and is not that simple. One senior executive quietly said, Director Fang, 7 days might be a bit too rushed. Fang Qimai replied, then 5 days. Several people were instantly rendered speechless. The new wine trial had been shortened from 7 days back to 5, but no one dared to speak up. Fang Qimai could tell from the bewildered expressions of the few people that they were all dumbfounded. Well, okay, Mr. Fang. Lin Songmin replied weakly. Fang Qimai said, if the equipment is insufficient, we can update it or collaborate with processing factories. If there are not enough personnel, we should recruit talented individuals. Don't worry about saving money, just follow my requirements and get the job done. Understood? Understood. Lin Haojia realized that Fang Qimai seemed quite critical. But this is exactly what a CEO should do. He was indeed moving towards making Tonton the leading brand of baijiu. Moreover, he was quite bold, a quality worth emulating. Fang Qimai said, I've also thought of our brand name. Let's call it a salty fish with various flavors under the salty fish series umbrella. Lin Haojia thought it was a good idea. A salty fish sounds very relatable and appealing to young people. It could become popular. Lin Songmin felt old, his thoughts completely unable to keep up with the younger generation. Understood, Mr. Fang. You'll arrange for the registration immediately. Fang Qimai added, by the way, let's hold a global design competition for the brand design of a salty fish. A reward of 1 million for an adopted logo design. A reward of 1 million for an adopted packaging design as well. With such generous rewards, we will definitely achieve the results I desire. All right, Chairman, I'll take care of this. The next day, on Qingming Festival. Indeed, it started to rain early in the morning. Today, I need to return to my hometown. Fang Qimai's hometown is in Lingshui Village, Hubei Province. It takes an hour and a half on the highway. The time agreed upon with his uncle Fang Li was 10 o'clock. It was now 8 o'clock and they could set off. This trip was made in a Night XV with by Liso, personally responsible for driving. Fang Qimai sat in the back of the Night 15. The car was equipped with a tablet and other devices allowing them to watch movies or listen to music. There was no noise at all and the soundproofing was excellent. Additionally, the seats were quite spacious, making for a very comfortable ride. Moreover, there were 4 bodyguards accompanying them for Fang Qimai's protection. All 6 seats were filled. Being able to ride in this limited edition ultra-luxury armored off-road vehicle made the bodyguards feel quite honored. Wherever the Night 15, when it left people in awe of its imposing presence. It was no less impactful than a sports car on the streets. There was a brief traffic jam at the highway entrance, but once on they took off. At 9:30 they finally arrived in town. Just 1 more kilometer on the provincial road, and they would reach the entrance of Lingshui Village. Continuing along the village road for another 5 kilometers would lead them to Fang Qimai's adoptive father's ancestral home. On this special day, many people returned home to pay respects to their ancestors, and the roads were crowded. After a long struggle to reach the village entrance, unexpectedly, they encountered a blockage from afar. Lingshui Village's roads barely accommodated 2 lanes. During such holidays, the traffic flow increases dramatically, and passing becomes quite inconvenient. Especially with the many pedestrians and motorcycles, it exacerbated the congestion, making the entire road impassable. Moreover, due to the large size of the Night XV, maneuvering was quite difficult. Oncoming vehicles had to quickly find a place to pull over upon seeing Fang Qimai's car, to let the Night 15 pass first. However, the short 5-kilometer journey took 20 minutes just to cover half of it. It was almost 10 o'clock. Bai Liso said, sorry young master, it's my fault. I should have arranged for a helicopter to come earlier. It's okay, arriving late isn't an issue, I'll let them wait. They might not have arrived yet either. The car in front was a khaki Mercedes GL. It was unclear whether the driver was distracted or on a call, but the vehicle ahead had already moved, and he still didn't hurry to catch up. Bai Liso pressed the horn. The sound of the Night XV's horn was particularly imposing, startling. There was no choice with such heavy traffic. Not driving attentively warranted such a response. Subsequently, the GL slowly moved forward. Unexpectedly, the driver rolled down the window. A hand extended out, giving a middle finger. This was a blatant provocation. Bai Liso immediately flashed the headlights in warning. The Night XV's headlights were designed for outdoor use, exceptionally bright, and normally not used casually. The earlier flash could have easily shattered the GL's rearview mirror. What the hell? An angry shout came from the GL. Dad, that car behind is flashing us. The girl in the passenger seat chimed in, Dad, what kind of car is that? The middle-aged man in the back adjusted his glasses. I've never seen such a large car. I don't know what it is, but it must be expensive. I better not provoke it. Another middle-aged woman in the back added, Fang Hai, you just got your license. With so many cars around, drive carefully and don't overthink it. The young driver named Fang Hai was still very displeased. He glanced at the rearview mirror several times, contemplating how to teach the driver of that car a lesson. Suddenly, at a fork in the road, traffic came to a halt again. The car in front slammed on the brakes, and distracted Fang Hai unexpectedly bumped into the rear of the vehicle ahead. The vehicle in front was a Corolla, which wasn't too bad. But following this, filing an insurance claim and going through the procedures would be quite troublesome. Fang Hai, what did your mom just tell you? To be careful, and you just crashed into me. He slammed the brakes. Damn. Fang Hai cursed as the driver of the front car also looked quite frustrated. This was going to be a time-consuming and laborious matter. Fang Hai pointed at the other driver and said, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? You're the one who's messing around, right? I'm in a rush to pay respects to my ancestors, and you hit me like this. Who told you to slam on the brakes? If the car in front slams on the brakes, why can't I? Everyone is slamming on the brakes. I didn't crash into anyone else, but you crashed into me. In any case, you are entirely at fault. Hurry up and call the police and report the insurance." "You?" After a lengthy pause, Fang Qimai asked, "Is it blocked again?" A bodyguard replied, "Yes, young master, the two cars ahead collided." "What a hassle," Fang Qimai said as he leaned out to take a look. The driver of the front car, the Mercedes GL, was none other than Uncle Fang Li. On the other side were Aunt Zhong Rui and Cousin Fang Yang. And the one arguing was Cousin Fang Hai. This was great. It blocked the entire road. Fortunately, this was a fork in the road, so there was still space to navigate around. But there were still many oncoming vehicles. Liso was inching forward bit by bit. Fang Qimai's cousin Fang Hai was still entangled in the argument. "Don't you dare slam on the brakes in front of me again. If I hadn't slammed on the brakes, I'd have crashed into you. You're entirely at fault. Whoever rear-ends is at fault. How did you even get your license?" Although the crash wasn't severe, Fang Li was very distressed. He was becoming increasingly irritable. The vehicle couldn't move and had to wait for the police and insurance to arrive. And on such a day, they surely wouldn't arrive quickly. There was still 1 or 2 kilometers left to go, which would take quite some time. It was drizzling in the sky, but there was no better option. Fang Li said, "Fang Hai, since you caused the accident, you need to stay and handle it." Fang Hai was very unhappy. "Why, Fang Yang, let's take our things and walk over." Zhong Rui and Fang Yang were not pleased. "Dad, it's so far, how can we walk in the rain?" "Yes, dear, with so much stuff and such a long way, wouldn't we be exhausted?" "I'm not walking while I'm wearing high heels." "I'm not walking either." Fang Li said, "What else can we do? There's no way to call a car here." "Stop talking, hurry up." At that moment, the night XV, which had begun to overtake, suddenly came to a halt. Then the window rolled down. Uncle, Auntie, cousin, Fang Li, Zhong Rui, and Fang Yang looked over. "Isn't that Fang Qimai? So he was in this car." Fang Li looked. "Qimai, how did you get such a nice car? By the way, our car had an accident. Would it be convenient for your driver to give us a ride for a bit?" Ding. "You have been named by Uncle Fang Li, unlocking the ability repair skills automobiles." Fang Qimai replied, "Sorry, Uncle and Auntie, there's no more room in this car. I'll take my leave first, goodbye." The bodyguard closed the car window, and the Night 15 slowly drove away. They must be quite upset, but what does that have to do with me? The road ahead became slightly smoother. Before long, we arrived at our destination. Here stood a century-old banyan tree, its branches lush and leafy. The villagers had turned this place into a small square. Fang Qimai instructed by Liso to park the car in the square. "Young master, do we really not need to accompany you?" "No need, there won't be any danger here. Just wait for me, and I will call you if needed." "All right, young master." Then Fang Qimai got out of the car. The imposing Night 15 attracted a lot of attention. Fang Qimai ignored them and quietly observed everything around him. He returned here almost only once a year, yet it seemed like nothing had changed at all. Carrying a few bags of offerings and holding an umbrella, Fang Qimai walked up a small path. Finally, he arrived at a large courtyard. This was the ancestral home. Part of Fang Qimai's childhood memories was here. This ancient house had only 1 floor. Including the front and back, it was estimated to be over 170 square meters. Half belonged to Uncle Fang Li's family, and the other half now belonged to Fang Qimai. The gate of the courtyard was open, and there were people inside. Upon entering, he saw his aunt Fang Xiaomei and uncle Li Shengshui. Li Shengshui was also from the same village, and the two had always lived in their hometown. In previous Qingming festivals, Li Shengshui would finish their affairs early and come here. He smoked a cigarette and said expressionlessly, "You're back, huh?" "Yes." Fang Xiaomei turned her head and said happily, "It's Qimai. Qimai is back." Ding. "You have been named by Aunt Fang Xiaomei, unlocking trait endurance enhancement permanent." Aunt Fang Xiaomei had been working in the fields for years and was quite thin. Her back had become slightly hunched. However, her physical strength and endurance were better than those of ordinary people. With this reward, Fang Qimai's endurance significantly increased. "Meant uncle." Fang Qimai replied. Li Shengshui was a traditional man, very masculine. Their family situation was quite ordinary, and his personality was eccentric and exceptionally irritable. Bound by rural thoughts, everything in their family was dictated by Li Shengshui. Fang Xiaomei could only be a hard-working rural woman with a low family status. The last time they met, she secretly slipped 100 yuan to Fang Qimai, in a panic afraid of being discovered by Li Shengshui. But Fang Qimai knew her situation and did not accept it. Overall, Aunt Fang Xiaomei was almost the only one in the family who treated Fang Qimai well. Fang Xiaomei hurriedly helped take the things from Fang Qimai's hands. Fang Qimai then bowed to the portraits of his adoptive parents and grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, I've come back to see you. Fang Qimai silently recited in his heart. Nowadays, Qingming festival rituals have been simplified in some places. To honor the ancestors, one only needs to arrange some items on the table, bow once, and then burn a few things. The more significant function is to gather relatives together for a meal. Fang Xiaomei said, It's strange, why haven't your uncle and second aunt arrived yet? It's already 10:30. Fang Qimai replied, Who knows? Then Fang Xiaomei pulled Fang Qimai to sit down and chat. Qimai, you're going to be a senior this year, right? That's right. How are your grades now? Not bad, college should be. Fang Xiaomei gave a thumbs up. Qimai, you're really impressive. You, Fang Hai and Fang Yang, are all college students, very amazing. Fang Qimai smiled inwardly. His cousin Fang Yang had fairly good grades studying at a traditional Chinese medicine university in Hunan province, which was a prestigious institution. As for his cousin Fang Hai, he barely made it to a vocational school by the seaside. And it was only just barely. But in the eyes of the older generation and those lacking education, like Aunt Fang Xiaomei, she thought going to college was impressive without understanding the difference between a bachelor's and an associate degree. Not to mention that there are distinctions among bachelor's degrees. Fang Qimai's smile was not mocking Aunt Fang Xiaomei. Instead, it was about his cousin Fang Hai, who was uneducated and incompetent. After chatting for a while, Aunt Fang Xiaomei went to cook. When everyone else arrived, they would bow and then have a meal together. As the eldest sister of the family and the only one still in the hometown, Aunt Fang Xiaomei had to take charge of arranging this meal. Fang Qimai went to help. Meanwhile, Uncle Li Shengshui sat alone smoking. While selecting vegetables, Fang Xiaomei suddenly looked out the window and then pulled Fang Qimai to the side. She said mysteriously, Qimai, come here for a moment. What's wrong, Aunt? As she spoke, Aunt Fang Xiaomei took out 100 yuan. She directly shoved it into Fang Qimai's hands. Take it quickly. Aunt, there's no need. Aunt Fang Xiaomei anxiously said, Quickly take it, don't let your uncle see it. Aunt, really, it's not necessary. Aunt Fang Xiaomei added, Qimai, I don't have much ability. After your parents passed away, I couldn't help much. I've always felt guilty about it. Please take this money. Fang Qimai pushed the money back. No need, Aunt. I'm doing quite well now and I have enough money. You can keep it. Don't say that, just take it quickly. Aunt Fang Xiaomei added, You'll be going to college soon and I don't know if your tuition will be enough. I want to help, but I truly can't. Just accept this small token of my goodwill. The two pushed back and forth. Helpless Fang Qimai had to lay it all out. And actually, I've already reunited with my biological parents. Their family conditions are quite good, so I'm no longer worried about money. God, Qimai, is that true? Aunt Fang Xiaomei was very surprised. In the family, everyone knew that Fang Qimai was adopted by Fang Zheng and Tian Chunjun. No one knew about Fang Qimai's true origins. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai was able to find his biological parents. Aunt Fang Xiaomei's eyes suddenly became a bit moist. Regardless of anything, this was a good thing. She was extremely happy for Fang Qimai. At that moment, Uncle Li Shengshui walked in. You woman not cooking, what are you doing? I'm starving. Upon seeing Aunt Fang Xiaomei holding 100 yuan, Li Shengshui paused for a few seconds and quickly guessed what was going on. Good Fang Xiaomei, that's my money. Why are you thinking of giving it to someone else? Li Shengshui cursed as he walked in. Fang Xiaomei timidly said, That's our nephew, how can he be considered what, you dare to talk back to me? As he spoke, Li Shengshui raised his hand. Glancing at Fang Qimai, he then lowered his hand. When I get back, I'll beat you to death. Fang Qimai grabbed Li Shengshui by the collar. In his heart, he silently recited, Li Shengshui, from today onwards you'll take care of the household chores. Ding. Consumed 1000 confusion points. LTU absolute command I activated. Current remaining confusion points 5187. Li Shengshui, being small in stature, was momentarily stunned by the grab. Aunt Fang Xiaomei panicked. It seemed like a fight was about to break out. Don't be like this. Fang Qimai said, Uncle, please treat my aunt better in the future, otherwise I won't be polite to you. At this moment, Li Shengshui had already changed his expression. Got it. Fang Qimai released his hand. Then Li Shengshui turned to the vegetable washing sink and silently began selecting vegetables. Aunt Fang Xiaomei knew Li Shengshui very well. He was stubborn and would stubbornly argue with anyone over anything. Moreover, he had a stubborn temperament. She never expected that because of Qimai's words he would change so much. He had never done household chores. Everything at home was done by Aunt Fang Xiaomei. Now he was actually selecting vegetables. This was truly a sight to behold. Aunt Fang Xiaomei approached with a bit of fear. Shui, I can do this. While seriously selecting vegetables, Li Shengshui angrily said, Damn. From now on I'll do all the cooking, cleaning, and laundry. If you dare to touch me, just try it. Aunt Fang Xiaomei, huh? The bewilderment value from Fang Xiaomei 10. Did Shui get scared by Qimai? Will he upon returning reveal his fierce side and give himself a beating? Fang Qimai was very frightened. Fang Qimai said, "Don't worry, Uncle has turned over a new leaf. Let's go and leave this to Uncle to handle." At this moment, Uncle Fang Li's family arrived at the ancestral home except for cousin Fang Hai. They were accompanied by Aunt Fang Xiaoyun and Uncle Zhang Huokuan. Fang Xiaomei asked, "You finally made it. Why didn't you bring an umbrella? You're all soaked." "Hey, where's Fang Hai? Why haven't I seen him?" Fang Li said, "Don't mention it. What's going on?" Fang Li replied, "Fang Hai just got his driver's license and kept saying he wanted to practice driving on the way back, so he drove the car. But he wasn't focused at all while driving and got stuck in traffic, ending up crashing into someone's car. Oh no, are you all okay?" "We're fine and the insurance will cover it. The main issue is that we were exhausted carrying so many things in the drizzle. The key problem was that they couldn't find a ride and had to walk. Fortunately, Huokuan and the other's car came along and gave us a lift, otherwise we would have really struggled." "I see, as long as everything is fine." Uncle Zhang Huokuan said, "Fang, let's go inside and drop off the things first." Yes, let's put everything down first." Fang Xiaomei helped take the things from their hands. In the Fang family, Fang Xiaomei is the eldest, Fang Li is the second, Fang Qimai's adoptive father Fang Zheng is third, and the youngest is Fang Xiaoyan. Among them, only Fang Xiaomei has always lived here. The other three families went to Jiangqing. The richest among the four is Uncle Fang Li. He runs a glass product processing factory in Jiangqing. Uncle Fang Li's brother-in-law Zhang Huokuan is the deputy director in his factory, while his sister Fang Xiaoyan handles the finances. "Wow, Qimai, you got here so early. Ding. You have been named by Aunt Zhang Huokuan, unlocking ability harmonica mastery." Fang Qimai smiled slightly and remained silent. Zhong Rui said, "Fang Qimai, what kind of car did you just ride? It looked so big that there wasn't even room for us." "Ding. You have been named by Aunt Zhong Rui, unlocking ability animal encyclopedia." Fang Yang also chimed in, "That's right, Fang Qimai. You really exhausted us just now." "Ding. You have been named by cousin Fang Yang, unlocking ability medical care." Fang Qimai replied, "Sorry, Aunt Cousin, the maximum capacity is 6. Exceeding the limit is illegal. I already have 6 people in my car." "You?" Fang Li added, "By the way, Qimai, that car you were in looks expensive. A lot of villagers were watching. Did you call for a ride back and get that kind of car? What a waste of money." Fang Li only cared about money, speaking as if it were his own money that was spent. Moreover, it felt like Fang Li was scolding Fang Qimai in a fatherly manner. Fang Qimai scoffed. Zhang Huokuan asked, "By the way, where's your brother-in-law? Why haven't I seen him?" Fang Xiaomei replied, He is cooking." "Cooking?" Everyone was shocked. "Your brother-in-law can actually cook? Oh my God, is this true?" At this moment, thick smoke billowed from the kitchen. The smell was extremely pungent. Zhang Huokuan asked, "Is it burnt?" Fang Yang pinched her nose. "This isn't burnt, this is called exploded." Fang Xiaomei hurried to the kitchen to check. It really was exploded. The entire kitchen was filled with thick smoke, and it was getting darker. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Li Shengshui ran out with a spatula, coughing incessantly. Zhang Huokuan said, "Brother-in-law, why are you doing this?" "I don't care, today I'm going to make this meal work." Fang Xiaoyan asked, "Sister, did brother-in-law suffer some kind of shock?" Fang Xiaomei remained silent. However, it seemed that this meal was not going to happen. Fang Li said, forget it, it's too late." "Sister, do we have rice?" "Yes." "Then it's fine. We brought some packaged marinated food, duck necks, duck meat, etc. We can just eat that with rice." The table was filled with various items. They lit candles, poured a few cups of rice wine, set out some bowls and chopsticks, and prepared for the ceremony to begin. Fang Xiaomei and Fang Li stepped forward, muttering various opening remarks. They gradually completed each step of the ceremony. Then the family gathered around to eat. Fang Xiaomei asked, "Why hasn't Fang Hai returned yet?" Fang Li replied, "Dealing with the accident won't be quick. It might not be until the afternoon that he returns." The uncle took out 2 bottles of liquor. "Come on, Fang, let's have a drink." Fang Li said, "Hey, I've told you before in the factory, I'm Mr. Fang. Now that we're all family, don't call me that." "All right, brother, come on, brother-in-law, you too." At this moment, Fang Li pulled out a red gift box. "Wait, let's try this." Fang Qimai recognized the gift box. "Isn't this the new sample that Lin Songmin and the others came up with?" Fang Li's factory mainly produces glass products, including glass wine bottles. Whenever there are new samples, Lin Songmin would bring them to other partners for a tasting and gather their feedback. It seems that Fang Li and Lin Songmin have a cooperative relationship. Li Shengshui and Zhang Huokuan stared at the box, both curious about what kind of liquor it was. Fang Li said, "This is a new product from Lin's winery. It was specially brought to me for tasting the day before yesterday, and I thought of sharing it with you all." Zhang Huokuan licked his lips. Like Li Shengshui, both were curious about the liquor they had never tasted before. Especially upon hearing the words, "new product," they were really looking forward to being the first to try it. As they opened the packaging, Li Shengshui saw there were 9 small bottles. "What kind of liquor is this so small?" Fang Li replied, These are samples. The size is smaller, mainly to taste the flavor. Then Fang Li distributed the liquor. Brother-in-law, this one is coffee-flavored for you. Huokuan here, yours is raisin-flavored. Li Shengshui and Zhang Huokuan were both very confused. Isn't this white liquor? Why does it have so many random flavors? Fang Li said, I don't know either. He looked at Fang Xiaoyan. Do you want a sip? No thanks, brother Huokuan is drinking. I have to drive. All right, then Fang Li looked at Fang Qimai. Qimai, do you want to drink some? I won't drink. Fang Li was taken aback. All right, I almost forgot you're still in school. You're going to take the college entrance examination this year, right? How are your grades? They're okay. Fang Li said, I heard before that your grades weren't good. You need to work harder, study well from your cousin, and make sure you get into a university. Indeed, Fang Qimai, study hard, otherwise you won't find a job in the future, won't be able to buy a house, and won't be able to find a wife. Fang Qimai replied, my matters don't require my cousin's concern. Fang Yang. At that moment, Li Shengshui suddenly spat the liquor he had in his mouth onto the ground. Spit, spit, spit. What kind of liquor is this? It's terrible. Everyone was taken aback. Fang Li asked, is it really that exaggerated? Li Shengshui replied, you'll know when you try it, it's truly awful. Zhang Huokuan also took a sip. This flavor is indeed strange and somewhat nauseating. Fang Li opened a bottle of 40-degree vodka with a cola flavor. Fang Li took a sip and could no longer drink it, exclaiming, what is this? It's really hard to drink. Li Shengshui said, I didn't lie to you, did I? Is it really that undrinkable? Fang Xiaoyan and the others wanted to try it too. What kind of wine could make these three people feel this way? Zhang Huokuan looked at the bottle and asked, brother, is this really from Lin's wine industry? It doesn't seem like it at all. Yes, this bottle design is brand new from our factory with a frosted finish. As the deputy factory director, Zhang Huokuan scratched his head. How come I didn't know? Fang Li said they changed their name to something like Tun Wine Industry. Zhang Huokuan suddenly realized, no wonder I saw an extra Tun in the schedule. I thought it was someone else's. Indeed, it's quite strange. A perfectly good Lin's wine industry changed to such a silly name, it's really... Li Shengshui said, the name doesn't matter, the main thing is I've never had such an undrinkable wine. Take it away, I won't drink it again. Saying this, Li Shengshui placed his bottle in front of Fang Li. Fang Qimai was speechless beside them. The new product's taste indeed needed improvement, but it wasn't as terrible as they described. The main issue was the target audience. This wine wasn't meant for these old folks. Foolish. Fang Li said, brother-in-law, you don't know Lin. Though this Tun new product is hard to drink, they have always been our biggest client. About 8 or 9 years ago, when our factory was in trouble, we got an order from them. At that time, they were the ones who saved this factory. Although the order volume has decreased significantly in recent years, they have always been our major client. I have a good relationship with Lin, the owner. He always brings me his new products to try. Zhang Huokuan said, that's right, as the deputy factory director, I'm well aware of the factory situation. Even now, Lin's wine industry accounts for more than a third of our total orders. However, I must say their new products are indeed hard to drink. Fang Li chuckled. No matter what, we can't go against money. Even if it's not good, we have to say it's good, otherwise if they stop production, won't that be a loss for our factory? Zhang Huokuan replied, but Lin's wine industry is really foolish. Just now I almost vomited. Who designed such undrinkable wine? Someone dares to design, and someone dares to produce. Producing such wine, aren't they afraid of going bankrupt? After thinking, Zhang Huokuan muttered to himself, no, I hope they don't go bankrupt, or we'll be affected too. Fang Li said, by the way, the manager of Tun told me that their board has changed. Do I wonder if this is related? That's probably it. Otherwise, how could Lin's wine industry change to such a silly name and make their wine so awful? Fang Qimai interrupted. Uncle, what's the name of your factory? Lirue Glass Products Processing Factory. Fang Yang interjected. Fang Qimai, you're not thinking of working at my dad's place after graduation, are you? Tsk tisk. Fang Yang shook his head. Graduating from high school and going to work at a factory, truly no future. The work there is something anyone can do. Well, you should at least attend a vocational school and learn a skill, right? Being a technician would be good. Aunt Zhongrue also spoke up. You can learn at the factory, but if you can't handle hardship, forget it. At the very least, you should be like your little uncle, working for 5 or 6 years to become a deputy factory director. Otherwise, you'll remain a frontline worker with no prospects. Ahem. Zhongrue cleared her throat and said, by the way, even though the boss is your uncle, the future successor of Lirue will definitely be Fang Hai. You need to have foresight on this. Fang Qimai coldly interrupted. You misunderstood, Aunt. I just want to avoid trouble and switch manufacturers. What? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Huokuan suddenly burst out laughing. Qimai, what are you talking about? Switch manufacturers? Who do you want to switch to? No, I mean, what can you offer in exchange? I'm completely confused at Qimai. What do you mean? Suddenly Fang Li and the others laughed. What's going on? This kid is acting weird. Come on, let's drink the wine I brought. Really grateful for your help, brother. So many people in our village work at your factory. You've supported quite a few families. That's right, my brother is the most successful in our village. Fang Xiaoyan and her brother-in-law Zhang Huoquan were lavish in their praise. A few years ago, Fang Li rose to prominence thanks to Li Rui. Now he earns millions annually, becoming a successful figure in the family and a well-known wealthy man in the village. Many villagers work under him. Fang Xiaoyan and Zhang Huoquan were also eager to flatter him. After Zhang Huoquan became the deputy factory director, his life improved as well. He bought a house in Jiangxing and started driving a car. They all relied on this brother-in-law. At this moment, Fang Qimai made a WeChat call. Uncle Bai, please come up. 2 minutes later, Bai Liso appeared at the door holding a black umbrella. Fang Qimai waved his hand. Everyone was puzzled looking at the elderly gentleman in a black suit who appeared refined and smiled, yet seemed very shrewd. Who are you? Bai Liso ignored them and walked up to Fang Qimai asking, Young master, may I ask, young master? When did someone start calling Fang Qimai young master? Fang Qimai said, please inform Lin Songmin that the new products and all future wine bottles will no longer be produced at Lirue Glass Factory. Bai Liso replied, understood, I will contact him immediately. He stepped aside and began making a phone. Fang Li and Zhang Huoquan were left bewildered. What's going on? How did Fang Qimai know that the general manager of Lin's wine industry is Lin Songmin? The key point is, when did it become Fang Qimai's place to decide the cooperation between Lirue and Lin's wine industry? Is this a joke? Suddenly Zhang Huoquan laughed. Haha, Qimai, you startled me with your suddenness. Fang Xiaoyan also laughed. Stop messing around, everyone sit down and continue eating. Fang Li took on a fatherly tone saying, Qimai, stop fooling around and eat. At this moment, Bai Liso had finished his call. He walked up to Fang Qimai and said, young master, General Manager Lin said to follow your instructions on every— Fang, Mr. Fang. Zhang Huoquan and Fang Xiaoyan's smiles gradually faded. Who can tell me what on earth is going on? Confusion value from Fang Li 15. Confusion value from Zhang Huoquan 12. At this moment, Fang Li's phone rang. He picked it up and looked. President Lin. Hello, President Fang. I'm sorry, our chairman has new plans and our collaboration will be temporarily suspended for now. What do you mean by temporarily suspended, President Lin? No more collaboration. Yes, I just received the instructions. Our collaboration will be suspended indefinitely. Let's leave it at that. Wait, don't hang up yet. Fang Li almost shouted. He looked at Fang Qimai in disbelief. He continued, we've signed contracts for so many years, President Lin. Isn't this a breach of contract? After a pause, Lin Songmin replied, you could say that. As for the penalty for breach of contract, our chairman is not short of money. However, as for the specific amount of the penalty, our chairman will arrange for a lawyer to discuss it with you. Just talk to the lawyer. President Lin, you can't do this. We have been collaborating for so many years. Old Fang, we are indeed old friends, but now the company is under Mr. Fang's command, not mine anymore. I hope you understand, I am just following orders. I apologize. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Songmin had already hung up the phone. Zhang Huoquan asked, brother, what did he say? Fang Li's eyes were bloodshot and the hand holding the phone had completely stiffened. What did he say, brother? Fang Xiaoyan asked anxiously. Fang Li asked, Fang Qimai, what is going on with you? Saying this, he stepped forward looking like he was about to hit someone. Bai Liso immediately stopped him. Bai Liso said, let me introduce this. Last month, the Lin family liquor business was wholly acquired by our young master for 419 million. It has been renamed Dun 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 Liquor Company. Currently, he is the chairman of Dun 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 Liquor Company and the sole shareholder. Is there anything else you would like to ask? What? Everyone's heads felt like they had been hit hard, and they went blank. Fang Qimai is the new chairman of and Dun 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 was wholly acquired by Fang Qimai for 419 million. Suddenly, everyone's confusion values rose again. The two aunts and uncles as well as cousins were completely stunned. 419 million. How did Fang Qimai manage that? Fang Li trembled all over, suddenly unable to stand. Zhang Huoquan quickly supported him. Fang Qimai, is what you said true? Fang Qimai retorted. Uncle, which point did my steward say that you found unbelievable? Zhang Huoquan said, it's impossible. You're just a student, you. Fang Qimai issued an order abruptly cutting off years of collaboration. The facts seemed to be laid bare, and Zhang Huoquan didn't know what to say. Fang Qimai stood up. Uncle Bai, let's go. All right, young master. Fang Li stood in front of Fang Qimai. Wait a moment, Qimai, let's talk about this. Fang Qimai said, by the way, to be precise, I am the designer of Dun Dun Dun's new products. I have heard your discussions. Your grand discussions are truly enlightening and have opened my eyes. Moreover, you must understand that the product positioning of that liquor is not up to you. Zhang Huoquan lowered his head. Fang Li also didn't know how to refute. They never expected that the subject of their recent complaints would appear right before them. Moreover, the mocking tone was truly unpleasant. Fang Li said, but once your liquor bottles are no longer produced in our factory, our impact will be tremendous. The losses will not be trivial. Fang Qimai asked, Uncle, is what you said true? It is true. Are you sure? Absolutely. But what does that have to do with me, eh? Fang Qimai continued, just like my parents passed away and my only guardian grandfather is also gone, what does that have to do with you? I don't need your concern. I rely on myself and have survived. Moreover, I am doing very well. Therefore, when facing problems, you must also rely on yourself. No one else can be trusted. Understand that, Uncle. Fang Li and Zhong Rui also felt ashamed. Indeed, at that time, they were afraid that Fang Qimai would rely on them and never inquired about him. Fang Qimai took this opportunity to mock them. Qimai. Fang Li thought for a moment and then said, do you know how many people from our village work in my factory? If you cut off this collaboration, it will greatly affect everyone. If I have no choice, I may have to lay off workers and many will be unemployed. Everyone is from the same village. Can you bear to do this? Fang Li started to play the emotional card, even bringing up their village ties. Fang Qimai responded, who just said that factory work can be done by anyone? After thinking for a moment, Fang Qimai looked at Fang Yang. It was the cousin who said it right. Fang Yang was startled and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet Fang Qimai's gaze. Just a moment ago, he and Zhong Rui were discussing whether Fang Qimai wanted to join the factory. Unexpectedly, it was now Fang Qimai who was calling the shots. Fang Qimai continued, that's right, factory work can be done by anyone. It doesn't require any technical skills. Coincidentally, my new product needs a lot of manpower. If your people leave, they can come work for me, saving me the trouble. My work is very simple, and they can do it too. Fang Li was so angry, he almost spat blood. Mostly he felt regret. Uncle, bye, let's go. At this moment, Fang Xiaomei shouted, Qimai, wait a second. What is it, aunt? I made some pickles to take some back to the city to eat. Fang Xiaomei, a village woman, knew nothing about their factory or collaborations. Since Fang Qimai was leaving, she wanted to send him off with something. After all, it was a small gesture from his aunt. Fang Qimai smiled slightly and replied, thank you, aunt. Then Fang Xiaomei went to the room to get the pickles. She had brought them specifically today. Fang Li didn't want to give up so easily and continued, Qimai, it's just one word from you. Can you help your uncle? Ahem. Bai Liso coughed twice. Sir, if you are talking in the context of a business partnership, please refer to our young master as Mr. Fang. This seemingly ordinary junior had now become the chairman. Several people were once again rendered speechless. After a pause, Fang Li said, Mr. Fang, could you give us a chance? Fang Li patted Zhang Huokuan, who immediately said, Mr. Fang. It was our fault just now. At that moment, a sharp scream came from inside the house. It was Fang Xiaomai's voice. A group of people hurriedly rushed in. Sister, what happened? Fang Xiaomei covered her calf, terrified, and said, a snake. I was bitten by a snake. Whoa. Fang Xiaomei was terrified. Fang Qimai looked closely and saw a snake in the corner of the room. With his mastery of animal encyclopedia, Fang Qimai didn't need data analysis. He could tell at a glance that it was a 5-step snake. Highly venomous. This house had been uninhabited for years, and with holes in the roof and other factors, it was quite normal for snakes to come in. Additionally, in March and April, snakes begin to wake up from hibernation. This had shaped this pattern. It's a 5-step snake. A venomous snake. Zhong Rui, who had studied zoology, reacted a moment too late and trembled in fear. Fang Yang screamed. Everyone rushed out at once, pulling Fang Xiaomei along. Fang Xiaomai's ankle had 2 bite marks and blood flowed continuously from the wound. Fang Xiaomei and Fang Xiaoyan held each other, already terrified. Although Li Shengshui was quite harsh with Fang Xiaomei in this situation, he was more anxious than anyone else. He shouted, Fang Yang, aren't you a medical university student? Hurry up and do something. I don't know. I don't understand. At this moment, Fang Yang had been so frightened by the snake that he was hiding far away. Li Shengshui. Damn it. What use are you to me? Soon the midterm exam results from the second high school will be out. The little calf will also be out. Burp. Everyone was in a state of panic like ants on a hot stove. At this moment, only Fang Qimai remained calm. The more urgent the situation, the less one can afford to panic. Bai Liso immediately called 120. Fang Qimai bent down and said, Aunt, you can't move. Moving will only accelerate blood circulation, allowing the poison to spread faster. Okay. Zhang Huokuan thought for a moment and said, is it saying we should use water to flush it out? Fang Qimai replied, not all snake venom can be flushed with water. The venom of the 5-step snake contains blood-circulating toxins, so using water is meaningless. Zhong Rui pondered for a moment and thought it seems that way. Then Fang Qimai glanced around and continued, Uncle, pull off your shoelaces. Oh, quickly. Fang Li and Zhang Huokuan hurriedly pulled off a shoelace. Snake venom enters the heart through the lymphatic system. As long as we apply pressure in time, we can minimize the damage. As he spoke, Fang Qimai took Li Shengshui's vest to dress the wound. Although the conditions were rudimentary under Fang Qimai's professional medical care, the process was efficient. Fang Qimai's foot was treated, and the entire process was orderly. Alright, the toxin won't invade the heart for now, and the crisis has been temporarily averted. Next, we just need to wait for the ambulance to arrive. Everything will be fine. Hearing Fang Qimai's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shingshui was on the verge of tears. He said to Fang Qimai, I really owe you one. At this critical moment, you are the most reliable. Others silently turned away. Fang Xiaomei said, thank you, Qimai. No need to thank me. Then Fang Qimai said, Aunt, bring 2 bottles of pure milk. Pure milk has a high protein content which can alleviate the damage caused by the toxin to the hemoglobin in the body. Okay. As she spoke, Fang Xiaoyan hurried off to fetch it. Coincidentally, she had brought a box of pure milk for the memorial today. Fang Xiaomei remarked, Qimai is really impressive, he knows so much. Fang Li's family was left speechless. It's unfortunate that Fang Yang, a student at the traditional Chinese medicine university, was of no help at such a crucial moment. His professional knowledge was lacking, let alone any specialized skills. It seems that his university education was in vain. Initially, Fang Yang had a sense of superiority as a college student, which vanished in an instant. The town hospital was nearby, and since it was noon, there were few cars on the road. The ambulance arrived in just over 10 minutes. The doctor examined Fang Qimai's bandaging method and her physical condition, instantly feeling relieved. This is great, seeing such professional bandaging. I feel at ease. Li Shingshui pointed at Fang Qimai a bit proudly and said, he's my nephew, he did it. The doctor nodded at Fang Qimai, not bad. By the way, did you catch the snake? We need to identify what snake it is to use the appropriate anti-venom. No, but I can confirm it was a 5-step snake, replied Fang Qimai. Alright, well, take it from here. However, the conditions in town are insufficient. We have to send her to the county hospital. Thank you. Without delay, Fang Xiaomei was loaded onto the ambulance, and Li Shingshui went with her. Uncle Bai. Yes, young master. As Fang Qimai was about to leave, Fang Li closely followed. Qiqi. Director Fang. Wait a moment. Arriving at the night XV, Fang Qimai prepared to get in the car. At that moment, Fang Hai returned. As soon as he parked, he noticed a crowd gathered, especially the Night 15. He was enraged upon seeing the large vehicle. As soon as he got out, he cursed loudly, damn it, this broken car is still here. Did it cause me to crash my car? Where's the driver? Who drove this morning? I want to deal with him. Given this situation, Fang Hai was deemed a dangerous individual. Bai Liso stepped forward, shielding Fang Qimai. I was the driver. Fang Hai cursed, old man, were you the one who honked at me and flashed the lights? It's all your fault. Do you believe I want smash this car? At that moment, 4 bald men in black clothes and sunglasses stepped out of the car, each averaging 185 meters in height. They coldly surrounded Fang Hai. Kid, our young master's car is worth 15 million. Are you sure you want to smash it? Huh, young master. Who? This car is worth 15 million. Fang Hai's confusion value increased by 20. Fang Li stepped forward, pushing Fang Hai aside. You shut up. Is Fang Dong's car something you can touch? What's going on? Fang Hai stood there dumbfounded. Fang Qimai turned and got into the car. Fang Li wanted to step forward again, but was blocked by the 4 bodyguards. Don't approach, understand? Bai Li's Ho started the car. Fang Li hesitated. The bodyguards all got into the car, and the last bodyguard pointed at Fang Li and Fang Hai before sitting in the passenger seat. Fang Li shivered, afraid to get close. He watched as the car drove away. Fang Li was going crazy. Isn't that the son of the Fang Zheng family? Is it? I almost couldn't recognize him. I thought I recognized him when he arrived this morning, but I wasn't sure. That car is worth 15 million. When did he become so wealthy? But what exactly happened? Why do I feel that Fang Dong looks quite embarrassed? The onlooking villagers were all confused. Fang Li and Zhang Huoquan's families fell silent. Many villagers were Fang Li's employees who came forward to greet him. Hello, Director Fang. Fang Li was already too preoccupied to pay attention. Next, Li Rui would face huge losses. After the Qingming Festival, Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School. Today was yet another day of sentencing for the students. The monthly exam results were out. After the morning exercise, the rankings were posted. This list only displayed the names of the top 100 students in the year as encouragement. Specific individual scores would be sent out later. The ranking for the science students in the 3rd year. Many people rushed forward. Don't look, I won't be on it, a looking will only make me sad. Exactly, that's the list of the big shots. It has nothing to do with us underachievers. No need to look, the top science student is definitely Guo Liqing again. At that moment, Guo Liqing's heart raced. As he won first place more frequently, he gradually became. Each time he easily outpaced the second-place student by over 20 or 30 points. It was rare for him to feel nervous this time. After all, he knew Fang Qimai was a dark horse, and he couldn't help but worry. Unlike the crowd pushing forward, Guo Liqing stood tall, took out his phone, and directly checked the results on his. But this had nothing to do with his intelligence. It was because he was one of the few students in the school who could use his phone right under the teacher's nose. He quickly checked the top position. First place, the Guolicheng Class 9 ranking change. Second place, Huang Kaiyun Class 14 ranking change. Third place, A.G. Lingling Class 19 ranking change up 1 place. Guolicheng. Where's Guolicheng continued to scroll down. No Fang Qimai in the top 10. None in the top 20 either. After checking the top 100, his name still wasn't there. That shouldn't be. Guolicheng's confusion value increased by 10. Some friends were still asking in the group, hey, race the info again. 1080 541 591 removed from group HSGJ 8783 WeChat. Fang Qimai not only received the bewilderment points from Guolicheng. Since the beginning of the grading, he has been receiving the bewilderment points from the teachers. Then this morning, many classmates were curious about Fang Qimai's ranking. However, after looking at the ranking list, they were all left bewildered. Xue Baogai entered the classroom with a grim expression. Sensing the tension, the entire class braced for trouble and fell into absolute silence. Class begins. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Sit down. How did you all fare on the monthly exam? You know the answer well enough yourselves. Class representative, distribute the score reports and the math exam papers. Li Hongzhe handed them out one by one. Though curious about his own results, he was even more intent on discovering Fang Qimai's score. He had already scanned the top 100 list. Fang Qimai's name was nowhere to be found. Could it be that this prodigy was all thunder and no rain? When it came time to hand Fang Qimai his papers, Li Hongzhe stole a deliberate glance. Oh, he actually. Li Hongzhe stared at Fang Qimai in bewilderment. Fang Qimai accepted the score report and exam paper without so much as glancing at either, and slid them silently into his desk drawer. My, let me see yours, quick. Lu Mimi urged anxiously. At that moment, Xue Baogai interjected from the front. Each of you should focus solely on your own performance, not on others' results. Another's excellence or failure bears no relation to you. Lu Mimi fell silent. Xue Baogai added, overall our class's average math score has improved, slightly. A quiet swell of pride rippled through the room. The techniques Divine Sage Mai had shared had helped many gain at least 2 extra points on multiple-choice questions. Xue Baogai's voice hardened. Don't celebrate yet. Among the 13 science classes, ours ranks 10th in average score, abysmally low. I am deeply disappointed. A collective sigh escaped the students. Now individual rankings, Li Hongzhe placed 8th overall across the grade, up 1 position. Zhu Bing ranked 17th. Niu Jichao 19th. Xiao Bishue 26th. These 3 students deserve commendation. Li Hongzhe turned to Xiao Bishue. Well done, Bishue. Weren't you ranked in the 30s last time? Xiao Bishue shook her head. During the exam, I simply applied some methods Fang Qimai mentioned, nothing more. Li Hongzhe fell silent. His curiosity about Fang Qimai's result deepened. Xue Baogai continued, Ruanming 39th. Yes, a notable improvement. Kai Shaili, you've dropped out of the top 50 this time. Reflect seriously on your performance. Kai Shaili said nothing. And so Xue Baogai recited every name among the top 100. In any case, these 8 students merit both emulation and praise. Next, those who performed poorly must be addressed. 8 students failed the math exam. Lu Mimi's palms grew clammy. In moments like this, she felt as though awaiting sentencing. Lu Mimi, 89 points. Lu Mimi said nothing. Being called first was agonizing. Though still below passing, this reflects progress. Aim for a passing grade on the second mock exam. Lu Mimi felt unexpectedly touched. She hadn't expected old Xue to offer encouragement. Previously, her math scores had hovered stubbornly between 70 and 80. This time, she had finally edged close to the passing threshold. Guozilei, 78. Xue Baogai continued calling out the names of those who had failed, 7 in total, then paused. After a beat, he resumed, Fang Qimai, 0 points. What? Divine Sage Mai scored 0. Divine Sage Mai actually got a goose egg. Surely not, surely not. Unbelievable. I thought he'd score full marks. You. The entire class stood stunned. No one could believe this was truly the Divine Sage's result. Xue Baogai, aware of Fang Qimai's extraordinary standing, had refrained from reprimanding him, until now. Yet this incident proved too much to bear. After all, he was their teacher. Fang Qimai, what is the meaning of this? Why did you sit out the exam? He left the later questions unanswered. What kind of move is this? Does he simply discard points? Xue Baogai sighed with profound regret. Had you taken the exam seriously, you alone could have lifted our class's average math score by 3 points. Xiao Bishue gazed at Fang Qimai in utter disbelief. Beside her, Li Hongzhe murmured, I find it hard to believe myself, but the evidence stands before us. Fang Qimai remained utterly unruffled, his expression serene, tranquil, as if every outcome unfolded precisely according to his design. Xue Baogai declared, effective today, Fang Qimai's evening study lectures are suspended. They're canceling Divine Sage Mai's lectures. I think his lessons were brilliant. I learned so much. Instantly murmurs erupted across the classroom, overlapping and insistent. Schweb Baogai commanded, "Enough, silence. Take out your exam papers." 2 consecutive math periods followed, so tightly packed that even break time was forfeited. Students were granted only 2 minutes to use the restroom. Then, without pause, the 3rd and 4th periods commenced, both chemistry. Teacher Liang Yin strode in. She cut straight to the point, same procedure as always. When your name is called, come forward to collect your comprehensive science exam paper. Chemistry accounts for 100 points. Anyone scoring below 60 must stand at the back during class. The entire class tensed. Score reports had already been distributed. The verdict was sealed. Those who had failed braced themselves for scolding. Niu Jichao 91. Xiong Peng 60. Zheng Ruijia 42. Stand at the back. Zhu Bing 92. Fang Qimai 0. Stand at the back. Heavens, divine sage, my scored 0 in chemistry. Surely not, surely not, surely not. 0 in math, 0 in chemistry. What on earth is divine sage my doing? It's uncanny. I actually found his chemistry lecture amusing. Fang Qimai stepped forward to collect his paper. Liang Yin fixed him with a sharp glare. What happened to you? Weren't you always outstanding? Is this how you perform on the monthly exam? Go stand at the back. More than a few had failed chemistry. 16 students lined up at the rear, neatly aligned. Coincidentally, Fang Qimai's earlier lecture series had not yet reached chemistry problem-solving techniques. Liang Yin spent little time solving problems. Instead, she delivered a stern, uninterrupted rebuke throughout the lesson. When class ended, those punished with standing returned to their seats. The next period was also chemistry, meaning they would soon stand again. This was merely a brief interlude. Just then, Guo Liqing of Class 9 entered. With him came Su Kai, Class 9's math representative. Why is Guo Liqing here? Guo Liqing, the grade's top scholar. Time for the underachievers to tremble. The two had come specifically for Fang Qimai. Su Kai smirked, so Fang Qimai, thunderous promises, meager results. Not even top 100 this time. This humble servant, alas, slipped 1 place due to a momentary lapse, ranking a mere 33rd. Still, I outrank you. Su Kai chuckled. How about this? Henceforth our Class 9 blackboard is yours to wipe and our floor, yours to sweep. Huh. Students of Class 10 watched baffled. What was unfolding? Yet clearly a spectacle was imminent. Guo Liqing said, Fang Qimai, show me your score report. At this moment, Shui Baogai, who was attending a math class in the adjacent classroom, passed by. Seeing so many people, he also came in to take a look. Guo Liqing received Fang Qimai's report card. Everyone crowded around to take a look. After a glance, they were all stunned. Fang Qimai total score 356, class ranking 42, grade ranking 533. Guo Liqing. From Guo Liqing's confusion value 15. Several classmates who saw this report card were equally bewildered. Fang Qimai's previous class ranking had always been 42. Quite stable indeed. Ha ha ha. Su Kai suddenly laughed. Liqing, is this the dark horse you were talking about? Ha ha ha. You just kill me with laughter. Ha ha ha. They continued to look at the detailed subject scores. Chinese 150, Math 0, English 150, A Comprehensive Science 56, 5600. Su Kai suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Full marks in Chinese. Full marks in English. Physics 56, and everything else is 0. Guo Liqing was stunned. His Chinese was only 141, and his English was 142. Fang Qimai actually got full marks in both subjects. Compared to science subjects, getting full marks in Chinese and English is the most difficult, as both have essay components. Other questions may have standard answers, but essays do not. To achieve full marks in an essay, one must not only strictly adhere to the topic, but also possess exceptional writing skills. The key is to fully grasp the teacher's grading criteria. Clearly, Fang Qimai has done it, and he has done it to perfection. Guo Liqing couldn't help but exclaim, Fang Qimai impressive. Guo Liqing looked at the comprehensive science exam paper on Fang Qimai's desk. The scoring situation was simply perplexing. For physics, he only attempted a few questions and stopped writing after scoring 56. Moreover, everything he wrote was correct, there were no errors. Scoring 56 means he scored 56. For math, chemistry, and biology, he left them completely blank. Su Kai looked at this exam paper confused about what was happening. Fang Qimai, everyone knows you're good at writing essays. But isn't it too obvious that you have a disparity in your scores? Only writing what you can do. Giving up on all the science subjects. Are you messing with me? Don't say anything more. Starting from this class, when the class is over, you're going to clean the blackboard for our class. And before morning classes and after school in the afternoon, come to sweep for our class. Su Kai said with a... Suddenly Guo Liqing scolded, stop laughing, be quiet. Su Kai hurriedly stopped, saying, our Class 9's hygiene will be taken care of by someone from now on. How can I not be happy? Guo Liqing said, Fang Qimai, you are controlling your scores. Controlling scores. The whole class was taken aback. Is it possible that the god of Meiji is controlling scores? Guo Liqing said, Fang Qimai, you clearly have the ability to score full marks, yet you deliberately left answers blank, adjusting your score. What else could it be if not score control? Suddenly, everyone seemed to have an epiphany. The god of Meiji knows exactly how many points he needs to score, and for every question he attempted, he was confident he could answer it correctly. Moreover, the total score from these questions must be the final result he desires. Not only that, but he could also control all 4 subjects in the exam. God of Meiji, you truly deserve to be my god of Meiji. Wow, the whole class exclaimed. Such incredible maneuvering actually appeared in our class. Damn, before seeing the report card, I actually thought the god of Meiji was a 0. I misunderstood you, god of Meiji. I misunderstood you too, sorry, god of Meiji. Sukai was stunned. He had just realized that it wasn't that Fang Qimai couldn't write. Rather, Fang Qimai did it intentionally. However, what was the significance of doing this? Sukai remarked, controlling scores, so what? You're still at the bottom of the grade. If you can't write the science subjects, what good is a beautifully written essay in the college entrance exam? Niu Jichao stood up and said, what do you understand? It's not scary if a top student scores full marks, but it's terrifying if a top student can control their scores. True brilliance isn't merely about how many points one can score. It's about being able to score exactly what you want. Niu Jichao patted Fang Qimai on the shoulder. Ah, this is like a little cow falling over. Truly impressive. Sukai said, where did you get that saying? It's all about being impressive. Ugh, that's not the point. The point is, what is the significance of Fang Qimai controlling his scores? Finally, Fang Qimai spoke up. It's simple, I don't want to sweep the floor. Sukai was taken aback. What the hell? Fang Qimai said, since someone has given the opportunity to help our class clean, I'll just put in some effort. And Sukai laughed coldly. I did bet on this with you, but you've never beaten me. You should be the one cleaning for our class 9. Sukai was smug. The students from class 10 figured it out. It turned out that Sukai from the adjacent class had bet with the god of Meiji. Whoever won would be responsible for cleaning the other's class. So it seems that although the god of Meiji controlled his scores, the operation was extremely sharp. But the question is, why did the god of Meiji do this? In doing so, didn't he still lose? Meanwhile, Guo Liqing said solemnly, no, Sukai, you are wrong. This time you lost. Sukai, what? I lost. Liqing, are you out of your mind? I'm ranked 33 in the entire grade, and he is over 500 with a chicken Lego. Guo Liqing asked, do you know what my total score is? I know. 711, first in the second place Huang Kaiyan from class 14 was defeated by you by 41 points. You're super abnormal. Sukai said loudly as if he had come to class 10 just to show off. Guo Liqing's reputation brought great pride to himself as a member of class 9. The students in class 10 were all speechless. Even the highest scorer Li Hongzhe had only 642. If Guo Liqing is abnormal, that is truly well-deserved. Guo Liqing said, Sukai, I remember that day in the cafeteria you said something to Fang Qimai. What was it? If Fang Qimai's score is half as good as mine, does that mean he is impressive? Yes, so what? As he was speaking, Sukai felt something was off. Guo Liqing's score was 711. Half of Sukai's score would be 355. Fang Qimai scored 150 in Chinese, 0 in math, 150 in English, and 56 in comprehensive science, totaling 356. This means that Fang Qimai's score just exceeded half of Sukai's by 0.5 points. Isn't this exactly what Sukai had said at that time? Damn. So this was the purpose of his score control. Sukai wiped the sweat from his brow. But that's not the main point. The key point is he could even calculate how many points Liqing could score, and then decide how many points to control based on that score. Damn. Fang Qimai is truly, chillingly terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Mai Shen's control over the scores was simply too impressive. However, the most shocked was Guo Liqing. He asked, how did you know what score I would get? Fang Qimai replied casually, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. For a moment, Guo Liqing felt as if he had been completely seen through by Fang Qimai. There was no privacy left. On the contrary, he knew nothing about Fang Qimai. How could anyone who could score full marks in both Chinese and English compositions find any other subjects difficult? If he wanted to, he could easily crush Guo Liqing. In fact, during the exam, Fang Qimai had performed a data analysis on the test paper. At the same time, he compared it with Guo Liqing's scores from every exam since the beginning of his senior year. Combining the difficulty of the test paper, he used this dual data to calculate Guo Liqing's potential total score. Clearly, this calculation was very accurate. This is the power of big data. It is also the terrifying aspect of big data. Shui Baogai stood by lost in thought. This Fang Qimai was truly terrifying. Teaching for over 10 years, I have never seen such an impressive... Niu Jichao exclaimed, from today onwards Mai Shun has a new title, the Prince of Score Control. Wow. I agree. Awesome. The Prince of Score Control is amazing. Sukai could no longer laugh. It turned out he was the clown. Fang Qimai said to Su Kai, "From now on be proactive after class, come to our class to erase the blackboard and take care of the sanitation in the morning and evening. Guo Liqing, please supervise him." Su Kai had nothing to say, but he also didn't want to do the cleaning. "I don't care, your score is lower than mine, so you lose." Guo Liqing replied, "Su Kai, if he takes it seriously, he could easily pin me down, let alone you." However, Guo Liqing added, "I've never scored full marks in Chinese or English, and just based on that he's already beaten me. Damn, if even Guo Liqing admitted defeat, wouldn't I be completely crushed?" Just then the class bell rang. Guo Liqing said, "So can you now understand why I have high expectations for his scores?" Saying this, he patted Su Kai on the shoulder. "That day when you said that, so many people heard it. Let's honor the bet and clean the blackboard before leaving." Fang Qimai said, "Student Su, I appoint you as the captain of the cleaning team. There are only 67 days until the college entrance examination, so do your best." Su Kai reluctantly went up, quickly wiped the blackboard, and then returned to the classroom. The whole class felt exhilarated. "From now on we want need to take turns cleaning." "Huh? Who told him to go against our Maishun? Now do you understand the power of the Prince of Score Control?" At this moment Liang Ying arrived. She looked at the empty blackboard and shouted, "Didn't I just say not to erase the blackboard?" "Who did this?" Someone quietly said, "Teacher, it was the math class representative from class 9 who..." Liang Ying. From Liang Ying, confusion level increased by 6. "All right, those who failed, all of you with 0 scores, go stand at the back." A dozen people went to the back again. Liang Ying said, "Let's continue with the lesson. Last class we discussed, if I throw a silver dollar into sulfuric acid, will it dissolve?" This question seems simple, but many people still find it easy to answer incorrectly. The essence of this question is to test whether silver will react with sulfuric acid. Liang Ying began to write on the board, "The previous chemical equation has been erased, so I will write it again now." At this moment Fang Qimai said, "Teacher, there's no need to write it, it definitely won't dissolve." Liang Ying was taken aback. "Fang Qimai, what do you mean?" Fang Qimai replied, "Silver dollar. If it were a real silver dollar, how precious would it be? If it could dissolve, teacher, you definitely wouldn't want to throw it into sulfuric acid." Liang Ying. Suddenly the whole class burst into laughter. "Wow, with just one sentence from my shun, I will remember forever that silver does not dissolve in sulfuric acid." That's right, the teacher repeated it many times, but it's not as good as one clever quip from my shun. Ha ha, my shun is always my shun, simply amazing. The Prince of Score Control is awesome. Liang Ying hesitated. Let's continue with the next question. There are 4 substances, A, B, C. A and B can be interconverted. B generates solid C when heated, and if B is left for too long, it generates D, which has a rotten egg smell. Question: what are A, B, C, and D? What is our thinking process for solving this question? Who will answer? Fang Qimai raised his hand. Liang Ying was startled for a moment. "Speak up." A, B, C, and D are chick egg, cooked egg, and rotten egg, respectively. When the whole class heard this, they exclaimed, "Oh, that's right. Chick lays eggs, eggs give rise to chicks. Heating raw eggs turns them into cooked eggs. If eggs are left for too long, they will turn into rotten eggs. Damn, that's amazing. Nyoji Chow, hurry up and give us a line. We're waiting. Let me think. Ah, this is truly a small cow becoming the king of hell. So impressive." Huh? From Liang Ying, confusion level increased by 15. Liang Ying slammed the paper in her hand onto the Fang Qimai, getting a 0 score. "Are you serious?" Someone quietly said, "Teacher, that's called strategic 0. Fang Qimai, I thought you understood this question, but it turns out you were just being clever." Liang Ying was very angry. "Go stand in the hallway." Fang Qimai replied, "Teacher, I didn't say I didn't understand. I was just helping everyone understand. Looking at a pile of conditions, doesn't it feel cumbersome? But if we change it to chickens, it becomes much easier to understand." Fang Qimai continued, "Once you understand, we can officially start solving the problem." The entire class looked over. It turned out Fang Qimai was not joking. "Teacher, please allow me to explain the question on the blackboard." "You?" Liang Ying was taken aback. "All right, I will trust you this once. If you mess around again, I will call your..." Fang Qimai wrote several chemical formulas on the blackboard. A is methionine ammonium, B is dimethionine ammonium, and they can interconvert. C is dimethionine, and D is hydrogen sulfide. By the way, B can also be thiosulfuric acid, which can be treated with dry hydrogen chloride at low temperatures to obtain anhydrous sodium thiosulfate, or react sulfur trioxide with hydrogen sulfide in ether under anhydrous conditions at 0 C to produce it. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? The whole class looked confused. "I don't understand." Fang Qimai, "All right, then I will explain the steps in detail." Fang Qimai wrote a large number of chemical formulas. So methionine, ammonium, dimethionine, and hydrogen sulfide. This long string of things can be matched with chickens' eggs, cooked eggs, and rotten eggs to remember it. Everyone was dazzled. My shun is truly something. My shun is not joking, he is seriously joking. This question is really difficult. I'm listening in a fog. Even Xiao Bishue is a bit confused. She looked at Li Hongzhe. Li Hongzhe said, "Don't look at me. This question is beyond the syllabus." Finally, Fang Qimai casually tossed away the chalk. "Classmates, do you still remember what I taught you? In solving problems, the thought process is very important." Niu Jichao shouted, "There should be applause here." Clap, clap, clap. Watching Fang Qimai walk away with such grace, Liang Ying looked bewildered. Isn't this guy supposed to know? His thought process is clear, and he has mentioned all the key points. But why didn't he write anything during the exam? From Liang Ying's bewilderment value 20, Fang Qimai did not go to the back. Instead, he returned to his seat directly. "Lu Mimi, huh? This is possible," Liang Ying said. "Come on, focus everyone, let's discuss the next question. When copper ion solution is added to milk, it causes protein denaturation and forms a precipitate. How do we explain this phenomenon?" Fang Qimai, you'll answer this question. Wow, is teacher Liang going head-to-head with Fang Qimai? To know how to write yet score 0, is he looking down on chemistry? Hey, isn't the prince of points in detention? Why is he sitting down? Fang Qimai stood up and said, "This is called the salting out of proteins. When an inorganic salt solution is added to a protein solution, the metal salt causes the protein to precipitate out, forming a sediment." Liang Ying was taken aback. Doesn't this guy know everything? Is he deliberately not writing to lower the class average? It's so infuriating to be this good at learning. Liang Ying was about to let Fang Qimai sit down. Unexpectedly, Fang Qimai added, "We can also call it copper salt curdling." Liang Ying, ha ha ha, what the heck? Copper salt curdling. Can I say that this essence of Fang Qimai has successfully made me remember this protein salting out? So this is how the academic prodigy masters the key points. Truly a role model for us. Liang Ying angrily said, "Fang Qimai, step outside." Under the gaze of the entire class, Fang Qimai walked out of the classroom. Then he directly went to the cafeteria. "Andy, green pepper beef, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried cabbage, and add an egg." "Don't shake your hands, thank you." The cafeteria lady said, "Student, there are still more than 20 minutes until class ends. Why are you here so early? Doesn't the teacher scold you?" Fang Qimai replied, "Generally, I would get scolded." "Then why do you still dare to come?" "Because I'm from class 10. The cafeteria lady. From Kai Sufin's bewilderment value 10. In the entire cafeteria, only Fang Qimai was eating, taking up the whole place. Vice Principal Li Ying was about to walk through the cafeteria to the teaching building. He spotted Fang Qimai, who was eating. The cafeteria lady Kai Sufin said to another lady, "Oh no, the vice principal saw him. That boy is going to get scolded." Unexpectedly, Li Ying ordered a fish and a chicken leg. Then he walked over to Fang Qimai. "Qimai, yes. Here, this is for you." Li Ying pushed the plate of dishes in his hand. The only one in science who scored full marks in English deserves praise. "Keep it up." After patting Fang Qimai's shoulder, Li Ying left. Oh my, the vice principal not only didn't scold him, but also personally gave him extra food. Students from class 10 are really arrogant. The two cafeteria ladies were stunned. From Kai Sufin's bewilderment value 10, from Li Aihua's bewilderment value 9. At noon, the lunch break was about to end. The cultural committee member Huang Jiai stood on the podium. Sign up, everyone. Those with talents hurry to sign up. It's the last evening party. Seize the opportunity. Each class must have at least 2 performances. It's a rare chance. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The audience remained unmoved. What if you don't have any talent at all? You can go up and recite Chu Shi Biao, or Li Sa will also do. Let's just forget it, I can't memorize either of those two. Come on, hurry up and sign up, everyone. If no one volunteers, he'll call names. Huang Jiai scanned the room. Sally, don't you play the violin? How about a piece? There are so many people. Zhu Bing, how about a performance of Tai Chi? No, that's a big scene.